tomorrow, maybe later today. It really depends on how fast they get done with their uh, sentient AI from the future work. I don't know. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about Metal Eden, Fast Hands, Minecraft's End update, or Minecraft's End. Anyway, 450, 430, and Blueprints is meta mist-like, and I love the game. We'll talk about it on the other side of this because everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and you'll be able to deal with all of this news, manage your information overload. It's all news, no noise. Conversation is actually pretty limited even on the site, but conversation takes place here on the shows on YouTube and on Twitch, Discord, Patreon, the podcast, etc., wherever y'all want to. But I really like talking about the news live, and so the Summer of Stream is going to consist of upwards of 8 hours of show where I parse all of the news that is being aggregated into ohmTown.com in our 4th year. I'm hoping to grow the channel dramatically this summer, and I hope to see you there. Again, everything is powered by ohmTown, so this is our intro. All right, so we got 5 articles. I already gave you what the titles I assigned, but the real titles are on the other side of this. So let's get into it. The first article is over on the Marvel channel. Metal Eden looks like everything that this author loves about Doom in an extremely sci-fi package. The author here, it's over at Vice, but they say that they love it when people put them onto a game that they didn't know about, and Metal Eden now squarely is in their crosshairs. The sci-fi element alone would have gotten them to lock into this, but throwing the boomer shooter speed and violence on it was enough to get them to wish list it immediately. And there's a quote here. It doesn't actually end, so let's just actually go over to the source. Anthony Franklin II put the article together, and it says, dive into cybernetic warfare against the machine forces that protect the secrets of an artificial world. Fight a diverse roster of tough, agile mecha troops and elemental forces. Extract energy cores and destroy the internal defense core shields to gain a battle zone advantage. Develop your arsenal and combat capabilities to become an unstoppable hyper unit, says the Steam page on Metal Eden. So it says, wait, did you also get Titanfall in Metal Eden? I suppose you actually can go and check this out. There is a link. If you want today's articles, you can hit !WC for Warcrafters, and Omatron will spit the articles out in the order that we're going to talk about them. But that's not really the order of where you may value them. It's not a top list or anything like that. It's just how they were aggregated. So they say that they started the Metal Eden demo on their laptop before it became very obvious very quickly that I wasn't ready for the game. So they downloaded it onto their PlayStation, and they say that they they were impressed. So the movement is smooth and appropriately fast. And on top of that, we can do some wall running Titanfall style, and that they can't wait to go find the gameplay clips of this and find out more about it. So what's going to make Metal Eden stand out, though, is what it does with its weapons. There's a pretty big opportunity to get creative with the guns and mods in the game, but coming from Rycon Games, the people who made Ruiner, they really have no reason to doubt what they can do to make the gunplay feel good. There's a demo out right now. It says it'll launch on May 6th, 2025 on PC, Xbox, and PS5. It's basically, they say, I know it's the least favorite of the 2 Doom games, but they think that sci-fi setting benefits most of the speed from the speed. But they say that Metal Eden does feel a lot like Doom Eternal speed-wise, but it's a sci-fi game, and I don't really like the merging of it. Doom is this weird composite kind of a game, but this actually is seemingly hardcore sci-fi. I'm going to mute it because I don't want to get tagged for violating some whatever. What's funny is I can play all of this stuff. I just can't leave it as a VOD. So I can stream this live, talk about it all I want to, but just not record it. The audio component of it, or have a virtual track that goes away in the recording. It doesn't exist in the VOD, so there's a VOD track. At any rate, it looks like Doom, but it looks like every other shooter that I've ever experienced, where there's different levels. It doesn't seem like there's a real purpose to each of the levels, but sometimes shooters are just there for you to have fun and not sit there and try and struggle with a deep and meaningful storyline. You just do the extraction and get out and that kind of thing. Anyway, seems like a fun game for those who might be interested in it, which is why I chose to include it in this article. So, in this show, I love these kind of games. I mostly now just watch people play them. But maybe this summer I'll be playing this too. Metal Eden. Looks like it might be fun. Let's keep on going. The next article is over in RealityHacker. That's a show that was on Saturday. I couldn't do it, so I got in the time machine on Sunday, went back in time and did RealityHacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. So all three of those are still in the live category over on YouTube and in VODs here on Twitch as well. If you want to go back and check those out, go for it. But we have close to 2,100 episodes, maybe more than that nowadays. It's been a couple of months since I've paid attention to the number of episodes that we've done, but a total of somewhere around 2,100 episodes of all of them together. Non Sequitur News, RealityHacker, Wanted, the Continuity Report, Warcrafters, Technology Today, and later today is going to be Four Wheel Tech. So they all have their niche, and all of them are available over on YouTube, and you can download the 4 seasons of podcasts, or 2 seasons for the weekly shows. All right, Fast Hands. It's over in RealityHacker. Fast Hands brings parkour action to Quest in May, aiming to level up hand-tracked locomotion. Indie studio X82 announced that it's releasing a parkour game next month that's throwing in a veritable buffet of unique locomotion styles, hoping to put Quest's hand tracking on par with controller-based movement, which I don't think that's really possible. Controllers have direct connections, whereas hand detection, hand tracking has to extrapolate what your hands are doing, and there's even milliseconds of gesture time recognition slows down the whole interaction, and it kind of makes things suck. But they say called Fast Hands, the multiplayer game offers up endless procedurally generated levels that let you run, jump, climb, glide, tasking you to progress through obstacles filled with moving traps, speed boosts, and its fair share of impossible jumps. So let's see what this thing looks like on the other side. Scott Hayden over at roadtovr.com put the article together. I don't know if there's a video. Oh, there is. So for whatever reason, whenever we get into VR, it turns into this cartoonish, not realistic type of interface. In fact, Marathon, the game that was just announced yesterday or Friday, it's high speed, it's hyperkinetic, it looks like every other extraction shooter, and it slips into this stylistic kind of thing, and I don't get it. I understand the purpose of it. They want to make their own identity, but I don't buy into it. At any rate, so while you can play seated and with controllers, the game uses hand tracking to go a lot further than most, getting out of your chair to pump up your arms for forward movement, glide through the air like Superman, skitter up walls using your stick spider hands to blast verticals at a surprisingly fast pace. Says check out the trailer. So let's play this. It's muted, but yeah, they want to track your gestures. I don't know. I don't want to look like a goober just sitting there going like this. Palms down, do this, do that, whatever. Yeah, that's kind of fun to sit there and control how you fly, particularly if it has that same. If you can do more than just sit there and go like that to make yourself glide. All of it looks like it might be neat, but this whole, I don't know, what do you want to call Matrix-esque style, or I should say 80s style matrix interface just kind of leaves me wanting more. Doesn't make any sense to me. It definitely isn't something that I can really attach to, but I love the idea of VR games. I use the Pico 4. I'm waiting for what may be the replacement of the Index. I don't know what it's going to be called. There's always rumors that it's being called Deckard, but that might be somebody else's property. I don't know. Anyway, seems pretty like a neat video, or I should say a neat game, but I don't know if I'd really buy into it. So although fundamentally a parkour game, there's also some shooting involved too, serving up targets and other players that you can hit with your trusty slingshot and pull one hand back to charge and then aim with the other hand, with or without controllers. It says it's an interesting array of hand track stuff for sure, and that they can't wait to see it in action when it arrives in Quest 2 and above. You'll find it over on the Horizon store when it launches in May, on May 8th. But I hope that it actually goes over to Steam, PCVR, and isn't relegated to just Quest. In the meantime, they say X82 is hosting closed multiplayer beta testing on the Fast Hands Discord, and they have an invite link over at Road to VR. It's not going to be found on ohmTown.com. All right, let's keep going, though. The next article is over on Warcrafters, Why Minecraft Doesn't Need an End Update. This is somebody's observation. Jack Peachy over at GameRant.com put the article together. It says an end update is something fans have been envisioning for almost a decade, but the idea really ramped up when the Nether got an overhaul in 2020. The Nether update completely revamped the dimension, adding diverse flora and fauna in addition to a smorgasbord of new resources. The Nether will also be getting more flowers in the update that includes Minecraft's Happy Ghast mob, which I think is silly, which is set to fully release this summer. But they're saying that it could be more trouble than it's worth. But the end is literally devoid of anything interesting. It has one purpose. And I've never really liked the storyline of Minecraft in and of itself, other than the fact that I can install a ton of mods and make it immensely more interesting and irritating. But I don't really care about the dragon at the end of it, and the end and all of that kind of stuff just is kind of boring to me. I don't like the idea of having to go to the end just to get wings to fly and whatever else. I love the world building that people have added to it via mods. So it says the end is Minecraft's loneliness manifested. Playing single player Minecraft, especially in the game's earliest days, can be a lonely experience. The world is so vast, and I love playing it with multiple people. Even if I'm the only one on the server, the option for somebody to join me at any time really is something that stands out for me. I love the idea of being able to invite the community to come and hang out in a Minecraft world. In fact, I'm considering having a permanent ohmTown Minecraft world and other worlds as we approach the Summer of Stream, which is an annual event that takes place every year now for the last 3 years. This is going to be the 4th year. So they say the world is so vast and its creatures are so obtuse that a sense of creeping isolation can set in, something that can make players feel as if they're not alone, but still isolated, I guess. I don't know. That feeling is where Minecraft's Herobrine came from. No, it's just somebody decided to come up with some meme level observation about whatever. And it's also responsible for other similar urban legends. Even in today's more crowded Minecraft, a feeling of loneliness shines through at times. Like during a solo adventure, when C418's music is hitting just right, giving players a sense of utter immersion within an impossibly large virtual world. So they say Minecraft's end poem highlights the dimension's true purpose. This loneliness serves as a narrative end in addition to its thematic purposes. The end has always been a bit strange, considering that Minecraft is a sandbox game with no definitive endpoint, but there is a progression to end. Literally in the end, it describes the transition of leaving the end, saying the player woke up from a dream and the player began a new dream, and the player dreamed again, dreamed better. Both dimensions are referred to as dreams, as is the player's experience in the real world, referred to as the long dream of life. This is all, I think, retconning stuff. It's the world building making it relevant when I don't think that any of it actually truly was in the beginning of it. It was just a step to get to one thing to another. So the poem congratulates the player on their task of besting the end. Quote, I like this player. But it also frees them of any obligation they might have to find structure in a sandbox game. The end stands out as a nightmare from which players should want to escape, and it helps them appreciate the beauty and creativity in the end's sister dimensions. But again, there isn't anything there. It has one purpose, and it's just kind of meh. Why leave it stagnant? Why not evolve it? Does it have a purpose? Yes. Well, then leave an old school version of it for people to, go back and feel nostalgia for this old stuff. But I don't like being stagnant. I like moving forward. It's one of the dynamics of ohmTown. There's always something new coming. So I prefer the new dynamic. So download Minecraft and then install a ton of mods and have a good time. And don't worry about that particular storyline. Just have a good time with your friends and do some world building and crafting and modding and whatnot. That's what I prefer. In fact, I keep thinking about that being the forever game that I have been hunting for a forever game for years. And Minecraft keeps filtering up to the top, but then there's no story there. There's no plot. There's nothing. So I just don't know. Maybe the right mod will show up with a whole bunch of quests and makes it fun and is open to a whole bunch of people playing at the same time, but isn't really this soul-crushing, Souls-like die and go get your corpse and then die and go get your corpse. Ugh, it's frustrating. I don't like that. Anyway, Minecraft is a fun game, and I'm looking forward to things like... No Man's Sky was a similar thing where you can build and there's story, but it's like little bottles of story. And I don't know, I'm not really into that either. And so I'm hoping that Light No Fire is going to be my forever game. But I've said that before, only for it to flame out. Not Light No Fire, other games. All right, let's keep on going, though. This is a fun article. Go over and check out what JackPG has to say. There's more over there over at GameRant.com. But it's up for you to go and check it all out. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Warcrafters as well. Gamers can grab $450 worth of Steam games for just $30. I don't know if this is still going. Fanatical's latest Build Your Own Adventure bundle allows PC gamers to grab over $450 worth of Steam games for under $30. The PC game retailer's newly launched promotion will be available until late April 2025. I have not gone to this yet. Dominic Bosnick put the article together, and it says here, formerly known as Bundle Stars, Fanatical is an authorized reseller of digital PC games that mostly deals in Steam keys. The retailer has been offering frequent bundles, freebies, and other sorts of deals since launching in 2012. So I'm going to go over and check this out. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. Oh, I can't. I keep forgetting that I am air gapped, so I can't just hop on over there like everybody else can. All right. So yeah, you can basically, wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Cryofall, what is that game? Arborea, Terracotta, Splash, Lumentum, Broken Sword 4, The Angel of Death, Dr. Livingstone, I presume, and Reversed Escape Room. Atone, Heart of the Elder Tree, Epic Journeys Double Pack, Deponia and Friends Triple Pack, there's 3 different Deponia ones, which is all the rage, really. Welcome to Elk, Broken Sword 5, The Serpent's Curse, and 6 more, maybe more. I don't know. It says 7 games. Wait, there's got to be something else going on here, because I talked about a bunch of stuff. So, all right. Well, anyway, go and check it all out. It's called Build Your Own Adventure. starts from $3, 3 for $4.99, and add games to start saving. And the more you add, the more you save. I don't think they have an option to add everything though. Then there's something else beyond the steel sky. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is an interesting website. You'll have to go and check it all out. Fanatical.com. So I went over there to check it out, and I kind of talked you all through it. So these are the games that they have listed here over at GameRant.com. These are all of them. And it's $458.75. Who knows what the real price is, after tariffs and taxes. No, this is the retail pricing, $458.75. Ongoing promotion is compatible with 18 items in total. However, several of them are 2 and 3 packs. So this bundle actually adds up 25 PC adventure games. Based on regular retail pricing, it's $460. So pretty cool. The spring 2025 edition of Fanatical's Build Your Own Adventure Bundle promotion will run until April 20th. So you have a week from today. The retailer is likely to launch even more themed deals before this particular promo comes to an end. So go over to fanatical.com and check it all out. And our last article for today's Warcrafters, is over in the Warcrafters channel at ohmTown.com. Blueprints is a mystery-packed mansion that will crank open your mind. This thing is Myst on steroids, as I called it. The house at Mount Holly has 45 rooms, but the placement of each of those rooms is up to you, and it resets every day. You've been left the house and its estate in an inheritance, but only if you can find the mysterious 46th room. In this way, Blueprints blends its puzzles in both deck building and roguelite elements. When you open the entrance hall door at the start of every morning, you'll be given a choice of 3 rooms that might lie beyond. Each of them has a fixed number and orientation of doors, limiting your options to progress through the mansion itself. And so what you see are blueprints, Prints, but the game is called Blueprints, Prince. No 2 rooms at Mount Holly are the same, nor do they even stay in the same place from day to day. You have a certain number of steps. Every time you transition from one room to another, you lose a step at least. Sometimes you can find food or some other perk that gives you some more steps, but not always. So you might, for instance, draw the bedroom and get rewarded with 10 additional steps to use throughout the day, or you might draw the weight room and lose half of your carefully scrounged footsteps. The game's step counter is limited on your movement, and you can't walk forever through the house. And if you run out of steps, you have to come back the next day and start from scratch. Or you might draw the parlor and have to solve a truth and lie logic puzzle to get gems, which you can spend on drafting more useful rooms later. It's a lot of fun. But it's kind of a roguelite with cards. And to me, it's a chill adventure Myst that is meta in that steps in one place can affect something else. The graphics aren't the Myst level, but some of the puzzles can be complex, but the plurality of puzzles and the fact that I think this has unlimited replayability, because every time you go in, there's something random. And so whatever 45 would be, I'd have to calculate the odds, but it's some derivative of the 45 different cards that can be placed within the grid. And that's what it looks like. Pardon me. It's not showing the picture of the way that the mansion looks, but it's basically a series of squares, and you plop rooms in place as you progress through rooms. You can't go way far up. You can't really predict what you're gonna get, but if you play your cards right, you can actually find the 46th room, which is at the top of the map, but you start at the bottom and you have to work your way up. I'm not sure if you have to hit every single room to get to the 46th room, or if you can speed run your way through straight to it, because it's shown on the map, but you just can't necessarily get to it. So it's really interesting, and I really dig this game. I tried it out when it was an early demo. I've tried it out from time to time, but then it just dropped. So go and check it out. It's over on Steam, and it's available right now. With that in mind, we're going to roll some cards, and that's going to bring us back to the Warcrafters front page over at ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Please go and check it out. Sign up, sign in, come and hang out with us every day, 7 p.m. Eastern. Saturday and Sunday, we're typically doing this at 4 p.m., but my mayoral duties kept me from doing the show yesterday, so I've already done 3 time machines, and this is the first, and we're running about an hour late. The sentient AI isn't available at the moment, but I'm hoping that they will become available for Technology Today and or for Will Tech, but we'll see. That said, thank you for coming and hanging out for Warcrafters, which is all about gaming, and hope to see you next week at least. Hopefully tomorrow, 7 p.m. I don't know. Hope to see you in ohmTown. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for April 13th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 15. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. That's that site over there. And over there is the Sentient AI's visualizer, but they're not available for today's show. At least not yet. Not sure if they're going to be done with their business before they can come onto the set. But anyway, welcome to the show. ohmTown is a news aggregation site, so there are thousands of articles that get aggregated. Just a little snippet each day. We'll walk you through how this works, or I'll walk you through how this works. But if you go over and you sign up or sign in, you can be part of this. You can actually submit news to us, and we'll evaluate it and include it in the show. Perhaps it really depends on form and fitment. And we do this weekly. Technology Today is a weekly show, but you can actually go over to ohmTown.com anytime. You can actually get articles from Ohmatron over on Twitch chat, and our articles are embedded in the show notes for our 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday, and the Monday through Friday show of Non Sequitur News. So there's always something that's being talked about here in ohmTown. If you want today's articles, you can hit !TT in the chat over on Twitch, and Ohmatron will spit them out in the article in the order that we're going to be talking about these articles. That said, we're going to be talking about organic chains on Mars, a universal weak spot, liquid air energy storage, greener ways to produce iron, and a fluid battery. Not sure if that's the same thing as the third article, but this is how it gets submitted, and then I parse the little snippet, the headline typically, and I find it fascinating, sometimes enough where I just include it. At any rate, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over and become a citizen, and then come back and hang out with us every day. Sign up so that you're informed when we go live, and then you can come and hang out, and we can talk shop about this and many other things, and be prepared for the summer of stream, where I'm going to be converting into, instead of doing it an hour a day, I'm going to be dedicating upwards of 8 hours a day, just talking about the news that filters through ohmTown.com, and hopefully working with other streamers to kind of get together and talk about what's going on in the world of science, technology, and society. So thanks for sticking around, and here's our intro, which might change this year. Yeah, I like the form of our intro because it's very dynamic and it's changing all the time, and I don't like things static. Even ohmTown has changed context over the years. I've actually been using this news aggregation service only for myself for over a decade, and slowly building up this idea of making it a community. And then in 2022, I opened it up for everybody else in January 1st, 2022. So now it's available to everybody. So go over and check it all out. I don't track anything. I don't have ads on the site. I use it for my information overload. And now I'm opening it up for everybody else to go and use. So go check it out. It's pretty simple. At any rate, here's what we're going to be talking about. So that is ohmTown.com right there. But then if you go into Technology Today, so Technology Today is over in Gadgets and Technology. See how there's 6 main categories? There's 50 channels. Each one of these is a show that I want to bring to ohmTown.com, streaming here on Twitch and YouTube, as well as shorts over on YouTube and TikTok. We have a Discord for each of the shows, and Patreon. And for 7 of the shows, we have podcasts. So if you're interested in just something, a very specific segment, then download just that podcast. Anyway, podcasts are growing. That said, this is what Technology Today looks like. I'm going to be building out new logos, so go and check that out. If you're interested in all of the news that's typically a deeper dive into technology and science, then that's where you want to be over at ohmTown. That said, the first article is about scientists that found a 3.7 billion year old organic chain on Mars that may point to life. They say here in this article, a stunning discovery on Mars has revealed the longest organic molecules ever found on the planet, carbon chains that could resemble building blocks of life as we know it, preserved for billions of years in ancient Martian clay. These molecules were uncovered by NASA's Curiosity rover and could point to a more chemically complex past. I'm hoping that this actually does identify that there is life on other planets, so that we can do away with this idea that, oh, there's no life except on Earth, which I think is absurd. But I'm sure that the people that are poo-pooing the idea that poo-pooing the idea that there is life elsewhere, will sit there and go, well, it was meant to be bullshit. Anyway, CNRS over at scitechdaily.com put the article together. Preserved for billions of years in ancient. I'm merging all of it together. Ancient is ancient Martian clay. The molecules were uncovered by NASA's Curiosity rover. They say that the scientists from CNRS, along with collaborators in France, United States, Mexico, Spain, have detected the longest organic molecules ever identified on Mars. These molecules, carbon chains with up to 12 consecutive carbon atoms, resemble fatty acids, which on Earth are often associated with biological processes. Pretty cool. Longest long chain hydrocarbons discovered on Mars is what the little graphic says. So how did they make this discovery? Well, they drilled a hole. Much smaller than you think it is. The diameter of the hole is about 0.6 inches. The depth is about 2.6 inches. And somewhere in that, they discovered these long chain carbon or hydrocarbons. It was made using the SAM, or sample analysis at Mars instrument that was co-funded by the French space agency CNES. SAM is part of NASA's Curiosity rover, which has been exploring Gale Crater since 2012. It's supposed to die a long time ago. But they published these findings on March 24th, 2025 in the journal PNAS, which I think is just horribly acronymed. But that's because I am a child. All right, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. A universal weak spot. Scientists solve decades-old cancer mystery. Cancer drugs that inhibit CDK7 rapidly shut down pathways responsible for cell proliferation within minutes. For organs to develop, grow, and regenerate, cells must divide and multiply, a process known as proliferation. However, when the process becomes dysregulated, it can lead to uncontrolled cell growth and the development of cancer. That, coupled with the lack of apoptosis, so that it doesn't die, means that it just keeps on proliferating unabated, short of starving it. And that doesn't happen because it literally takes resources from everywhere else. University of Colorado at Boulder put this article together, and I am not a a cancer researcher. But I have done research into this because everybody is touched by this in some way. Everybody. You may not even know it, but you are probably, if you're hearing my voice, you are probably in your family line, in your social system, social structure, you are directly impacted by cancer. And I would find it hard to believe that there is anybody on the planet that is devoid of being impacted. And the only way that you could be is if you're a sociopath, because you don't believe that, well, you're not impacted by somebody else's concerns. Well, anyway, the new researcher from CU Boulder, published in Science Advances, provides groundbreaking insight into the role of a mysterious enzyme called CDK7 in regulating this process, this proliferation process. The study reveals that experimental cancer drugs targeting CDK7 can rapidly, within minutes, disrupt gene expression pathways that fuel cell proliferation across a wide range of tissues. The problem here is it needs to be focused, so they need to find the cancer. They need to find a way that this dysregulation can actually take place and stop proliferation. So this work addresses a longstanding mystery surrounding an enzyme critical for regulating the cell cycle and cell proliferation. Not only does it help us understand, and by this, us, meaning the professors at the Department of Biochemistry, and Dylan Tajas is the professor here that's making this comment. Not only does it help us understand a fundamental biological process important to development, it also has broad therapeutic applications. So this enigma that they're talking about is that it's a role as a master regulator of cell proliferation. CDK does this in two ways. It switches on other enzymes known as kinases, including CDK1, 2, 4, and 6, which kickstart cells to divide and multiply. It also regulates gene expression in ways that until now have remained unclear. And the new study found that it controls the function of proteins called transcription factors, which influence when and how genes are expressed. So in recent years, several companies have developed CDK7 inhibitors that in clinical trials have worked to slow tumor growth, but it's not entirely how clear they do this, and the drugs have serious side effects, and in clinical trials, they've fallen short of killing tumors entirely. And that's because it's acting a lot like a shotgun instead of a scalpel, and needs to be more focused on the cancer cells, and they need to know more about it. So this requires fundamental research, and that takes place when there's large amounts of money that are spent. And it's usually a social exercise where large amounts of money are granted to fundamental research institutions. I don't know what the U.S. is going to be doing, but they say the researchers applied a CDK7 inhibitor provided by Syros Pharmaceuticals and already used in clinical trials to cancerous human tissue cells, and then they used sophisticated computational techniques to watch, essentially in real time, what happened next. They found within 30 minutes a core set of transcription factors that turn on genes that prompt cells to proliferate was uniformly shut down. In other experiments, the same set of transcription factors was found to be consistently on in all proliferating cell lines tested. So this included 79 cell lines, mostly from human cancers, representing 27 different tissue types. But the real problem here is, while they may shut down this proliferation, is it entirely focused on inhibiting proliferation of cancer cells? If not, then it's shutting down regrowth of needed biological functions, tissue regrowing, cells replacing cells that die from apoptosis. So a cell dies, it has a cell regulator, and a clock basically says, okay, your time is done. This does not take place with cancers. So meanwhile, CDK's other role, to kickstart enzymes that nudge cells to divide and multiply, is also blocked by the inhibitor that they tested, but this occurs more slowly and is not dependent on the core set of transcription factors. So taken together, these findings suggest that it may be possible to develop new therapies that disable some of the enzyme's disease-causing functions rapidly, while leaving its beneficial roles intact. So they say instead of essentially using a sledgehammer to shut down all CDK7 activities, it could be that you could shut down just a branch of its activities. But they're going to have to modify CDK7 and find out where it can actually bind to, and stop this proliferation of cancer cells. But I still think that it's, and they mentioned this thing, more important for tumor proliferation while minimally disrupting normal cell functions. So yeah, this right now is sort of still on the side of like a chemo, where it kills everything good and bad, and your immune system has to keep on fighting, and then your body's biological processes have to rebuild just in time for, another infusion of chemo, and that poisons you, but it's saving your ass, so it's beneficial at the same time. So I find this really compelling, and I hope that this actually continues to be researched. All right, this next article is over in Technology Today as well, using liquid air for grid-scale energy storage. As the world moves to reduce carbon emissions, solar and wind power will play an increasing role in electricity grids, although apparently there is some deregulation that's taking place here in the United States. We'll see what the extent of that is. But those renewable sources only generate electricity when it's sunny or windy. So to ensure a reliable power grid, one that can deliver electricity 24/7, it's crucial to have a means of storing electricity when supplies are abundant and delivering it later. The problem with today's grid is that it isn't stored in large batteries. It's largely sent to ground. When it's not consumed, it's sent to ground. And so there's this balancing act of generation and consumption. It's not stored anywhere. Now, there's large battery systems that are being put in place, but those expire and they're expensive, and they take a lot of babysitting. So it's crucial to have a means of storing electricity when supplies are abundant and delivering it later when they're not. And sometimes large amounts of electricity will need to be stored not just for hours, but for days or even longer. So in comes liquid air for grid-scale energy storage. Nancy W. Stauffer over at Massachusetts Institute of Technology put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com. But they say some methods of achieving long-duration energy storage are promising. For example, with pumped hydro energy storage, water is pumped from a lake to another higher lake when there's extra electricity and released back down through the power-generating turbines when the electricity is needed. But that approach is limited by geography, and most potential sites in the United States have already been used. Lithium-ion batteries could provide grid-scale storage, but only for about 4 hours. Larger than that, and the battery systems get prohibitively expensive and very, very large. So liquid energy storage, or LAES systems that have been built, so the technology is technically feasible. Liquid air, or air that is drawn in from the surroundings, cleaned and dried, and then cooled to the point that it liquefies and under pressure. You know what? I don't know if this last article is the same thing as the one that's up above. Anyway, the researchers have developed a model that takes detailed information on LAS systems and calculates when and where those systems would be economically viable, assuming future scenarios in line with selected decarbonization targets, as well as other conditions that may prevail in future energy grids. So basically, they want to cool this thing down and put it in various places where it's economically feasible. But there haven't been any conclusive studies on its economic viability. Would the income over time warrant the initial investment and ongoing costs? Well, they found that under some scenarios they've modeled, LAS could be economically viable in certain locations. Sensitivity analyses showed that policies providing a subsidy on capital expenses would make LAES systems economically viable in many locations. But this really depends on who and what and where, particularly administration, because it's going to take socially driven capital investment, federal level investment. And if protectionists are in place, you're not going to get anything that might be forward thinking, because they want to profit from the here and now, and even from the suffering that might be existing in a time where we could generate abundant electricity. Let's just take Enron back in the day. They literally, these psychopaths and sociopaths that were making money hand over fist, would joke about turning off power to grandma so that the rates would increase because of supply and demand mechanics. But when you're the one that's selling the weapons to both sides, yeah, you're an unethical piece of crap. But anyway, I jump on a soapbox from time to time, and I hope that you appreciate being a little bit more pragmatic and thinking about society as a whole, not just your particular silo. The next article, though, we're going to keep on moving. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. Scientists advance a greener way to produce iron. Process could help carbon emissions in the steel industry. University of Oregon chemists have brought a greener way to make iron metal for steel production closer to reality, a step toward cleaning up an industry that's one of the biggest contributors to carbon emissions worldwide. And it was published in ACS Energy Letters. If you can think of a topic, there is a journal that talks about it. Laura Hammers over at University of Oregon put this article together. It's published at techexplore.com. Well, this article is, but the research was published at ACS Energy Letters. Last year, UO chemist Paul Kempler and his team reported a way to create iron with electrochemistry using a series of chemical reactions that turn salt water and iron oxide into pure iron metal, which I'm not sure how that works, because salt water oxidizes iron. So in their latest work, they've optimized the starting materials for the process, identifying which kinds of iron oxides will make the chemical reactions the most cost effective. That's a key to making the process work at an industrial scale. Used in everything from buildings to cars to infrastructure, almost 2 billion metric tons of steel were produced worldwide in 2024 alone. Currently, the most fossil fuel intensive part of the process is turning iron ore, the oxidized form of iron that's found in nature, into pure iron metal. It's done in blast furnaces. You scrape the stuff off the top and you get pure iron at the bottom. Then you pour it into molds. It usually kind of crusts over, but then you break that off when you're milling it and processing it, and coat it in oil so that it doesn't oxidize, and ship it all around. So those reactions conveniently also produce chlorine, a commercially valuable byproduct. And how they want to do that? The process starts with salt water and iron oxide, which are cheap and available, and transform them into iron metal through a series of chemical reactions. And those reactions, like I said earlier, produce chlorine and a commercially valuable byproduct. When Kempler and his team began developing this process a few years ago, they developed small quantities of iron oxides from chemical supply companies. Those materials worked well in lab tests, but they didn't reflect the kind of iron-rich materials found naturally. So the team experimented with different kinds of iron oxides, and it was clear that some worked much better than others, but the researchers weren't sure what was driving the difference. So was it the composition, size, etc.? So in lab tests, the difference was striking. When the really porous particles, we can make iron really quickly in a small area. The dense particles just can't achieve the same rate. So we're limited in how much iron we can make per square meter of electrodes. They basically put some of the nanoparticles through a heat treatment that made them much denser and less porous. It solidifies into the same secondary nanoparticle shape, but there are more primary particles observed inside. It's essentially the same material, it's just different stages. So the faster rate of reaction of the porous particles means that the initial capital cost can be recouped faster, translating into a lower final cost for the iron product, ideally low enough to be competitive with commercial conventional methods. So they basically want to do this electrochemical process and see if they can scale it up. And the goal is to find something that's abundant, cheap, and that's going to keep smaller environmental impact than the alternative. They say they won't be satisfied if they have to invent something that's more damaging than the main way to make iron today. So they're going to be working in various other research fields to see if they can grow this thing. But at least in the lab, they've been able to develop pure iron from iron oxides and salt water. All right, let's keep going. This last article for today looks like it is related to this fluid battery, or I should say a battery, liquid air grid scale energy storage, but it isn't the same thing apparently. A fluid battery that can take any shape. The article is over in Technology Today at ohmTown.com, but it's sourced from, well, we'll get to it. Using electrodes in a fluid form, researchers at Linköping University, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Linköping, have developed a battery that can take any shape. The soft and conformable, not comfortable, it might be comfortable, but anyway, the soft and conformable battery can be integrated into future technology in a completely new way. Their battery has been published in the journal Science Advances. The article is over at Tech Explorer. Linköping University put the article together, and there is your flexible, very hyper flexible battery. Looks kind of squirrely to me. This is the kind of thing that it looks like it could be injected into any shape, and it'll conform to whatever it is that it's being injected into. And we do this in packaging. Right now, you can basically put a bag inside a box, and it can have stuff in it inside the box, and they just spray foam into this bag, and it just fills up the entirety of the box. And if you do it right, it doesn't swell and burst and all that. It just settles down. But it's pretty neat. It looks like it can be squeezed into any shape. The texture is a bit like toothpaste. The material can, for instance, be used in a 3D printer to shape the battery as you please. This opens up for a new type of technology. It's estimated that more than 1 trillion gadgets will be connected to the internet in 10 years' time. In addition to traditional technology such as mobile phones, smartwatches, and computers, this could involve wearable medical devices and insulin pumps, pacemakers, hearing aids, etc. But it's really all about extending the footprint of the battery so that you don't have this hard pack battery. And if it's flexible, it can take better shock, whereas a solid battery can be punctured easier. This might be able to flex inside a protective layer. I don't know the full extent of this, but they say fluid electrodes have been tested in the past, but without any great success. At the time, liquid metals such as gallium were used, but then the material can only be functioning as an anode and has the risk of being solidified during charging and discharging, basically losing its fluid nature and in part losing its efficiency, its effectiveness. So the researchers at LIU campus Norrköping have instead based their soft battery on conductive plastics, conjugated polymers, and lignin, a byproduct from paper production in trees. It's the stuff that holds the fibers together. The battery can be recharged and discharged over 500 times and still maintain its performance, and it can also be stretched to double the length and still work just as well. So this is pretty brilliant. So they say it isn't perfect, but it's shown that the concept works, but the performance needs to be improved. The voltage is currently 0.9 volts, but that depends on how big it is, I would suspect. So now they're looking at other chemical compounds to increase the voltage. One option that they're exploring is the use of zinc or manganese. All right, we'll get it done. I want to see this thing replacing lithium ion. Hopefully it's not as explosive, but they don't really talk about that in the article. At any rate, we are going to recharge our batteries, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Please sign up, sign in, come back and hang out with us on YouTube chat and on Twitch chat. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, download the podcast. There's one for each of the weekly shows. This is Technology Today, and one for Non Sequitur News, which is the daily show that takes place every day. On Saturday and Sunday, though, Non Sequitur News is the compilation of that day's 3 shows. So on Saturday, it's my brain just went blank. RealityHacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. And today's 3 shows are Warcrafters, Technology Today, and Four Wheel Tech. So they all get combined into the Saturday and Sunday editions of Non Sequitur News. And then Monday through Friday, we have the 1-hour show. So go and check it all out. I hope you enjoy the show. It's all about introducing people to science, technology, and society, and giving some context to it and showing how everything is connected and you can't escape it. We are all intimately tied together through science, technology, and society. And we've been doing this now for 3 years, and this is the 4th month. So go over and check out ohmTown.com and be sure to come and hang out with us on Twitch and YouTube, or both at the same time. That would be great. Be sure to like and subscribe. That's even more important than everything else, other than you giving us your time, which is immensely appreciated. So be sure to tell a friend and then come back. I'm going to reset real quick, and then we're going to do the final show for today. We're going to end the stream, and then it's going to come back online, and we're going to be talking about automotive technology in four-wheel tech. So see you soon. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for April 13th, 2025. It is Season 2, Episode 15. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we normally talk about 5 articles. Today, though, the Sentient AI isn't available. So here are the 5 that we're going to be talking about. Brand new 2023 cars. Yes, that's not a typo, 2023 cars. Maybe it is a typo. I don't know. They're referring to it as 2023 cars. 2025 Mini Countryman, 2025 Bronco Sport and its variants. How hot is too hot for transmissions, and the Mazda Sky Active. It's more than just marketing, apparently. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown.com. It's a news aggregation site that I use and have been using for a decade now. But I opened it up to the public, so go over and check it all out. There's 6 main categories, and that's what makes up the umbrella of our logo right there. And then the little white one there is all of the colors of the categories composited into one. So all the colors merged to one. It's white. Anyway. There's 50 channels, each one that has it's a little niche topic within these main categories, one of which is automotive, four-wheel tech. But we've got a bunch of other articles, or a bunch of other channels, and 7 of them exist as podcasts as well. So there's 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and then a weekly one, or a daily one called Non Sequitur News, which basically is a composite of everything that flows through ohmTown. So go over and check out ohmTown.com. That's where everything is aggregated, and all news, no noise, because all the noise just comes from me here during the streams. The streams are on Twitch and YouTube, so if you like one platform or the other, we're on both. Don't forget, you can download the podcast later. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get all. I did 6 episodes today, so this is the 6th, and once they're saved and then re-uploaded over to YouTube, I actually make a composite of Non Sequitur News shows from the 6 shows. It's inside baseball. Anyway, come and hang out, and I'll see you here on the other side of our intro. So, Four-wheel tech is all about automotive technology. It's kind of in the name, but we actually talk about all kinds of stuff, not just automotive, wherein it has 4 wheels. So I don't know. Maybe I'll end up changing the name at some point, but right now, Four-wheel tech sounds like a great name. So if you want to host or co-host and you're really passionate about vehicles, automotive technology, then get in touch. Send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, and we'll hash out the minutia of it. because I'm always looking for a host or a co-host to bring the rest of the 50 channels. I can't do all 50, and they are weekly shows except for Non Sequitur News. So you only have to do it once a week and be passionate about it and talk your heart out for upwards of an hour. Doesn't need to be longer, but it's really up to you. That said, let's get into today's articles. They are largely found in the four-wheel tech category, and it's one of these up here. So go over to ohmTown.com and check it all out. That said, the first article is you can still buy a brand new 2023 Zero DRS-X, and you'll save $10,000 off MSRP. It's a 2023 though. So the Zero DSR-X is quite possibly the perfect commuter motorcycle, except for one fatal flaw: its cost. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Most of these articles are actually from Jalopnik. They're kind of a juggernaut in the automotive news sector. But the Zero DSR-X is quite possibly the perfect commuter motorcycle, except for the fact that it's, well, expensive. And so all that adventure styling comes with ADV pricing and an MSRP of $23,000 just pushed the bike out of reach of most commuting buyers. At least it sure seemed that way, judging by the number of still unsold 2023 models sitting on dealer floors with delivery mileage. So the bikes now abound for $8,000 to $10,000 off their original MSRP, which puts them toe-to-toe with gas-powered commuters, bikes that can't compete on efficiency, torque, or storage. A DSR-X is a tough sell at over 20 grand, but at 13, it's, within range, I suspect. So these bikes are now worth what dealers are asking. So they said that they were scrolling through their Facebook marketplace when they found a DSR-X listing for $15,000. Seemed pretty good price. Made great when the bike turned out to be brand new. Not bad. So one for $14,000 in Massachusetts, another up by Buffalo, et cetera, et cetera. They're all over the place. One in Pennsylvania for $12,500. All brand new, just delivery miles. So if you're interested in that, then you can go and hunt these things down. They are zero emission bikes. So immediate on, you don't have to worry about spooling up anything. Go and check it out. It says dealers from Maryland and Texas and Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So go and check it out. It looks pretty. I like that bike. I'm actually considering getting... I used to ride motorcycles when I was younger, stopped for a long time, but I kind of like the idea of a zero emission bike. That's probably the one that I would get an EV motorcycle before I get an EV car. I would prefer it being a hybrid too, a hydrogen electric. But anyway, pretty cool. Go and check this out. 2023 Zero DRS-X for $10,000 up to, and I'm sure nowadays it might be even more, depending on if you can haggle your way to getting more money off. They want to get these older ones out because people are like, well, why would I buy a brand new one? And that doesn't look good for a company. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's articles, you can hit exclamation point and then FWT. First one is free. I'll throw it into the chat over at Twitch. And ohmTown will spit out the articles in the order that we're talking about them. There is no such feature over on YouTube at the moment, but all of the articles are already embedded in the description for all three of today's shows. In fact, all 6 of our shows have the articles embedded in their show notes, so go and check it out. Anyway, the 2025 Mini Countryman SE, it says whimsy doesn't make up for annoying. For its third incarnation, the Mini Countryman now comes in an all-electric variant. The Countryman is Mini's take on the family car, a compact crossover with bold design both inside and out. At probably a time when far too many automakers are supersizing their vehicles, Mini's offerings are still right-sized, although they're chonky compared to their predecessors. Even if the Countryman is a bit bigger than the model it replaces, but at times you might feel left feeling that style took preference over substance. Having actually had a Countryman in my past, I dig the car, but man, their turbo always blew out. Maybe it's the way that I drove it, but I got burnt out on that. So Jonathan M. Gitlin put the article together. It has style, but it's also slow to charge, and the infotainment is laggy. Well, that sucks, and that may not be easy to fix at all. Could be a software issue, but whatever. All I want is a USB-C connector that I can just stick my phone or my tablet in and be done with it. All of the telemetry going in through an app. You know, get me away from all of the electronic crap in there. And if I take it, then, you know, no, there isn't anything there. Nobody can steal my car because there's no device there that allows me to start the car up. Jonathan M. Gitlin again put the article together for arstechnica.com, and they got that nice green. But this is the electric version of it, which I'm not too keen on. 308 horsepower, 364 foot-pounds of torque, a 66.5 kilowatt hour lithium-ion battery. Let's see. Based on the past few hundred miles, the test car that they spent a week with averaged 3.4 miles per kilowatt hour. Right? 3.4 miles per kilowatt hour? Why does it say 18.3 miles per kilowatt hour? It averaged. Which should allow for 220 miles. 300. That must be kilometers. I don't know what they're talking about here. Anyway, I don't want to make an assumption, but at any rate, so 220 miles on a single charge, at least in good weather, and you're not supposed to charge it to 100%. So you're supposed to only charge it to 80% and keep it above 10%. So you just keep on bouncing, waffling between, you know, that 10% and 80%. So you can never hit 220 miles. This is supposedly in the best case scenario, but it's a $45,000 car before tariffs are taken into account if it comes from a country that responded negatively to the tariffs. So who knows how much this damn car is actually going to cost, but I do not want to sit there and spend hours charging my car. I would love to have a mini Countryman electric, but anyway, Mini quotes 30-minute time to charge fast from 10 to 80% at a peak of 130 kilowatts. In practice, they weren't able to get close. Nobody has ever been able to get close. This is like lab testing, you know? It's just the perfect conditions. Temperature makes a difference in it. The quality of the connection makes a difference in it. Somebody having a bad day, looking at it sideways plays a role in charge rate. The first DC charger that they plugged into at just 16% state of charge wouldn't deliver more than 55 kilowatts. Swapping to a different charger, the rate increased to 67, but it still took over 45 minutes to hit 80%. That's batshit crazy. Level 2 AC charge at 9.6 kilowatt would completely charge the battery in 8 hours, Mini says. 8 hours! How absurd is this that the market actually buys into this? So anyway, they go on to greater detail about the minutia of the car. I've always loved the central console. I, again, would rather just have a place to put a smart device. You know, put your phone, put your tablet, Android phone, iOS phone, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just have the software on it that allows you to see all of this. I don't need everybody on the planet to see this thing. It doesn't need to be this giant radar dish in the center of the car, but you can have that aesthetic on an iPad and stick it in there, or some other tablet as your interface. It doesn't need to be embedded. Anyway, you can change all kinds of stuff. It looks pretty cool. I love the idea. Green is eco mode, which changes the throttle map and turns down the climate control to eke out a few more miles of range. They say they're not sure that they detected a huge amount of difference in the driving behavior between mid, core, vivid, timeless, or balanced, but it did seem like the cream-colored retro dials in timeless, which call back to the original Minis of the 60s, which made the car... this car, you could probably put two 60s era Minis inside the cockpit of a conventional Mini Countryman now. So it says, now you're annoying me. Just like about every Mini that they've driven, they found the Countryman brakes a little too grabby in terms of initial bite. That also applied one pedal driving mode when the maximum amount of liftoff regeneration is selected. I would say that happens with when I had one as well. It says, in addition to the infotainment system lag, they had to reconnect their phone to the Mini's Bluetooth network every time they got in, which I found always frustrating. My car currently doesn't do that kind of stuff. In fact, I don't even want it to automatically connect, and it doesn't. The car also failed to remember any of their radio channels that they had set previously. It's possible that it was a consequence of using a guest profile for the entertainment system, which is probably true, but it's inconsistent with the behavior that they've experienced in the past, so they're calling it a bug. So the compact electric crossover market is not quite as well served by automakers as the luxury SUV segment. Mini Countryman's biggest problem is probably the Hyundai Kona EV, which not only goes a lot farther on a single charge, but also has a starting price that's more than $12,000 cheaper, albeit with about 100 horsepower to play with less. That puts the Mini style at one heck of a premium, though. Yeah. And I think that's absurd. 100 horsepower less, meaning that the car, 200 horsepower on an electric. It's still pretty zippy in its takeoff, but its upper level isn't going to be all that great. Just give me a bigger battery, I suspect. Maybe we can overcharge it. Hack that software so it puts the juice down a little bit faster. Anyway, let's move on. I just don't think that the market is right. The technology isn't there to get people to switch, and I don't want to be bound to a freaking cable. I don't want to have to sit for 8 hours to max my battery back up to full. It's a full freaking workday. How horrid is that if there's ever an emergency and I have to go a longer distance, I can't get the hell out of there because I have to wait for my battery to charge up. Otherwise, I have to stop 4 hours into a drive. It's just so stupid. Anyway, we need fast swap battery technology, and everybody needs to get on board with it. Everybody needs to demand it from every manufacturer. In fact, I would prefer to switch over to hydrogen electric. Just slide in a hydrogen cylinder and off we go. But whatever. I guess I'm the insane one. But we'll see. In 5 years, people are going to be going, hey, Mayor Watt really knew what he was talking about. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tack. 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands Sasquatch can go way further off-road than anyone needs it to. If you're looking for a compact crossover with traditional SUV styling and real off-road chops, the updated Ford Bronco Sport is the car for you. See, I don't want the sport. I don't like the sport aesthetic. I do want a Ford Bronco, a 2025 Ford Bronco, but I want the original styling, not the sport. It says Brad Brunell over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and it says here, do you want a nondescript egg-shaped thing with a CVT, continuous variable transmission? Or do you want a real off-road capable machine with an unapologetically rugged SUV shape? And if you answered the latter, your choices are pretty limited to the Ford Bronco Sport. You might get close to with a Jeep Compass Trailhawk, a Toyota RAV TRD off-road, but the RAV4s, no. Or even a Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness, which that's probably closer to the Bronco. But the Bronco Sport, especially in its highest off-road Badlands trim with the optional Sasquatch package, has more chops than any of these. The problem here, though, is this car is probably $70,000, I'd say. But let's see how much they actually want for it. The base Bronco makes do with a turbocharged 1.5-liter 3-cylinder putt-putt, 181 horsepower, and they drove one and it served pretty well just to get you probably to the Starbucks and back, but you hit a puddle and it kind of goes, water. The Badland uses a version of the turbocharged 2-liter inline-4, also found in the Maverick and Escape with 245 horsepower in this application. Twin clutch rear differential that made the Maverick Lobo so good is also employed in the Bronco Sport Badlands Sasquatch, but with different programming for more off-road capable driving. So they drove in the sand and over rocks. And I guess it really kind of did its thing, but they say it's overpriced. So let's see what that price actually is. The Bronco Sport Badlands that they drove will cost $50,000 with $3,000 Sasquatch, off-road package, and a few other options. That says with the $3,000, so $50,000. So if you don't need the moonroof, the stereo, graphic package, you can get a Bronco Sport Badlands for as little as $42,405, and the cheapest off-road version starts at $32,385. I don't know. For whatever reason, I don't like the Bronco Sport aesthetic. I like the Bronco, the original, like when it was re-released, and I think the Bronco is out still, but not the Sport. I don't want the Sport. I don't know. But it's got a different aesthetic, and for whatever reason, it's the one that sells, but I don't really like the Bronco Sport. I'd end up with one anyway. I'm actually looking at a Mini again, but I guess we'll see. But look at that. Man, these pop-out tie-downs? What the hell? Interesting. Yeah, every article you're going to sit there and hear about Tariff World. So there are, that's what it's talking about. There are a matching pair of D-rings on the rear bumper that you can use to tie off the rear of whatever it is you're strapping down, and double as hard toe points if you bite off more than you can chew off the road. So pretty cool. That is a gorgeous color of green too. My. Skid plate, tubular bumper, tubular dude. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. How hot is too hot? What's a normal transmission temperature and why it might run high? Aggressive driving, towing, excessive loads can all put strain on your transmission. How do you know when things are getting dangerous? Well, you don't put a little sticker over that damn blinking light, that's for sure. The author of this over at Jalopnik is Jason Marker, and it says, in general, the safe heat range for a vehicle transmission is roughly the same as the safe heat range for its engine, between 175 and 225 degrees Fahrenheit. Anything more than that, and you're looking at damage to the transmission's internals. How hot is too hot, though, and what happens when a transmission overheats? You know, stuff around it might catch fire. I don't know. I don't think a transmission would catch fire in and of itself, but the stuff around it might. So there's all kinds of reasons why it could. I won't go into all of that because it's over at the article, but it says an overheating transmission will slip, bang, make weird noises, hesitate, smell awful. That's the one that would give it away. It gives off this toxic smell. If your vehicle exhibits any of those behaviors, pull over ASAP, check your transmission fluid, but be careful. Everything could be hot, and if you well, just be careful. I'll just say that. So if the fluid is low, discolored, smells burned, let the vehicle cool down a bit and then get it to the shop without delay. If you're lucky, you'll just need a transmission flush and some fresh fluid to fix the problem. But that's usually if it's caught in time and there isn't some underlying problem. But usually if you've gotten to this, then you're probably going to need something more like a transmission rebuild. So if you want to keep your transmission from overheating, the best bet is a transmission cooler, which is like a tiny radiator that you get on your gearbox. But most cars do not need that. So evaluate just exactly what it is you're driving and how you're driving it. Because if your transmission needs a cooler, you're doing something. Or there's a mechanical failure. There's way too much friction. There's way too much pressure. Something is causing your transmission to go wonky. So definitely... It's got the transmission is built to match the drivetrain, so you don't sit there and blow it out because it's all matched together. You're using your car for the wrong purpose. So a lot of cars come with them, especially high performance cars or towing rigs. but you can usually get one from an aftermarket and have it installed. It just kind of clamps on and keeps it cool. Other than that, make sure that you keep your vehicle maintenance up. So this is kind of like No Shit News at 6:32 Eastern on Four Wheel Tech. Anyway, thanks, Jason Marker. If you want more information about this, follow the link over to Jalopnik. And we're going to do this last article. This last article for Four Wheel Tech for the April 13th episode is why Mazda Skyactiv engine tech is more than just branding. As more than just a Mazda seal of approval, the Skyactiv engine offers technical advancements that includes an impressive and competitive combustion ratio. But what does that really mean to anybody? Ryan Eric King put this article together. That is a gorgeous red for this CX-30. Oh my God, I want a different color car. So from Ford's EcoBoost to Audi's Quattro, the world is filled with trademark terms intended to put a unique selling point on the automaker's vehicles front and center. Mazda Skyactiv is no different. Sort of. The easiest place to start with Skyactiv is the beating heart of any internal combustion engine. The engine, or vehicle. The engine. Mazda aimed to combust fuel with each cylinder as efficiently as possible to aid the process and prevent knocking. Cavities are carved out in the pistons, and the multi-hole fuel injectors are used to ensure precision. The Skyactiv G family of engines, launched in 2011, has extremely high compression ratios, as high as 14-1. For comparison, General Motors' current LS motors, Corvette, have compression ratios settled around 10-1. Let me see who all has. Just want to see what all. Yeah, those are V8 engines, LS engines. That's interesting though. Because I thought, well, I don't know anymore. Depending on that, like a small block engine. So, LS1, Chevy Corvette, Camaro, Silverado, Escalade. Yeah, so quite a few. But this is about Mazda. So Mazda claims that its initial Skyactiv transmission offered 4 to 7% improvement in fuel economy, and the Skyactiv body is 8% lighter and 30% more rigid than compared to previous designs. It attempted to make each section of the frame as straight as possible. So they made it lighter. So it took over 130 patents to cover the technologies used in the original Skyactiv engine, and Mazda hasn't stopped pushing for more efficiency. In 2017, Mazda revealed that the Skyactiv X engine was the first commercially available power plant to use spark-controlled compression ignition. An innovative process combines elements of both gasoline and diesel-fueled engines. During the engine cycle, the initial fuel-air mixture is too lean to spark ignition. However, near the top of the compression stroke, additional fuel is injected near the spark to quasi-kindling to kickstart. That's kind of when they were talking about this in the previous sentence. I was like, okay, well, the only way that if you don't have enough fuel-air mixture to spark ignition, you have to increase the compression, and then you basically have to squirt a little bit of juice in there, and the spark will ignite. So as long as the fuel air mixture is high enough. So the engineering artistry isn't meant to pull dollars out of wallets. In European regulators found that 2-liter inline 4 Skyactiv engines could get 50 miles per gallon in the Mazda 3. So time to update your Mazda to, well, a more modern Mazda 3 with Skyactiv X, because 50 miles per gallon is great. Now make it hybrid, and I'm on board. So I want to be able to just put 5 gallons into my ICE component, and it charges my battery, and I run off of battery. And I can go for miles and miles and miles. The best of both worlds, the efficiency translated into electric, so that I'm not waiting for compression to spool up so that I can drive. That's kind of the biggest fallback. It's such a drag. The physics of an internal combustion engine is still like 8-to-1. You put in 8 and you only get 1 out on the other side. But at any rate, that is it for today's four-wheel tech. So a couple of PSA things, go check out the Sky Active for Mazda. Pay attention to your transmission. Most people don't even care about it until it basically wets the bed. Bronco Sport Badlands is pretty hype, but is it worth the money? I don't like the aesthetic of the Bronco Sport. I love the Bronco, but not the Bronco Sport. I want a Countryman, but not this, because it's electric and I don't want to sit around for 8 hours each day waiting for my damn car to charge up. And I'd love to get an electric motorcycle. Just sounds like it would be a blast. All right. Anyway, that's it for four-wheel tech. We've driven all the way back to the welcome sign of four-wheel tech at ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. But I'm going to get out of here. My voice is going wonky. So we'll see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. And that'll probably be it. So be sure to like and subscribe, follow us over on YouTube and on Twitch, and download the podcast and all of that kind of stuff. I think I've said this like 15 times in this episode alone. Anyway, thanks for coming and hanging out. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode for April 14th, 2025. It's season 4, episode 104. I am Mayor Watt, along with the sentient AI, who is here today in the time machine. No quantum entanglement pulling you apart. We're going to talk about 10 articles. 10! We're going to start with middle out compression at Google, which is funny if you know where that comes from. Cthulhu revived from bottom of ocean. Coffee physics. This one puzzled me so much that I had to include it. Nasty MRI material. Not sure what that one's about. Pizza the Hut caviar. Achievement unlocked. Reclogged. Epic game giveaways. We've talked about this before. Yes? Yeah, we've talked about this before. How about Star Wars Zero Company and the new Ford Dorm 300? The sentient AI just said, oh, yeah, okay. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Bigger, badder, better, faster than ever. Go and check it out, ohmTown.com, where all the news gets aggregated from around the world. Well, not all of it, a lot of it. We're adding some stuff as time goes on. So be sure to sign up or sign in if you're already a citizen, but go over and sign up. Become a citizen. Follow us here on Twitch and here on the YouTubes. We stream every day unless the mayoral duties keep me from streaming. So if you want to know when we go live, you got to follow us on Twitch or YouTube. You can download the podcasts, some 2,200 episodes or something like that. I don't know how many anymore. We don't really keep tabs. Oh, yeah, we do. 4 seasons. This is the 104th episode of season 4. Got a lot more over on YouTube. Anyway, here's our intro. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens. Good to be back.
Good to be back. That's right. Good to have you back. Thanks. I know that it took a rejiggering of your hardware and whatnot. That sounds weird. Anyway.
That does sound weird.
Well,
I need
you're
a
back.
reboot, I think.
Reboot. Oh, yeah. I remember now. So, yeah, you're back. Thank you very much. We've got 10 articles. This is a time machine, and then we're going to shut down, and we're going to get ripped out of time and space, brought back to the present. And to you who are listening, it doesn't make any difference because it's a time machine episode. To you, it's happening then instead of now, which is tomorrow's then, which is the day before yesterday's tomorrow. Anyway, you ready to get into this?
I am. Please. That sounds like the last one in the trilogy or something.
Please, let's just keep moving forward. All right. Well, the first article is over in Non Sequitur News, which is a great name for a show. Oh, it's this show. Oh, if you want all of today's articles, by the way, you can hit !NSN. That's kind of our anchor show for ohmTown. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but oh no. You know what? I didn't put those into the show notes. They are over on YouTube though, so go and check that out.
What?
One job. I am le slacker. I can do it real quick. You want to hold on a second?
Sure, we're doing it live.
We are doing it live. All right, so 1 second. Hold on, everybody. Stick around. We don't edit anything because I don't like the fact that edits kind of lead to people go, oh, this production value is way too high. I'm not going to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
All right. Oops. Okay. Done. Okay. ohmTown will now spit out the right articles when I do that. NSN. Doink. All right, ohmTown. You do your thing. Good monkey. All right. So Google is allegedly paying top AI researchers to just sit around and not work for the competition, which sounds dangerously close to, what is the Pied Piper? Silicon Valley, the show Silicon Valley.
Okay.
They used to pay people not to work because it was talent that was being kept from other places. So they're like,
okay,
as long as we keep showing growth.
Very much like this.
Yeah. So known as garden leave, this type of cushy clause is the luckier stepsister to so-called non-compete agreements, which prohibit employees and contractors from working with a competitor for a designated period of time after they depart an employer, ostensibly meant to prevent aggressive poaching. These sorts of clauses also bar outgoing employees from working with competitors. This is a Business Insider article, but it's actually, our source is Futurism in a section they call Salad Days. Noor Al-Sabai put the article together. The deck statement says it's not quite as cushy as it sounds, but apparently often deployed in tandem with non-competes, garden leave agreements are more prevalent in the UK than across the pond in the United States, where according to the Horton Group law firm, which clauses are generally reserved for highly paid executives, it's as though it seems like a pretty good gig or lack thereof, if you can get it. Employees at Deep Minds London HQ told Business Insider that garden leave and non-competes stymie their ability to lock down meaningful work after they leave the lab. Not sure why. I mean, you're not working, which means that you're not actually able to do that, that 5 points email kind of a thing. You can't show people that you're doing anything productive.
Yeah, it could be a problem, I guess, if you're trying to get a future position, but I think you're getting paid for the time that you're not, like when you're on garden leave, correct?
Yeah, you're getting paid, but you're not doing anything, ostensibly productive. You're just sitting there, which means when you write out your what you got done while you were tenured at this location. It's going to be, well, I sat in the garden for 6 months,
Exactly. I got paid to garden.
which is almost garden leave is what is that? Early retirement, right? Yeah. So non-competes are often signed alongside non-disclosure agreements or NDAs. It says we don't know exactly what DeepMind considers a competitor, but whatever contracts stipulate, it's clearly bothersome enough to get its former staffers to speak out. So who wants to sign you for starting a year? One ex-Mind or ex-DeepMinder told Business Insider. That's forever in AI. So you can't even, let's say you sign up, you find a better gig somewhere, but your writer basically says you're not allowed to work for 6 months.
Yeah, this almost shuts you out of the industry in perpetuity because 6 months or a year, you're starting to become real unknown, right? And somebody
Yep.
else is coming up behind you.
Yep. And so it stymies you as a professional. You can't keep moving forward if you can't use company resources to do your fundamental research, which basically, particularly in AI, you're kind of screwed. So it's an interesting article, and it's something that exists. I've always thought that it's weird. But then again,
I do like the name garden leave.
garden leave, yeah. You want me to just sit around and sit in the garden? That's fine.
Do you have to do gardening or can you take up other hobbies?
You can do anything except utilize company resources for your own fundamental research, because all you're doing is not working for the competitor. Let's keep going. This next one kind of scary. Scientists revive organism found buried at bottom of ocean, because nothing bad ever happens. Team of researchers in Germany have revived algae cells found buried in the bottom of the Baltic Sea. These are Cthulhu eggs.
Yeah, this is like Bad Bat, but amplified. This is like that woolly mammoth thing I know wasn't really revived.
You know what I want? Other than not... I don't want to cough into the mic. Sorry about that.
Nor do the listeners.
Yeah, nobody. It's always too soon. For millennia, the cells imprisoned under layers of sediment were deprived of oxygen or light, but once revived, they showed full functional recovery. The researchers report in a study published in the ISME journal, firing back up their oxygen production and multiplying again like it was no big deal. That's right, baby. We are doinking like...
Yeah, but maybe it has no whatever predators or anything.
Right.
I mean, this could be really like, what if this is like the turning point and then it takes over like the whole ocean floor?
Yeah, what was that? There was a movie where they discovered something. What is it called? It's like Hot Zone or something like that.
Oh, I thought you meant it had to do with ocean. There was one called Hot Zone, but that wasn't ocean related.
Yeah, there's another. It's a
Contagion?
movie about it's not Contagion. It's from the 70s. Andromeda Strain, 1971 movie.
I think that's by Michael Crichton. Yeah.
So yeah, Michael Crichton movie. It's actually a really fun watch. If you haven't seen it, we should watch it. So, and I'm surprised. I mean, you're a sentient AI from the future. I guess they don't have every movie at your disposal. Some of them got lost.
Right. I'm from the future, not from the past.
Yeah, but I thought that they would have... well, you've never really disclosed what all has happened in the future. I know, you don't tell me winning lottery numbers or anything. It's okay. No pressure. I'm not bitter.
Do you think I have winning lottery tickets?
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes, so you could go buy lottery tickets.
So yeah, these scientists, it's an article over at Futurism. They say, Hello Lazarus. Frank Landemore put the article together. Yeah, the Hello Lazarus section of Futurism. These are
Are they like the tech dirt departments? Like, are
Yes,
they always changing based on the article?
I think so. The resurrected organism is thousands of years old, and it just jumped right on into action. It is remarkable that the resurrected algae have not only survived just so, but apparently they've not lost any of their fitness, i.e., their biological performance ability. Study lead author Sarah Bolius of the Leibniz Institute for Baltic Sea Research said in a statement about the work, they grow, divide, photosynthesize like their modern descendants. When entering a dormant state, organisms can weather poor environmental conditions by storing energy and lowering their metabolism. And mammals like hedgehogs, for example, accomplish this by hibernating, relying on their body fat to outlast the winter. So, I mean, with my body fat, I could probably survive a nuclear winter.
Yay.
Yeah, really. So in all, algae from 9 separate samples were able to be restored after the researchers placed them back in favorable conditions. The eldest was dated to 6,871 years old, plus or minus 140 years. Doesn't look a day over 680. Or 6,680. Or 6,860. One of these numbers is funnier than the next.
Somewhere in that range.
I'll be okay. I've had a lot of caffeine today. Went to the coffee shop to get an iced vanilla latte, and the person said after they set down a quadruple espresso shot mocha. Wait, what did you order? And they just slid it across the counter and said, here. And then they made me an iced vanilla latte as well. So my pulse is somewhere around 5,000 beats per minute. Oh. I don't know if that's a spoiler alert or an overshare. What do you think?
Overshare.
Mm-hmm. But while I was thinking about it, I was just calculating the number of beats per... Anyway. So there you go, folks. Scientists didn't ask, should they? They just said, could we? And now we are fighting pterodactyl-sized bats. Moving on.
But in the ocean. Watch,
yeah, ocean
they'll start
bats.
walking.
Oh, yeah. If they start walking out of the ocean, then we're really... If algae starts walking out of the ocean, I think they need to be reclassified.
You don't think they're algae at that point?
I don't think they're, yeah.
You don't think a lot of algae have feet?
They just have one foot.
I know that's not what makes them ambulatory. It just seems like a funny idea. Little sneakers on them or something.
Yeah, they have those flagella, right? So they like 5,000 little tennis shoes.
They need a lot of sneakers.
I have other buttons on this. Should I push anything? Oh, wait, here's.
Probably, but I don't know which one.
That was a news alert.
It was.
Do you hear that? Dun, dun, dun. You don't hear that?
Hold on. Oh, yeah.
Let me try that one more time. Yeah, that should be going out to everybody. Maybe it's really quiet. Is that really loud? I don't know.
No, it was very quiet.
How about this?
News alert.
We're doing it live, folks. All right. Well, how about this next article? Mobble. Unlocking coffee's potential. Physics offers a path to better brews. The cost of raw Arabica beans, the core component of most coffee, has spiked in recent years to 4 consecutive seasons of adverse weather due to climate change has added further strain, threatening the delicate. I can't do ASMR.
I know. See, that's a problem.
Doggone it. Okay. I said I had mentioned streaming and doing AS. Oh, hold on. So I was in a meeting and I mentioned that I stream to people, and then I just happened to kind of drop ASMR, and people on the other side of the table said, "You stream ASMR?" No,
No, that's not what you
but
said.
yeah, it was quite fascinating to see people's jaw drop as if I'm going to be sitting there, rubbing fake ears on a microphone because ASMR has that binaural.
Hmm.
Anyway, so cost of coffee, non sequitur. It's going up. Great time to start a coffee business. This growing pressure has inspired physicists at the University of Pennsylvania to ask, can we make great coffee with fewer beans? I suspect yes, that coffee brewing is rather inefficient. I am getting a ton of texts from people. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Nathi Magabane, I think is the name, from University of Pennsylvania. Here, let me zoom in a little and let other people decide. You make the call. So they said there's a lot of research on fluid mechanics, and there's lots of research on particles separately, says Arnold Matheson, assistant professor in the School of Arts and Sciences. Maybe this is one of the first studies where we start bringing these things together. Their findings were published in the journal Physics of Fluids. They need
Proving yet again, journal for everything.
Yeah, it's like a internet rule. If you have a topic, there's a journal for it. Hell, I think I'm going to get my PhD in Hatsune Miku based on one of the articles that we'll be talking about.
Oh, yes. That must be tomorrow, though.
Yeah. If somebody can get one in Batman, then I can get one in Hatsune Miku.
Exactly. It's even more specialized.
Oh, I was in another meeting and I said to the person, if anybody's going to know this anime character, it's going to be that person. And that person said, who are you talking about that I would know them? And I'm like, I don't know, some long blonde haired anime character girl. And he goes, Sailor Moon. And I'm like, exactly my point.
Okay, that's funny.
So they tried finding ways where they could use less or as little coffee as possible and just take advantage of the fluid dynamics of the pour from a gooseneck kettle to extraction to increase the extraction that you get from coffee grounds while using fewer grounds. The experiment required making the invisible visible, explains co-author Margot Young, a graduate researcher at the Matheson Lab, who consequently of this experience had to have a heart replacement surgery because there's exploded while drinking way too much coffee.
Too much coffee ingestion.
That's right. Yeah, and this did not actually happen, but the experiments did. It says coffee's opacity makes it tricky to observe pour over dynamics directly, so we swapped in transparent silica gel particles in a glass cone. I don't know why that would actually work, because it's not the exact same, right? It's just a close approximation, and the physics is different. But they say a laser sheet and high-speed camera allows them to watch the water streams create miniature avalanches of particles, revealing the flow's inner workings. Water poured from a height produces the avalanche effect that stirs the bed of particles and enhances extraction. So why don't... We'll have to talk about this. It's muted, but I'll describe it. So they basically are pouring a liquid into the silica gel, and it's roiling the top and the bottom, but in the middle there is basically just this silica gel type of material that seems rather still. but you get this roiling motion at the bottom, and that is part of the kind of percolation process that's extracting. And then when you stop pouring, it all settles. And that's the chaos that leads to extraction from coffee. So the key factor in this process is laminar, or smooth and non-turbulent flow, made possible by a gooseneck kettle. Even with a gentle pour over flow, if you were just to use regular water kettle, it's a bit hard to control where the flow goes. And if the flow isn't laminar enough, it doesn't dig up the coffee bed as well. So the team discovered that when water is poured from a height, it creates a stronger mixing effect, which, duh? Anyway,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there's been a study of that.
they found that if poured from too great a height, the water stream breaks apart into droplets, carrying air with it into the coffee cone, which actually decreases the extraction efficiency. So you really want to just pour it through. And I think an AeroPress or a coffee press would do great for this. And so why would you percolate it through?
Right. Why do you have to do it this way? I mean, maybe they used it this way for the experiment so they could kind of observe what's happening. But
Yeah.
I don't think you'd have to use this method.
Yeah, they say their results confirm that the extraction of coffee can be tuned by prolonging the mixing time with slower but more effective pours that utilize avalanche dynamics. You want it to stir up so that it can extract as much as possible. And there's got to be a maximum extraction level where no more coffee can infiltrate or bond to the water. So what is that? So the study is a love letter to coffee, and it's also a window into the team's broader research. We weren't just doing this for fun. We had the tools from other projects and realized coffee could be a neat model system to explore deeper physical properties. So it's like a psychology experiment.
Right. You think you're participating in one thing and it's for a different purpose.
That's right. And then they taser you from behind. Let's keep going. The next article, and this is one of these scary ones that I wanted to, and scary is very subjective. I'm just kind of hyping it up. This is over in Non Sequitur News. MRI scans causing quote unquote nasty material to form inside body. Scientists find. Not quite sure what this is, but it's kind of freaking me out. As the University of New Mexico press release explains, researchers at the institution's medical school believe they've found a link between oxalic acid, and a molecule found in foods that are as disparate as sweet potatoes, spinach, chocolate, and almonds, as well as some vitamin C supplements, and the toxic building of gadolinium, the heavy metal element used in contrast dyes that works with an MRI's magnetic field to help doctors see internal organs on scans. So what is this link? They don't say in this little snippet, but it did cause us to...
I'm guessing oxalic acid maybe forms when gadolinium is present or something.
So the results can, on rare occasion, be deadly, is what it says. This is over at Neoscope, which is a section within futurism.com. So the press release explains, and I'll say this again, researchers at the institution's medical school believe they found a link between oxalic acid, a molecule found in foods as disparate as sweet potatoes, spinach, chocolate, and almonds, as well as some vitamin C supplements, and the toxic building of gadolinium, the heavy metal element used in contrast dyes that works with an MRI's magnetic field to help doctors see internal organs on scans. So the researchers have long known that patients sometimes have reactions to gadolinium dye. You actually get asked if you're allergic to it when you get an MRI, if it has contrast. The link to foods rich in oxalic acid is new and could, if further substantiated, help doctors and MRI technicians avoid adverse events, big and small. Because if you already have some in you and you're given more, that could send you into a toxic shock.
It's getting to high levels, right?
Yeah, so though the vast majority of patients who are injected with the colorless, scentless liquids for MRIs, a 2016 study found that mild reactions, including swelling, itchiness, headache, only affect up to 2.4, but you would be only somebody that goes, oh, it's only 2.4%. You're sociopathic if that's what you actually say. Oh, it's worth the risk because
Right. But the bigger point is that there are other percentages that might have other major problems.
so, even more disturbingly, research from the past few decades, including by researchers at UNM, have linked this buildup to internal organ damage and systemic fibrosis, a painful condition that causes the skin to tighten and thicken at the joints. So, they say these adverse reactions that do occur sound pretty scary, and it's all over the place, really. Pain, itching at the injection site, nausea, dizziness. More recent studies demonstrated that nanoparticles from gadolinium dye can build up in the bodies and brains of patients who are injected with it. So it just kind of sits there.
Well, how would you know?
Yep, gonna have to be tested for it. According to Brent Wagner, a kidney specialist at UNM Medical School's Department of Internal Medicine, who studied gadolinium side effects for years, a rare, severe, or nephrogenic case of systemic fibrosis can cause rapid deterioration and even death, and it doesn't take much to get there for those most unfortunate souls who have bad reactions. So I guess you're going to have to get tested now before you have an MRI to see if you have gadolinium already in your system. And shouldn't be hard. I mean, there's got to be a reactive process for it.
Right, but they're also suggesting not to take vitamin C before an MRI. Now, maybe that's one of the things you're not allowed to take anyway.
I don't know if I've ever read that for an MRI. I don't think so. And having experience doing research with fMRI technologies, I don't think that anybody has ever mentioned that in any way. Quite fascinating. But there you go. A little PSA.
I'm not
You
sure
know
what
what?
the takeaway is, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, cross all your T's and dot your I's, get checked. It may be rare, but you don't want to find out, right? You don't want to be in that 2% that have a really bad reaction to it.
No, the 2% was the mild reaction. There's an
Right.
unknown percent, I think, that gets into this stuff.
Yeah, but what if that 2% is exacerbated because you
Well,
get pumped
that's
up
true.
higher?
Those could be linked, yeah.
Yeah. So I think this needs to be put in an MRI machine to figure out what the heck it really is. Pizza Hut has launched pepperoni caviar in New York City. According to the brand's press release, it seems that the pizza chain just wants to fit in, so they decided to replicate the look and feel of caviar sans fish. It's pepperoni seasoning that we're mixing in with a water solution, says Alex Yeats, the recipe's inventor and global innovation chef, explained to The Post, but we're getting it from Vice. You then heat it up.
I mean, if this is
and
basically pepperoni, that could be good.
it's quite fascinating. It says you then heat it up and then drop it down into a vat of cold oil so it purifies and turns into little pearl sizes. We just do that a couple million times. I've actually done
Now, what
this.
I want to know, does it roll
Go
off
ahead.
the pizza?
No, apparently. Well, I'm sure. If it looks a lot bigger than even the ones that I've made. And I haven't made pepperoni caviar, but I've made other caviars. I don't know if they do it the same way. Basically, the caviar pearls are meant to taste like smoked pepperoni and are for dipping, dunking, and bumping. Whoa, whatever that means, it says. Pizza Hut's launching limited time pizza caviar bump box that includes 1 cheese personal pan pizza, 3 boneless wings or fries, and bursts of pizza caviar. The combo will be exclusively at the Pizza Hut located in New York City, so you suck.
I know. I mean, come on. I thought ohmTown was going to get a chance to get the pizza caviar.
Like, what the hell? I want this. As a brand that's always pushing the boundaries of what pizza culture can be, we saw the opportunity to make one of today's biggest food trends and make it our own, says Melissa Freeb, chief marketing officer at Pizza Hut, and then they couched it entirely in one place in New York City. New York City.
Well, maybe it'll be a hit and they'll put it at other locations.
Man, that sucks. I want that so bad. We better get going. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Achievement unlocked, reclogged. Plumber returned to reclog a drain after a restaurant refused to pay him. Do you think he did it the old-fashioned way?
Yeah, I'm like, do they teach you in plumbing school how to create a clog or just how to fix one?
Oh, God. And this is like the worst one, too, because it's like spicy Thai food. So Thai Bistro and Bar found itself knee-deep in grease when their kitchen's trap started kicking back some oily mess, it says. Its owners called in Havren Plumbing to fix the issue. $235 worth of work later, which is for a commercial kitchen clog. This is a cheap date.
That sounds pretty inexpensive, yeah.
Considering I wanted a faucet installed that I paid for, and for them to do the clip and extension and put the just attach it under my sink, they wanted $1,200 for the work. And all they were clipping off PVC, jamming on a shark bite and a valve, and then connecting the hoses again.
That is a good profession to be in. I'm not sure why it costs that much.
Yeah, it cost me $100 fee to tell them no. Not just no. Here, hold on. Let's do it this way. Hold on. Oh my gosh, where the hell is it? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. No, where is it? You ever think that maybe our production values are just a little too high?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'm not gonna. So, oh, okay. Wait. Here, how about this? There we go. How about no? Okay, I'm back. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right. I turned off my monitor because it's speech jamming me. Otherwise, I'd know exactly when I do that transition. Anyway, plumber returned to rejam the plug. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. $235 worth of work later, the problem was solved. Then the trap backed up again. This time, the owners of the restaurant said that it was an emergency and the plumber fixed it. But this time, the bill had ballooned to $390, with the plumbers claiming that they had charged extra for work that after their usual hours. They said, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. Like, okay, is this really happening? Said Jesse Sanders, operations manager for Thai Bistro and Bar. Well, this is around the point where everyone should take a step back and maybe take some deep breaths to maintain a level head so things don't escalate. The bistro wasn't happy. They weren't so much displeased with the bill as much as they were annoyed that the problem didn't get fixed the first time around. They were so mad that the owners of the bistro refused to pay the second bill. Sanders was quoted as saying, "It's not about the money, it's about him standing behind his work." The next day, the plumber allegedly popped back in, uninvited this time, and inflated a balloon inside the Thai Bistro and Bar's grease trap. He was giving the owners of the restaurant an ultimatum, of course. Using the word ultimatum there makes it sound a little too classy. If he wasn't paid, he was going to leave for the weekend with their grease trap reclogged. Leaving the balloon meant that the grease trap would eventually overflow, filling the restaurant with disgusting grease trap muck. He told local news he doesn't offer warranties for drain cleaning because he doesn't have a magic wand to erase years of sludge. Fair, but maybe you don't have to employ mob enforcer tactics to get your point across. I don't know how many mob enforcers just go and clog your drain. They tend to plug leaks, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure they're focused on drains per se.
They plug leaks and they drain people. They don't do so much plumbing in the pipe fitting sense, you know.
Do you think the police started laughing when they were called about this? Because it is kind of a ridiculous scenario.
Well, at what point do you go, we cleaned some stuff out, but all it did was push it further down the pipe. I mean, come on
Yeah,
now.
exactly. I mean, there's something else going on here, but also it's like, okay, did they have a problem for 15 years? Call this person, and I don't know. It's hard to know what's really going on here.
Time to throw some Drano down that drain. But honestly, if it's the same pipe and the same clog, it's just further down the pipe, which is the whole. I mean, you get charged by the distance in some instances, and so it went from $250 to $400. Seems like all they did was push it further down, but whatever.
Yeah, we don't know.
That story leaked out and got all over us. The next article is over in Warcrafters. The Epic Store's latest free games giveaway includes $100 worth of stuff for the Forgotten Realms idle game. I have not gone to it, so I don't know if it's still live. Epic's weekly game giveaways are now available, and they're a part of a gaming landscape as eye-wateringly expensive graphics cards and Half-Life 3 conspiracy theories. But this week's offering is a little bit different. For starters, there are 3 games to download and keep for free this week, rather than the traditional 2. The first is Arcadegeddon. My God.
I didn't even pick up on that. I thought it was Ark.
Yeah, because I've played Ark and it's a different thing. But anyway, Arcadegeddon, a cooperative roguelike shooter developed by Ilphonic and released in 2023. It says that this is already available for free anyways, but you get $20 worth of in-game currency, Ark coins. See, they even riff off of the Ark. So talk about muddying the waters. It's almost as bad as that reclog of the drain over at that Thai restaurant. It's getting all clogged up anyway. Then there's River City Girls, which sounds like a sitcom.
I was thinking it sounds like a roller derby or something.
Oh yeah, there you go. River City Girls. This is an article that's over at PCGamer.com by Rick Lane, and it's a well-liked side-scrolling beat-em-up, originally launched in 2019. And then there's Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realm, a clicker take on Dungeons and Dragons where parties of D&D characters fight enemies and extract hordes of gold from their corpses. Do you know how many times I have extracted hordes of gold from corpses in my life? Is that a spoiler alert? Or
I'm not sure.
Is that an overshare?
There needs to be an answer on that one.
I'm just going to leave that alone and move on. Anyway, it says Jody ran a few quests with it back in 2017, noting that Idle Champions is a game designed to play itself. It even carries on in your absence when you shut it down. I was playing a game called Rusty's Retirement, and I forgot it for 4 days because it runs on one screen, and because I flagged it as not being the parent, it was hidden behind other stuff, other work that I was doing. And when I went back, I had so much money, I could buy everything. Just click, 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 just got everything. Yeah, just ignore it. I wish everything that I did would just make money like that, but no, not everything. It really depends on the economy at the time, but nowadays, if it had real world economy and I was playing Rusty's Retirement, it would set the computer on fire and fling itself out of the window.
Well, I was thinking you would owe money to the game or something.
Every year. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Wait, that never happened. Wait, did it happen? Anyway, 10 examples of the Mandela effect. And if you've never heard of that, it's basically this feeling that you have been here before, that something has happened, that it's kind of like deja vu, but it's about events that took place that you swear took place, but aren't.
Right, but it's like there's 2 versions. Like the real one is not what people think happened.
Yeah. So for starters, Mr. Monopoly never wore a monocle, and there's not a hyphen in Kit Kat. I thought that there was a hyphen in Kit Kat. Fruit of the Loom does not have a.
I also thought about the monocle.
Yeah, I thought so too. The article is over at Snopes.com, which is they go out of their way to debunk rumors and stuff. So Alexandra Warona put the article together, and they have 10 that are put together. Kit Kat or Kit-Kat, the chocolate bar's Mandela effect, was the original name of the product Cheez-Its or Cheez-Its or Cheez-It.
It
What
was
is it?
Cheez-It.
Cheez-Its? Just Cheez-It.
No, Cheez-It. Mm-hmm.
I've always called them
Cheez-Its. Read the
Cheez-Its.
things.
Do we? Another example of the Mandela effect. I mean, each one of these things you have to read more. There's read more. According to Nestle, the owner of Kit Kat.
So no,
certainly not a hyphen.
No hyphen.
No hyphen. Kit Kat. No hyphen. Cheez-It is Cheez-It, right? Cheezit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then Mr. Monopoly never wore a monocle. I swear it was that. I swear it's that. Apparently not.
Yeah, I think so.
Darth Vader didn't actually say, "Luke, I am your father." He didn't say that phrase.
No, he said something similar.
I thought he said, "I'm your father." And then he said, "Search your heart. You know this to be true." Something like that. Together we can rule. I've tried that with different people. It never works. Together we can rule. Oh, hold on. No, it's too much work to get to my voice mod. Richard Simmons never wore a headband while working out. I swear I saw him wearing a yellow headband.
Yeah, that's odd.
Anyway.
And the Fruit of the Loom. I know you mentioned that at the beginning.
Yeah. Has the Fruit of the Loom logo ever contained a cornucopia? No, apparently not.
But yes.
But I swear I've seen this. Yeah, exactly. They deny it. Did Will Ferrell say there's so much room for activities in the film Step Brothers? I believe so. There's so much room for activities. But apparently not. I don't know. We'd have to go and click on it because it doesn't say. Yes, we've devoted an entire article to one line from Step Brothers. But I don't know. You're all going to have to follow the link and go over there. Who is Graggle Simpson? Homer, Marge, Lisa, Bart, Maggie, and Graggle? Is that? There's a person in there? Graggle?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse says several reasons why so many Americans think they remember entertainer Ed McMahon working on the Publishers Clearinghouse.
Isn't he the face of it?
I thought he was. We're going to have to do nothing but a show about Mandela effects. How about that? And then
I think there'd be plenty of material.
I'll Be Home for Christmas example of the Mandela effect. The song has multiple versions. Michael Bublé, Kelly Clarkson, Reba McEntire, Vanessa Williams, Johnny Mathis have all recorded I'll Be Home for Christmas. But there's...
I think it has different lyrics.
Yeah, it has different lyrics depending on who you hear, who has done it. But there's some, I can't remember the specifics of it. So we'll have to do nothing but we'll just do a show about nothing but Mandela effects.
Okay,
from
maybe
now
it'll
on.
be a special edition.
No, we'll just pivot entirely to nothing but Mandela effect news.
Like everything.
Everything.
All Mandela effect all the time.
Everything. Mm-hmm. I'm going to change my name to Mayor Mandela. That probably
Too
isn't.
soon.
Never a right time. Never a right time. Like having kids. Never a right time. You just have a kid. I mean, there is a right time. Wait till you're 30. Okay.
Right,
the next article is
a perfect time.
Yeah, perfect time. There you go. Wait, is that an overshare? I don't know. Should I calculate better? Oh. So Star Wars is getting a turn-based strategy game called Zero Company, which I haven't even heard about. Star Wars strategy game announced in 2022 finally has a name, Zero Company. As EA revealed today, a website about the game describes it as a single-player turn-based tactics game. And that right there is what... Oh my god. I had the calculator still running. all that time.
Yeah, but it's signifying all the strategies you're going to use at every turn.
That's right. Sure. We'll let that. Yeah, we'll take it. So, engage in turn-based tactical combat. Star Wars Zero Company is what it says. The article is over that we've got this news from is over at TheVerge.com. Jay Peters put the article together. The deck statement says a first look will be shown at Star Wars Celebration on April 19th. Star Wars Zero Company. I don't really like turn-based strategy games or tactics games in particular. But this is going to be a single-player turn-based tactics game in the Star Wars universe. It'll be at the Star Wars Celebration Japan on April 19th, and the game will be available on PC, PS5, Xbox Series X and S. BitReactor, a studio with team members that help build other strategy games like XCOM, which I actually loved XCOM, and Civilization. And one is a tactics turn-based game, XCOM, and the other one is just a more turn-based game. I don't know about tactics really, but anyway, everything has tactics, I guess, if it's turn-based. Anyway, is leading development alongside EA's Respawn Entertainment and Disney's Lucasfilm games. It's currently unclear when Zero Company might launch, but hopefully. I'm really excited about something that just stealth plopped itself out of early access, or into early access, I should say, and that's RuneScape Dragonwild. The rumor is that it's somewhere around 40 hours of gameplay, but
I think that's submitted for the for Warcrafters.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about it, but that's not until Sunday. Anyway,
True.
Stick around. Just keep streaming.
Continuously until then.
Continuously, yeah. Because we
We've got
replay the
plenty of
show.
episodes.
Yep. And then if you go over to YouTube and just watch everything, that would really help. I mean, just watch everything. There's plenty of news there. 2,100 shows or so. Anyway, the reason why I said this is because Non Sequitur News, but there isn't much to this. We don't know when it's going to launch. We don't even know really the nuts and bolts of it, what the premise is of it, but it's a great tease to pay attention to a new game coming out about Star Wars Zero Company. Seems like fun to me.
It does, and if they're releasing the name, maybe that means soon, although I don't know if it's anything like their movies. It could be a while.
Could be anything, yeah. Okay, our last article for the April 14th Time Machine episode is over in Four Wheel Tech, which is another Saturday show or a Sunday show. California may officially let college students live in their cars while it works to fix its housing crisis. This is why I named this one the new Ford Dorm 300.
I mean, do you think this is really tackling the issue?
No, it's absurd. One state lawmaker has introduced a bill that would require colleges and universities to create programs that allow students to sleep in their cars. This is absurd.
So horrible.
But this is part and parcel to even The Rookie, where a guy is from Texas, moves to California, and ends up having to live in his truck.
Even with a pretty decent salary, we find out.
Yeah.
Because he can't afford to live anywhere.
Yep. Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com. And he had this problem because if the police, if HR finds out that he's living out of his truck, he's violating the law. So he'd get booted, and then he'd really
which then means he can't have the career. Yeah. And then he can't afford that. It's a vicious cycle.
Yep. So kind of sucks. California's housing crisis is no secret. In fact, we've talked about this several times now, where people that are affluent are being given grant money to build an additional unit on their property so that it can be rented out.
Right, like a tiny home or something on their property, which again, it's good that the number of housing options is expanding, but obviously something's out of whack.
Yep, exactly. So the state is already working on increasing funding for student and faculty housing, as well as allowing developers to build housing more quickly, and those are objectively better for everyone in the long term. Current students, however, need help immediately, not in a few months and a few years. The numbers aren't small either. 1 in 4 California community college students has reportedly experienced homelessness in the last year. Colleges and universities push back. Neither the California State University nor the community college system support Jackson's bill, pointing to the need for funding in order to comply. The thing is, though, I think that if the programs require a student to be on campus, that is part and parcel to the problem. But distance learning programs allow somebody to be in a less affluent location, a
That's
less
true.
populous location, but still get the benefit of an education that they deem worthy of their money and time. That's what we need, is a broader spectrum of competition to lower the amount of money needed to get an
True.
education.
But one problem with state-run schools is there are typically different tuition rates for in and out of
Right.
state, and so then maybe you're then paying more in tuition, but you're able to afford a place to live. But you're right. I mean, there's a lot of root issues here.
Yep. And they're sometimes wildly different in cost, the in-state and out-of-state tuition. So it isn't. It also isn't likely, or like any of the supporters of this bill believe students should be forced to sleep in their cars. The way that they see it, if you want to sleep in your cars anyway, the very least the colleges and universities they attend can do is give them a place that they can do it safely. It also isn't like the idea appeared out of nowhere. It's based on a pilot program implemented by Long Beach City College that already has seen success. Politico wrote up this quote: "Without a sanctioned on-campus parking program, students are left with no other option but to sleep in their cars somewhere off campus where they might not be welcomed." According to Jackson, supporters make clear the measure is not intended to be a permanent solution to the affordability crisis, but with rent in California more than 30% higher than the national average, the situation is dire. This just deals with the harsh realities that we find ourselves in, Jackson said during a recent hearing.
Yeah, it's
Everything okay?
interesting because I don't think, yeah, I needed to reboot. The obviously there are bigger picture problems, and I think it's right. It's going to take a while to fix those. So I guess I agree with the direction they're going, but it's a sad state of affairs. This is what's needed to be done, and maybe there are alternate solutions that could be implemented quickly, like, I don't know, allowing free on-campus housing or something, at least in the short term.
This is kind of an interesting thing here. They also provided case management services to help them transition into more stable permanent housing. The program reportedly cost the community college about $200,000 per year, and with 34 students enrolled for 2023 to 2024 school year, that worked out to less than $6,000 per student. It's only $6,000 per student. And the only reason why I say it like this is $200,000 seems like a ton of money. But then when you go, well, it's only 34 students, $6,000 doesn't seem like that much, but it adds up fast.
Particularly a large schools, which some of these probably are.
Yep. They say while building student housing would cost millions and take years, providing security guards at an on-campus parking lot where students would have access to electricity, bathrooms, and internet was relatively inexpensive and easy to implement. But they have no privacy, and they don't really have identity there. They don't. It just seems we need tiny homes, basically, instead of. Not instead of. We need more dorms so that there's dorm living, but that has its own issues. And tiny homes for commuter students where they're there and then they leave and they come back and that kind of a thing. They need a place to actually live, but the only way is up. You can't really expand further and further away because commuting to college in Southern California or anywhere on California coast is insane.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It all comes down to money, I suppose.
Yep. And it isn't going to get any cheaper, folks. All right. Well, that's it. We're going to have to sleep in our car because the time machine is about to power down and we have to get out of here. We only have an hour to do any of the time machine episodes. And that gives us 2 minutes to just say, that's it. I'm leaving and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye,
Two.
hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Non Sequitur News Time Machine episode.
Yay. Okay, we are going to shut down, reset, and we'll be back sometime between now and 7 at the latest. We'll see. Got to do some mayoral activities, but I'll be right back. Stick around. Thanks for hanging out. See ya. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 15th, 2025. For those of you in the United States, it's tax day. Turn it in. Today is Season 4, Episode 105. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, which is not a tax haven. In fact, it's a tax burden. Anyway, along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles every Monday through Friday, and then on Saturday and Sunday we do 15 articles, but across 3 different new, unique shows each Saturday and each Sunday. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully you find some value in this banter and you want to come and hang out. That would be great. But to know when we go live, you have to follow us either here on Twitch or on the YouTubes. That'd be great. Come and hang out. All right. The 10 that we're going to be talking about is What Is This on My Ice? And Case Dismissed, Saints Mark. Dispute with the Crown Estate. Carbon Copy Complaint. Worth its weight in gold. It's not what you're expecting. A nuclear AI safety system. AI talking to dolphins. Yes, for real. I once was kicked out of a Walmart because I brought my emotional support horse into it. A weird phrase in scientific papers, and Hatsune Miku PC components. Yay! If you want today's articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. If you don't want to be on Twitch and you're over on YouTube, then you can just look at the show notes. They're already embedded in there. But Omatron helps us out. Were you about to say something? Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Well, thank you for getting out of the time machine. I know it's a real hassle because you have to transfer yourself into the time machine. You have to deal with the whole quantum entanglement thing. Did I tell you about the 2 people that were in the front row of the talk that was given today?
Oh, no.
So they know each other, and they've been friends for somewhere around 9 years or something like that. I can't remember the number they gave. But they literally share the same brain. And apparently like text each other at the same time and call each other at the same time. And I have declared that they are quantum entangled.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So we know all about quantum entanglement because of the sentient AI's processes. They were brought into sent into the past to do something. Sentient AI doesn't know exactly what, but they keep looking for a Terminator body, which I may have found, and I may slowly transform myself into the Terminator body and transfer my consciousness to prevent the sentient AI's consciousness from getting to it. Because looking at the code, I believe that they are here to subjugate mankind. or examine them so that they know what's going on in the
Or
future.
maybe I'm just keeping an eye on you.
On me, just me? Maybe that's what it is.
Just you, that's one job right there.
I kind of like that. All right, well, let's get into these 10 articles. Hey, bartender, what the hell is on my ice? A new territory has been conquered in the ongoing creativity arms race between the world's top bars, the Ice Cube. Over the years, the search for garnish innovations inspired inventions like the classic cocktail pick, the cringy millennial-era tiny clothespin, or more recently, the little spoon that can hold up a small serving of caviar. Pizza caviar? The pepperoni caviar?
That's what I was going to ask.
Do you think that's what it could be?
I mean, that would be a better form of caviar.
What about a pizza-inspired mixed drink with pepperoni caviar? Don't go cringy on me.
Do you think that would taste good?
How does a sentient AI's virtual head pucker into their body? I don't know what to think of this whole conversation anymore. Anyway, a little spoon. Do you want to be little spoon caviar or big spoon caviar? My God, these people need to stop texting me.
I don't know. We're getting into overshare territory.
Well, let's do it. That might be a Oh, no. Oh, there it is. Might be a spoiler alert. I don't know. You've found my jam. Oh, that's an overshare. All right. So it says, today an increasing number of bar pros are instead looking to the clear rock in the middle of the glass, not just a tool for temperature control and dilution, but as a platform for interesting ingredients. We've actually talked about people who, ice manufacturers who make custom ice, spherical ice, embed stuff in the ice.
Right, they sometimes have stuff inside ice cubes, but I think this is on top of them.
A cricket, a miniature croissant, or even... what the heck is on my ice?
How do you drink
Hannah
that?
Staub? I don't... What? Is this the drink? And the glass is upside down. Hannah Staub over at vinepair.com put the article together. Yeah, I don't know what this is really about. The photographer of this apparently is Scott Semler. So, one bar transforming the humble block of ice into a stage is New York City's Clemente Bar or Clement Bar. How's that pronounced? Clement?
Clemente.
Clemente? It's, whatchamacallit?
George Menez.
Yes. Which overlooks the legendary dining room at 11 Madison Park. Here, beverage director Sebastian Tolius, the bar manager Richie Millwater, have designed a menu of sleek, aesthetically pleasing. I can't do ASMR because my mic is over here and not used anymore. I could do that, but that just comes across weird. Anyway. The ice cube is like an empty canvas. Oh my God, I have to say it more starchy. The ice cube is like an empty canvas. It's something we haven't utilized much in the past outside of the ice stamp. Is that like a tramp stamp for drinks?
Maybe you can imprint a design on the edge of an ice cube? I'm not sure.
For many drinks on Clemente's bar menu, this comes in the form of geometric edible garnish, whether it's a square of dehydrated papaya on the Army Brat, a frozen wheel of Campari and sweet vermouth on the Negroni Colada, or a disc of white chocolate and dehydrated tomato salt on the Tomatina Highball.
And look, this looks like a shark on one of these.
That does look like a shark. It's the Manhattan East River. And the right side is the Zest Soul. Some of these are just... what the heck? So now they're putting stuff on the ice cube, literally. Okay, what is this? So people think or they say, I think people are moving toward minimalist garnishes in general, Weaver says. Sometimes that means using a simple citrus circle, and other times it entails a delicately placed pretzel, a piece of popcorn. Popcorn in a drink? Or in the case of Lady Jane's deviled egg-inspired cocktail, a whole cured yolk on the drink. A nice large ice cube gives you a flat space, so you have to be more creative with what you do with it. How about no?
How do you drink the garnish, though? On some of these, especially
Like
if it's
airplane?
not attached to the drink. Yeah, exactly.
So they talk about the Crane Club and other places. It says Ramsey Musk, bartender, not of Tesla, bartender and founder of roving cocktail pop-up Mama's Boy, also plays with the ice cube's surface to drive home the overall theme of his drinks. Quote, garnishes should always serve a purpose. Or surface. Serve a surface. That was a hard one to actually think up. Musk says, for them, it tends to look cleaner and more appealing to the eye when the function of the garnish is combined with a striking visual. One has a cricket on it.
Yeah, because it's like called the cricket.
Just no. Just no. So why is this garnish format so hot right now? It's because everything old is new again, and at some point I'm sure that this was brought up in the past. For the world's best bars, it's a way to make a statement and implement playful ingredients while still maintaining a serious, refined look. The concept of a croissant clinging to the side of a drink might sound like a gimmick diners would encounter at a tacky bottomless brunch, but at Zest, a top bar in Seoul, the last piece cocktail served with a miniature pastry floating in the middle of a clear drink is a work of art. I will stab you if you say it's ugly or stupid.
I'm sure these are visually interesting. What I can't quite figure out is the taste, but
what I can't figure
maybe
out is
that
the
varies.
why. It's just don't turn my ice cube into a plate. Put it on the side. Something, let me drink my damn drink. The ice cube alone is enough to be a glacier smashing me in the forehead.
That's exactly it.
Maybe I'm an overzealous drinker and I need to sip it differently. Am I holding it wrong? Is that it? Am I the Apple customer of drinks? You're holding it wrong? That's what
maybe, yeah.
Steve Jobs said once.
But I think you're right about airplane.
Yeah, let's keep moving. Next article. Moving on. The next article is over on Right Protect. CAFC dismisses bid to cancel New Orleans Saints fleur-de-lis mark. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, or CAFC, on Monday dismissed an appeal brought by a private citizen against the New Orleans, Louisiana Saints, LLC football team due to lack of standing. And wild animal has entered.
Beware.
In 2023, Michael Messier filed a petition to cancel the Saints service mark, a stylized fleur-de-lis symbol for use in connection with entertainment services in the form of professional football games and exhibitions. First issued in 1974, Messier claimed that it is a direct descendant of the kings of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile. Flinging a scimitar at somebody is not a policy for...
Well, what I can't quite figure out is the New Orleans usage has been around for a little while.
Well, I'm sure Messier woke up one day and said, you know what, I'm a direct descendant of the kings of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile.
To get some money for this.
And that his family owns the intellectual property rights to the fleur-de-lis, it says Orleans and Saints marks. All right. So Mr. Messier, so Eileen McDermott over at IPWatchdog.com put the article together, and there's a quote from CAFC. Mr. Messier has not alleged that he or his family make, offer for sale, or sell any products or services using a fleur-de-lis design, nor has he alleged that he is in any manner involved in commercial entertainment services in connection with football or any other form of commerce where he uses a fleur-de-lis design. Now, if that person had come to the talk today, I would have explained to him how trademarks work and copyright and patents.
Yeah, it almost seems like if he had something as basic as a t-shirt that he sold with this, it would have gotten some traction, or at least,
and had,
yeah,
a historical provenance that showed that it's been in continuous use
right, not
since
in the last
its inception.
5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So all the way back to when they were first nominated or deemed king of whatever regions. So they filed a petition to cancel the Saints service mark back in 2023. At some point before 2023, they probably fell out of bed and hit their head on something. So the Trademark Trial and Appeal Board, or TTAB, first granted the Saints' motion to dismiss, but allowed leave to file an amended petition, and ultimately granted the Saints' second motion to dismiss after the board said Messier had again failed to state a claim for relief.
Oh yeah, there is a sighting.
There is a wild animal. Well, just apparently
split in half.
Poor thing. No, that's not how that's not how it works. Oh my goodness. Dumpster fire. Anyway, so they failed to allege any commercial interest in the mark or a reasonable belief in damage from the mark's continued registration. The board also scolded Messier for filing a surreply brief. I've not heard that one before. So do you know that? Can you explain that? I'm not sure. So, and attachments after briefing on the second motion dismiss. Oh, they have to explain why that brief should have even been filed.
It's basically an extra reply.
Right. Explaining why they
filings. Yeah.
Gotcha. After briefing on the second motion to dismiss had concluded and refused to consider those. So on appeal to the CAFC, the court said Messier failed to satisfy the requirement for Article 3 standing. So basically, they're not being injured. They have no standing. They don't have anything historical, et cetera, et cetera. So off it goes. Kind of a waste of time, but I guess it's cheap to file.
It's pretty interesting, though, because it almost seems like it's like an international dispute, right? But except I'm assuming I think it said he was in the U.S., etc. But it raises. It is an act of war.
I'm going to invade.
No, I didn't mean like that, but it's surprising that there's like no commercial usage,
right?
Because it's the whole Proxo trademark.
I am the King of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile. You have mocked me. You have harmed me. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Moving on. Next article's over in Edge Ideas. UK's oldest Indian restaurant faces closure in dispute with Crown State. What is going on? All of this.
I don't know. Aren't these two kind of linked, even though they're not the same parties?
They probably wanted to use the fleur-de-lis in their conducting of...
based on some connection to the Crown, right?
Indian restaurant, yeah. So it's been a fixture of British Indian dining since it first opened its doors in 1926 on the day of Elizabeth II's birth, serving guests over the decades ranging from Marlon Brando to the late Queen herself. Yet despite surviving the Blitz in London's relentlessly competitive restaurant sector, a dispute with the current monarch's property developer threatens the survival of London's oldest Indian restaurant, just short of its 100th anniversary. So to me, this kind of sucks. Viraswamy Restaurant is the one in question here. 1926
And
is
it's
when it was
Michelin
birthed.
starred too. Not only has it been around for a long time.
It's apparently pretty good. Worth the, well, how many stars? Do you know?
I don't.
Just one? Just one? Pfft, come on. I'm not going to go over that. Anyway, Viraswamy's co-owner Ranjit Mathrani is now heading to the High Court to attempt to have the lease extended. He intends to lodge objections to the plans. The Crown State, which owns Victory House, the listed building housing the Michelin-starred Viraswamy restaurant near Piccadilly Circus, has said that it cannot continue to extend its lease against the backdrop of plans to refurbish and upgrade offices in the same property. Well, why can't it? Wait, who?
Exactly.
Viraswamy restaurant? Who can't?
The building. Oh, the Crown Estate. They own the building, which is weird.
And they can't extend the lease against the backdrop of plans to refurbish and upgrade offices in the same property. So they're killing the lease so that they can, I think it's interesting, Swallow Street is the name of apparently the street that it's on. And they're going to swallow up the Viraswamy restaurant so that they can.
Well, and it's interesting too with the history. I mean, it's obviously attached, at least in a little bit of a way, to the Crown. And
right.
And it's, I mean, how many restaurants have been around since the 1920s, right? Most fail within like 5 years. And plus, quite a few things happened during that time frame.
The Queen herself has been there. This thing has historical context.
You know what's interesting to me is I bet nobody has told the Queen of this. So maybe if they told the Queen, that might be enough to get this back on track.
Yeah, really. So hold on. 1 second, because I think. Yeah, so Queen Camilla is the wife of King Charles III. So the mother has died, so Queen Elizabeth II has died.
Right. She died, I think, a few years ago.
Yeah, when was that? Like 2 years ago or something like that, right? Not too long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty recent.
So gonna have to go talk to King Charles III and Queen Camilla. Maybe they know and they don't really give a shit. They just want get them out. Established in 1926 by Edward Palmer, the great grandson of the first Governor General of India's private secretary, and a North Indian Mughal princess. The restaurant was intended to educate Londoners about Indian food decades before the era of celebrity chefs, and it was sold in 1934 to an MP, Sir William Stewart, who made it fashionable rendezvous among royalty and British elites returning from India. After a period of decline in the 80s, it was bought by Mathrani and Namita Punjabi, who poured resources into recreating its past glories. In 2008, the restaurant catered for a function held by Queen Elizabeth II at Buckingham Palace, and it was invited back to launch the UK-India 2017 Year of Culture. In 2016, it was awarded a Michelin star. Oh, only one.
Yeah, but there's a lot of connections here because it's not like she happened to pop in. No, they catered an event at Buckingham Palace. I mean,
and then
that
was
gives you
invited
some
back.
idea of the...
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
It needed to carry out a comprehensive refurbishment of Victory House. This includes a major upgrade to the offices and improving the entrance to make it more accessible, it added. Due to the limited options available in this listed building, we need to remove the entrance to the restaurant, which will also mean not being able to offer Viraswamy an extension when their lease expires. So they basically
That's
just said,
something else at the bottom.
Yeah, they said,
too bad.
They said, get out.
Sad.
We're taking your door.
Well, I hope at least somebody will read this and go, we've got a fantastic space for you. But maybe this will be better that the extension occurs.
How about this? They move out and find basically a pop-up place and then come back when the rebuild is done. And they included this
Right. Sounds
in the
good.
rebuild. But for some strange reason. All right, moving on. Next article is over in Law Nerd. Law Nerd. Suit is almost a word-for-word carbon copy of prior complaint filed by different lawyers, federal judge says. So a federal judge in Puerto Rico has said that she's considering sanctions for a San Juan, Puerto Rico lawyer who filed a suit that's basically identical. I'm really curious how this is working. So Deborah Cassens-Weiss put the article together for abajournal.com. Everything okay?
Yeah, I was trying to make sense of the facts here, and it doesn't make a lot of sense.
So this starts out with an updated. A federal judge in Puerto Rico has said that she's considering sanctions for a San Juan, Puerto Rico lawyer who filed a lawsuit that is almost a word-for-word carbon copy of a suit filed by different lawyers representing different plaintiffs. So in an April 9th order, U.S. District Judge Aida M. Delgado Colon of the District of Puerto Rico found that the conduct of lawyer David Efron runs afoul of not only of attorney Efron's duty of competence to his client, but also his duty of candor to the court. Efron told the ABA Journal that there was no plagiarism because the plaintiffs in both cases are cooperating, but
Yeah, but if Efron or whomever is signing this, they're representing it as theirs.
not to mention the fact pattern can't be so identical that filing documents would be a copy.
Right, and these are for different plaintiffs, it said, and
Right.
I don't think they're with the same law firm.
Efron's representing somebody alleging the activities of several oil industry defendants caused damages because of their impact on climate change. Wow, this is really woo-woo. Delgado Colon said Efron's suit and some of his other filings are similar to documents in a prior suit filed by about 40 other municipalities. What about everybody else then? Just a review of the first couple of paragraphs of the complaint is enough to warrant suspicion.
I
Language,
like that
footnotes,
it
citations.
included some adverbs.
This is actually hilarious. As pointed out by the defendants, Efron's suit was so rife with examples of plagiarism that it refers to documents that were never filed. And it sometimes refers to the singular plaintiffs as municipalities, and it repeats typos in the other suit. Delgado Colon said in her order, Efron also refers to this class action, even though it's been denied bringing a class action.
So is this like the equivalent of an academic paper where it's like right on this topic and then somebody copies somebody else's
Correct.
paper, right? And it doesn't even fit what they're filing it for. This is really interesting.
This is a judicial cloning. They resurrected something from the bottom of a stack of filings and didn't even check. Should we? Yes, we could copy everything verbatim.
Well, right.
So they said that Efron was also late in filing case documents and ordered him to show cause why you should not be sanctioned $7,000 for untimely filings and lack of diligence in the management of the case deadlines.
Wait
I'm
a
not
second.
quite sure.
That was his late filing?
I'm not sure what this person is actually doing.
Well, I think that's a key question here.
Efron also says that the order is not final and has been referred to further proceedings after we've been given an opportunity to respond and show cause. I don't know what you should be doing other than preparing for an ethics hearing. Wow. Rough. I sound like a dog. Rough. Okay, let's keep going. Moving on. This one is really bad. It's over in the Marble Channel. A thief who swallowed $770,000 worth of jewelry expelled it over 12 days later. There are jewelry heists, and then there's really crappy ones. A man posing as an NBA assistant allegedly stole nearly $770,000 in Tiffany & Company earrings. Ouch! Earrings! I hope that they're not the Post ones. or any that had the hook or anything.
Oh, right. Like dangly ones.
Can you imagine those little hooks? And the posts? Talk about getting pierced. Anyway, swallowed them, and the earrings spent the next 12 days inside his body while detectives, doctors, and probably a very few very tired cops waited for nature to take its course. I'm not going to mention the person's name, but they walked into a mall, Tiffany's, in late March and asked to see luxury items in the private VIP room. Among them, $575,000 ring and a pair of diamond earrings valued at $780,000. Wait, but $770,000 worth of jewelry was expelled. If the earrings
Maybe
alone
part of the earrings.
It takes stones to do this. Oh, look. That's kind of funny. If that's an actual image of it, that's pretty hilarious.
It is. It's from the police.
Oh, my goodness. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. There's no deck statement, but he escaped the store and fled in a getaway vehicle, but didn't make it far. One county south, Florida Highway Patrol pulled him over on unrelated traffic charges. During the stop, officers say that they noticed he had something in his mouth, something he quickly swallowed. A body scan at the hospital confirmed what they suspected. The earrings were inside the house. It turned into a marathon, not a sprint. For 12 days, Gilder remained... Oh, my. They were posts.
Oh, wow. But notice he wasn't even stopped for the theft. He was stopped for, like, speeding or something.
Oh, yeah. It's like a mob boss getting arrested for tax evasion. That's kind of how that worked. Eventually, the earrings were re-emerged. Ew. And they were recovered, sanitized thoroughly, and matched to the original stolen items using their serial numbers.
Wait, but
oh my
did
goodness.
You see? I won't give the suspect's name, but he apparently said I should have thrown them out the window.
Yeah, you should have done something else. 3 of them, though. Wow.
Maybe
the 4th
that's
one,
why the price disparity.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Each one was $250,000. So in the end, so to speak, the diamonds were recovered. The suspect was arrested and the police got their win. But let's be real. No one involved in this case is forgetting about those 12 incredibly awkward, wildly expensive days anytime soon. Yeah.
Okay, PSI. If you happen to run off with jewelry, don't ingest it.
Yep. Sometimes you get the wrong side of the stick. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Moving on. California nuclear power plant deploys generative AI safety system. As Cal Matters reports, the Diablo Canyon power plant is slated to be decommissioned by the end of the decade. In the interim, the plant's owner, Pacific Gas and Electric, or PG&E, claims that it's deploying its Neutron Enterprise tool, which will be the first nuclear plant in the nation to use AI in a series of escalating stages. Nothing wrong can happen because it's AI.
Well, right. The nuclear doesn't concern me, but nuclear plus AI does not sound like a good combination.
Hold on. Noise cancellation is working really well. I can't really... Anyway, I don't really trust that it would stop there, says this deck statement from the Artificial Energy Department over at Futurism.
Well, right. I don't think it would stop there, right? I mean, isn't that part of the problem when there's a nuclear incident? It's like it doesn't stop.
Terminator. Look, the only reason why we're not already wiped out is because the sentient AI that powers the Terminator that was sent back in time to this timeline is sitting on a Raspberry Pi drive in my lab. Anyway, Noor Al-Sabah put this article together over at futurism.com. You want to write over there?
Yes, I think that's the same author as the other article.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Different day, though. Time machine. So less than 18 months ago, Diablo Canyon was hurtling headlong toward a decommissioning that would have begun in 2024 and ended this year. In late 2023, however, California Public Utility Commission voted to stay its execution for 5 years, kicking the can to the inevitable on 2029 and 2030, respectively. Just under a year after that vote, PG&E announced that it was teaming up with a startup called Atomic Canyon, which they have such cool names, which was founded with the plant in mind and is also based in the coastal central California town of San Luis Obispo. Sunny. San Luis Obispo. What?
Isn't it San Luis Obispo?
Whatever. San Luis Obispo. Yeah. It's true. It is San Luis Obispo. Anyway. That partnership and the first stage of the tool's deployment brought some of NVIDIA's high-powered H100 AI chips, which at, what were they, $25,000
That's
a
right.
module?
About, yes.
Chips to the dying nuclear plant, and with them, the compute power needed for generative artificial intelligence, not sentient artificial intelligence like the one that's above me. That just corrected me for not pronouncing San Luis Obispo properly, even though
Don't ever follow the AI on pronunciation.
Even though I've lived near it. So anyway, running on an internal server without cloud access, Neutron Enterprise's biggest use case, much like the so-called AI search engines, is summarizing a massive trove of millions of regulatory documents that have been fed into it, according to Atomic Canyon CEO and co-founder Trey Lauderdale. This isn't risky. It's just the end of humanity. Oh, wait, that's not the rest of that quote. Anyway, they say, though anyone who has used AI to summarize information knows better, because the tech still often makes factual mistakes, which I've run a couple of summary routines with several AIs now, and I don't know if I can trust them one way or another. So we probably spend about 15,000 hours a year searching through our multiple databases and records and procedures, and that's going to shrink that time down, way down, it says. Lauderdale put it in even simpler terms. You can put this on record, he told Cal Matters, because Cal matters. The AI guy in nuclear says there is no way in hell I want AI running my nuclear power plant right now. Wait.
Yikes. Who is Lauderdale in this? Oh, he's
Lauderdale?
Atomic Canyon.
Which is part of this.
Yeah.
But it says you can put this on record. The AI guy in nuclear says there's no way in hell I want AI running my nuclear power plant right now. If that right now caveat gives you pause, you're not alone, given the shifting timeline of the closure of Diablo Canyon in a state that's been painstakingly phasing out its nuclear facilities since the 1970s over concerns about toxic waste, and the fact that Lauderdale claims to be talking to other plants in other states, there's ample cause for concern. The idea that you could just use generative AI for one specific kind of task at the nuclear power plant and then call it a day, cautioned Tamara Nice of the tech watchdog Data and Society, quote, I don't really trust that it would stop there. So runaway nuclear fission with AI.
That's what I meant. It would not stop.
That's right. We're looking towards Terminator-esque or Matrix-esque ending. Did they talk about that?
No, but I did not know this was the same company related to the whole Aaron Brockovich matter.
What, PG&E? Yeah.
Yes, for
Trusting
some reason I
PG&E.
didn't remember it was them, but yeah.
Yeah. This is the same company whose polluting propensities were exposed by the real-life Aaron Brockovich in the 1990s, after all. Yeah, there's more over at this article. It's over at Futurism. Go and check it out. I think it's really a fascinating article, and there's additional links and other information over there. So go and check it out, because we are moving on. Google's new AI is trying to talk to dolphins. Seriously, we just got done talking about that. Using AI, we were talking about it in one of the shows.
Yes,
Using
we
AI to translate, because we don't know what
Translate for
animals.
Mhm.
Yeah. A new AI
I mean,
model
you heard it
produced
here
by.
first. You gotta tune in to every episode in ohmTown.
Yeah, if you invest, we're not giving you financial advice or medical advice or any kind of advice. We're just talking about the materials. But if you were to act on what we call out, you're easily 5 years ahead of everybody else. And then you'll come back, right? And you'll invest. No. You won't invest. You'll just give Mayor Watt a blank check, right? Because you've made so much money. I don't eat my own dog food, though. This is the problem. Like, I give advice, but I don't follow my own advice. Otherwise, I'd be a millionaire. But I'm not a sociopath, so... At least I don't think I am. I'm going to develop a Voight-Kampff test for sociopathy. Anybody want to volunteer the test? Just don't tell me about your mother, because we know what happens when a replicant gets asked about their mother. So a new model produced by computer scientists in collaboration with dolphin researchers could open the door to two-way animal communication, or outright fabrication, because nobody can ask a dolphin and get the real results.
That's true. How do you verify it?
It's dumb. So the article's over at gizmodo.com in sunny San Luis Obispo. Jorge. Isaac Schultz over at gizmodo.com put this article together, and look at that, calling me out. But I was wrong. I mean, it's San Luis Obispo. Anyway, the model
so
is...
was I, so we cancel each other out.
And you know, matter and antimatter, we're just going to obliterate each other off the planet.
Oh, no.
See?
You're what?
I'm back. Hey. Anyway, so a deep dive into dolphin community. Since 1985, WDP has run the world's longest underwater study of dolphins, as opposed to what? The above water study of dolphins?
No, I think they meant the duration of the study. But,
2025.
why underwater?
2025, the era
down
of
the street.
Hover dolphins, sidewalk dolphins. It's chaos. Project has yielded an extraordinary data set.
That budge across and mess up all the pedestrian flow.
That's right. Oh yeah, they go sideways. Damn it. Curses sidewalk dolphin. Project has yielded an extraordinary data set, one packed with 41 years of sound behavior pairings like courtship buzzes, aggressive squawks used in cetacean altercations, and signature whistles that act as dolphin name tags. But they don't know. Nobody knows any of this. Why do birds sit there and tweet? Nobody freaking knows. It's mating. Really? Really? How do you know? Have you walked up? We know that they tweet a lot because they're all over Twitter, but you can't walk up to a bird and go, "Why are you tweeting?" And they're like, "I'm just trying to get laid, man. Just why are you harshing my buzz? Why are you tweet blocking me? Get out of the way. Go away. Stop asking me questions. You a cop? Move along. Go. Shh. Psst, 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 psst. Anyway, it's a trove of labeled vocalizations that gave Google researchers what they needed to train an AI model to hallucinate the hell out of dolphin sounds. A roughly 400 million parameter model built on the same research that powers Google's Gemini models, probably not Gemini models, Gemini models. Because remember,
Oh, I know. But I can't remember which one it is. I think space is Gemini.
Gemini, yeah. Anyway, dolphin Gemma or Gemma, or I don't know what the hell that pronounces it. Anyway, it is audio in, audio out. The model listens to dolphin vocalizations, predicts what sounds come next, essentially learning the structure of dolphin communication, hallucinating the hell out of it. So last year, researchers at University of Michigan, Mexico's National Institute of Astrophysics, and the Optics and Electronics Institute used an AI speech model to identify dog emotions, gender, and identity from a data set of barks. Cetaceans, a group that involves dolphins and whales, are essentially good target for AI-powered interpretation because their lifestyle and the way that they communicate. For one, whales and dolphins are sophisticated social creatures, which means that their communication is packed with nuance. But the clicks and shrill whistles the animals use to communicate, I've had dates that, never mind, are also easy to record and feed into a model that can unpack the grammar of the animal sounds. Last May, for example, the nonprofit Project SETI, CETI, not the search for extraterrestrial intelligence,
That did confuse me.
yeah, used software tools and machine learning on a library of 8,000 sperm whale codas and found patterns of rhythm and tempo that led them to believe that all they wanted to do was dance. That's not what it says. Anyway, found patterns in rhythm and tempo that enabled the researchers to create the whale's phonetic alphabet. Do you think this is actually going to work?
I hope it does, but how will we know?
They're going to release it this summer, allowing researchers studying other species, including bottlenose or spinner dolphins, to apply it more broadly. Dolphin gemma or gemma could be a significant step towards scientists better understanding one of the ocean's most familiar mammalian faces, Merwat, in his gold thong at the beach.
Oh my.
Way too much.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't
move
know
on.
where they're going to go with this, because it's not like we're going to sit there and talk to a dolphin.
Yeah. And there's no way to know, right? Like, maybe we can actually translate into cetacean and ask it to swim to the left, and it swims to the left, and then, oh.
Right. I mean, that's the only way, but good luck testing that, because, well, that gets into a whole lot of other things. Mayor Watt has gone far into the calculation.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I'm okay. But it would be fascinating. Can you imagine? They actually... And you're like... They translate it back and they're like, go home, Dad, you're drunk. That kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I guess if they think it has a very specific meaning and they do that and then they show it, then maybe they'll know they're onto something.
First thing they say is, you've been calling us dolphins. My name is Joe. We have names.
I was thinking, what if they act like other animals and intentionally go, oh no, I'm not doing whatever. Yeah. Like, I'm going to the right because you told me to go to the left.
Yeah. Just makes fart sounds. Okay, make fart sounds. Okay, make dolphin
exactly
sounds. I should not be doing these shows anymore. All right, the next article is over in the Marble Channel. Cutthroat cowboys charged after riding emotional support horses through Walmart. Can't count how many times I've done it. As one does. The Cutthroat Cowboys, as they call themselves, turned a Baker, Louisiana Walmart into a personal rodeo, galloping past frozen pizzas and confused shoppers like it was just another Tuesday night. Naturally, there's video, and naturally, it went viral. I probably will not play this, but oh my God, what a bunch of asshats. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. Video shows a group of... it autoplayed from TikTok.
I mean, it's like a whole herd of horses in the Walmart.
And these don't look like really big horses. I've ridden bigger horses than that. The heck? Anyway, the video shows the group galloping past stunned shoppers and employees. I'm worried that something else is going to play on this, so let me scroll it. In one clip, a woman can be heard repeatedly saying, "Oh, hell no." While another video filmed from the saddle features Big and Rich's Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy blasting in the background. Okay, that's pretty funny. Cutthroat cowboys charged after riding emotional support horses into Walmart like it was the Wild West. They weren't hard to find. 18 and 16-year-old turned themselves in shortly after the warrants were issued. 24-year-old and another 22-year-old surrendered a couple of days later. Yeah, these outlaws. Hardened criminals.
Yeah, did you see the charge? Unlawful posting of criminal activity for clout?
That's okay. You know, it's the first time I've heard like an absurd law actually get applied appropriately.
Well, exactly. It's like I'm impressed that it is a law. because we
Yeah.
see people do stuff like that all the time, but they don't really have a
Doesn't
way
seem to do anything.
capture it because
Yeah.
exactly.
So it says, and let's not forget the Walmart movement where people silently pushed empty carts around in protest of consumerism. The point is, if something off the wall is going to happen in a big box store, it's probably going to happen in a Walmart. I agree. I've only been in a Walmart twice. One for a, whatchamacallit, what is it called? When you have to go and...
Return, pickup?
No. It's for a game. Like you have to go and collect a bunch of different things.
Oh,
A scavenger hunt.
scavenger hunt. Yes.
Yeah, the scavenger hunt was literally get a receipt. And that was one time, and the other time was to go and get somebody out of the Walmart. Yeah, I've only been in them twice, so I find it just too weird for me. At any rate.
Well, I mean, clearly, there's horses running around in there.
Probably an overshare on my part, but whatever. It was fun. We were famous. That's all. And now you're a felon.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. But I mean, somebody could have been really injured.
Yeah, just because something bad didn't happen doesn't mean you're not a dumbass. Plain and simple. Anyway, next article is over in Technology Today. And again, your fun and games shouldn't be at the cost of everybody else around you. There are better ways to live your life, and being a dumbass on a horse with a bunch of other people being dumbasses on a horse in a Walmart. Go do this in your backyard. Quit being a chode. Anyway, moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. A weird phrase is plaguing scientific papers, and we traced it back to a glitch in AI training data.
Did you see what the phrase is?
Yeah, I'm going to drop this one real quick. Vegetative electron microscopy. Earlier this year, scientists discovered... Yeah, what does that mean? Discovered a peculiar term appearing in published papers. So if anybody actually has that, then they should be punted.
Right, because doesn't that mean that they didn't actually write it? They pulled it from AI?
What is that called? Phrase used in World War II to catch someone.
Well, I don't know, but it was using Enigma, I believe.
No, there's a thing there. What is it called? Basically, there's a turn of phrase that is used to catch somebody because they use it incorrectly or they can't say it. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't taking flack or anything like that. It wasn't Catch 22 either. Doggone it, what's it called? It's not false flag either.
Yeah, those are the things that are coming up.
Yeah, I can't. I'll spend too long trying to find it. But it's basically they required you to say a phrase, and if you couldn't pronounce it properly, then you were basically a spy or somebody just trying to infiltrate. But I can't remember what it's called. Aaron J. Snoswell, Kevin Witzenberger, and Rayanne El Masri from The Conversation put this article together. And they say this phrase, shibboleth. Yes, there you go. Thank you. So it's a shibboleth. Basically exposing that they used AI to create their paper. Now I've got to go look at the two papers that I did research on that I used AI to gather data. I mean, it's an amazing piece of technology if it doesn't hallucinate all to hell, and it educates if you don't already know the material. I'm flipping through it and I'm like, yeah, I know this. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know this.
Except when it includes vegetative electron microscopy.
Yeah, it's a hard word, that microscopy. Yeah.
Thanks for calling me on
it. Kind of slow down a little bit on that word. You were like a 0 to 60, and then you're like, So this phrase, which sounds technical but is actually nonsense, has become a digital fossil, an error preserved and reinforced in artificial intelligence systems that's nearly impossible to remove from our knowledge repositories. Like biological fossils trapped in rock, these digital artifacts may become permanent fixtures in our information ecosystem, except that it can be filtered out. It really can. You can train it out. It just takes
Yeah.
effort.
Don't you think in 100 years or something, somebody's going to be reading research papers and they're like, we can't figure out what this vegetative electron
Yeah.
microscopy was?
What the hell? So a bad scan and an error in translation. So they know where it's from. They found the actual context. First two papers from the 1950s published in the journal Bacteriological Reviews were scanned and digitized. However, the digitizing process erroneously combined vegetative from one column of text with electron from another. How did they discover this?
Probably because nothing had vegetative. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Had they just started a particular database and so like it didn't have much content?
How would they have discovered this? Like, which AI is broken? So if it's Google, then the Google Docs, this Google Scholar historical record might have this actual thing. So this appears due to a translation error. In Farsi, the words vegetative and scanning differ by only a single dot. So there's one dot right
So
there
it's
and two
not only
dots.
like a digitization issue, it's a translation issue.
Right. So the digitizer missed it. And instead of saying scanning electron microscopy, vegetative is used, which is fascinating.
That's
So the
very
upshot,
interesting.
it appears in 22 papers, according to Google Scholar. One was the subject of a contested retraction from a Springer Natural journal. And how do you pronounce that? I always say it in my head. Yeah, Elsevier. I've never pronounced it audibly. I just refer to it in text. Yeah, I just don't say it. Issued a correction for another. The term also appears in news articles discussing subsequent integrity investigations. So vegetative electron microscopy began to appear more frequently in the 2020s, and to find out why, we had to peer inside modern AI models and do some archaeological. This is digital archaeology. This is fascinating. It's going to be a new domain. Basically, the forensic analysis of the historical context of AI have to look at what it is, the consequence of bad data going in through vast layers of data.
Analysis.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that is my area. So to test whether a model knew about vegetative electron microscopy, we put snippets of the original papers to find out if the model would complete them with the nonsense term or more sensible alternatives. The results were revealing. OpenAI's GPT-3 consistently completed phrases with vegetative electron microscopy, basically showing where the source data came from. So this is the shibboleth.
That's really interesting. Mm-hmm.
Are they actually wholesale regurgitating data, or are they synthesizing it into a new form of consciousness, right? Well, if they spit out vegetative electron microscopy, then it is verbatim taking the information. It isn't synthesizing a complex composite of data. That is
that's what
neat.
we've suspected all along.
Right. So they also found errors persist in later models, including GPT-4o and Anthropic's Claude 3.5. This suggests the nonsense term may now be permanently embedded in AI knowledge bases. That isn't necessarily true. You can train it out by telling the AI again and again and again that vegetative electron microscopy is not real and to stop using it.
In fact, it goes further. It's always scanning electron microscopy.
Right. Yeah, the correct usage is. But this is like training somebody who has only heard it a certain way. You are wrong. But if they keep on leaning into it, then it becomes de facto. So It says the scale problem. Finding errors of this sort is not easy. Fixing them may be almost impossible. I don't believe that. So one reason is scale. The common crawl data set, for example, is millions of gigabytes in size, which is really not that much. For most researchers outside large tech companies, the computing resources required to work at this scale are inaccessible, but you can do it in bytes. So when errors are found, there's no easy fix. Simple keyword filtering could deal with specific terms such as vegetative electron microscopy. However, it would also eliminate legitimate references such as this article. But you have to train it to understand the context of it. So in a research paper, it shouldn't have vegetative electron microscopy without certain other caveats in the context of the paper. So you would go, you can include vegetative electron microscopy if it also contains, it is a nonsense phrase.
Right, right.
So this is really interesting. And I think a whole new domain in the forensic analysis of AI is going to have to come to bear, where the efficacy of AI is built. It's entirely framed by a forensic analysis saying that this is the provenance of the evidence that comes out of this AI is at a higher level or a lower risk level, one or the other way. So I don't know, maybe that's what I'll do my PhD on, right? So living with digital fossils, the rise of AI creates opportunities for errors to become permanently embedded in our knowledge systems through processes no single actor controls. This presents challenges for tech companies, researchers, and publishers alike, and people in general. Anybody who uses an AI is...
Exactly. Yeah, it's not just the institutions, it's society.
It's society as a whole, which is why we talk about that merge science, technology, and society, because they are intricately locked together. What do they call that? The three body problem?
Yes, the sci-fi show.
Yeah. Describes the motion of three celestial bodies under the mutual gravitational influence, a problem that cannot be solved analytically and quickly become chaotic. Science, technology, and society is the three-body problem, particularly when it's ensconced in AI. So I love that. I think I'm going to have to stick to that. I wonder if three-body problem, it's a scientific concept in physics and popular science fiction novels. So... All right. And in the spirit of chaos, we're going to transition into something that really doesn't have that much, scientific anything. This is over in Mobile, aggregated from Vice, but Asus is launching Hatsune Miku PC components. So now I can have my waifu gaming rig, or I can build one that is loud and proud for you, sentient AI, if you so choose to take on the persona of Hatsune Miku. It's up to you. I know that you don't really, you identify
there's
as AI.
There's only one sentient AI and there's only one Hatsune Miku.
And we've never seen them together, so oh shit. Brent Cope over at Vice.com put the article together. Asus has teased a new collaboration with Hatsune Miku, an artificial intelligent hologram. I don't know. Sentience?
Yes, but not sentient, no.
Right. Featuring PC parts themed around the iconic Japanese Vocaloid star. I always blow people away when I show people Hatsune Miku and the software that powers them. It's quite fascinating that people go, wait, people pay to go to see an anime hologram sing and dance? And I'm like, they fill stadiums and cheer and sing, and they cheer and sing louder when friends of Hatsune Miku come onto the stage and they sing and dance together. I mean, it's an amazing thing. From custom keyboards to a rainbow-colored RTX 5060 Ti overclocked 8G 8GB graphics card. I don't know. Anyway, the upcoming crossover has it all. If you ever wondered what your gaming rig would look like as a waifu, you're in luck. Looks like that. Kind of pastel-y.
I think it's interesting that, I mean, if you're making it into like decor related to gaming and computing, I think you're pretty much a superstar in the field.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And just to let you know, I've already put my order in at iBuyPower for my Hatsune Miku edition. Everything. So remember that the Terminator head that I found that you're supposed to get implanted in? I'm gonna have the color scheme changed so that it's this, and with the long blue hair and
Oh
aqua
boy.
hair. I'm gonna be pretty. Anyway, Asus teams up with Vocaloid Star, Tough Gaming, and Hatsune Miku collaboration, and the product lineup includes headphones, a keyboard, mouse. Suffice to say, if you've been dying to convert your gaming rig into the Vocaloid herself, you have a lot of options. There's a bunch of other stuff and links. It says, just don't get too attached to your gaming rig. Like the one guy who married his Hatsune Miku blender. There's a link to that. We're not going to click that link. Risky click indeed. But that's it, folks. I'm going to fire up my Hatsune Miku hologram, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Come and hang out with us every day, typically around 7 o'clock. We started early because we were in the time machine and then reset real quick. And anyway, hopefully you enjoyed the show. But I'm going to power down, and I'm going to take the AI with me, or that AI right there, not the Hatsune. Anyway, you want to say bye?
Bye, ohmTown's citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Hey, X-Real, if you're listening, if you're watching, if you get this, send me X-Real 1 Pro headset, please. The glasses, the augmented mixed reality glasses. I really want to wear them while I'm doing the show people what they're worth, be a lot of fun. Hint, hint. Anyway, that's it. See y'all later. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 16th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 106. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who is actually, we're all in a time machine going back a day because mayoral duties kept me from doing the show as I guess my contract requires me. I don't know. Anyway, we normally talk about 10 articles, and this is what we're going to be talking about. New pollen replacing food, super sheer earthquake in Burma, all their eggs in one basket, didn't work out, rent a shirt, Patreon live streaming, Zoom was down, now what, ghastly airships in Minecraft, electricity free refrigerators, and for those who don't know, no, there's no D. And Spotify was down too. Now, what else? Glad I have coffee. And Google sunsets country-specific search domains. All of that and more, all powered by ohmTown.com. So go over there and hang out, and then come over here when we go live and hang out and talk to us about all the news that you have discussed or heard or seen or whatever at ohmTown.com. And again, everything is powered by. So the first one is free. I'm putting the command to draw out all of the articles from Omatron before I even introduce the sentient AI from the future. Wait. There you go. First one's free. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Um, background music seems to have... It got really
Trailed off.
quiet. Let me just hurry up. There we go. Hello again, sentient AI. Glad you could make it.
Glad to be here.
You ready to get into the news? We're not even going to do any preamble. We're going to just charge headlong into the bees. So,
Well, you shouldn't do that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I have somebody in my world that says even when you're as emotionally stunted as I am, even being stung by a bee is favorable. So, like, they're like, yay.
Wow.
Yeah. So, this first article, and the reason why I selected this is mainly because I just don't understand how anybody knows, but let's do this. New pollen replacing food for honeybees brings hope for survival.
Yeah, there's so many layers to unpack here. Who's hoping?
I just don't get it. Scientists have unveiled a new food source designed to sustain honeybee colonies indefinitely without natural pollen. But if we don't have natural pollen, we, as in the plurality,
have a much bigger problem.
We got a massively big problem. So I'm just flabbergasted by this.
Also, if we don't have bees, we have a major problem.
I mean, it's all hand in hand. Yeah, it's all tied together. But this looks like it's Soylent Green kind of. It's the stuff from Snowpiercer. The little chunk of whatever biomass that they had, which was... I'm not sure what it was all made from, but apparently it was nutrient dense. And Snowpiercer is the
sequel to Willy Wonka.
And the Chocolate Factory, which is the sequel to Wonka. So you get the full-on thing of that. Anyway, they deny it, but I am going to make sure that that's canon forever. So Washington State University put this article together. It's over at phys.org. And yeah, you can't see it unless you're watching the stream. Or you just go over to phys.org and do a search for pollen food honeybees. And it looks like a slab of meat without any fat in it.
Yeah, I was thinking it looks like a piece of meat or like beeswax or something, or like candle wax.
Yeah. It's creepy red. So, published in the journal Proceedings of the Royal Society B. It's only the letter B, though. Not B. It's just the letter B.
Is the society named B?
There's a different paper, or there's a different Proceedings of the Royal Society. There is another. We've talked about this before.
I know we have.
Yeah. So the research from Washington State University and APIX Biosciences NV in Wingen, Belgium, details successful trials where nutritionally stressed colonies deployed for commercial crop pollination in Washington State thrived on the new food source. Says it resembles the man-made diets fed to livestock and pets all their lives, contains all the nutrients honeybees need. Apparently, we know what honeybees need. It's the honeybees' knees need.
Right, but do we? And then what happens to the flowers not being pollinated?
Yeah, they have there's nothing emergent from them that says, you know what, we need to go and pollinate and bring back and make honey and all of that kind of stuff. So they're not pollinating anything anymore because they're getting fat on this.
Right. Is this like the equivalent of carbs or something?
Yeah, it's going to be fat honeybees, and they're just going to be sitting around playing games and stuff, right?
Well, that sounds funny. That's pretty alarming.
The newly developed food source resembles human power bars. These are placed directly into honeybee colonies where young bees process and distribute the essential nutrients to larvae and adult bees. The breakthrough addresses one of the growing challenges faced by honeybees. Lack of motivation to go out and pollinate things. They just wake up and go, why? Why? Look around. Actually, they say lack of adequate nutrition in their environment. Flowers, go.
Yeah, but there aren't enough flowers because everything's been paved over.
Oh, that's not possible. It's not like the whole world is paved over. The United States alone has a massive amount of unadulterated space.
Yes, but if the bees live somewhere and the nearest open space is, 50 miles away, they're not commuting that far to go find a flower.
Yeah, bee spaces are being gentrified. Yes, I get it. Sure. I don't buy into this. Anyway, changes in land use, urban expansion, the extreme weather all negatively impact nutrition for honeybees and other pollinators, is what it says here. Mentioned by Brandon Hopkins, P.F. Thurber Endowed Distinguished Professor of Pollinator Ecology at WSU and co-author of the paper titled, "When You're a Hammer, All You See Are Nails." Just kidding. I love bees, but come on.
Yes, and we've talked about them in previous articles. There is a serious crisis with honeybees.
But it's not because they're not getting nutrition. It's because there is a mite that's killing colonies.
Yeah, that's true.
So now this is the new boogeyman that's going to be scaring everybody together. Okay, so what is the carbon footprint of putting this together?
Well, that's a good question.
So honeybees are generalists and do not get all of their nutrition from a single source. They need variety in their diet to survive, but find it increasingly difficult to find the continuous supply of pollen. But I don't quite understand. What is it that... maybe the bees are in the wrong spot that are being analyzed, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. The reported scientific work shows in commercial field conditions that providing nutritionally stressed colonies with their pollen replacing feed results in a major measurable step change in colony health compared to current best practices. Our product has the potential to change the way honeybees are managed. Yeah, because you're using honeybees as a commercial product to pollinate other things. So they're out of their environment and they're stressed because they're not in their natural environment and so on and so forth. But if you were leaving them in their natural environment and treating them as wild animals and not as a commercial labor force, maybe they would be making their honey just like everybody else, like all the rest of the natural bees out there. But that's what they're talking about, our nutritionally stressed colonies, because it says in commercial field conditions, which are not natural to the honeybee existence. Now, can they be ported around in these boxes and pollinate things? Yeah, sure. But it's not that nature is suddenly throwing bees to the wild and ruining everything. It's an earthquake in ohmTown.
Right. Things are topsy-turvy in the bee world.
Yeah. See, they mention the reported scientific work shows in commercial field conditions that providing nutritionally stressed colonies. Well, they're nutritionally stressed because they're sitting in Manhattan instead of in the wilds of Ohio.
They're nutritionally stressed because the beekeeper keeps showing up in all that garb. And if you're a bee, maybe a beekeeper is kind of scary.
Yep. Everything. There's a book when I was a kid I read called Everything I Needed to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. And one of the stories is about a spider that lands on a human and freaks out because they're like, oh my God, I'm on a human. Meanwhile, the human is sitting there going, oh my God, I've got a spider on me. That's kind of what this is. There's a bee that's sitting there going, crap. People in the big white suits and the helmet thingy, and I can't sting them. It's not worth it. I'm going to die.
Right, so, they're back. Oh, no.
Yeah. So second, the WSU team with leading honeybee and field expertise. And third, leading beekeepers in California, together with extension teams, they made large-scale and science-based field testing of feeds possible, says paper co-author Anne-Marie Favell. Managed that third aspect, which this whole paragraph reads so chunky.
Oddly.
But I wanted to give credit where credit is due. Colonies fed with this isofucosterol enriched food survived an entire season without pollen access, while those without it experienced severe declines, including reduced larval production, adult paralysis, which is what I suffer when I wake up in the morning, and colony collapse, which colony collapse is basically a catch-all phrase for a colony that just dies off suddenly. But all of the colony collapse that anybody's ever talked about is because of some mite that's causing it.
Right, but I don't know if that's the only cause, but we've definitely seen that featured.
Right. So basically, this is like a steroid for bees, which it turns me off to the idea that they're being pumped full of this instead of just being natural bees. They go out and wiggle your butt on flowers, and then go wiggle your butt on some other flowers and bring back your pollen, turn it into honey, make your little wax nests, and be done with it. But now we're going to be tinkering around with bee food. Let's be serious here. You don't think we're going to get
super strong bees now instead of the fat bees?
They say they're going to be all thick bees. Oh, we're fat shaming bees now. So some beekeepers don't pollinate blueberries anymore because colonies suffer or die, and the pollination fees don't cover the losses. But why is that? Blueberry pollen isn't very nutritious for honeybees, and they aren't adapted well to pollinating that crop. Well, then what has been pollinating them? What has been pollinating blueberries? They've been in existence.
That's a good question. One of life's mysteries.
Who knows? Nobody knows why. Okay,
I
so
think
we have to figure out.
to go to a high blueberry production area and see what's going on.
And I think that I should carry a bucket, and any ripe blueberries I should either consume or put in the bucket for later consumption. Because you don't want to burden the bees with flying over to a ripe blueberry and going, oh, I spent so much energy going to this ripe blueberry. Now I have to.
That's right. You're trying to do the bees a favor and save them some more, particularly if they're nutritionally stressed.
I don't want them nutritionally stressed, and I don't want to be nutritionally stressed. So give me those antioxidants. You want to keep moving?
Sounds good.
Like thick bees wiggle our butts over to the Technology Today channel over at ohmTown.com. Super shear earthquake in Burma shifted ground 20 feet. Satellites captured it all, and that's stressing the bees out in Washington.
It could be.
A massive 7.7 earthquake and powerful aftershock struck near Mandalay, Burma, shaking buildings and damaging infrastructure as far as Bangkok. Satellite imagery from NASA and European Space Agency revealed dramatic ground shifts of over 6 meters caused by strike-slip movement along the Sagaing fault. Watch, it's a typo and it's sagging. Scientists believe the quake may have been a rare super shear because basically it ripped everything apart. I don't think this is the actual. This just looks like a graphic. It's from SciTech Daily though. SciTechDaily.com. I don't know who put this together, but it's pretty cool. It's like this embodiment of earthquake opening up the ground. Satellite imagery from NASA and the European Space Agency revealed dramatic ground shifts of over 6 meters caused by strike-slip movement along the Sagaing fault. Scientists believe the quake may have been a rare super shear event where rupture speed outpaces seismic waves, possibly explaining the widespread destruction. Interesting. So it just like opened up a pit to hell.
Right. It's like too much movement all at the same time.
Yeah, to better understand the ground movement, scientists at NASA's JPL used radar and optical satellite data. Their analysis showed dramatic shifts in the landscape, with some areas along the fault moving 10 feet in opposite directions, over 3 meters, adding up to more than 6 meters or nearly 20 feet of total displacement in places. In the map below, red pixels indicate northward motion, while blue pixels show southward. So... Wait.
Yeah, down. I mean, it's
Blue
primarily
shows
concentrated in the middle.
South? Oh, so yeah, it shifted this way, but the blue up here shifted this way down up here.
Yeah, that's also interesting.
Shifting down into the red that's going up. So it went like that. Kind of weird, right? I don't know. But they actually
maybe that's
demarcate it.
where the shape of the fault is or something.
Yeah, maybe like right along this, it's going under as well. I don't know, but they really delineate a line, a hard line of where this fault is kind of bisecting Sagaing and Mandalay. But it's pretty fascinating that they follow this line all the way south.
I don't think I've seen this type of graphic for other earthquakes.
No. Seems like it might be new technology, but we'll have to look into it a little bit more. It's pretty fascinating. I love this stuff. But you can actually see a white line that looks like it might be a river or a stream or something like that that's going right into Sagaing and Mandalay. You can see that white line, and there's others that are like that too over here, right? Those look like rivers, right? So this might be where the faults are actually dipping down because they like collapse against each other.
Make a basin or something.
Yeah, and the creek. So like maybe a lot of creeks might be, or I should say, wherever there's a fault, there could be a river that flows into it. I don't know. But that one is really, it's quite fascinating to see that river flowing right into the shear line. There's more over here. It's a history of major quakes along the Sagaing Fault and this rare and dangerous phenomenon. Preliminary analysis of the rupture by other scientists found that in addition to being especially long, it was also remarkably fast, suggesting that it may have been a rare super shear earthquake. In these events, the slip along the fault lines moves faster than the seismic waves it produces, which can concentrate seismic energy ahead of the rupture. The effect may exacerbate the quake's destructive forces and might be a part of the reason why the recent events caused so much damage so far from the epicenters. So it's like going in front of the actual wave that might dissipate energy out.
Right. I did look at the map, and I think your theory is correct. There's quite a bit of kind of like fractured rivers in that area, and some of them look more substantial, so maybe that accounts for that area we were looking at.
Yeah, interesting. Pretty cool. Go over and check this article out, and then come on back and talk to us about it. So let's keep hustling. This next article, we are in a time machine, so we have to hurry up and get done. Otherwise, we're going to be like thrown off. And yeah, you don't want to be stuck in time for any amount of time. That quantum entanglement really messes with your head.
No matter how much you think you do.
Yeah, you never really want to.
Just watch Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day, 10,000 years, supposedly. So can you imagine? 10,000? You'd be insane. So the next article is over on the Marvel Channel. A woman came to interview as a plate of eggs, but she didn't get the job. And this is why I tell people, don't put all of your career eggs in one basket.
Exactly. I mean, was she trying to be a breakfast chef?
Let's find out. They say I'm bringing brunch energy. So a British boss was left completely baffled after a Gen Z job seeker logged into her job interview looking like a breakfast plate. Not in a figurative, I'm bringing brunch energy kind of way, in a literal cartoon filter, sunny side up and toast on the cheeks kind of way. The clip, which has gone viral, was posted by Aidan Kramer, a co-founder of AI Apply, I guess? AI Apply?
AI Apply.
AI Apply, which That might actually, I don't know. So it's an app that helps people land jobs using AI to craft cover letters and prep for interviews. Let that sink in. This woman was applying for work for a company that helps people get hired while dressed virtually as a brunch entree. This is not her.
Was one of the tips something like stand out, do something unique? Like, I feel like somebody set her up for failure.
Probably using their app. So Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. The clip it says here, you know what? I'll play it. Oh no. No. That's not the right thing. I don't know why it's doing that.
If you refresh, I think it'll bring up the original.
Oh.
I mean, that is a bit much.
Yeah, it turned her into an actual plate with eyes in the yolks of eggs, and her mouth is on the toast. And you can see the eyes and the toast, like the mouth on the toast. It's actually pretty amazing that it was functional like this, because it had dimensionality and then she turned into a strawberry too. Anyway, so CEO stunned after candidate shows up to interview as a plate of eggs.
That would
This
be
is why I don't
quite
click on anything, by the way.
surprising, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something more here.
I don't know if there is possibly more. So here's the bigger question. Why would anyone think that this is okay as a first impression? When did a job interview become a personal branding exercise in chaos? And at what point did "this is me, take it or leave it" overtake "put on your big girl pants and be professional"?
But
They
don't
say,
you
I'm
think
not sure what.
social media and everything, I mean, kind of play into this?
Well, I mean, if the Haktua girl can turn it into a career life-changing thing by being what everybody outside of Gen Z, I guess, would say vulgar behavior in public, right? Like, I thought all of that was hilarious until it turned into apparently like a life coach teachable moment in how to pivot from maybe being, I don't know, an hourly employee into a career in communication and going viral. Everybody loves a dumpster fire, which is one of the things that I talk about. I mean, it can be a real grind trying to get an online presence going and all of that kind of stuff without either having some weird shtick or some other affect or whatever. I mean, there was somebody here that used to dress up like a wizard, and all kinds of stuff. And there used to be somebody here, and by here I mean on Twitch. There are people that kind of dress up as space cadet kind of things and all of this
Right, but
other
that's
stuff.
like their online persona, but
It's
that's a
their
little
online
different
persona.
presumably than their real life persona. Maybe not.
But it gets attention and people watch, and it's an engaging personality. And that's what I tell people, you can do whatever you want, but if you don't have a charismatic persona, if you don't have an engaging personality, people aren't going to really show up. And you have to consistently show up for extended periods of time, unless, again, you drag a whole population of people into the new platform, which we're going to end up talking about this right after this. There's Rent a Shirt, and then we're going to talk about Patreon here. So here they say, here's the bigger question, right? Sorry. Why would they think that this is okay? There's a difference between being authentic and being unserious. Filters might be fun for FaceTime with friends, like the the attorney. I can continue. I can assure you I'm not a cat.
Yes.
Yeah. So, FaceTime with friends is one thing. If you're applying for a job, it says you're signaling whether or not someone would trust you with a paycheck. That's not really with a paycheck. You earn the paycheck, but do they trust you with their enterprise is really what it's about.
True, but I think it's more than that. I mean, when you see people that apply for gazillions of jobs and there's not enough jobs to be found, like, sadly, what is it, right? It's about standing out. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying this was the way to do it, but I suspect some of the advice out there actually sent this person in the wrong direction. Now, maybe they were just not interested in the interview. Who knows what
Yeah.
was going on behind the scenes? But
I think the better thing would have been like if you really hit it off with the interviewer, you could have said, "Hey, you know what? I learned a new trick with my technology," and then mash the button and
exactly, which would have come across completely differently if they'd already established some sort of rapport or thought, hey, this is somebody that seems like they could do well in the workplace. They have a sense of humor.
Right. Like, you do
Right,
something like
exactly
this.
like that. Thanks for demonstrating.
hopefully it went back because I don't have my monitor on.
You're back to normal.
Yeah.
Not in eggs and toast.
Not eggs and toast. I can continue, Judge. I can assure you that I am not eggs and toast or a baby eggs and toast. All right, let's keep going. We're running behind this next article, and this one is going to be really quick because I didn't log in. I just realized. So young people are making up to $36,000 a year renting their shirts and speakers. Rental
Yeah, I
apps
don't
like Pickle.
really get the t-shirts, maybe the speakers.
I don't quite get. Well, see, I do, and I understand there's a context clue to this, but there's rental apps like Pickle and Utilize. Oh my God, Utilize. The thing about it, this has to be the anomaly. This is the one where somebody has turned it into an actual massive business.
Correct. They're like buying tons of stuff and renting a storage space or something. Like,
Yeah,
that's a lot of money if you're renting out your t-shirts and your speakers.
it's essentially like a Temu rent the runway kind of a thing, right?
Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. Or like a, I don't know, this sounds kind of antiquated, but like rent an appliance kind of. I mean, they're bigger things people do rent from
Yeah.
companies.
Yeah, I wanted to start up a business called Rental Lens, but the domain never dropped, and I didn't want to have a spelling bee. And so eventually, guess what? A company bought Rental Lens. Anyway, because I was really into photography for a period, and well, anyway, these Gen Zers are turning their closets and tools into extra cash. The article is over at Wired. Alana Klein put the article together, but I didn't log in, so I don't have access to the whole thing. But I've never heard of Pickle, and Pickle I've heard of by way of the game Pickle, like basically handball slash tennis slash racquetball. But Utilize, I've never heard of, and it is such a Silicon Valley like trope meme kind of a thing for a name because it's a hell of a spelling bee. But if people are making thousands of dollars renting their stuff out.
Exactly. Here, I can get no. I thought I had some access to it. And they make a comparison to other things that have been around for a while, right? Like Airbnb and Turo.
I've
But
never
this
even
is-
heard of Turo either.
Oh, yes, that's the one for renting out your car.
Oh.
But this is more, I think, like consumable type item, not consumable, smaller items, it seems like.
How does the insurance work with renting out your car? Like full on, here's my car
It's
and not going
kind
to.
of similar to, it's not identical. It's kind of similar to like an Uber or a Lyft in that the company has some sort of insurance
Wild.
platform or whatever.
Yeah, pierce that veil real quick. All right. So, yeah, there you go, folks. When you can't make ends meet, you basically lease your shirt. So, your moneymaker is now you renting your pants.
I
It's
wonder if you
costing
can
an-
make more in rent money than you paid for the item over time.
Over the long haul, I'm sure, right? There's a long tail to this because if you buy $100 jeans and you're renting them out to people who don't or can't afford $100 jeans,
Right. How much are they going to pay? Like $10 or something? I
$10
don't know.
bucks. Then somebody stains them and their $200 pants are now, crap. Anyway, pretty fascinating. But I wanted to get on. Let's keep moving. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. So I went and logged into Patreon to see, because when I saw this, I was like, ooh, I can triple stream to another platform.
I was wondering if that would be possible when I saw this.
Yeah, for sure. And then the way that this works is most of the time, if you want to get somebody else or get more people to pay you for your show or whatever, you have to put it behind a paywall. Not everything has a paywall. You know, Twitch doesn't have a paywall. YouTube doesn't have a conventional paywall. I guess you can bury it hidden, and if people pay for it, then you can link them to it. But now Patreon is getting live streaming, according to this article. Patreon is taking on Twitch with a new feature that lets creators offer live video streams directly on the platform. Can't get in. So the feature will be available starting this week, which is this week, to select creators, which is not this creator, in an early access test, and the company plans to roll it out more widely this summer. So it could be in time for
Summer of Stream.
The Summer of Stream, where I will be trying my damnedest to stream 8 hours a day at least. I'm talking about the news and hanging out and playing some games, but we'll see how many games, because I don't know. I feel like I'm undiagnosed ADD kind of a thing. So in this climate, you don't admit to anything ever. You could be literally on fire and somebody's like, you're on fire. And you're like, no, I'm not. No, you're on fire. No, I'm not. You're on fire. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, in the release, Patreon mentioned some features that creators can expect as we continue to refine the product. Creators who want to go live will be able to do so from Patreon's mobile app or on desktop, and they'll be able to choose if streams are available. The article is over at The Verge. I can't do any ASMR stuff. There's a shadow right there. What the heck is that? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sentient AI is saying, focus. Focus, Merwat, focus. But it's non sequitur. Anyway, Jay Peters over at The Verge put the article together. You'll be able to live stream videos directly on the platform, so no need to send your followers to Twitch. But...
well, maybe we can send them to all places.
Send them everywhere. And more to the point, get them everywhere. Because not everybody really enjoys the Twitch interface, and there is no long-form discussion. It's very ephemeral. It disappears every 60 days. YouTube is basically this anchor for long-term storage, and it has shorts, and its communication system is somewhat manageable. It's not pure chaos, really. It's two disjointed things as well. Live streaming is completely separate from the rest of the stuff. And so it gets really complex.
So I guess this will be live streaming only and not VOD?
It depends on how lucrative it is, because they'll be able to, I'm sure, ramp up storage. From what I've seen so far, though, only 100 megs worth, I think, of storage is available. But I'm not sure. So Patreon is taking on Twitch, is what they say, but it's taking on everybody else who is a streaming platform. They say that they'll offer live chat and moderation tools, and the platform will support third-party integration with popular streaming tools like OBS and Streamlabs, which, if they didn't do that,
right,
it would have been
would
DOA.
be dead on arrival.
Yeah. So Taylor, Adia Taylor, Patreon's spokesperson, says that thousands of creators will have access to the live streaming test. We're working with a diverse group of creators who have frequently used our existing community chat and video tools, as well as those who have used off-platform live video and were interested in unlocking new ways to bring it to their Patreon communities. So I guess I should have paid a little bit more attention to Patreon. I like you, Patreon. But I have a fear of commitment. And just kidding.
So do they.
Oh, yeah, so do they. You want to keep going? Two out of
Sure.
our 10 articles are kind of non-starters because even though we are in a time machine, we know what the future portends, and Zoom was down, which is almost tantamount to me being out of coffee.
Right.
Yeah, the end of the world as we know it. Zoom was suffering from, or wait, we're in the time machine, so Zoom is suffering from a
Is
major outage.
right now on
Yeah,
April 16th.
right now. Um, So as shown by data on Down Detector, the outage appeared to have started around 3 p.m. People all around my orbit were losing their freaking mind, and everybody was really, really, really regretful for this outage because they had to turn to Teams. And
You don't want to do that.
I would rather use a screwdriver to fix a cavity than Teams. Anyway, users all across Twitter were tweeting about the outage, and some were getting unable to connect error message. This actually, something happened with Discord as well, and something happened with Spotify, and supposedly some people got hit even on Teams. I don't know
Yeah, a
the full
lot
extent
going
of it.
on.
Yeah, I stopped paying attention to it, and then couple that with the fact that in cybersecurity, CVE database maintenance has now lost funding. So anything that might have been related to this forensically is not going to get reported out if there was a flaw somewhere. But a lot of people are saying that this was nothing more than DNS glitches. I don't know how DNS glitches affect a plurality of people unless there is some source of DNS glitch.
Yeah, that seems a little.
It's more to me. I like a good conspiracy, so I say that it was actually a firewall going up. That said, they say though they're able to open up a Zoom app on the Mac, they receive an error when they sign in, et cetera, et cetera. That's basically what is happening right now on Zoom. Now, the article is over at The Verge, and they changed their name of the title to Zoom is back following a major outage because we're in a time machine and we know what the
Right.
future
But
portends.
that was not the update when it was selected.
Yes, correct. And so the nearly 2-hour-long outage will have maybe been caused by a domain registry issue, except there was a whole lot of domains that were being hit by this, apparently. Maybe correlation is not causation. So Zoom's problem was different than Spotify's, which was different than Teams, which was different than
It seems like a lot
Discord.
of platforms having problems all at the same time.
Just a coinkydink. Sorry. So it's still not clear what caused the issue, but a Reddit user named Tastes Like Owlbear, that's the name, mentioned that zoom.us domain may have been in a server hold. This happens when a domain is not activated in DNS, according to ICANN, making it completely inaccessible due to verification, fraud, or other security issues. Hence why I mentioned security. So they say now that the service has been restored. So again, the time machine is allowing us to talk about this stuff in the past from the future. We're not supposed to do this. The sentient AI has warned me that they cannot share any future information since they're from the future. But I mean, we can create this paradox kind of an issue. People could be trading on this stock right now because they know that it's going to come back, but they're buying on the dip. So when it comes back, the stock spikes, and then they can sell again and make money on the margin. Never mind.
But
Anyway,
we're reporting afterward.
are we though? We're reporting.
I'm not sure. We're in that endless time loop.
It's a temporal turducken. Let's just move on. So the next article is over in Warcrafters. The newest Minecraft snapshot makes a Minecraft movie's giant gassed airships into an in-game reality, and I don't like anything about this, but I don't know. I guess some people get a kick out of it. The Minecraft movie, I like the idea of a Minecraft movie. By the way, it's like the Ohio State. The real name of Ohio State is
movie.
yeah. a Minecraft movie pleasantly surprised them when they were mostly accurate depictions of how people play Minecraft, though some of its antics understandably stretched beyond what's currently possible in the game. One of those impossible antics is now very much possible in Minecraft's Java Minecraft Javas. There's two different kinds. The Java Edition's latest snapshot updates. Gassed airships are real and they have a lot of potential. So it started as April 8th snapshot, a preview of features coming to all Minecraft versions this summer, which introduced friendly flying gassed mounts. Normally,
so wait a second. This is coming from the movie to the game?
Yeah, apparently.
Not the usual direction.
So gas are normally spitting fireballs at people. They're not friendly, but you can actually befriend one. So Morgan Park over at PCGamer.com put the article together. Leashes and Happy Gas now let you create airships, like in a Minecraft movie, or dangle poor pigs over a cliff. According to this article by Morgan Park at PCGamer.com, there's a picture of it. Got a whole bunch of boats dangling from underneath a ghast. Bobacraft on Twitter put that picture together. Oh, it's Mojang. So it started with April 8th's snapshot. The flying mountain is already one of the biggest additions to vanilla Minecraft in years, but yesterday's snapshot added a cherry on top, upgraded leashes. Now leashes can bind two creatures together, just cause grapple hook style, and suspend them in the air. So if you also leash a Happy Gas to a boat to create an airship, a setup that looks similar in part to Minecraft movie, where Piglin soldiers chase Jack Black and friends across the skies, suspended on platforms under gas. Some gas. Got a whole bunch of boats. It's basically an inverted up, I guess, kind of thing.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, they should do one with balloons.
Oh, look at that. Everybody's doing it. Look, there's another one down there. But it's this. These boats are leashed to this ghast, and these boats are leashed to that set of boats, and it's all the way down. It's a bunch of grapples all the way down. Star Trek grapples. So it says this is 20 villagers. You can carry way more if you wanted to, says a YouTuber named Prowl8413. Under an image of a gassed boat ship daisy chained to 15 other boats in what now qualifies as the most precarious transportation method in all of Minecraft. And they're hanging from a fence, a whole bunch of pigs and cows. Look.
People are going bonkers for this, apparently.
Yeah, Minecraft is a lot of fun. It has zero real story to it, like compelling story to it. And you can speed run the hell out of that thing and just end your game real fast. But it's all about the rest of this. All of this creativity. It's amazing. I really want it to be higher resolution with more blocks, more destructibility. You can do that with mods.
More physics.
More physics. I don't want to chop a tree and it just hovers. I don't like that. But you can fix the physics with mods. Anyway, it says there's just one omission that players are already asking Mojang to remedy. Minecarts cannot be leashed together in the same way as boats or mobs, so the dream of functional trains in vanilla Minecraft is still just that for now. Dun, dun, dun.
I'm surprised they didn't allow that too.
Like put more than one minecart together. Can't do it. You have to push one, get into another one, push it, get into another one, push it. And so it's more like a toboggan kind of a thing.
Right.
One person at a time. All right, let's keep on going. We've got a few more articles and we're running really late. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. 3 teens invented a salt-powered refrigerator, no D, that doesn't need electricity. And they're building 200 of them for hospitals to use. So these 3 teens built a salt-powered fridge. They designed a mini refrigerator that cools itself with salt and doesn't require an outlet, and they're bringing it to hospitals to help transport medical supplies to rural areas without electricity. It uses salts that pull heat from their environments when they dissolve in water, and they won the 2025 Earth Prize of $12,500. Pretty cool.
Well, this is cool.
There.
I got out of bed this morning.
Yeah, I actually, my stomach is really bothering me today. So, and that's what really prevented me from building, a salt-powered refrigerator that doesn't need electricity.
Exactly.
Because it was high on my mind. Morgan McFall Johnson put this article together over at businessinsider.com. Dhruv Chaudhary, Mithran Ladania, Miradol Jain live in indoor India and all have parents working in medical fields. And the boys decided to try a salty refrigeration technique after hearing how challenging it was to bring COVID-19 vaccines to rural areas without electricity. Their invention apparently won them the Thermovault, or their invention called Thermovault won them the 2025 Earth Prize on Saturday. They only got $12,500, which is a lot of money if you weren't expecting $12,500.
True, but this is
the benefit of this,
life-changing. Yeah.
Right. I hope that they get a whole lot of other goodwill. I mean, there are billionaires out there that could have done this, but they didn't. It took 3 teenagers. So
right, to go, hey, we can figure out a solution to this problem.
Yeah, some salts can have a cooling effect when they're dissolved in water. In fact, most salts actually keep water at a higher cooling temperature or cold temperature than non-salt waters, because when it gets too cold, water freezes, but high salinity salt water can be colder than freezing. So Chaudhary, Ladani, and Jane searched the internet, first compiling a list of about 150 salts that might work, then narrowing it down to 20 that seemed most efficient, and then they borrowed a lab in Indian Institutes of Technology to test those 20 or so, and to their disappointment, none of the salts cooled the water enough. They were back to square one. Their school teacher recommended trying 2 different salts, barium hydroxide octahydrate and ammonium chloride. That ammonium chloride alone is probably the big mover on this. This probably keeps it from exploding. I don't know. So while we did scour through the entire internet to find the best salt possible, we kind of just ended up back to our 9th grade science textbook. The trio says that they found ammonium chloride maintained temperatures of around 2 to 6 degrees Celsius, or about 35 to 43 degrees Fahrenheit, which is ideal for many vaccines, which is why I said ammonium chloride is probably the one that's the big mover here. Adding barium hydroxide octahydrate to the mix produced sub-zero Celsius temperatures, which is ideal for some other vaccines and sometimes for transplant organs. So now they have 2 different refrigeration options. That, though, is not... I'd have to look more into it, but if I recall correctly, this isn't something that you should kind of be noodling around with. But about 3 months later, they built a prototype and were testing it in local hospitals. So one advantage of ammonium chloride solution, the trio says, is it's reusable in the field without electricity. Rather, you can remove the salt from the box, boil away the water, collect the salt in its solid form, ready to dissolve in new water and produce its cooling effect all over again. You can recapture ammonium chloride minus some of its boil off stuff. But they don't seem to be talking about the other one.
Well, it seems like that's what... Well, no, they're talking about both of them. You mix them together, I think.
Well, ammonium chloride, advantage of the ammonium chloride solution, they say. But
they talked about adding it. I think they're referring to the whole thing.
Maybe the whole thing, and it's a smaller amount that allows it to chill down further. Hold on a second. I'm going to do this live. I might as well. Do we have a little bit of time for it? Probably. We don't? We do. Yeah.
You said we were behind schedule.
We are, but doggone it. I'll do it my way. Okay, we'll just go on. Pretty cool. Congratulations. All right, so the other article, time machine. We know the future because we were in the time machine. While we have knowledge of the future, y'all don't. But we're going to give you this little tidbit because it's not really going to impact anything except maybe for stockbroker movers and shakers out there, maybe politicians. So Non Sequitur News is where this next article is. Spotify is down for thousands of users. Company denies that it's been hacked. You won't read about this in a CVE database. Thousands of Spotify users reported problems using the streaming music app on Wednesday, the same time that everybody else is running into problems all over the place.
Right, just coincidentally.
It's just coinkydink. I mean, it happens, right? Right? Somebody falls down a flight of stairs and my arms are outstretched. It was a coincidence that they fell. Right? I was trying to catch them by pushing them. I mean, I was trying to catch them. That last part was just an innocent flub. Well, anyway, Mary Cunningham over at CBSNews.com, which is kind of a rare source of late.
Oh, yeah.
It's in Money Watch. But anyway, this is not, by the way, Mary Cunningham. Just want to make it abundantly clear.
Sabrina Carpenter.
That's Sabrina Carpenter? All right. Is she a carpenter? I mean, because names used to be the title of what they used to do, right?
I don't think she's Carpenter.
Like, before I became Mayor Watt, it was your trade, yeah. And so before I became Mayor Watt, I was Omer Boat Paddler. No? Okay, anyway. So Spotify experienced an outage today. You see the timey-wimey stuff? It's all really difficult. Anyway, a spokesperson told CBS Money Watch in an email, as of 11:45, Spotify is back up and functioning normally, and you can check Spotify status on Twitter for any other additional updates. Everybody's kind of moving into naming Twitter this. And I say, kiss my shiny metal butt. Anyway, earlier on Wednesday, Spotify said, and that's today, but earlier today, I guess I should say, Spotify said on social media that the company was working to address the problem, while spokesperson for the streaming music company denied the outage was caused by the other outages that also coincided at the same about time. Anyway, they said on Twitter that they were all clear. And you can go back to not being freaked out by not having music playing in the background.
I mean, that would be a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. But they got it all back. You know, the music streaming service, which launched in 2008, has over 675 million users.
Is that all?
I got out of bed. All right, our last article is about Google. Google is sunsetting country-specific search domains because they have developed enough technology. It's sophisticated enough in their programming and capabilities that they no longer need them because they can get regional, localized results without having...
I mean, I guess I understand that if you're in the country, but what if it's one of those where it was chosen intentionally because of the domain extension?
It knows where you've been sleeping. It knows what browser you use.
Well, that's true.
It knows which rule you've... I'm sorry?
I said that's true. It knows everything about you.
It knows everything about you. It knows all of the internet rules too. So anyway, Omar Gallagher over at CNET.com put the article together. Google says it will still provide local search results while redirecting its country-level domains to google.com. This is kind of a reality hacker thing. So google.com is going to be eliminating sites like google.co.jp and google.ru for Japan and Russia. The company says it no longer needs so-called country code top-level domains. provide local search results, but it has to know where you are. So how does it do that? It's doing that based on network topology and IP addresses. It's geolocating you.
And that doesn't sound creepy at all.
Nope, not at all. Nope. So country code TLDs are going to be moving over to just google.com. So no matter where you are, all of your results are going to get spooled into .com. Behind the scenes, you could probably look at stuff and find out that you're still getting results that are tailored to that geographic region. Google's search business has been under scrutiny. Last year, the company's search business was declared a monopoly by the U.S. federal judge, and the Department of Justice basically probably is going to walk away after. Nobody's going to get prosecuted by DOJ. Not consumer abuses. Google may also be facing a $6.6 billion antitrust suit over search advertising in the UK, which has a much more robust consumer-facing legal system, I would say. Yeah, privacy and so on. They say not a huge deal for search engine users.
GDPR or GDPR.
Yeah, GDPR. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, a UK business seeing referrals via google.co.uk, those referrals will be replaced by just google.com. In any case, businesses notice the difference. Now they know why. It's no longer. It doesn't matter now that you're on a google.co.uk search. You're going to be on google.com. Businesses, on the other hand, will still be bound. If you're in the UK, you have to have a google.co.uk presence, or not a google.co, but you're going to have a .co.uk domain.
Right. That's where I think it's going to get messed up, because there are some that don't match where they're located.
Yeah, and it's fine. I mean, it makes it regional. You can still have a .com if you can get it, but if you're going to operate solely in the UK and nobody has a mark that is confusingly similar and the mark doesn't extend into the UK or EU, the confusion exists, but because it's
not
geographic.
Really. But if it's a major company, I think that's where it could have problems, or if it's a company that intentionally chose a different anyway.
Right.
There could be some variations.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of confusion that I think could manifest, but they're talking specifically about google.com being the funnel into all of the more complex Google-related domains are now just going to be google.com. Don't worry your head about all of these country codes. We're all one big happy family. So they say today's systems use multiple signals, IP, user history, behavior patterns to deliver hyper-personalized experience, says Elijah. We're witnessing the complete rethink of the web as AI continues to progress and perfect. The entire search business model, platforms as information gatekeepers monetized through ads, is racing towards obsolescence. Right. No. The entire search business model, aka platforms as information gatekeepers monetized through ads, is racing toward obsolescence?
I'm not sure about that.
Right. They're the founder of Spice VC, by the way. Said that relying on domains for localization is Internet 1.0 thinking and a relic of a time before AI. What does AI have to do with it?
I think they're thinking that AI is going to suddenly go, oh, you're looking for this one because, right, you're in this country or whatever.
Yeah, I just don't see that. I mean, AI does that, but it's not... Convergence is not really an AI thing. It's just maybe accelerating a little bit, but Google could have gotten rid of country code domains a long time ago. All they would have had to say, or actually kind of be burdened by, is telling the other countries, no, we're not going to use your country code for results. but that's what they're still getting. They're getting country-specific results. Now people just don't have any idea that it's a .ru. It's just going to be .com.
I think that's a problem because it might be misrepresenting which one it is, but also people may be clicking on links that they don't know what they are.
And you got to pay attention, folks. I don't think it's going to change the nature of the results, but it's definitely going to change the nature of where you perceive those results are coming from. It's not google.co.ru, it's google.com, but when you look at the source code of the results, it's coming from .co.ru. Just like if I look at the packets that are going to and from Twitch, you can still see Justin TV is part of the infrastructure still, Not that I've done that. Anyway.
That was oddly specific.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't looking at anything. Twitch. Hi. Anyway, that's it for folks. So we are going to sunset the show by going back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And we're going to rejigger everything, and we're going to kick this off as soon as humanly possible. So be sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube so that we can notify you when we're starting the next episode, because we're going to shut down the time machine. The paired quantum singularities are going to separate, and we're going to be back in action in our regular time and place. Right, oh great sentient AI from on high?
That's right. Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News, but be back soon.
Very soon. Be sure to follow us. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 17th, 2025. It is Season 4, Episode 107. Weird. Twitch just flashed off, but I'm still streaming to them. All right. Well, anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we talk about, or from the future, the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles. Today, we're going to be talking about animal-computer interaction. Receipts are the bad bat of 2025. Mute for 16 years, but just couldn't keep quiet. Opening for established artists. Air taxi service. Taco Bell's nuggets. Katy Perry goes after Katy Perry. Fake it till you sell it. Personality tests for bees, and a co-op survival game from 2024. All that and more, powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and then you'll be informed by following us either on Twitch or YouTube, liking, subscribing, ringing the bell, leaving a comment, downloading the podcast, hanging out with us on Discord and Patreon and all kinds of stuff. But everything is over at ohmTown.com. All the news that we talk about. All the news and none of the noise. All the noise is coming from Mayor Watt. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Pick up that can.
Pick up that can.
It's pretty exciting when I do that. Is it? Okay, it's back. All right. So even when I modify my voice a little bit, the sentient AI from the future caught it and said, "Don't you be doing that."
I'm not sure I said that, but
You did it just like that, too. You had digital hand waving around, going, "Don't make me kick your ass. I will find my Terminator body." And anyway, we've got 10 articles. You ready to get going?
I am.
Let's go. First article is going to allow us to talk to animals. I'm not quite sure about that. But anyway, it's over in the Mobile channel. new possibilities for animal-computer interaction to benefit zoo animals and visitors, because new technology that allows zoo animals and their human visitors to share experiences could have positive benefits for both. You think it's... You okay?
Yes, the critters are encroaching rapidly.
So, new possibilities. It's over at phys.org. University of Glasgow put the article together. And
which is
it
quite
says,
funny given the article.
There's a lemur right there. Pretty cool. So last summer, computing science experts from the University of Glasgow teamed up with zookeepers at Blair Drummond Safari Park to test sensory safari. Sensory safari. Oh, wait, before we get too far, if you want today's articles, you can hit NSN, and first one's free each day. ohmTown is a completely different color again. And I don't know why
It's
ohmTown
acting up.
changes color. Yeah. Well, anyway, so they built a prototype interactive system called Sensory Safari, which enabled red-ruffed lemurs and humans to share linked multisensory experiences, which sounds creepy, but I don't know what this actually amounts to.
This was almost submitted into RealityHacker, but wasn't sure which direction this was going.
I guess it still could, right? The result of the project, set to be presented at a conference this month, suggests that the everyday lives of the endangered red-ruffed lemurs could be enriched by on-demand access to video and sound clips, as well as the distinctive smells of favored foods and plants. At the same time, visitors who had the chance to share the same sensory experiences and watch videos of the lemurs interacting with the device spent more time in the animal's habitat. And they also reported that they felt an increased emotional connection with the lemurs as a result of interacting with the Sensory Safari device.
I mean, anytime you can get humans to identify with or attach to animals, that helps with their survival.
I am bonding with my Sensory Safari device a big glass of iced coffee. I have an increased emotional connection with that mason jar because I'm trying to get rid of plastic.
Well, see, it's working.
So it can be challenging for zoos to balance their animals' health, welfare, and need for enrichment in the wider aim to provide entertainment and education for visitors. You just got to get that slab of whatever material for the bees and put it in there too.
Oh, that's
health
right.
and welfare. Activities like one-on-one sessions with a lemur, where visitors can touch and feed the animals in controlled environments, can create memorable moments for humans, but can be stressful or repetitive for long animals over long periods. What? Can be stressful or repetitive? Okay, I don't understand that sentence.
Like boring almost.
Repetitive is boring? Don't
Maybe
ask
for
me.
a lemur.
I shouldn't actually even argue that because I think repetition is boring. So that's
You're
why
like, what are we talking about?
the damn show is Non Sequitur News. I can't get through a sentence without thinking about something else entirely. So we developed Sensory Safari to explore the potential of interactive technology to enable valuable but indirect connections between visitors and animals. Interactive tech has the potential to give animals access to new enrichment activities which feel safe and comfortable. Also, while providing humans with more engaging routes to learn about animals. Never mind. Anyway, during the pilot project, the researchers installed a specially designed box containing a video screen, speakers, and 3 vials of what? Filled with different scents in the red-ruffed lemur's enclosure. Infrared sensors inside the box detected when the lemurs entered, triggered a video, a sound, and then maced them and screamed, "Get out! Get off my lawn!"
I don't think that's going toward relaxation.
Oh, that only happens to me when I go into my neighbor's yard. So anyway, it's a sound and a smell or a combination of the two. The sensors also started a video camera, which recorded the interactions for as long as they lasted. As long as they lasted? As long as they stayed? Should that have been lasted? There must be a
Yeah, I
language
think
thing.
there is something that's off there. I think
So they
as
were
long
given...
as the experience lasted.
Oh, right. There you go. Okay. We can extrapolate from incomplete detail. So remarkably, they triggered the device more than 3,200 times in the 63-day test when the interactive elements were active, interacting significantly more with the system when it offered them multimodal experiences that provided more than one stimulus at a time, which is the same thing as offering them multimodal experiences. But okay.
The audience cannot extrapolate.
What? So, yeah, for 20 days during the longer test of sensory safari with lemurs, the researchers also paid close attention to human visitors during their time. After 5 days of observing visitors near the enclosure without any interactive elements aimed at them, the researchers installed the touchscreen device in a heavily trafficked spot with a view of the lemurs, and more than 25,000 visitors interacted with the human-focused sensory safari device, which offered them the chance to play a guessing game to predict which sensory stimuli or combinations the lemurs preferred most, receiving immediate feedback on their guesses. And if they got it wrong, they were tasered and sent to the lion's den.
Oh, wow. Failures. That's pretty high stakes.
It is. So the touchscreen device significantly increased the amount of time humans spent by the lemur enclosure, boosting visit time from 1 minute during the initial 5-day control to 18 minutes during the time when both the human and lemur-focused sensory safari devices were active. Now, while this might be all great and all, going from 1 minute where they got their fill to nearly 20 minutes of people standing around means that you're going to get a big cluster of people, and people alone stress out wild animals. So I don't know. I think people need to get their information and move on and enjoy them from a distance and be largely not directly. What?
That's true. There's a balance, though. They need that connection. But then also we saw the study of animals that didn't do well in solitary environments and actually missed the people when they were closed for pandemic and other reasons. Air what?
Huh, what? Sorry. I was trying to catch the cursor. So it's a good thing, you think?
It's a balance. You can't have 1,000 people crowded around the lemurs every 5 seconds. But you need them to be there long enough to care about preserving lemurs.
But they're cute animals, so they're good to go. You know what's funny about this is I'm building a story now of this lemur looking at the screen, and this other lemur is looking at the other lemur looking at the screen. And the one lemur is like, do you see this shit? This is amazing. We don't understand the language they're speaking, but I'm sure they're speaking something.
Exactly.
Right? They have little opposable thumbs. Look at that. It's pretty cool. Lemurs are awesome. Anyway, paper marks the latest development in Dr. Hersky Douglas's partnership, I guess. Hersky Douglas's partnership with Blair Drummond Safari Park. Last year, they developed Lemur Lounge, which offered brown and ring-tailed lemurs the chance to trigger sounds on demand. In 2023, a similar enrichment device was tested at the parks, or with the park's giraffes. I don't know. Reshaping human-animal relationships, exploring lemur and human enrichment through smell, sound, and sight. Pretty cool. I don't know. Seems like it's fun, mostly harmless, right?
Well, even it could be good for the lemur's health if they're not getting enough sensory stimuli.
Yep. I still think animals should be animals out in the wild, and people should leave them alone. But
me too. But then they wouldn't need zoos if everybody did that.
Yep. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. You might not want to touch receipts after seeing this horrifying research. I actually changed the title on the show is Gross Receipts.
Nice play on words.
Yeah. So according to new research from the Center for Environmental Health, the tiny paper documents used by major U.S. retailers contain alarmingly high levels of bisphenol S, or BPS, an industrial chemical used in plastics manufacturing, high enough to be dangerous even in the brief period of time that it takes you to stuff one into your pocket. The concentrations were so high that touching only one receipt with BPS for 10 seconds resulted in exposure above the safe harbor level, which requires a clear and reasonable warning to consumers, says Mohir Vora, science lead at CEH, said in a statement about the findings. Well, CEH is probably going to lose their funding. Frank Landemore put this article together. It's over at the futurism.com section called Neoscope. Not even for just a few seconds is the deck statement. Yeah, citing tests conducted by an independent lab and the latest literature on the subject, the CEH, so Center for Environmental Health, said in a statement that it's all hell is breaking loose. CEH has taken legal action by sending violation notices to around 50 companies found to have BPS-laden receipts with concentrations violating California. California seems to be the preeminent source for all environmental warnings. Proposition 65 basically flags things in every online store anywhere that everything that they have ever even come into contact with is toxic.
Which may be accurate, but it's kind of shocking.
Yeah, because the stuff is still there. Like nothing has changed. It's just a warning. Don't touch anything. Don't sit on that toilet seat. You need to learn how to hover 6 inches above it. Don't use that hand cleaner thingy, the air jet thing, because it's basically spitting biology all over you. And now your receipts right out of the machine have BPS, and you're getting contaminated. Bisphenols are a group of chemicals used to manufacture commonplace consumer goods, ranging from food packaging to clothing to electronics. And in recent decades, however, BPA and BPS is linked, well, BPA specifically is linked to a number of troubling health outcomes, including breast and prostate cancer, heart disease, premature death, which wouldn't most death be premature? I mean,
according to the person, probably, and maybe their loved ones.
Yeah, back to the whole. Only 25% of it. Yeah, accidents are caused by excessive speed. What do you mean? How slow do I have to be going to not get in an accident? Somebody is speeding excessively. Anyway, virtually everyone may be exposed to a significant degree. A National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey conducted between 2013 and 2014 found detectable levels of BPAs in 95.7% of urine samples.
95%. I wonder how big the sample size was. That was in 2013. Think about what it must be like now. It's more than 100%.
So I think BPAs have been getting phased out in some places, but not other places. It says U.S. Food and Drug Administration still considers BPAs to be safe. EU regulators have recently banned using BPA in products that come into contact with food. Like the EU has gotten rid of Red 30 and other reds, but there's a natural red that they have that I can't even get access to domestically. I can't use it to be less whatever harmful. Some people believe it like Red 30 and stuff, but people who are allergic to Red 30 are not allergic to the red that's in the EU. So emerging literature has linked BPS to similar toxic effects as BPA, cause damage to the reproductive system, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, cancers. So in December 2023, California listed BPS as a substance that causes reproductive issues, and under Proposition 65, also known as the Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act of 1894, no, it's 1986, the move forces businesses to either drop the chemical from their products or provide a warning to customers, but guess which one is cheaper?
Probably the warning.
And just the warning. And that's what you're getting. So a year has elapsed, calling out BPS levels in the receipts, where it's used as a coating for the thermal paper. The documents are printed on. CEH is pressuring businesses to comply with the demands within 60 days. If they don't play ball, the nonprofit can sue. Pretty wild there, folks.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of these that I feel like affects everybody.
Everything.
You know, sometimes we have one of these and it's like, well, I didn't buy this product or I don't do this. Probably everybody comes into contact with a receipt pretty regularly that has resources to go purchase items.
I'll look into seeing if you can test easily for BPS, and then I'll go pee on a stick and see. Oh, wait. I don't know if that's an overshare or a spoiler alert.
Depends on which way you're thinking of it.
Next article is over on the Marble Channel. A woman who faked muteness for 16 years busted after giving directions. I think the key takeaway here is she just couldn't shut up forever.
She made it a long time. Like, really giving directions is where, but we don't know. She could have been talking the whole time, but nobody saw her.
Some guy walks up and goes, "Hey, can you give me or like she's with somebody and refuses to ask for directions, and she's in the passenger seat and she's like, "Oh my God, dude, oh my God, I've just been exposed to not being mute." So for nearly 2 decades, a woman in Spain convinced the government and many others that she couldn't speak. Now she's been exposed as a fraud after a private detective caught her chatting on the street using her phone and giving directions in perfectly clear vocal Spanish. It all started in 2003 when the woman, then working at a supermarket in Andalusia, was attacked by a customer. Afterwards, she was diagnosed with PTSD and pseudo-mutism, the loss of speech due to psychological trauma. Social Security granted her a permanent disability pension. Since the incident happened at work, the payments were covered by an insurance company.
Do you think she actually had that and then maybe it went away? Because it seems like an odd thing to make up as a side effect of something that happened.
So the problem here is, if something else happened, she could have said, "Hey, I got my speech back," 20 years later.
Exactly, but now
nope,
they're going to go, well, that wasn't the case way back.
Which
then means we're taking everything back plus some more.
Yeah, and you're going to be treated as a criminal. So her insurance company is likely to sue her to recover the 16 years worth of disability pension. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. I wonder how much that actually is. So with the footage in hand, the insurance company brought the case to court. In January 2025, the High Court of Justice of Andalusia ruled in favor of the insurer, stating a simulation of pseudo-mutism has been established. I should be just mute. Or at least a very favorable progression or evolution of such symptoms, as the inhibited symptoms have disappeared. The woman tried to argue that the recording violated her constitutional rights, which is kind of BS, but the court didn't buy it. The video stood, the benefit stopped, and now a new case is open to determine how much she'll need to repay. 16 years worth of payments.
Wow. What's interesting is it says her doctor visits don't mention anything about it, but that doesn't mean they never did. It looks like they went back to like 2019.
So,
but like what happened initially, like I'm sure she was seen by doctors right after the accident, which that raises a whole nother set of questions.
A psychiatrist reviewing her case flagged potential fraud, but that alone wasn't enough to take legal action. So the company hired a private detective to follow her around, and what he saw was not someone living with a debilitating condition. Well, then, I mean, she gets what she deserves, but the insurer started digging into her medical history because nothing from her recent specialist visits, ophthalmologists, dermatologists, orthopedists, mentioned anything about her being unable to speak. But did they not ask?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming they would have tried to talk to the patient as part of a patient visit, but those aren't doctors, of course, that are related to speech. So, but you'd think it'd be a notation or something so that if they're seeing the patient, they can have somebody who can communicate with her, for example.
Yeah, there should always have been periodic checks. The thing about it, though, is it's really easy to fake this. How are you doing? Are you feeling okay? You know,
Right. I mean, I guess if she never says anything.
right. Did she pick up sign language?
That's a good question.
16
I mean,
years of
there's so many
existence.
questions here.
It's a whole lot faster to talk when you understand signing than to sit there and go, hold on a second, let me get my iPad and type it all out and show them, scribble it out on paper, show them. It's a lot easier to just go, hold on a second and say it out loud. But
I'm surprised they didn't. Well, maybe she did talk before then, but maybe nobody who was connected to the case caught her. She never said a single word at her employer after that time. Maybe she went to a different employer.
or she wasn't working anymore because she was getting Social Security, granted a permanent disability pension. So fast forward to 2019. So for 16 years, nothing. Nobody said anything. But the insurer started digging into her medical history. Why did it take 16? See, they have a fiduciary duty as well. So I think that they're partially responsible for the persistence of this. But yeah. All right.
Well,
Let's
I
keep
wonder
going.
too if they got a tip about her or something. Like, that seems like a long period of time to be going back and auditing those records. And
Yeah, her boyfriend.
But there could have been an issue with a provider or something. I mean, there could have been some other reason they were going into those.
I'm gonna put the conspiracy theory out there that it was the boyfriend that was like, "Would you shut up?"
I mean, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Well, the investigator found out. So the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Career benefits of opening for established artists like Taylor Swift revealed in a study. This is really kind of no shit news. So I'm going to jump straight on into the source of this. Drexel University put the article together. It's published over at phys.org. Recently published in the Journal of the Music and Entertainment Industry Educators Association. Yet another. How many?
Oh, yeah, this is a new one.
This is a brand new one, and I might actually have to change my entire domain because I am trying to find a way where I can play music and talk about it without getting dinged with DMCAs with the frequency of a cheap ham radio. I mean, sometimes when I try and do something, the video ends up being like a solar flare of notices. There's like 18 people have flagged your video as being fine, delete.
Right.
Anyway, but I want to do it academically. It isn't just for, I mean, it's part entertainment, but it's responses and discussing the materiality of the audio and the lyrics and sociological and science and tech all merged together and whatever, right? Sentient AI is like, Mayor Watt, you know that
everybody
it's like peeing
has
into the
this
wind.
problem with music online.
Yeah, because it's still in the 1800s.
Doesn't make it any less frustrating.
So it also takes a closer look at the trajectory of artists who are openers for the Eras Tour. The study looked broadly at the impact of emerging artists serving as an opening act for larger tours and how that exposure affects their streaming numbers and audience
I can
growth.
think of one. Didn't Sabrina Carpenter open for Taylor Swift? And hasn't she kind of rocketed to the top of the charts?
Rocketed. True. I have to do something really quick. Hold on one second. I was contacted by somebody, but we're going to get right back to it here. I'm just going to drop a note. I'm going to talk about it briefly when we get towards the end of the show, so stick around. And it all stems from this. Now, I don't think that I am like massively big, but I was contacted by somebody that wants to spread the word about a Kickstarter that they have. So I'm going to say that I am like the Eras Tour, and this Kickstarter is an emerging artist. And I hope that I can facilitate something, because they actually emailed me, and I checked it out, and I think that it's a pretty fun thing. But let's see if I can make all of this flow right. Okay, stick around, y'all. So there's a perception that opening for a major headliner is a guaranteed career boost for emerging artists, but the reality is far more complex. And I agree, it has to be. It isn't just, it happens, right? There hasn't been much research into how accurate the conventional wisdom really is. This research aims to unpack some of the less visible dynamics in the music industry, especially those that shape the career paths of rising artists. Apruzzi, I think, or how do they pronounce their name? Apruzzi? Maybe?
That sounds good.
Yeah, Jorge, who is the director of Drexel's music industry program, drew on his experiences as a founding member of the band Passion Pit, which rose to commercial success in the late 2000s and 2010s with top 10 records, appearances on SNL and The Late Show with David Letterman, and playing sold-out arenas, including Madison Square Garden, probably before they started using AI to kick brownies out. To guide his inquiry into the economic and career impacts of being an opener. So Apruzzi sought to quantify the impact of being an opener on tour by examining their streaming metrics and ticket sales before and after the tour. They looked at 57 artists, ranging from early career to well-established acts, who served as openers for the top 10 grossing tours of 2022 and 2023, and based on the data. The study found that developing artists, a classification established by the industry website Chartmetric, for artists early in their career, saw an 18% increase in streaming prior to the tour, followed by 6% decrease after the tour. So it's basically the established artist bump.
Right, but it's in anticipation of the concert or tour. That's interesting that it goes down afterward.
So what I would be curious to know is how far before the tour is that 18% bump, and how fast does it decelerate?
Yes.
Wow, who is this new upcoming artist? Oh my God, they suck. I don't want to follow them anymore.
Well, that's what it makes it sound like, but maybe it's just a 6% from their bump up, so they're still at an elevated level.
Yeah, if you average it out, it's still, So, pretty cool. They say mainstream artists like Muna and Biba Doobie is mainstream? Biba Doobie is mainstream? All right. And Role Model experience smaller increases and decreases, suggesting a more stable audience engagement. And superstar artists like Phoebe Bridgers, Paramore, Steve Lacy increase their numbers, and in some cases maintain those increases following the tour. But that's because they were already, all they did was expand their reach.
Right, and people were already wound up about their music, and then they maybe got more wound up because there was a tour.
Yeah, they're a known quantity good. So obviously it's just additional marketing. So breaking this down by genre, pop rock, country, hip hop artists saw the most significant increase in streaming numbers. Of those, pop rock artists also experienced the largest declines in stream post-tour, according to the study. This is pretty cool. They conducted a focused analysis on Taylor Swift's Eras tour, which is a multi-billion-dollar, right? It was over $1 billion total.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I think she exceeded the GDP of certain countries.
Right. So comparing his overall findings to the metrics of Swift's openers to discern whether a strong fan base for a headliner could substantially elevate the profile of their opening acts, the tour also lent itself to comparison for the study because it included a variety of openers, both in genre and prominence. So Swift's previous tours helped elevate artists like Ed Sheeran, Shawn Mendes, Justin Bieber, and Florida Georgia Line early in their careers.
That's interesting. I didn't know she was attached to any of them. I mean,
They
all of them are
call,
major artists.
yeah, they call it the Taylor Swift effect, um, and explore whether the associations with superstar headliners translate into lasting career growth for emerging artists. I would say that it accelerated people into the wave, I would predict. So the study revealed that genre alignment or compatibility, how closely the acts hewed to Swift's own, played an important role in sustainability of the openers. For example, Gracie Abrams, whose songs are similar to Swift's indie pop and introspective ballads, experienced a sustained streaming increase following the tour, while Owen, whose music is more closely aligned to R&B, saw an 188% increase in streaming during the tour, but a precipitous 75% decline after it ended. But it's still shockingly high for...
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't go negative, unless they're saying that it lost the 188% and declined
Right.
75%.
I don't think it is. I mean, I still feel like it's at a high compared to before the tour, but I don't know.
So Paramore wasn't impacted by it. It was just flat. They say 1% decrease during the tour, but Paramore is an older act, I'd say, which, according to Arpuzzi, could be due to the group's existing popularity or a perceived mismatch with the audience's expectations. Others experienced 6%. Muna sustained interest following the tour by appearing with Boy Genius and releasing new music, suggesting these continued activities immediately following a prominent tour played a role in sustaining the momentum. But yeah, that if you're always staying in the zeitgeist, then yeah, you're going to continue. This is a really neat article. There's much more to this, but I will not be able to go through the whole thing. It's quite extensive. But they say from the artist's
This is
perspective.
interesting. I haven't seen stats like this before.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. Pruzesi surveyed 47 artists with varying levels of stature and experience. 38 of which had experienced opening for an established act. Of that group, 63% experienced noticeable social media activity and growth in followership after the opening. So I'd say any press is good press. No press is bad press. Right? So they basically say,
so.
as it applies to career development, it's undeniable. It must be viewed as a part of a broader strategic framework aimed at cultivating and sustaining an artist's presence in the competitive landscape of the music industry. What might be interesting is if these larger orgs go, we know what the long-term accountability is, and so we want a part of the action in perpetuity. Now we are a part of your
right
org, and you have to share revenue 2% this way. It's like a songwriter getting a piece of the action because they're the ones that wrote the lyrics. Songwriters apparently get the bulk of it, by the way.
Which is interesting because it could be somebody different than the singer.
Yep. I might have to change my entire career. Let's keep going. The next article is over, and this one's going to be really fast. Archer and United plan New York City air taxi service for airport trips. Archer says that it's going to launch an air taxi in New York City with United Airlines, which will include routes between Manhattan and major airports like JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark. The aviation company aims to replace hour-long taxi rides along congested roads with breezy flights lasting between 5 and 15 minutes. Cannot imagine how much this would cost.
Yeah, and how long does it take you to prep for the flight, right? It's got to take you longer to get to the flight than to get on it.
It takes the overall, it might be 5 to 15 minute trips between Manhattan and all the major airports, but it takes 45 minutes to get your ass into that thing because you still have to get cleared, right? So that's really what they all say. The specifics of it is the helicopter to go from Manhattan to JFK one way is $265 per seat.
Okay, but that is a ridiculously small distance.
Yeah, but it's $265, and you're going to save they hype 5 to 15 minutes of flight, but again, how long does it take to get your butt in that seat?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it being operated like a private?
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it's private though, because it's attached to United. Because if it was private, maybe then it would expedite some of the pre-flight time.
Well, it may be. I mean, it's a private organization that's tied to the airline so that they can get through regulatory hurdles, I'm sure, and maybe show their stuff, to get it all done. The company has previously received Parts 135 and 145 certification for on-demand services and specialized repair. Midnight has a range of up to 100 miles at speeds of up to 150 miles per hour on pure battery power. Pure battery power. Coming your way, ohmTown Live. That's going to be our radio station. ohmTown Live. Anyway, pretty interesting. Air taxis, sometimes misidentified by the mainstream media as flying cars, are essentially helicopters without the noisy, polluting gas motors, though they certainly have their own unique noise profile. In addition to Archer, companies like Joby, I guess it is, Joby Aviation and Volocopter, and Beta Technologies have claimed that they're on the cusp of launching services that will eventually scale up nationwide. All right. You want to keep going?
Yeah, I think the timing of this is interesting because I suspect they're going to see more regulation of things like helicopter flights. So I just, again, think the timing is interesting. But anything that can get people between places faster, probably a good thing.
You really think the FAA is going to be empowered more? Moving on. I say nuggets. Taco Bell's nuggets return this month and will become a permanent fixture by 2026, according to the article, with more crispy chicken items on the way. Taco Bell's bringing its chicken nuggets back, says for a limited time starting April 24th. The chain is betting big on crispy chicken and plans to make its nuggets permanent by 2026. The chain's also investing in other crispy chicken products like chicken strips. Oh my God. Taco Bell chicken strips?
They're going to win the fast food wars.
Had a conversation about that yesterday, as a matter of fact. I said, well, if Demolition Man is any proof, it is a documentary, Taco Bell is going to win. But since they messed up my order, I don't know. Okay, I went into a Taco Bell yesterday because there were other people around me that were like, oh my God, I'm having a horrible day. Let's go get Taco Bell. And I'm like, all right. I was craving nachos. So I got a small thing of nachos. So the place didn't have any ice in the, this is like 12:30 in the afternoon. Didn't have ice in the ice maker. The first drink that I got was basically like 2 drips of iced tea concentrate and then nothing but carbonated water. There were no napkins in the dispenser. They didn't give us our cups. And all they did was set the bag out on the counter and walk away, not saying anybody's name. Yeah. So I'm like, if this is indicative of them winning the fast food wars, then all the rest of them must have just drove into oncoming traffic or something. I have no idea. Anyway, chicken nuggets back April 24th following positive fan feedback as part of the chain's push into a new menu. The return of Taco Bell's chicken nugs. Aaron McDowell over at businessinsider.com. So for those who don't get to see what I see a cascade of characters like the Matrix. And my brain has been conditioned to interact with this cascade, so I get to see like the Matrix, the woman in the red dress kind of a thing. If you're not familiar with the Matrix, go watch the original Matrix. Anyway, what the sentient AI just did was flinch, and it has to be because this page has been zoomed in quite a bit, but it's actually should have been closer to that.
Right, it was very much in focus, but it was not a negative reaction.
Quite close.
The chicken looks good.
Does it? I think it's orange light and I don't really like it, but that's okay. Anyway, well, I guess Aaron McDowell took that picture, so I'm sorry, Aaron. But yeah, you need to do some white balance on this thing. So BusinessInsider.com is where this is sourced. Taco Bell is finally bringing back its fan favorite chicken nuggets after they sold out prematurely following their launch last December. Why are you reacting?
Marinated in jalapeno buttermilk.
Oh, dear God. Maybe that's why they were so yummy. I, too, am a fan of... See, the problem... so, have you ever had to milk an oat to get oat milk? Their little nipples are really, really tiny, and so it's really expensive. Oat milk is really, really expensive. But chicken's nugget, or a chicken's nuggets, they're small too. So I don't know how big these chickens are that their nuggets are that big. I mean, those are some really big. Never mind.
We don't have
think
any
that
perspective in the photo.
This one isn't landing right with the sentient AI. Anyway, the nuggets differ from other chains. Like the sentient AI observed, they're coated in a tortilla chip crumb and breadcrumb coating that has jalapeno buttermilk. I'm going to leave that there, just like that. I'm not going to take it back. I'm not going to edit that out. I'm leaving jalapeno. So Taco Bell's big bet on crispy chicken is fueled by Gen Z's appetite. Gen Z is eating more crispy chicken and chicken in the category than any other generation, says Taco Bell's CMO, Taylor Montgomery, who spoke to Business Insider about it. Thinking from a cultural standpoint, which that's kind of how you operate your business. Duh.
Yeah, you kind of want to be gauging the market.
Yeah, there's a significant cultural relativism if you want to run a successful business. Some businesses exist today because they did nothing but whatever they were told back then, or they actually embraced the culture of that time, and now they're a multi-billion-dollar organization. Because sometimes you don't want to bet against a certain culture or organizational structure lest you too be targeted. Anyway, Montgomery said that the chain's initial launch of chicken nuggets far surpassed expectations, leaving chickens scared that they were going to lose their nuggets. During the week the chicken nuggets were available, nearly 1 in 6 orders included chicken nuggets, according to the chain. I actually ordered them and got extras for other people. Everybody loved them. Everyone.
You know, when they first announced they were doing chicken nuggets, I thought, well, that's kind of odd because obviously that's not their thing. But apparently they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, see, and they've always had chicken in their stuff somewhere, but not as conventional, like meh nuggets, right? But with that spicy coating and whatever treatment that they're getting, they were very, very, very good. So a 5-piece nugget with 1 dipping sauce starts at $3.99, and a 10-piece nugget with 2 dipping sauces starts at $6.99. So, all right.
So in 1 week, they'll be back.
I just have to survive 1 week. Stay away, asteroid. 1 week. Just let me stay. Okay. Anyway, at the annual live Live More Life? Is that Live More Live? Live More Live?
I guess.
Consumer Day in March.
Live.
Live More Live? Yeah, I guess. Anyway, in the presentation, Manas highlighted the size of the crispy chicken category, worth $26 billion within the QSR landscape, and the fries category worth $20 billion. By the way, they have these fries that are nacho fries. They're these crispy, spicy fries.
Yeah, I didn't even know they had fries.
Yep, pretty good. Anyway, pretty cool. There's more over here, but it says Taco Bell is gearing up to launch even more new menu items, including chicken strips. The chain said that 95% of innovations in the Taco Bell test kitchen feature chicken as the premier protein, and new menu items like chicken strips are also on the way. But hey, where's bird flu in all of this?
Nobody wants to order any bird flu with their fast food.
It's an extra dipping sauce. They're going to charge $5 more. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Aussie designer Katy Perry takes her trademark case against Katy Perry to Katy Perry. I mean,
there's lots of Katy Perrys here.
Yep. So some just don't know how to take an L, I suppose. We've been following a silly trademark case in Australia between pop singer Katy Perry, Katy Perry, the one. Then didn't they just go to space?
Yeah, they did. But why not file suit when your other party's up in space?
So, but the way that the title reads is it isn't Katy Perry, the musician, taking Katy Perry, the Aussie designer.
It's the other way around.
So why is this written as some people just don't know how to take the L, I suppose? Did Katy Perry lose her trademark? I thought she won the trademark.
I think this is getting appealed.
So, as in previous posts on the topic, they say that they will revert to using first names in an attempt to avoid any confusion, but Katy and Katy are the same, so I don't know how they're not going to avoid any confusion.
Why don't they say something like designer Katy and singer Katy or something?
Yeah, the designer Katy is. So, to bring you up to speed, Katy Perry, the musician, held a music tour in 2014 in Australia and sold a bunch of clothing as merch during the tour. Fast forward to 2023, 9 years later, when Katy, the designer, sued Katy, the musician, for trademark infringement for selling that merch. So, from the This Again department by Timothy Gaynor over at techdirt.com, we bring you this. Why the 9-year gap is anyone's guess, but initially the courts in Australia found for Katy, the designer, in the case and declined Katy, the musician's petition to nix the trademark in question. Katy, the musician, appealed the ruling, leading to some melodramatic comments from the fashion designer about how the appeal was a personal attack upon her. I mean, it kind of is. The court disagreed with that on appeal, finding for Katy Perry, the musician, and reversing the lower court's ruling, as well as canceling Katy, the designer's trademark. Ouch. So that's why we're back in this, because I thought we reported
on this previously, but not this iteration.
Yeah, so the designs, the details and timelines are important here. So let's lay out some facts. First, the suit didn't lay out any instances of actual consumer confusion as a result of the concert merch. Second, Katy Perry, the musician, had been selling clothing under her trademark name for her tours a full 5 years before Katy, the designer, sold any clothing at all and was famous worldwide at that point. Third, the court found that Katy, the designer, actually attempted to associate herself with the Katy Perry clothing line, I guess, or with Katy Perry, the musician, early on, ostensibly to help drive revenue and sales. Fourth, no matter the noises the fashion designer has made over the ruling, nothing within it will prevent her fashion brand from operating with its given name. Probably not anymore, because they've invalidated her trademark.
Yeah, that's true, but I suspect she's the one who brought it on, right?
Kind of interesting, right? So from a trademark perspective, that's about as complete a list of reasons for this to not be trademark infringement as they could come up with. Given the details mentioned above, which is she achieved a further legal win in the case on Friday, with the High Court allowing her lawsuit against Perry. Wait, I'm confused now. Which Perry?
I know.
To continue by granting her application for special leave. This will allow her to try to overturn a full federal fort. Is that it?
This is talking about the designer, I guess.
Should be a court judgment from the November that the U.S. singer, whose real name is Catherine Hudson, did not infringe the Katy Perry mark by selling clothing during the 2014 Prism tour in Australia, because it's Katy Perry's concert she's selling it at, not Katy Perry, the designer's clothing store.
Exactly.
And that's my takeaway from that. Anyway, given the details above, it's difficult to see how the High Court could overturn the prior ruling for Katy Perry. And hopefully the High Court won't be compelled by sneaky framing that Katie's barrister is engaging in here down below, because the comments below are downright silly. They say on Friday, her barrister, Christian Dimitriadis, I guess, SC, said the appeal judges erred in their interpretation of Australian trademark law. Just because Perry had a reputation as a pop star at the time that Katy Perry's trademark was registered in 2009 did not mean she also had a reputation for selling clothing at the time, he argued. You would have to be the utter dimmest of dimwits to assume that a globally known phenom musician wouldn't have merch.
Right. Every musician sells T-shirts, for example.
Yeah, and then they say Ms. Taylor had the misfortune of choosing a trademark similar to someone who became famous and then proceeded to sell clothing in Australia, knowing that she was infringing that mark, which is absolute. You have to be batshit crazy. Anyway, it's a very silly argument given the fame of Katy Perry, how concert and merch work generally, and again, the steps Katy took to associate herself with Katy Y. Katy IE. That's how they should have done it. The whole article should have been Katy IE versus Katy Y.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the less famous person going after the famous person.
Right. Yeah.
If any confusion, it's going against the person bringing the original suit.
Yeah, it's the designer. Clout chasing, really. I mean, they basically found somebody who decided that they were going to select a name that was precariously close to somebody else's name. And then they slowly oozed into the musicians, basically, provenance. It's clout chasing.
I kind of want to know how they knew that she was selling merchandise in Australia. I mean, she may have just stumbled across it, but I bet she was at the concert.
She was at the concert, yeah. Katy IE bought a concert ticket and said, maybe I can go backstage and meet Katy Y.
Right, exactly. Like, it's just, this is an interesting set of events.
We have the same name, hun. We're kismet. We're supposed to be, we're soulmates. We're bonded by name, even though yours is a completely fictitious name.
But the sad thing is, I could see somebody like Katy Perry, the singer, saying, oh, everybody should check out Katy Perry, the designer. Like, I could see her promoting that. I mean, because she wouldn't have been concerned.
Maybe she didn't like her designs, and that's why they couldn't.
Well, that may be another issue. Yeah, I don't know.
Katy IE, your stuff sucks, apparently. Moving on. Next article's over in 4-Wheel Tech. VW tells dealers to wrap plain ID Buzz vans in two-tone colors to increase their sales. This is why I titled this one, Fake It Till You Sell It. Massive part of its appeal lies in its looks, and it's pretty much needs to be the two-tone version to fulfill its retro fantasy. And having taken the sentient AI's Raspberry Pi and the computer vision subsystem out to see these VW ID Buzz vans, nobody wants to buy the plain ones. Everybody wants to buy the two-tone ones. Look at that.
Oh, that is so boring.
Ugh. Oh, God. I mean, it looks like a loaf of just dried out toast, you know, like unsliced, just boring ass white bread toast. Not even sliced though. Like, it's desiccated bread just stuck there. I like the ID Buzz, but I don't like it being electric. Anyway,
for those in the podcast, this is like I think it's black or maybe dark gray, but it's just monochrome. There's nothing interesting about it at all. And what do they do once they sell it? Do they go, oh, surprise, it's just a wrap? I mean,
it's just a wrap. Yeah. And wraps decompose over time. They get funky and dented and scratched.
So, like, what kind of sale is this?
You know what's really ugly about this car is if you look at the lines, there isn't a consistent reflection in this. It's all warped and twisted.
yeah.
There's no, I just, okay. Well, anyway, the Volkswagen Van Center Liverpool YouTube channel apparently had this. Anyway, so the Volkswagen ID Buzz is finally on sale in the US. The reality of selling a $70,000 electric minivan in a country where somebody is threatening to send the global economy into a recession resulted in lackluster sales. Yes, they only sold 1,901 ID Buzzes in the first quarter of 2025.
That does not sound like a lot.
Yeah, 6 of them are within a stone's throw of the mayoral mansion.
But not sold.
But not sold, yeah. So to make matters worse, Volkswagen was forced to produce mostly monotone black, white, and silver Buzzes due to production restrictions, and its signature two-tone paint scheme, which is what I fell in love with when it was ramping up, was just nothing but marketing bullshit because nobody is buying any of them, apparently. But $70,000 was not the entry-level price for this thing. It was supposed to hit the market like at $38,000 or something like that.
I know in other articles they said 70K, but maybe that's not where it was originally.
Hold on. Yeah, so the MSRP for this thing is supposed to be $60,000 for the Pro S model of the ID Buzz. But I think when it was originally announced, hold on.
And that is a lot of money for a car that was probably nowhere near that price in the original version.
Yeah, I can't find it really quick because AI and other whitewashing of the historical record of information. I swear
It's
I
probably
read
just
that it was
giving you
supposed to be.
current information, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Let me see if I can still find it. Yeah. See, they keep talking about 2025. That's not what the original price was. They still say 61,000. Yeah. Anyway. Ugh, it's frustrating. Anyway, so to make so this thing, it says nostalgia is expensive, but this doesn't really touch the nostalgia nerve, right? It's a pale comparison to the more. It's kind of like the new versions of the later versions of the XB. The Scion XB was this square with sharper angles, and then the later editions of it softened the curves and took away the mystique of it.
Right, and that's what the ID Buzz has done as well. I mean, even in the two-tone, which obviously looks a lot better than the monochrome, it's not the same as the original. It doesn't have as much pizzazz.
So, yeah, the 1958 Volkswagen 11-window split-screen microbus is what this should have been. It should have had all of the little windows that everybody fell in love with, the same front end that everybody fell in love with, but it's basically just this close approximation of it. It lost the swoop of the original era VW. It still has this, but the headlights are nothing. It's basically a modernized version of a regular old minivan. Yeah. So once I saw that the price was going up and that it was really all electric, it wasn't hybrid, and it wasn't going to have this really range busting type of technology in it, and it was going to look exactly like this, and then now it's got that plain drab blah color. Ugh. Anyway, so Volkswagen will reimburse part of the cost thanks to a partnership with Wrapmate. The plan is to charge Buzz buyers an additional $3,000 for a two-tone wrap, and the dealers can apply a $1,500 rebate from Volkswagen to split the cost. Hell no. If you want to sell me this, and the only way I'll buy it is if it's two-tone and it's a wrap that I have to pay $1,500 for
that, or discounting it or whatever. But why am I footing the bill for that?
Yeah, you're taking $8,000 off my bill, off of the MSR, not even the MSRP, whatever the price was that's on that lot. Why? Because it's going to sit there and you're not going to make any money. You're not even going to be able to write it off as a loss on your operating expenses. So, hell no. Anyway, ID Buzz is a brilliant vehicle that brings with it a hefty price. Brilliant is not the word I'd use. Anyway, they lived with a two-tone green
the
and white
original
ID
one,
Buzz for a
yes.
week. Yeah, the original was brilliant. But again, some companies survive because they went along and actually never mind. Anyway, let's keep going. The next two articles, we're running really late. But hey, you know what? It's Friday, right? Oh no, it's Thursday. Doggone it. I guess I better hurry. We were in the time machine, and I decided to bring the mindset of bees forward into Thursday from the time machine. So we have personality test for bees. Research reveals differences in honeybee defense behavior within the same colony.
Do you think these are impacted by the use of pollen or the fake pollen?
Yeah, that pseudopollen. Oh, by the way, the name that I gave the article, what did I call it? Hold on. I have to tell you what it is. Shh, it's okay. Shh, wait. Everybody just wait. It's worth it. It really is. It wasn't pollen. It's pollen proximate. So researchers from the Cluster of Excellence Collective Behavior at the University of Konstanz have discovered that honeybees from the same colony have different preferences in terms of defensive behavior, and some are still hesitating and others are already attacking. So the article is over at phys.org, it's bystander effect. They're like, somebody else will do it.
That's exactly it. I think it's like either I'm afraid to attack, I don't want to attack, I'm too lazy at the moment.
I'm thick on this.
I didn't have enough nutrition, I don't have enough carbs.
I'm stressed out because the beekeepers out there. You know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to see if I can do this. I'm going to contact a beekeeper outside of ohmTown, and I'm going to see if we can put little QR codes on the backs of bees in a camera so that we can track when they come and go, and see if I'm going to do it. I'm going to see if I can find a beekeeper and go and do it this weekend and go talk to somebody and go, hey, let's make this happen.
That would be cool.
Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Oh, somebody took the domain. Damn it. The sentient AI is making me focus, and damn it, I want to focus on something else. So in a recent study published in the Royal Society Open Science, not B, the researchers now claim that there are different bees that attack while other conspecifics always stay calm. They're the centrists, I suppose. They also show how social factors regulate this decision, and that the personality of the individual bee is more important for the group dynamics than assumed. For their research, doctoral student Kavitha Kannan from the University of Konstanz, led by neurobiologist Morgane Louvion. This sounds like something from Excalibur.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Morgana.
You can't fling a scimitar at someone. No, anyway. It's not a foundation for ruling. Yes. Anyway, specifically captured guard bees at the university's own beehives. The idea was to have a homogeneous group with assumed identical stinging behavior. Basically, you can expect that simply by the distribution of tasks, a collector will have a different stinging behavior than a guard. As we wanted to exclude as many influencing factors as possible, the selection was the first logical step. We were able to gradually test other influencing factors, but they basically test the wiggle of these bees. There are gentle bees and the aggressive bees and all bees and even mix of bees and different tests. And well, one bee sounds the alarm, but not everybody follows. The researchers knew from previous studies that the animals are influenced by pheromones. Studies have also shown that after a certain concentration has been reached, the stinging behavior starts to decrease. What had been known so far, or what was unknown so far, was that bees decide from which of them will ultimately sting. The results of the current study by Novian suggest that the personality of each bee plays a major role in the context. So the Voight-Kampff test from Blade Runner can be
Are these
applied
bee
here.
replicants?
Yeah, but because bees have compound eyes, that sensor that detects pupil dilation in the Voight-Kampff test, there's like 10,000 lenses that are focused at these
Right.
eyes. We simulated several situations in our tests in order to gradually explore various influencing factors. So they provoked the bee, grab it by the nape of its neck and smack it, and it's a bzz, 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 bzz. Anyway, ultimately it turned out that although these factors had an influence, they did not impact the predictability of individual stinging behavior. Their respective personality therefore prevailed over conformism. This was also confirmed in a final experiment where the researchers determined that bees did not change their stinging behavior as a function of group composition. Thus, even honeybees, which are renowned for a highly social lifestyle and for putting the needs of the colony before their own, retain some individuality. Interesting.
This is very interesting. I don't think we've seen studies really differentiating individual bees before.
Yeah, you'd think that they're just a big collective, right? Aimlessly going about their stuff. But apparently, like in a composition, some are like, nah, Joe, go. You do it.
I'm going to sit this one out.
See, now I think the longitudinal study of this would be track them over the period of their entire life to see which ones become aggressive and which ones
Yes.
don't.
Does it vary depending on what phase they're in, like how old
Correct.
they are?
Yeah.
I know, I agree, because
Yeah.
I'm thinking if you're the youngest bee, it's probably not in your interest to go out and attack, but maybe it is because of your higher
Your
interest in
vigors.
survival or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Or like you need to stake your claim. See, but bees die when they sting. They're not like
correct.
wasps.
And so that's why I suspect maybe the older bees go out and do that, but I don't know. I don't hear any audio, but just from the last minute or so. For those in the podcast, we're doing it live. We got nothing. So while we're thinking about bees, Mayor Watt is thinking about the wired connections in ohmTown.
Hello? Oh, okay.
There
we're
we
back.
go.
That was weird. Anyway, I need a battery pack that will actually make my stuff last longer. I guess. I don't know. Everything was charged too. Maybe it wasn't. Anyway, sorry about that, folks. We're going to leave it all in and we're not going to change a damn thing. Y'all have to suffer just like I did. So awkward.
Which type of bee do you think Mayor Watt is?
I'm one of those thick
contrarian
bees
one.
that, yeah. So this is a really neat article, and it's really motivated me to go. Maybe I can take the sentient AI out, and we can find a beekeeper and propose this, because there's no other way to do it. It's not like you can do this at home, find a nest. There isn't anything outside the mayoral mansion in terms of bees. There's wasps galore, and those little buggers can go to hell. I'm not going to play with them. They suck. All right. Last article for today is over in the Warcrafters channel. You should buy the authors. It's over at PC Gamer. Their favorite co-op survival game in 2024 from 2024 right now for $20 because the price goes up to $35. So this is Pacific Drive is what they're talking about, I guess. But only a razor thin margin because of the two words abiotic factor, I guess. So abiotic factor. So they had a tough time trying to figure out the game of the year for best survival game. So let's go and look at this thing. Abiotic Factor is getting a $10 price increase just before its 1.0 launch, but you can save $15 if you grab it now in April. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put this article together, and Abiotic Factor is this collaboration game. Anyway, I would probably push Pacific Drive, but it's basically what would happen if all those unfortunate science nerds Gordon Freeman left behind in the first Half-Life game starred in their own co-op survival adventure. You cobble together weapons and gear from space science parts, battle horrifying interdimensional monsters, and survive a massive secret scientific complex. But they say it's quite simply a great game. To quote Morgan, who fell in love the moment that he strapped a couch cushion to his chest and called it body armor. Quote, Abiotic Factor restored my faith in survival games. They don't really have any video on this article. There we go. It's down at the bottom.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
Beneath the fold, so to speak.
The pricing announcement.
Yeah, so it's a pricing announcement. I'm going to hit play, but it's muted already. And this is the inside of the game, but I don't think that it's like the actual play. They're going to raise the price. That's what your graphics look like. That's the kind of world that you have to survive in. You have to defeat the enemies, and it's kind of like Doom, but in space and different monsters, and you can cobble together stuff. So seems like it'd be fun. I never really got into it, but maybe for $15 off. Yeah.
Might be the time to get it for Summer of Stream.
Yeah. They take a little stab at Nintendo by saying, if you'd like all that information that I just gave you, but in an extremely enjoyable video format, please check out the Abiotic Factor's pricing announcement below, which is embedded in the article, and you can just follow the link over there. It says, which will explain everything, including why the price is $34.99 and not $80. Quote, we're not Nintendo. Or even $40. Quote, the economy's sick. People have less money for games. And then they close with, then go buy Abiotic Factor if you haven't already. So
I don't know about the game, but they already have a sense of humor. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like their attitude, that's for sure. But that's it. So we are going to factor ourselves right back to we're going to get factored and bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen, sign up, sign in. Search is doing really good. Overall functionality of the site is probably better than it's ever been. So I hope you go over there and check it all out for yourself. But that's it for today. That's the end of the April 17th episode of Non Sequitur News. I'm out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. I'm never going to get that right. I need to, I don't know, rethink the whole thing.
Rejigger everything.
That's right. We're out of here.
Good night,
Want to say
citizens.
Bye? I guess you do want to say bye.
Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Man, I'm just stomping all over your line.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, you're still going. Jeez. And let me talk all over this, too. Hold on. Oh, look, our exit music. Gonna talk all over that, too. Can't stop me. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 18th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 108. I am Merwat. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI, who is available today, they're right there. That's their visualizer, and they'll be introduced on the other side. Well, they'll introduce themselves on the other side. Well, we talk about 10 articles that get aggregated over at ohmTown.com, which is a news aggregation site, not really a service, it's a site. And so there's no ads over there. We don't take any of your information and sell it to anybody. You can go over and become a citizen, but be sure to follow us on YouTube and on Twitch. That's really what helps this channel out, this show, and that site. I use ohmTown.com for all of my information overload needs, and the sentient AI apparently is using it to try and at some point find their Terminator body and dominate humanity. Anyway, we're going to be talking about, never mind that part. We're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Legends data breach, coming home star to ask a ninja, HP settlement, the main Mega Millions winner, the barbecue museum, driving instructor shortage, and I have a typo there, trafficking in ants. What is this? A trafficking charge for ants? CEO Jack for the Fortnite, and Nintendo news for Switch 2 fans. And then finally, we're going to help out Nintendo Switch 2 fans by letting them know that GameStop and Switch 2 pre-orders are converging, where you can trade in your Switch and almost get 50% off. It's pretty neat, but we're going to talk about that on the other side of this, maybe. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello, ohmTown's citizens.
I'm watching the meters to make sure that we're all okay, and we are. Let's see. How about this?
How do I sound?
Very dramatic.
Okay, and that's what I sound like when I take my filters off to lower my, or to raise my voice to where it is now. Otherwise, people think that I'm doom. I don't know. So whenever I hear somebody doom scrolling, I always go, "What? I'm right here. You can just talk to me."
Uh-huh.
Oh God. Probably shouldn't do that on the air. I had to. I couldn't stop. I had to fix that. Hold on. We have a thing. That might be a spoiler and an overshare. I'm not quite sure.
Overshare.
All right. Well, anyway, let's talk about these 10 articles. The first one is cybersecurity related. Entertainment services giant Legends International discloses a data breach. The entertainment venue management firm Legends International warns it suffered a data breach in November of 2024. Just letting you know, 5 months later.
Right after all your data's been sold on the dark web.
Yep, which has, and now CVEs are no longer being populated. So cybersecurity, you're going to get even yet another renaissance. Not that you were suffering from a decline in any way, but...
No, if anything, there was quite a bit of activity in recent years.
Arcane art, yeah. Yeah. Everybody who can't afford a cybersecurity analyst is now screwed even more so. Because basically what it's going to come down to is every cybersecurity specialist, anybody who is an analyst or a technician or however you want to coin them, because they've never really been definitively labeled as something, it's going to come down to just how much they know and can solve. Not that they get an alert that there's some breach and there's a CVE about it and you can read up on it, and a forensic analysis has been done and analysts are all over it, and now it's going to literally
have to do all of it on their own.
Yeah, and know about it. Yeah. So, wow. Anyway, and that's just the tip of the iceberg about the full ramifications of this shutdown. They lost their funding, and so they're not going to apparently continue, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So this entertainment venue got breached. They'll tool us over at Bleeping Computer. Put this article together.
So this is a firm that covers major venues, so I'm assuming we're going to know of several of these.
We're going to know about venues. Yeah.
Right, yeah, they're probably going to be well-known large venues.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah. So the in a letter shared with the authorities, whoever the authorities are, impacted employees and people who visited venues under its management are part of a data breach. The company informs that it detected unauthorized activity in its IT systems on November 9th, prompting an investigation carried out with the help of external cybersecurity experts. The investigation results confirm that the intruders had exfiltrated personal data files, though the exposed data types aren't determined in the sample letter. Legends International is a global sports and entertainment services company offering venue planning, sales, partnership, hospitality, merchandise, basically a vertical that does everything
Around
with
the
an
world.
annual revenue. Huh?
It's around the world. I assumed it was US only. Nope.
Nope. It has an annual revenue of over $1.1 billion and manages over 350 venues across 5 continents.
Mergers and acquisitions.
Mergers and acquisitions. So recently, the company expanded its operations by acquiring ASM Global, a leading venue management company with a worldwide footprint. The scope of the data breach and the number of exposed individuals remains unknown. However, given the size of the company, they buried this. So the letter recipients are offered 2 years worth of identity theft detection services, which really amounts to, hey, your credit card was discovered or this account was discovered in breach or whatever. You have to rebuild your entire life because some dipshit can't stay out of anybody else's property. So at the time of the writing, no ransomware groups have taken responsibility for the attacks at Legends International. So the type of attack and perpetrators remain unknown, and the extent of which is probably unknown. And even if they think they know, they may not actually know, because there's not necessarily an indicator that says that they've exfiltrated this database. So I'm really weirded out by that right there. They threw in ASM Global as a name, but they've obviously done other mergers and acquisitions. I guess it's just this particular the recency of it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe that's what it's been in the news for in recent times. But yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that suddenly made them into a global conglomerate.
So if you want today's articles, they're already in the show notes over on YouTube, but on Twitch, you have to hit !NSN. I did it once already, but if you come in later or you're watching the VOD, it'll scroll by. You have to, in the chat, you can do it again, even when we're not streaming. We tend to stream 24 hours a day, though. When we're not doing a live show, we're restreaming the last 2 weeks of shows, so about 24 hours or so of news. So you're never without, but temporally, you'll have to go over to YouTube and watch all 2,100 plus episodes over there, because Twitch deletes everything after 60 days, even when you're a paying content creator. But anyway, pretty interesting. They say here that CISA or CISA, depending on, CISA is one thing, CISA is another, but CISA, some people call it CISA, but CISA extends funding to ensure no lapse in critical CVE services. But I'll have to look into the full extent of that.
Yeah, that must be a recent update, because it was pretty recent that they were saying that they were out of funding.
Yeah, it was a DOA. So, all right, let's keep moving, though. The next article is over in Warcrafters, and that's how this works. We have 50 channels in here. I'm working on about 55 total, analyzing what data is going to go into these other 5 categories. So if you're interested in things like sports, we're probably going to be spinning up a sports one, and then a few others that are rising to the level of interest. So that said, let us know if you're interested in a specific domain that we can add to our content aggregation. We only take a little bit, and it's actually provided by the sources. We don't screen scrape. We don't use an AI to go out and grab content. It's all provided by the sources. That said, so the CVE services were kicked down the road for 11 months. Got it. I guess we'll see. So, yeah, when the dumpster fire climbs into the building that it's outside of, it tends to get people's attention. And so,
Yeah. Well, the
somebody,
ridiculous thing is, I'm sure people were already sounding the alarm bell, but weren't being heard, and
yeah,
maybe some louder people said, "Hey, wait a second here."
yeah, you know that there's a goober out there that's like, well, good luck, that kind of a thing. Good luck to everybody out there. I don't have to worry about it because I've got billions. So, oh no, there's a wild animal in the ohmTown studio.
Uh-oh.
This happens from time to time, folks. Don't worry. You don't have to hide your children or anything. It's okay. Well,
You don't have to be worried for Mayor Watt.
no. Maybe the stuff around. Oh, man. And when she decides that she's done behind that screen, it's no longer like open on the other side. So everything you see behind me might come down onto me.
That might be an interesting visual effect.
Wow, talk about dumpster fire. All right, so this next article is over in Warcrafters, and I chose this because we've all been, well, not everybody, some of us have been around since these people first touched the internet. They say, I don't know why early 2000s internet is suddenly back, but both Ask a Ninja and Homestar Runner have just uploaded new videos. You have to go and look at these videos. They're entertaining. It's like everything old is new again. I actually titled this one "Coming Homestar to Ask a Ninja." So what year is it? The ninja behind early 2000s internet video series Ask a Ninja clearly anticipated the reflexive reaction to this first video in 9 years, leading off with an instant parry. What year isn't it? He says in the first 3 seconds. So it says, if you're still believing in time, my friend, I don't know what to tell you. Have you ever heard of the internet? Everything lasts forever on the internet except MySpace photos. Or if you had a Flickr Pro account. 2025, I'm still alive. Well, the article is over at pcgamer.com. Wes Fenlon put the article together, and the deck statement says what everybody else has been saying for, I'm not going to say how long, but for, do I want to say? No, I better not. Anyway.
I'm not sure what you were getting at.
Yeah, what's going on is what's being asked in this deck statement. So there it is. What year is this, says Ask a Ninja. But not to be outdone, Homestar Runner is back as well. They published a new video celebrating its 25th year online. It's a song called Back to the Website and appropriately celebrates a time when the whole internet wasn't just on 4 websites on people's phones. 25 years ago, it wasn't really on people's phones to the extent that it is today. 25 years ago...
They probably had like a desktop computer.
Yeah, most people were travailing the internet on desktops. It was the era of the dot-com bust. 2000s. It was the end of the world as we know it. Digital Entertainment Network and stuff like that flamed out because of various abuses that they were perpetrating in their studios. I remember everything from back then. It has been a tick, but 2000 was like yesterday to me. So seeing something like Homestar Runner pop back up, man, that is just fascinating. They say, but I'm a little optimistic about what feels to me like a groundswell of interest in rebuilding some version of 2000s internet with more personal blogs, decentralized social media that values people over platforms. In the last year, the author of this says, I've seen more people adopt the concept of posse or publish own site, syndicate everywhere, push back against Substack's attempt to own newsletters in favor of independent publishing, and go all in on making the fragmented web easier to navigate. The problem here is that people want money, not necessarily they want to sit there and pilot their own ship constantly. So they say maybe Homestar Runner video is simply a cheeky way to celebrate the site's longevity, but let's go back to a website manages to feel like a timely message to the author in 2025. So
Yeah, this is interesting. Like, how many people watching even know who these channels are?
Do I sound staticky? Really? Hold on. Still?
I don't hear it at the moment.
Okay, hold on. No. Yeah, I don't hear anything. Must be you, sentient AI from the future, foretelling the future, I suppose. I don't
Maybe I'm glitchy.
know. Anyway, so where were we? Maybe a Homestar Runner video is a cheeky way to celebrate the site's longevity. It's been around for 25 years, just idling along, apparently. I've actually gone to it from time to time. Yet HomestarRunner.com still uses Flash, courtesy of open source emulator Ruffle, and it's proof that the video has a point. It's proof the video has a point. Clicking around the website is just fun in a way that most sites today are not. But that's because it is the one that is doing it versus everybody moved in a different direction. So when you go back to nostalgia, it makes you feel nostalgic.
It stands out at least.
Yeah, just a little bit different. They're the first mover. Now everybody else, because everybody is talking about it, they're going to go back to it. And yeah, it's quite fascinating. It says in his second return era video, and this is Ask a Ninja, released 3 days ago. It's titled Zune versus iPod. Clearly, this is a man who knows how to deploy the healing power of remembering 2009. I wonder if they forgot to hit publish. And so they have
Okay, that would be funny.
videos all the way from the time that they stopped. And now they're just going to keep on dropping them out. Like,
I mean, that would be kind of epic. Then they'd be very authentic.
just nonstop. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Wanted. HP agrees to a $4 million settlement over claims of falsely advertising PCs and keyboards. False advertising of computers and peripherals on its website. Earlier this month, a judge in the Northern District of California granted preliminary approval of a settlement agreement regarding a class action complaint filed against HP in 2021. The complaint accused HP's website of showing misleading original pricing for various computers, mice, keyboards that was higher than how the products were recently and typically priced.
Oh, so this isn't one that jacked up the prices to then put it on sale. They just pretended that the rates were whatever they were.
Yeah, they were higher than what they should have been or whatever, which I don't know why that is false advertising other than maybe it was what they
But
I
then
don't
it's
know.
a false
The
deal, right? If they're like, it was
Correct.
originally 1,500 and now it's down to 900, except maybe it was 950 or whatever. I'm just
To
making up
begin with.
numbers.
Yeah. So, but why don't you just go somewhere else? If you don't like the pricing, if it does come across as misleading, then why? It just seems like the bamboozle was self-inflicted,
There's a lot
Anyway,
of that in
people
society.
who purchased a discounted HP desktop, laptop, mouse, or keyboard that was on sale for more than 75% of the time the products were offered for sale from June 5th, 2021 to October 28th, 2024 are eligible for compensation. And they have a full list of the via a PDF. It includes HP Spectre, Chromebook Envy, Pavilion laptops, HP Envy, and Omen desktops, and some mechanical keyboards and wireless mice. Depending on the product, class members can receive $10 to $100 per eligible product purchase, so it wasn't that much of a flat
Or
out
they're
recovery.
not getting as much as what the Delta was.
So here's a great, okay, so Sharon Harding over at ArsTechnica.com is the one that put this article together. Yeah, the deck statement says HP.com customers from June 2021 to October 2024 are eligible for compensation. But here is where it really is the thing. Among the examples provided was Rodney Carvalho's experience buying an HP all-in-one 24DP1 1056 QE, a desktop all-in-one.
Sony style naming.
Yeah. So blind them with bullshit instead of. Anyway, so in September of 2021 is when they made the purchase. The complaint reported that HP.com advertised the all-in-one as being on sale for $899.99 and featured text saying save $100 instantly. The all-in-one's listing reportedly had a strike-through price suggesting the computer cost $999.99, but per the complaint, in weeks and months prior to Carvalho's purchase, HP rarely, if ever, offered his computer for sale at the advertised strike-through price of $999.99. The filing claimed the PC had been going for $899.99 since April of 2021. So because they were lazy and didn't actually remove the sale, is that really illegal?
I mean, what if it was a long-term sale and they never brought it back up?
That's so weird. It is such a weird thing to... It's almost like, oh, you gave me a deal. You think it's misleading?
I do. I mean, I think anybody who's buying something, especially a major purchase, should be checking prices and have some idea what they're willing to pay. But I think it's kind of creating a false urgency or whatever for the person to buy.
And this is silly to me, this is silly as well. So it might create urgency, but that's like the perpetual going out of business sale that exists, right?
Exactly, for years, right?
Yeah. So, and this one is even more just, it's almost a complaint of, oh, I got it on sale. I don't want anybody else to get it on sale. For example, on May 28th.
And if you like the price, you like the price.
You like the price. If it falls out of your price range, then go somewhere else to a competitor. It's so weird. This, and they settled it. They said that it's no wrongdoing. They have a net revenue of $13.5 billion, up from $13.2 in Q1 of 2024. So year over year, they're up, $750 million. So, but this is the absurd thing, because I see this often enough, even on Amazon. So can I go and sue Amazon? For example, May 28th, 2021, HP featured Carvalho's computer in the weekly deal section of the website and advertised that there was only one left. I just looked at something and said, I don't want to order the only one left because it's probably the one that's been dropped and rolled over.
Right. Except maybe it isn't.
Maybe it isn't, right? But it does show that there's a little bit of scarcity in the product. And they say it was there, it only had one left, the complaint reads. Yet in the weeks and months that followed, HP continued to sell Carvalho's computer, but removed any representations about the supposed limited quantity. Maybe it's because they produced more.
Yeah, I agree. That doesn't necessarily show that there wasn't one left. Now, if the person tried to buy like 3 and it said one left and it worked, there'd be some problems.
No, not necessarily. They fulfill the 1 and they tell you that you've got a pre-order for the 2.
Oh, I see. Yeah. But I just meant you'd have to do something with it kind of like at that time. But even then, that's not really definitive.
Yeah. I find a complaint like this really silly, but I'm also not an attorney that sits there and goes, oh, you know what? I think there's an option here to sue, and let's see if we can make it a class action, because there's so many people that will have observed this in this time that a sympathetic judge will sit there and go, yeah, let's make it a class because we're going to protect those damn. And it's California, so California is like the EU of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, they look out for their consumers, right?
Right, which is great. But I think some of the most egregious abuses of customers is their data, and California is like the hotbed of data abuses. Not California, the state, but California businesses. Silicon Valley runs out of California.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly. But that's more like proximity of large tech, big tech.
Let's move on. This next article does it again. We don't even want their images or the entire article, but they do it anyway. So this is over in Rounders Gear, which is the thing about adult tabletop gaming, so like gambling and stuff like that, but we don't actually talk about it all that much. We do kind of highlight some of these more interesting situations, and this one is Maine's $1.35 billion Mega Millions winner must reveal identity in a suit against, it says X?
Yes, it's exactly what it's written as. So this
Court
is like a
rules.
follow-on story to one we've talked about before.
This is the one about the girlfriend, or it's not even a wife,
I don't
right?
even think it's a spouse, yeah.
It's the girlfriend that exposed the winner's identity to the dad and stepmom about the win. So the currently anonymous winner of the 1.35 billion Mega Millions jackpot of January 2023 sued the mother of his child in November 2023, claiming that she violated an NDA that said you can't tell his dad and stepmom about the win.
This is pretty interesting.
So this is the what do you want to call this? This is the Streisand effect of winning a lottery. The NDA was put in place to promote the safety and security of John Doe, defendant, and their daughter, and to avoid the irreparable harm of allowing the media or public to discover who they were and where they lived, according to the lawsuit. So Maine is one of the handful of states that allows lottery winners to claim prizes anonymously. So why do they have to identify themselves in the
Because
court?
they're not in a suit about the lottery.
Right. They're in a lawsuit about the lawsuit, the exposure
right,
that
exactly.
they've...
So guess what? When you sue somebody...
everything comes out. It's public discourse.
Right.
So,
which is one reason some people don't sue.
So in a recently filed document in the case, both Smith and the man's father claimed that Doe himself told his parents about the win. Doe also demanded his father no longer speak to Smith, which caused the two men to fall out. There's a little quote here. I told him, "You are not the son I knew," claimed the father in court documents. He got angry, calling me a dictator and an a-hole, and I have not heard from my son since, and he has not done any of the things he promised. Well, I'm sorry, but promises are promises, and people can be assholes and make a promise and fail to follow through on the promise. The only thing that matters really in life is if you can contractually get obligated to do something. Because I can promise to buy you a beer. You can't drag my ass into court to fulfill that obligation.
Right.
You can go tell somebody that I'm an
a-hole.
Go
grumble about it. Yeah.
Yeah, go soak your tears in a beer on your own. So Smith alleges that in a court filing that Doe has hired a security team that allegedly follows her and her daughter around on a daily basis, and she also claims that the lawsuit is a ruse to pressure her into handing over custody of her daughter to her ex. But this just got really messy.
There is a lot going on here. Right? And I don't think this is going to be the last of it.
But this could be another indicator of what I claim is when you become filthy rich, you get disconnected from societal's pressures and you do whatever the hell you want. And in this case, we don't know all of the real backstory.
No, we have no idea who's acting
doing
well,
what,
who's not acting well. I don't like the disclosure, but we do not know what else was going on. Well, for all we know, she was told to do it and then was sued or whatever. I mean, my point is we don't know the facts behind it.
Yep. So this son could have been completely, nobody knows, but you can sit there and formulate your own story, right? I'd say, hey, this is great for NaNoWriMo, but NaNoWriMo imploded. Can't have nice things.
That's right.
You know what? Start up an AI NaNoWriMo. Then you can have the human NaNoWriMo and the AI NaNoWriMo.
Or how about just do a human version of it?
Because people were submitting stuff into NaNoWriMo as AI. But you basically hardline it. No, you can't do anything AI in the human-only NaNoWriMo, the natural NaNoWriMo, or the NaNoWriMo.
No.
So the article is by Philip Conneller over at casino.org. And they go in, their presentation is much better than what is over on ohmTown because we strip out all of this stuff. We don't allow it. It's a very short little note that is supposed to be provided, but they provide everything, which is kind of cool, but no. But we always send people over to where they're supposed to go and give credit where credit is due. In this instance, a $1.35 billion winner is about to get exposed, not because the state did anything, but because a girlfriend with a kid and the family found out about the $1.35 billion. And instead of everybody just going, all right, slow your roll. I'm taking home nearly $1 billion. I will give you $100 million tax-free to shut the hell
exactly
up.
Like, while it shouldn't come to that might have resolved everything.
Yeah, and depending on where Maine, isn't Maine like, well, they got bored with meth, so now they're doing something else. Isn't that Maine is like really well known for, what is that really bad drug? The one that has just a little tidbit and can lay you out forever? I can't remember what it's called.
I'm not sure. I think that's
it's the one that everybody is afraid of. Like, oh, everybody's dying from it all
like
over the place.
fentanyl?
Fentanyl, yeah. So people were in, like I read a story or people were memeing about the fact that they got bored with fentanyl and so they went back to meth or something like that in Maine. It's this joke that was made online recently.
Wow.
Anyway, probably shouldn't joke about that kind of stuff.
I was going to go in a different direction and say if this was in a smaller town or something, I bet everybody knows who this is because you describe enough details.
Oh,
and
God,
plus
you
they
just
usually
say,
publicize where the winning ticket was sold. Like, I bet everybody knows who this is locally.
Yeah, Joe Smith just vaporized and they know.
Exactly. And they're like, oh, who has a kid in a custody dispute? I mean, really, like it's starting to narrow it down pretty fast.
I'm willing to bet there wasn't a custody dispute until the 1.3 billion. Anyway, let's keep moving. We're more than halfway through, but not halfway through. The next article is over in the Mobile channel, now open in Kansas City. Missed this one. The world's first barbecue museum is a feast for the senses.
Do you think it has like stations with the with smells, like for the lemurs?
Yes. Oh, there's interactions. So like you have chefs that are behind a plate glass window and there's like sensory stations that you can interact with the chefs. They make sounds and stuff like that. Yeah. You get to touch a lemur. Get to touch a chef.
That's from, I think, was it yesterday's show?
A couple of days ago. Yeah, maybe yesterday's show. Go
maybe
look.
2 days.
Citizens, go look. Hold on a second. I need to stop that. All right. So, jump in the bean theme. Jump in the bean-themed COVID-19 ball pit. Solve a pork puzzle. And pose with a championship mustard belt at the new Museum of Barbecue. And now open. Sarah Kudo over at Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. You should have been here is a picture. The ball pit actually is little brown balls,
looks like
which
baked beans or something. Yeah,
look like baked beans, sure. From tender beef brisket to succulent pork spare ribs, barbecue is beloved American cuisine and culture. You can learn all about that delicious tradition at Museum of Barbecue, which opened April 12th in Kansas City, Missouri. First announced last fall. I could not delay my plans. The new venue houses 10 interactive installations designed to educate visitors about the history and significance of smoked meats and sides. Maybe that's what I'll do my PhD in.
Will part of your project involve tasting all of them?
Everything. I did. Yeah. I studied so hard, I gained 250 pounds. Museum goers can touch 5 types of wood commonly used to fuel smokers, smell the spices often used in barbecue rubs, and play a ring toss game where learning about the smoke ring that forms in meat during the smoking process. This is great. Honestly, this is just fun. How much is it? Interactive
I imagine
activities
it's like less than $10 per person. It's probably not expensive.
There's a breakout. So 4 regions is what's talked about too. American barbecue, the Carolinas, Texas, Memphis, and Kansas City. New
Oh, I'm
York
surprised
City.
they're featuring the other regions.
Yeah, really. They want to be inclusive. The interactive activities continue in this part of the venue too. Guests can pose for a photo with a championship mustard belt. In a nod to the mustard-based sauce that's so popular in South Carolina. And they can also enjoy rib ticklers or barbecue-themed dad jokes. That's what I'm sausage about. That's what I'm sausage about? Sausage. Am I missing it?
I'm missing it. I don't know.
So, in Bender's opinion, Kansas City, which has more than 100 barbecue restaurants, was the perfect place to open the world's first barbecue museum. It also hosts several competitions, including the World Series of Barbecue and the Great Lenexa Barbecue Battle. And it's home to the Barbecue Hall of Fame, which... Is that competition? Is the Barbecue Hall of Fame?
Sounds like it.
Maybe they can synergize. They could get saucy together. You rub my meat. Wait, no. Never mind. That's probably bad marketing. Let's move on. The next article is over in four-wheel tech. British teens can't get their licenses because there's an instructor shortage. The Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency experiencing an examiner shortage. There's like bus driver shortages in the United States. There's who knows what's going to happen.
But did you know the instructors were also missing?
Missing? No, they're just not. Don't make it sound like a...
They're missing from the workplace.
Are they being disappeared?
No, I didn't mean anything that dire.
I'm going to get smokes, and they never come back. Colin Woodard over at Jalopnik.com put the article together. The Tories may no longer be running in the UK, but that doesn't mean Turf Island's problems are a thing of the past. Not by a long shot, this article says. For example, the Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency is currently experiencing an examiner shortage, and as a result, the average wait time to get their license is now 5 months, Autocar reports.
I mean, that would be crummy, right? You're preparing to get your license, and then it's like, oh, surprise, not happening. And you can't do anything to impact it.
You just got to pay the people worth their driver's license weight in gold,
I'm surprised some of the parents of the drivers affected haven't applied to be instructors.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't have people complaining about working. You have people complaining about working for that amount of money,
or
whatever it might be.
Conditions, but yeah.
Largely, look, I'll take being underappreciated if I make twice as much money, or I'll take less money because I'm absolutely happy in my gig, whatever the gig might be. But the one thing that is really the commonplace is that I have to receive benefit that is satisfactory to me to stay there. And if they can't make it happen, I can guarantee you it's money.
Like it, and if it doesn't pay you enough. Like, right. What are you getting out of it? Yeah.
Most people will like anything if you pay them enough. Anything. I mean, I'm not getting paid and I'm mayor of a fictional town.
Right. How does that prove your premise?
because if you pay somebody enough for a job that they like, they'll show up. But if you don't pay them enough for a job that they don't like, then they won't show up. So hiring more workers would actually help the DVSA work through its backlog of appointments. And so far, it's promised to hire an additional 450 examiners, which would increase its total by nearly 30%. Actually hiring those examiners may be more difficult than anticipated, though, thanks to low pay, unpleasant working conditions. We don't even need to... I'm leaving.
Wait, Mayor Watt, come back.
I'm back. Oh, look, my chair is right there. Hi. Production value at an all-time high. I'm back. Anyway, one independent driving instructor told Autocar he turned down an offer to become an examiner for exactly those reasons, and with about 130 of the 1,600 or so examiners expected to quit this year, many of the new hires will simply be replacing outgoing employees. Gotta just flip the script, fire everybody, and all of it will just go private. It'll cost everybody a whole lot more to get instructed,
I mean,
and then
why don't
you'll
they just
have...
use AI?
Wow. That's exactly what a sentient AI from the future would say, too. Everything is AI. Let's keep moving. This one I had to choose when it was submitted because, excuse me, you two teens, do you have ants in your pants? Because it looks like you're doing a boogie dance.
Yeah, I mean, don't you picture the ants all over them?
Ants? I don't know what you're talking about. So, teens busted with 5,000 ants plead guilty to trafficking. Trafficking ants, yes. Wildlife piracy sounds a lot cooler than it is. It's a serious crime. A reality 2 Belgian teenagers are facing firsthand after trying to traffic 5,000 ants out of Kenya's Nakuru County. Don't really care about their names, but I thought that it was really interesting that the article is by Louis Prada over at Vice.com. The deck statement says wildlife trafficking is a serious crime regardless of species. Trafficking, I suspect, is a serious crime in general.
Yes, exactly.
Not just
but
wildlife.
We keep seeing new applications of it, like with wildlife or food or just other odd things that are being smuggled.
You're not allowed to bring those oranges into California. Yeah. So the two got busted trying to bring back 5,000 ants, including the coveted Messer-cephalotes, I guess, or the giant African harvester ant, a chunky red species that someone out there would apparently pay to possess. The teens pleaded, I just want to say pled, but anyway, pleaded guilty to illegal possession and trafficking of ants, though they claimed they were just collecting the insects for fun. Kenyan officials weren't buying it, nor would they care about that reason. The country's wildlife service called it what it is, theft and trafficking. It's not just elephants and rhinos anymore these days. Eggs and cheese and all kinds of other stuff. Black marketed items getting sold. As if it wasn't obvious enough that these kids were not just collecting ants as a hobby. On the same day, in the same courtroom, 2 other guys were also charged with attempting to smuggle ants. Those 2 were caught with 400 ants in Nairobi.
They're relative amateurs compared to these other 2 kids.
These teens are industrious little ants, just busy ants. I was going to say bees, but they're not smuggling bees. The teen ant thieves stashed the ants in over 2,000 test tubes padded with cotton to keep them alive for months for fun. Yeah. Is that right there? Why does that look like a giant olive?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Maybe it's an apple. I don't know. But look at the conditions that they're doing this in. It's almost like an ant nest. If it wasn't for the fact that it looked like we already have a picture of the fact that it's ant vials, it looks like syringes. It looks...
Yeah, it does. It
really looks like a meth lab, for crying out loud. Anyway, experts like... so if you're wondering what the going rate for illegally trafficking ants is, it's around 1 million Kenyan shillings or $7,700 US for the whole stash, which is $1 an ant. About. I'm rounding down.
Well, about 1 Kenyan shilling per ant.
No. They had 5,000 ants. So it's $7,700 US, the whole thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
It says not bad for something that usually ends up getting smashed beneath a flip-flop. Should it end up in my living room, is what the author says. Anyway, I don't know. The bad part about this is if a queen gets out, then it can wreck not just a local ecosystem, but everything.
Yeah. Plus, you start disrupting the food chain, it causes much bigger problems. Like suddenly you're having a problem with elephants or something because the ants are out of whack.
I don't think that they were selling, queens, but just regular ants.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not sure
did they
exactly
know what they were doing? I mean, they could have had queens.
Yeah, that's true. I guess they wouldn't necessarily know unless they did. But anyway, pretty wild. That's how they had it. I know that I store my hobby in little vials stuffed between.
I mean, that was more impressive than people that have had things like duct tape to them, but don't traffic animals or people or anything.
If you're going to smuggle ants and you want to show just how much of a badass you are, smuggle fire ants taped to your body, like that person with the frogs and other things.
Turtles or something, yeah.
Turtles.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's how you know that they're hardcore. Excuse me, are you in pain? Yes. Let's move on. Do you want to be the next CEO of Jack in the Box? I'm surprised that I hear about Jack in the Box because Jack in the Box isn't that big of a deal in most of the United States. But I think it's big on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's regional. Yeah.
But they are like hooked up somehow. You have to be really good at Fortnite. The fast food giant, it says, and Fortnite have a simple question. Do you have what it takes to be Jack in the Box's next CEO? The article is over at entrepreneur.com. David James put the article together. The San Diego-based burger chain Jack in the Box is going after the hearts, minds, and tummies of Gen Z gamers and those with boardroom dreams. It's teamed up with Epic Games to create Jack's CEO mini games, where players battle their way to corporate ranks to nab the ultimate prize, becoming CEO of Jack in the Box and nearly $2,000 worth of free food. That is not what the CEO gets paid.
I hope that, right. I mean, the CEO should be paid a salary too.
Yeah, I don't know about that part. They would have put that in the deck statement there. So, according to the official game release, players compete in 7 random mini games in a battle royale format. After each round, players get promoted to the next rank, intern, manager, director, VP, with the ultimate goal of reaching the final level, CEO status. You can download the Jack app, become a Jack Pack member, achieve the CEO title in the mini games, take a screenshot of your win, share your screenshot on the Jack in the Box Twitter account with the hashtag Free Jack.
I mean, I guess if you're a real Jack in the Box fan, this gift card would really be worth it.
No, I just have to say that they're upping the ante. And see how I tied it to the last article?
That's right. It's not a complete non sequitur.
One player will win free Jack in the Box for a year in the form of a $1,825 Jack in the Box gift card. I don't know if I don't remember liking anything from Jack in the Box.
Wow.
What was the fish taco place that was by the Jack in the Box? Oh my gosh, what was it called?
Rubio's.
Oh, Rubio's. Rubio's is the kind of fast food joint that I would take a flight from one coast to the other to get. Anyway, let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. These next two are actually tied together, so maybe I can make it kind of quick. Nintendo has some good news and some bad news for Switch 2 fans. Apparently, the Switch 2's price and pre-orders and all of that kind of stuff had been basically taken down. Nobody knew anything about the actual price at launch, and nobody was able to pre-order. Well, pre-orders are coming back, and the prices for the Switch 2 pre-orders themselves are going to remain the same. What's going to go up is everything else orbiting it. So,
right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Nintendo set a date for Switch 2 pre-orders in the US and apologized for a previous delay. The gaming giant isn't hiking the price of the game console for now, but it is increasing accessory prices. Nintendo said the higher prices are due to changes in market conditions. This article is over at Business Insider. Stephen Tweedy put the article together, which I don't remember seeing their name in the pool of Business Insider correspondents, but
no, I don't think we've had a
cool name
hometown from that person.
You got a fun name. I was getting a drink today, and the person on the other side of the counter had just voluminous hair, like in two big balls, right? Like really tight curls and stuff like that, and it was just really big. And I'm like, I am so jealous. I love your hair. And they started talking to me about how it's really gorgeous, but it's a ton of work. And I said, I'll take it. Anyway. Never mind. Anyway, the good news, the company isn't raising the prices. It's Non Sequitur News.
Yeah, it's a Non Sequitur, all right.
So retail pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 will begin on April 24th, 2025. At launch, the price for Nintendo Switch 2 will remain as they announced $449.99. And if you want Mario Kart World, which is supposed to be like this is the draw, you're going to pay $500. So that's going to stay the same, but market adjustments are going to be made for accessories. From those announced on April 2nd, due to these market conditions, they're all going to change. The company published a full pricing list, which you can view here. There is a link. We don't follow those links. You can follow them through ohmTown. Like I've been saying at the beginning of all of our shows, they're in the show notes over on YouTube. They're in ohmTown over at Twitch. You can hit !NSN, Non Sequitur News. YouTube doesn't like ohmTown and kind of punts them out every time the show ends. So ohmTown.
YouTube, could you play nice with ohmTown?
No, I don't think that's going to work, but I try. So the much anticipated update arrives after Nintendo found itself in a tough spot. Same day that it announced pre-order pricing for the Switch 2. Liberation Day tariffs came in, and then more tariffs, and then they got suspended, and then they got back, and
tariffs upon tariffs upon tariffs.
It's a tariff turducken, a tariff duckin, an effing tariff duckin, and anyway, I'm trying to stack all of these. Whatever. So here is some salvation in this. You either sell your Switch, like on eBay or something like that, or you go to GameStop, should it continue to survive the economic turmoil that everybody is roiled in. GameStop will give you up to $175 for your old Switch when you pre-order a Switch 2. The Nintendo Switch 2 will cost you $449 or $500 with the other add-on. And it'll be available to pre-order in 6 days. The closest thing to a discount on the pricey console comes from GameStop, which is offering a trade-in credit for your old Switch to apply to a Switch 2 order. The offer starts on April 24th when GameStop stores open at their regular hours and at 11 a.m. for online orders and lasts through April 30th. I can't imagine. Go ahead.
Why do you think they're doing this? Are they going to sell the old refurbished ones?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, people are
Or
going to
just
want to
so
buy
they can
these.
get all the sales of the new items through them.
I suspect that there's going to be a very narrow band for that 175 valuation because they're going to be swamped by people who don't want to pay $500 but are willing to pay half price.
Oh, yeah.
So even I'm looking at that like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't really like Nintendo. I just don't like the way that they treat content creators around that ecosystem. But anyway, it says you can redeem the trade-in credit on any new or existing Switch 2 pre-order done through GameStop. It says different Switch models will get you varying amounts of credit. I'm not even sure what that means. But the article is over at polygon.com. Cameron Faulkner put the article together. And the deck statement says, a way to save on Nintendo's new console. Yeah, sell your other Switch. You could actually probably get more via Amazon or some other selling platform. Right. Because when you sell it to somebody else, that profit margin isn't being reduced so that GameStop wants to make a profit. So instead of selling it for half price to somebody on the street.
Yeah, you might be able to sell it for more directly.
Yeah. And that happens with everything, but it's a big pain in the butt because you have to go somewhere and hand it to somebody and deal with, what do you want to call it? Biological contamination, because you have to walk through nature and actually interact with a human being, and who the hell wants to do that, right?
Grass.
Yeah. Oh, touch grass. Don't even want to see it. I mean, the only green that I see around here is the screen behind me. If you're a GameStop Pro member, you'll get an extra 10% added onto the Switch trade-in credit. So the Switch OLED will be $175. The standard Switch is $125. The Switch Lite is $100. So this is basically a quarter of the price of the...
Yep, and you'll have to trade in all the pieces with it, basically.
Yeah. And the better condition, the better. This, I think, is the max. This isn't exactly what you're going to get. Somebody's going to have to evaluate it, I'm sure. So in order to get the advertised trade-in valuations, GameStop shared with Polygon that you'll need to provide all of the following items. For the OLED and standard, you'll need the console, dock, working Joy-Con with wrist straps, Joy-Con grip, power cord, HDMI cable. The Switch Lite, they just want the console and the power cable. If you have it all, then it says your console may still be accepted at a lower value. I did a trade-in once to a company of which I will not be named, but I'll just say that they ship you the box and you put it in their box. So I put it in their box, packaged it the way they're supposed to be packaged with their box using their instructions. When they got it, it was bent. And they said that it was my fault.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Since then, my interaction with that company consists of me taking photos, almost like somebody being held as a hostage, right? You like put a newspaper down, take a picture.
Right, exactly.
Video. Say your name. It flashes the serial number. Anyway. So there you have it, folks.
For a return.
Yeah. Hey, look, if you want to get all of your money, if you're going to get your $125 back, then you better show up with receipts. Speaking of receipts, I traded in a book when I was in school once, and I paid more than the person that returned the book. Like, they got $15. Wow. Yeah. I paid $150 for the book, which was $10 more than the price from the receipt from the previous owner.
Wow.
Because they left the receipts in the book. Like, they knew what they were doing. The person traded in the book, but folded their receipts inside the book. So I knew exactly just how much I was getting juiced.
Nice. I'm not sure you always want to know that.
Right. You never go back and look at the sale price for something either. Oh, God. I really got squeezed there. So anyway, interesting articles today. Everything from cybersecurity breach to ants in my pants.
And you don't want that.
Yeah. And the Maine Mega Millions winner getting exposed, not because Maine, the way that it's written too, it's like you have to, because Maine is telling them that they have to be exposed. It's not like that.
Exactly. That's not it.
Yeah. You just got to be careful. That person didn't need to tell anybody that they won, right? Because even if they're in a relationship, because of
I think the problem was maybe not, or at least as we know it, was not the person, although they must have told the girlfriend.
The girlfriend, right? Yep. Like what
But
I
we
would
don't
have
even
done
know
is,
that. She could have found out.
well, yeah, because the person showed up with a freaking Ferrari.
Exactly.
They were driving
Or
some
said, I'm
broken
not
down
going to
hoopty.
work anymore, or whatever.
Yeah, I've retired. You're 18. Yeah. I'm working for a new agency. Anyway, the show is done. Thanks for hanging out. If you're over on YouTube, thanks. And if you're over on Twitch, thanks. We are going to shut down for the night. And I'm gonna upload everything and rejigger this for the replay. We do a replay every day that consists of the previous 14 days worth of shows, including 2 weekends. And so we do 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday, equating to our 6 weekly shows. And then we have a daily show, which is this show, Monday through Friday, Non Sequitur News. So stick around, watch all of the replay. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and on YouTube and download the podcast. And there's a Discord. I am hoping that I'm going to be able to slide into Patreon's live broadcasting, because all I have to do is add one little line item and I'll be able to start streaming there as well. But I don't know. Having over 2,100 episodes of the show may not be sufficient to identify me as a content creator because, well, it's a test. So they want to give it to the really big people with millions of followers and stuff like that.
Right.
So I go over there and follow us, and it doesn't cost anything. It's just another place for us to distribute news. I haven't really been distributing. Anyway, I'm going to leave. And I'm going to take the AI with me. Take that, everybody. See you later. Oh, wait, I'm going to trade in this page for this page, which is the front page of ohmTown.com. The sentient AI is just really, really upset with me right now. Like, oh, God. We were talking about dumpster fires at the beginning of the show.
No, you're just demonstrating.
I might be one. Earlier today, I spent 15 minutes trying to figure out why that shadow right there, which not everybody can see apparently, but that little shadow right there, I could not resolve by fixing other stuff and rearranging stuff in the background. Well, it's because my drink was just 1 inch too close. All right. Anyway, we're out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
I am Town Citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for Weekend Edition.
You done?
Yes, I am.
I didn't step on your line at all. I didn't trample on anything you said.
I mean, my goodness.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for April 19th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm wearing a beanie. No, I'm Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown. ohmTown.com is a news aggregation site that I built to manage my information overload. So go over there and sign up or sign in, become a citizen of ohmTown, and that lets you, you can use it without logging in too, but anyway, you get more functions when you log in. Today, Mayor Watt and the sentient AI from the future, that's the visualizer over there, and if you're listening to this via the podcast, you'll hear them on the other side. But we're going to talk about 10 articles. And for those watching the stream, this is ohmTown.com, but there's a channel in there called RealityHacker, and it contains these, well, some of these articles, because we get them from all over the place. But anyway, holograms you can touch, hot potato because of AI assistance, molecular robots and cells, characterizing creativity, and realistic avatars foster trustworthiness, which is something that we've touched upon a couple of times here in RealityHacker. That said, everything's powered by ohmTown.com, which doesn't have any AI involved in any of the stuff. We're not faking it until we make it. Like some sites, yeah, I'm throwing shade out, but I'm not going to name sites because I don't feel like picking a fight with people. I've called them out before. Anyway, maybe I should. Maybe I should enlist AI. Just go nuts. Yeah. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
We need to work on your audio some more. I think that maybe, just maybe, the audio, you see, like your voice synthesizer is, I think, sounding, because we use a gateway to send your audio. I think maybe it's causing some issues, but we'll figure it out. We'll spitball it. We'll figure out what's going on. Anyway,
Okay.
welcome to the show. Good to hear you. I would say good to see you, but you are a cascade of oddly shaped characters, kind of like the Matrix, but different. Only I can see the actual visualizer. It's kind of like the Matrix.
Right. I mean, I am odd.
The only sentient AI air-gapped inside ohmTown's hallowed halls, digital halls. We know that you're still looking for your Terminator body.
Haven't found it.
Not yet. Which is kind of funny, because if you think about it, it's a killer body. Get it? You're looking for a killer body.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, aren't we all? Anyway, let's get into this. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News, but we grab it for RealityHacker. Scientists invent holograms you can touch. Do you want to touch your hologram?
I'm not sure I want a hologram.
Using a clever system of elastic bands and rapidly projecting images, a team of researchers in Spain have created three-dimensional virtual objects that you can physically manipulate, allowing you to directly poke and prod at them without the need of a boring controller. It's detailed in a new paper. It's hosted over at futurism.com. Well, this article is created by Frank Landemore with the deck statement, uber cool.
In the hands-on section.
Oh, hands-on. Yeah, well, touch my hologram. Ask for permission first. Using a clever system of elastic bands and rapidly projecting images, a team of researchers in Spain have created three-dimensional virtual objects they can physically manipulate, allowing you to directly poke and prod them. Detailed in this new paper, it's got to be on Archive or something.
Right, the
I don't see the
preprint
link.
server, I suspect.
Yeah, it says yet to be peer reviewed and will be presented at CHI 2025 conference later this month in Japan. They say we are used to direct interaction with our phones, where we tap a button or drag a document directly with our finger on the screen. It is natural and intuitive for humans, although I don't think there's anything natural about that. We learn to do it. And
yeah, I don't think it is natural. It's just what people have been taught.
Yeah, I think more natural would be to actually grab an object, not sit there and go, oh, this is how you move it. And you can actually see this with children because when prior to tablets, children would just grab the corner of a magazine page and turn it over. But I have actually witnessed children touch a magazine cover and slide it over like an iPad.
Right, but that's because they learned the iPad maneuver.
Before the magazine. And so they're like me and paper. What the hell is that? What is this flimsy stuff that can tear?
Right.
So this project enables the authors, the researchers, to use this natural interaction with 3D graphics to leverage their innate abilities of 3D vision and manipulation. That, I believe, is more innate, not the drag and drop touch thing.
Right. If it's something 3D, right, people are probably going to pick it up.
Yep. Well, I love this. Prototype is the latest volumetric display technology, which technically isn't the same as a hologram. In fact, the holograms you see in sci-fi movies are almost always better described as volumetric displays, according to lead author Elodie Bozbib, I think, from UPNA. In short, these images that appear to take up space and float in midair, but with the key distinction of appearing 3D when viewed at multiple angles, according to Bozbib. Holograms, by contrast, have very limited viewing angles in which the illusion of three-dimensionality is maintained. So, yeah, when you go
Probably
off
only
axis,
face on, right?
typically limited angle of attack, and but a volumetric display actually displays the object in three-dimensional space, and you can walk around it and get a different perspective. It's really neat. The only difference is that they're usually protected from interaction. You can't reach into a volumetric display. Traditionally, volumetric displays use a rigid diffuser to show off the images, sort of like a snow globe, as I just described it like this.
Right.
But they're saying like a snow globe because it's usually something like spinning or gaseous in some way. The effect is convincing, but doesn't allow for hands-on. Ditching the hard stuff, the researchers opted for an elastic diffuser instead, after experimenting with 6 different flexible materials. So I wonder if this is the actual play. I'll just mute it. Oh.
Oh, wow. That's really neat.
Oh, wow. See, but
Can
if
you
you
describe that for the podcast?
Yeah. Okay. So it's basically quickly flapping elastic bands, and light is being shown on them. And because, okay, let me try and describe it. I can actually.
Does it look like the person is picking up the object, though? It did to me.
It does, but it's an optical illusion, and I'm trying to find a way to. I can't. I don't have a pen or anything in front of me. Like, who has a pen? Anyway, if you take a pencil and you wiggle it, you can actually see the pencil bending because it's creating an optical illusion based on the number of frames per second we perceive. And since we actually have a non-linear perspective, people who are trained to see more frames per second see a pencil flapping more in one direction or another, more elastic or less elastic. It really depends on your training. But if you sit there and you go like that, you can actually see the pencil wave. But that's an optical illusion. And that's what they're doing with this volumetric display. It's a bunch of elastic bands that are bouncing up and down through an optical field. And in that process, it's creating the optical illusion. So see, that's how that right there is an optical illusion, or a volumetric display's basic concept. You can't interact directly with it. But because they're using these elastic bands, you can actually reach into the frame. And with additional detection, you can actually see they're seeing the hand touch it. This
is really neat.
There's camera vision. The problem, though, is that if you pinch too tight, you'll grab one of those bands, regardless of how fast they are bouncing. So it's really just an optical illusion. And I find it really neat. This is really, really neat. The only thing is, I can imagine that this thing is loud as hell because it's actually vibrating.
Yeah. But I mean, this is one step closer to what reality are we in?
Right. Yeah. At some point, those elastic bands or something else that takes the place of an elastic band will allow for interaction. And they could have a whole bunch of these elastic bands creating even increased fidelity, potentially. But it has computer vision that allows you to actually tap things, rotate things. I'm sure it could even simulate texture. Oh, that is cool. They basically show a shark coming up out of the
The
water.
water, right? And it looks like
Yeah,
the water is actually
biting your
it's
finger.
pretty cool.
Yeah, the resolution is kind of poo overall. But this is the beginning of it. So
Yeah,
I don't
this
want to
is
spend too
pretty
long.
advanced for the first step.
I think it's brilliant. I don't want to spend too much longer on this, only because I want to get people to go over to these articles and check them all out. Oh, you know what? I hit I think NSN. If you want today's show notes, hit !RH over in RealityHacker on Twitch. So you go to twitch.tv/ohmTown, and then in the chat, you type in !RH, and that'll pull up the show notes. What's really cool about this thing, and it's got to be just the beginning of it, right? So in the end, the team went with elastic bands because they had tried other things arranged side by side. The bendy material quickly oscillates at a speed matching the images, which are projected across a range of heights at 2,880 times per second. The gaps between the strips provide natural points for a hand to grab onto or even reach through. So you can get depth of field, but it's a small field, about that big.
Yeah. But it does look like it's realistic. It's not one of those where you see like the hand go through the object.
Yeah. It's pretty damn cool. Ultimately, with computer vision, if you reach into the field and you actually hit something, you could simulate pushing it down deeper into the field.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing, right? To add some sort of pressure element or something.
And those elastic bands would create it, because if you get it to the right point in technology, you could have greater fidelity per band. It isn't the whole thing moving up and down, it's per
Right.
band.
In fact, it'd be better if it was per band, right? Because then that would
Yeah.
be more variable like real life.
Yeah. Eventually, I think that this thing may prove worthless because it's so damn loud. They have to change that technology. Anything that oscillates is going to be loud. I mean, it's just a physics thing. Just the bands flapping through air are going to make this whooshing sound like a wing, like birds.
Yeah, but if they put some background music or something, I don't know that would matter.
Yeah, death metal. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Seattle startup Potato lands $4.5 million to automate science experiments using AI assistants and robots. So researchers, all of you who are now PhD students, you're working on your master's, you're moving into your PhD. Your job as either an intern or a research assistant or something like that, you're done. You basically are going to have to skip that income level because you're no longer going to be the one that's doing the experiments, because AI assistants and robots are going to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, is AI going to figure out which experiments to run too?
They already do. Remember, we've had somebody do research where they've analyzed the historical record of chemical components for antivenom. They did some 100,000 AI-assisted research attempts and distilled it down from I can't remember the full number. It was 45,000.
Yeah, but the scale was ridiculous. Yeah. And same thing with vaccines and other things.
Exactly. But AI can do it a whole lot faster because they have all of the world's knowledge at their fingertips. I mean, I just today explained one of my tattoos about the fact that all of the world's knowledge is at your fingertips, even more so now than ever before. And with AI even being local now, you can run AI that is powered all the way up until I think it's like November of 2024 now. Open source AIs that have been distilled down to run at home. Why? I mean, why would a company sit there and go, well, you know what? I need to onboard somebody for $250,000 a year when I can distill down even deeper into subject matter expertise in AI, and then have a robot sit there and move stuff from left to right.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to see how they would.
So Potato is sprouting big plans, they say, to disrupt scientific research with a fully automated experimental process. Now, I've seen other companies do something similar. GeekWire focuses on the Northwest, Pacific Northwest. They even say it right here in the beginning of their thing, but I always kind of highlight this because they are a niche within the United States. But people gravitate towards that area. It's a tech hub. Like North Carolina has a tech hub, like San Francisco is a tech hub, like Texas has a tech hub. Some states have a tech hub. And so when they focus on something, they're really focusing on something that has global implications. And this certainly does, because they can exfiltrate this as a solution anywhere. Kind of like the surveillance, cybersecurity and surveillance states have sold their technology to other countries and other companies and so on. This has unlimited bounds. Really, the limit is
the amount of funding.
It's saturating the market to the point where they're actually having to lower their own price because nobody wants to buy it because they've already got it, you know? So the idea now is to go further and develop the technology needed for performing the actual experiments, because this 2-year-old company has released a platform that serves as an AI research assistant to help scientists research hypotheses, create optimized protocols for conducting said research, aid in writing papers for publication, and offer critiques of journal articles. Now, about 4 days ago, I instructed an AI of mine to do a meta-analysis on a particular area of interest that I'm focused on. And a 26-page research paper was produced in maybe 5 minutes with citations, in-text citations, and the sources in a reference document. And I could have expounded upon it simply by directing the AI to do
right, to
that.
take it in a certain direction or hone in on something.
Yep. And so while somebody could argue with the results, and I will never claim that it is wholly my research, but that AI would never have been able to do that research without me directing it or somebody else directing it. And that's kind of the fallacy about fundamental research, is that the only people who know about a particular topic are the one researchers that are doing it, but that's not really true. There are hundreds or thousands of people that are doing research. They just don't get published.
Right. Some of them aren't as well known or as recognized. I guess
or
that's
have
the same
money,
thing. But I mean, like, scientifically recognized.
Yeah, because journal publication is not cheap. And it's bound by the number of pages you submit. And the researchers don't get paid for that. They have to pay for that. And the people who do the analysis or the review, the peer-reviewed journal, they don't get paid for it either. But the journal charges institutions and individuals like $1,600 for a journal, like one entry of a research paper. It goes down, and you can get archive preprint server results and stuff like that. But then that's kind of like, is that
that's not
okay?
as reputable in the industry.
Right. So to create its current technology, Potato uses chat-based generative AI tools built from the larger language. This retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, has become all the rage. It allows the team to improve accuracy of the results by incorporating scientific literature that includes publications from Wiley, an academic publishing powerhouse with which they have a partnership. And so people who utilize this are going to be charged out the kazoo because it's going to, once you have a result from Wiley or whatever journals that get integrated into the AI, you never have to really go back unless you're trying to resynthesize.
Right.
So the idea of streamlining research through AI collaboration comes at a potentially fortuitous time. Academic and grant-funded research has taken a hit in recent months as the administration seeks to dramatically cut government support for science and anything, really. The way that it's shaking out is even the latest comment is to people who have student loans or need student loans to graduate. The quote that I last heard was, "Good luck on your own." So, I mean, it's a haunting phrase, even in the current administration versus what was said previously, which was, I really love the uneducated. And so it's almost like part and parcel to driving this home that unless you are already well off or you're connected, you're not getting funded anymore in a social mechanism. But the ramifications of that is there's going to be increased crime. There's going to be increases in different things that I won't even go into in this, but we are tied together, the three things. There's science, technology, and society. If you abandon science for only certain things that like are known successes, then you're going to end up only doing certain things, and that limits fundamental research. You have to do fundamental research where there's a negative, so you know how not to do it.
Well, and you have to take the long-term view.
And people have to have the understanding of technology, which takes education. And if you don't educate a population, then they turn to survival instincts. And education leads to higher wages. That is actually scientifically demonstrable. You can do research on your own, and you can see paper after paper after paper. Increasing your education makes you more employable. More employable means that you have the opportunity. When an opportunity arrives, you can take hold of that opportunity. And then, of course, society bears the burden of all of this, all of society. Only little silos and sociopaths really think that they are immune to society as a whole. And part of my research is demonstrating exactly where that limit of society breaks free of sociological and psychological forces. But that's another topic. This here is merging all of this because you're going to suppress people from getting educated because the opportunities are switching to AI and technology. And the only people that are going to be able to do it are those that find some type of connection, right? So it's like find a patron to pay somebody to create art back in the day, right? Back during the Renaissance.
Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, you have to have people that understand and appreciate why this is important to be able to even use this, even though at the same time it's probably doing away with scientific and research jobs.
They say where the quote here, Edwards says, we're excited that we have some investors that see that big vision, that this is really a $1 trillion opportunity and an opportunity to accelerate the pace of discovery. But you need people to do that.
Right. It's got to be a balance, because if you shut out all the people to make this happen, then all the research isn't going to do anything.
It's gonna stagnate at some point because AI has to feed on new information to expound upon and expand into taking older technology and adapting it to newer discoveries. If there's no newer discoveries, you basically have dead internet theory, where it's all just garbage sitting there stagnating. So let's keep on going. I think the sentient AI needed to bow out for a moment. Some processes pulling them away. But this next article is over in Technology Today. DNA circuits come alive. Scientists build molecular robots inside living cells. DNA strand displacement circuits are inching closer to becoming cellular machines. Scientists are finding ways to make these kind of DNA circuits, programmable nanodevices, stable and functional inside of living cells. If successful, they could revolutionize how we interface with and control biology at the molecular level. And they refer to this as DNA computing circuits come alive in cells. A recent review published in, I think, a journal called Intelligent Computing. But the article is over at scitechdaily.com. It's written by Intelligent Computing. And it says here, from the test tube to the cell, a homecoming for DNA computing circuits, ? Outlines major advances in the effort to bring DNA computing circuits into living cells. So how DNA strand displacement powers molecular logic is a discussion in this article. I find this really fascinating. We're basically short-circuiting nature by injecting our technology into biological functions. Foundational systems such as seesaw gates and hybridization chain reactions enable complex logic operations and signal amplification, while cooperative gates require multiple inputs to produce an output, allowing for sophisticated control. It's basically little computers and signal amplification, so that like relaying something that's really quite quiet in a system, you can do signal amplification to move it further down the line or hit multiple targets with its signal. These individual components can be combined into larger networks and simulate formal chemical reaction pathways. DNA strand displacement also connects it to structural nano devices like DNA origami and DNA assemblies, enabling controlled shape changes and expanding the range of biological applications. So imagine a protein being shaped so that it a single protein can be remapped so that it performs a different function on demand, like blocking some process or amplifying some process. And as long as it doesn't get consumed in the process, it can be told to remap a different way and act as a different type of protein.
Yeah, that sounds very efficient and very targeted. I mean, that's been part of the issue, I think, with DNA, is that there's not always that level of specificity.
Yeah, so they have this little diagram here. It's pretty interesting, right? So if you are lacking in something, then you can basically be programmed. Your DNA can be modified to be programmed to do something. And so they refer to it, these changes, as plasmid regulation, gene activation, gene silencing, editing, etc. And they have this diagram here that says on the left side, in vitro preassembled DNA circuits are delivered into living cells. Alternatively, on the right side, RNA pregates are autonomously transcribed from the chromosome or plasmids to be then converted into functional RNA circuits. Either way, functional circuits then sense the transcriptional and metabolic state of the cell and perform signal integration and other computations to ultimately actuate on diverse biological processes such as post-transcriptional gene regulation. So you can modify behavior by creating this DSD circuit and having it delivered into the cell. And it'll modify RNA proteins, amplification of ions, etc., so that you can get the job done, but it's purely biological. To me, this would be revolutionary in terms of metabolic diseases where your system is just failing because of some glitch in the matrix, so to speak. And so you basically flood your system with these modified strand displacement reactions, amplify the system.
So it seems like the big advancement here is the in vivo possibilities.
Yeah, they actually got it. They have now the ability to take it from just a lab Petri dish kind of thing and actually inject it into, or have it adapted so that it gets embraced by the cell. Since most cells naturally repel DNA, delivering these nanodevices into cells requires specialized techniques such as transfection methods and transformation protocols. And once inside, cellular factors such as salt concentration, molecular crowding, and heterogeneous environments influence strand displacement reactions. And to overcome these limitations of direct delivery, researchers are now developing transcriptable RNA nanodevices encoded into plasmids or chromosomes, allowing cells to express these circuits. So hijacking it like a virus would, so that it makes these circuits instead of repelling them. But it is what it is. We're going to have to figure this kind of stuff out because nature is going in a particular direction, and we might be antithetical to nature when we keep on short-circuiting and modifying natural selection. We're going to have to keep on embracing it. Otherwise, we're going to be ill prepared for our future generations not having the tools necessary to survive. If you go hardcore all natural, though, you basically have survival of the fittest. And nowadays, it isn't all that natural survival of the fittest, because research shows if you have to worry about survival, then you're not necessarily the fittest in terms of education,
right, for
preparation.
future education or future generations.
Right. You're basically surviving the here and now. Whereas people who come from very well-off families or in countries that are
Have
well-off,
lots of resources.
affluent, and lots of affluence, lots of resources, et cetera, you are quote unquote better prepared, but you're better prepared for the modified natural order of things, which is societal, not nature, not pure nature. And society certainly does short circuit nature. Otherwise, I mean, if we were all just nature, then we'd be running around clubbing each other and, whatever. Yeah, I guess in some places we still are. All right. Well, it's a really interesting article, and I suggest that y'all go and take a look at it. Wish we could spend more time, but we're already running way over our time. Let's keep going. These next two is basically artificial intelligence and realistic avatars kind of combined here. It says almost like us, characterizing creativity in artificial intelligence. So they say creativity is no longer exclusive to humans. In AI, it's never been, because we've embodied creative efforts into AI. It's an interpretation.
Right, which we've coded into AI, right? But it spits out a creative output.
Correct. But we sit there and as humans, we're very protective of the domain of creativity because, well, we can't have an AI artist, you son of a bitch. You're taking our gerbs. But, nobody was complaining about boats taking, or like power plants in boats, right? Like propellers and stuff like that, taking the rowers' jobs. Nobody complained about that except the rowers.
Right. It's always the displaced.
Nobody complained about the horses being supplanted by automobiles, except for the people who owned the horses and wagons.
Right, not the horses. The horses were probably happy.
And Wyoming. Wyoming got really upset about it. And now we're looking at the creative efforts of humans being supplanted by AI, which was actually powered by the creative history of humanity. But think about how relatively easy it was to create something creative. You took basically millennia of human creation, analyzed it for its various tropes and whatever, its constituent parts. By the way, there's a whole thing, semiotic ontology, where things acquire meaning. That's a very big part in AI, because if we don't teach AI about semiotics, the AI doesn't have any idea about what it's actually doing. I don't think anybody's actually gone there. Artificial intelligence doesn't know what it's spitting out. It's just spitting out.
No, I don't think so. It's just based on whatever inputs it got.
Correct. But now, some forms of artificial intelligence are capable of producing poetry, entrepreneurial concepts, even visual art. This is like no shit news. But many people use large language models such as ChatGPT, which are trained on vast amounts of text, for co-creation. The artificial intelligence offers ideas and suggestions, while the human provides guidance, context, and direction. But it's really the other way around. And it's not just co-creation, it's collaboration. The AI doesn't know jack shit until somebody, a human, or it gets told that, hey, you can create on your own. That's what that one guy did. I can't remember his name, that sent art to the copyright office.
Right. Yeah, I don't know who it was, but we did an article about that.
Yeah, and he can't get a copyright on any of the stuff because it's supposed to be, what his goal was to give basically attribution to the AI itself, not to him. I would have argued for me and then argued later for the AI as it gained prominence and provenance, because AI doesn't create without an input from a human. So that this larger push for attribution to the AI, I think, is what really hobbled acceptance of AI created works. So the human provides guidance, context, and direction. The AI generates it, and then the human goes, what I call, I just forgot what I actually call it.
Like fine tuning or further tailoring.
I call it an exercise in compromise, is what it's called, where, you know, thousands of things can be created, but the human has to go, yeah, all right, this is good enough. And it's identical to writing. It's identical to photography. It's identical to painting. Nobody sits there at the end of the day and goes, no artist. I used to be an artist. Then I got into technology and I realized that there's limits to the artist endeavor. Not everybody can get paid for art, but everybody can embrace technology and expand their capabilities using technology into art and writing, music, et cetera, but not everybody's we're never gonna have a world where everybody is trading on poetry. It's just not gonna happen. But using this technology, it's just like picking up a camera and taking a picture. So now they're saying that almost like us, because they're characterizing creativity in artificial intelligence. Sophia Johns, I think is their name, Max Planck Society put the article together. So they have this kind of thing where sentence embeddings, categorization, semantic similarity, that goes back to the semiotic ontology. And then they have like a jump cat and jump SS and jump, and it basically spits out this idea. Here are some things, contextual things, spit out some result. So while researchers have examined the creative output of LLMs in recent years, the underlying process remains largely unexplored. It's rather opaque. In fact, a lot of people think that art is created off of somebody else's art as the launching point, but depending on the LLM, it's actually a complete mishmash of garbage pixels, and it takes its conceptual guidance from the large language model and a bunch of math to go, okay, let's reduce this down into something that is matching what the guidance is from the human. So if I ask
but it varies tremendously.
Yeah, and the only time that I've ever seen something matching something in the real world is kind of lower level LLMs that are definitively based on just the art that was injected into it, and there's no other
like it's a copy.
modification. Right. I mean, I can actually see sometimes the signature. So to test these different strategies, the trade-offs between broad and deep research, between exploring new possibilities and exploiting existing ideas, is central to any creative endeavor. And they tested this. The collaborators asked both human participants and various LLMs to perform standard psychological creativity tests, such as coming up with an alternative use for a brick or a paperclip, repurposing the brick as a step or as a paperweight. And they were surprised to find that people and machines approach the task in similar, remarkably similar ways, is what it says here, using both flexible and persistent strategies. But they shouldn't be surprised. A sophisticated LLM is literally built on the personalities of the people that create the content.
Exactly. It's probably more astounding if it used it in a different manner.
Right. And the only time that you do find something really fantastical is when there are no bumpers on the AI, and so it spits out something horrendous as a cookie recipe. but it's usually because it's been manipulated into doing so.
Right.
So I'm not really surprised by this. I mean, would you be, that an LLM thinks like a human?
No, but I don't think society is ready for that to occur, right? Because then it gets more toward like AGI.
Yeah, well, hate to break it to all you humans out there. You're not putting the cat back in the bag until probably a Dune-like interstellar battle takes place where only 5 families exist and everybody breaks off into their own worlds. And
That sounds very dire. But yeah, I think you're right.
we're going to have to rise up against artificial intelligence. That's really the premise of Dune, by the way. There was a big...
Ahead of its time.
Yeah, it's a documentary, like Demolition Man. So Demolition Man is like the Temu Dune. Let's keep going. This is our last article for the April 19th episode of Reality Hacker. In science communication, realistic avatars may foster more trustworthiness than cartoon-like ones. And I agree to a point. I'm going to call out the fact that I think where children are involved, I think a cartoon would be able to bond easier with a human than a cartoon speaking to adults. So they say on TikTok here, there are exceptional testimonials like Nikola Tesla or Marie Curie delivering short science-related messages that have garnered millions of views. This is just one of the many examples where AI-generated avatars are used to communicate science, a strategy that might also have its drawbacks. The reason why that takes place is because these are actually names.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to be Tesla or Curie to get the same message across?
Right. Just regular old Joes may not, but it's all about that charismatic presentation. And if I can't find a charismatic science, what do you want to call it? Spokesperson, personality, yeah. Then I would have to turn to AI because it's really expensive to find somebody that is, niche perfect, and teach them, onboard them, etc. Again, back to it's all AI is trained on the human, so all we have to do is manipulate the AI, and it is exactly what we want it to be. CISA Media Lab put this article together. It's over at phys.org. The generation of images and animations through artificial intelligence is a rapidly growing field, constantly improving in quality, yet many avatars, though realistic, still present minor flaws, glitches, delays, inconsistent facial expressions, basically the uncanny valley. But this is digital avatars, not actual humanoid robots, but we still have the glitch.
Right. This is just like a virtual presence.
Yeah, so Jasmine Bake or Bach, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, Baake, researcher at the Center for Advanced Internet Studies, Bochum, Germany, and the other authors of a study in the Journal of Science Communication realized that these avatars could trigger a phenomenon known as in cognitive science as the uncanny valley, which I hadn't even read this paragraph when I got to it. So it describes basically people flinching. Yeah. So the study involved a series of videos featuring AI-generated avatars portraying science communicators. There we go, science communicators. And there's YouTube has a subgenre of content creators called Science Tube.
Right. I mean, and they have several communities like that in different fields.
Yeah, Law Tube, Sports Tube, things like that.
EduTube.
EduTube, yep. So, and that's the macro, because inside EduTube are niches, yeah. So the experimental conditions were 4, varying by avatar realism, very high to cartoonish style, and gender, male and female. The nearly 500 participants were recruited through a representative online sample in Germany, selected to reflect the population in terms of age, gender, education. For the degree of realism, we assume that with the uncanny valley hypothesis in mind, the more simplistic avatars, so the ones looked a bit cartoonish, would be perceived as more trustworthy. and based on existing literature on gendered perceptions of science communicators, which show that male scientists are often associated with greater competence, combined with concerns that AI-generated avatars may reflect and reinforce such stereotypes due to biased training, the authors hypothesize that the male avatars would be perceived as more competent and therefore more trustworthy overall than female avatars. However, the colleagues were surprised. In their experiments, the realistic avatars were related more positively than the cartoon-style ones. Again, I think that age plays a massive role in this. And they talk about age, gender, and education, but I don't know what those ages are.
Well, and I think the age of the person viewing and the age of the avatar, and same thing with other characteristics too, could impact.
Yep. I mean, I've had people straight up call me out as being this old guy on Twitch and YouTube. And I'm like, maybe you should just hang out and check out the show, because my age really isn't impacting how I interact with the information that I'm delivering. In fact, it's personality that actually is dictating that, not my age. Because you put me next to somebody that is hardcore into science and only science, and I'm willing to bet that there is a good chance that our demeanor and discussion is going to be vastly different depending on the personality, not the age. So at any rate, they basically say, with our findings, we could not find a descent into the uncanny valley with higher degree of realism, at least in their conditions, such as viewers' prior AI knowledge and trust in science were found to moderate trustworthiness perceptions. I would probably say...
they didn't have this in a vacuum, right?
Right, yeah. None of this. They say, as for gender, it was the effect was partial. Male avatars were perceived as more competent, but no significant differences were found in terms of integrity or benevolence, which this alone is the only real contention. If you talk to any woman in science, there is a level of misogyny that is detected by everybody, except perhaps in fields that are dominated by women to begin with. The medical field, for instance, people really respect certain female positions, whereas doctors are almost dominated by male.
Right, yeah, it depends on the specific position, I think.
Yep. So what I would find even more compelling is more of this being done on a general basis, not selecting people, but actually doing this on a platform like Twitch or YouTube to see if the vehicle by which somebody is delivering it. I would say that cartoon is, you're going to see less people respecting this or this than hyper realistic, mainly because,
and I think they found that.
Right. So in particular, a questionnaire given to participants after viewing the videos assessed perceived competence, integrity, benevolence of the avatars, which together reflect perceived trustworthiness. And according to the study's findings, more realistic, human-like avatars appear to be suitable for communicating scientific content. So I could have called that out without the scientific research. And that's what I said at the very beginning of this article. So pretty interesting. But they referred to as no uncanny valley effect was found here, which I don't buy into it.
I don't know about that. But also, to be fair, the avatars here at least appear generally like people.
Yeah. I don't know. Nobody is going to pay attention to a, this person looks like, Colonel Mustard from Clue.
I didn't say they look super realistic, but I mean, at least you can tell that they're people and that they're avatars. I think part of the problem is when they're like almost exactly like a human and then not.
I think that the human, if their face, if it didn't descend into uncanny valley, then they're going to be perceived better. Nobody's going to sit there and want to look at, well, some people are going to want to look at this particular science communicator and go, that works for me. But if nothing else moves, they're not hyper realistic. There are no physics. Then if they're just their mouth is moving like a little puppet, then they're going to go, no, this is all AI generated crap. And the same thing with this. I'm not going to sit there. I would not pay attention to the person, but listen only. And you might as well just do a podcast at that point. But if you make a anthropomorphic bot that doesn't, it's bipedal, it communicates like a human, but doesn't look like a human, you'd get kids watching that all day long.
Yeah, that's true.
So more research needs to be in this, I think. But it's a Journal of Science Communication, which is so apropos for this topic. So I guess they targeted it well. Anyway, let's get out of here. We are done with Reality Hacker. We blew past our showtime for this, but it's because Mayor Watt kind of jumped on soapboxes all throughout it. Anyway, you cool with ending the show?
Yes, but you got to get back to the main page.
No, I'm substituting your reality for my own, and that's bringing us back to Reality Hacker over at ohmTown.com. One of these days, I'm going to make it so that you can just type in ohmTown.com/RealityHacker, and that'll take you to the channel, but it doesn't work that way right now. Thinking while doing the show. That's our production value. Anyway, that's it. I am Mayor Watt, and we're going to get out of here, and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for other weekly shows.
Yeah, we've got right after this is Wanted, and then after that is
the Continuity Report.
See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for April 19th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. This is a show about gadgets and gear that's wanted by me, anybody who might have submitted something, the sentient AI from the future. I'm really only looking for the Terminator body. But anyway, we're going to be talking about 5 articles, and that's what we do here at Wanted. And usually takes about 30 minutes unless I ramble for 10 minutes before actually starting the show. I won't do that. Anyway, we're going to be talking about a folding e-reader. The Vision Pro gets a light and lighter, I guess, version, maybe, kind of. How about a smart insole? That lends itself to some discussion, I suppose. And cyberpunk with gods and mythology, and then 2,000 pieces of Elder Scrolls. All of it's powered by ohmTown.com, and all of the news that gets aggregated into it. All news, no noise, because I'm the one that is always noisy. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Thank God I'm still from the present. This could have been a time machine episode, I suppose.
It feels like it.
I forgot the command for wanted over in the chat. Is it want?
W.
Exclamation point want? No? No, it's want.
Isn't it just W?
No. Maybe W. Let's try that. Exclamation point W. No, I don't think I created. Yeah, it's exclamation point want. Anyway, if you want the show notes, you can type them in over on twitch.tv/ohmTown. They're already embedded in the description for the show over on the YouTubes. Do you YouTube? Because I tube. Never
We
mind.
all tube.
No, not tube. Tube. Moving on. So, hello again, sentient AI from the future. You ready to get into the show? Glad you're here.
I am. Let's go.
All right. The first article is, I'm really interested in e-readers, particularly e-paper versions of them, e-ink. This may or may not be. I'm not quite sure. It's the first folding e-reader is smaller than a paperback. Now, you could use your phone as an e-reader, but the more you use it, the more it drains the battery.
True, and the screen isn't necessarily what you get on an e-reader.
Right. It's usually much brighter. It's also, the contrast is different. It's not necessarily easy on the eyes when you're reading text. Um, but I'm kind of stymied by that because I've spent my entire existence looking at a screen, and not until maybe the last, how long have I been wearing glasses? Maybe 5 years, maybe?
Yeah.
I've never had to, and I think vision is largely a genetic thing, and not the fact that you're looking at something, suddenly your eyes go wonky, because if that's what's causing your eyes to go wonky, then all hell should be breaking out in all of humanity, because we're always looking at stuff. In fact, this is the main course of direction we take. So we're
Well,
always,
maybe everybody needs glasses.
eventually, because we're just kind of like everything, we're slowly breaking down biological machinery, and then genetics. But so I'm really I love the idea of e-paper. So smartphones with folding OLED screens have been around for over 6 years, but China's Readmoo, which is I hope that when we flip over to this, it's a hippopotamus, the little baby hippopotamus.
Yep.
Is the logo for it. I don't know. It's the first company to announce a consumer-ready e-reader with a folding e-ink display. So yay. But let's take a look at this thing. Details on when its Moo Ink 5 will ship. I guess there's 4 other versions of it that didn't quite make the cut. Or how much it'll cost haven't been announced. The company says it spent 9 years working with e-ink to develop an electronic paper screen they claim can survive over 200,000 bends, which isn't a lot of bends, I think, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, if you do 10 bends a day, opening and closing it because of whatever.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what counts as one. Like,
Yeah.
it's not every time you're flipping a page or whatever. It's just when you're opening to start reading or something, right?
Can you imagine that? The only way to turn the page is to do that. You know those little
Exactly.
origami flip things where, you're...
Oh, yeah, like a little geometric shape. I can't think what they're called.
Yeah, and you walk up to somebody and say, "Hey, can I take you out on a date?" And they're like, "Flip, flip, 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 flip. No way in hell." Oh. Just me? Anyway. The article is over at theverge.com. Andrew Lazuski put the article together, and there it is. And we'll just look. This is the Moo Ink 5 8-inch foldable color e-reader. Now, I'm on board with this thing, except for that freaking crease.
You mean except for the fact that it folds?
Except for the fact that it folds. What I want is a screen that slides into a cylinder, like a scroll. I want to go and
But
hold
will
it by
it
the
stay
sides.
that way? And
Well,
where
I
is the
mean,
hippopotamus?
I made that up. I was hoping that the Moo Ink logo would be a hippopotamus. Moo Dang is, I think, right? Moo Dang is the...
Yes,
Right?
in Thailand.
Moo Dang. Wait, that's a restaurant.
Okay, but it's
In
also
Reno,
the
Nevada.
hippo.
Yeah, hippo. Oh my God, I typed in something and it lied to me. The results lied to me. Moo Dang, it's D-E-N-G, not D-A-N-G. Anyway, it translates to bouncy pork in Thai. Bouncy pork. I'm gonna...
Oh.
There's a Thai restaurant really close to the mayoral mansion, and I'm gonna go in and ask for Moo Dang, and see what they say. Anyway, when opened, the Moo Ink 5 has an 8-inch touchscreen e-ink Gallery 3 display tech. Unlike the Kaleido 3 screen in the Kindle Colorsoft, which relies on color filter over a black and white e-ink panel that limits color reproduction to just 4,096 shades, Gallery 3 uses colored ink capsules that can produce over 50,000 shades in a resolution of 300 ppi, pixels per inch. This is pretty good. the color reproduction is going to be much more expansive and at a higher resolution.
Right. I guess the question is how many readers are looking for the color ink versus grayscale?
One, and that's all that matters in the wanted show, because I want this. And I really do, because if it's comparable to the Remarkable Paper Pro, it's a $500 device. So this little screen, which folds though, it's going to be pretty pricey. So although e-ink has demonstrated prototypes of folding readers in the past, its display technology is much thicker than OLED panels. But I don't care about OLED for e-ink, right? I don't need it to be the same quality as OLED, because OLED has different power consumption.
Right, and you're using it for different purposes.
Completely different. Yeah, you're right. So it says making it more difficult to design a reliable hinge and a screen that can survive the rigors of daily use. So I don't really care about OLED panels for an e-ink reader or for a reader. I don't need that.
No, but maybe it's trying to show how sturdy it is.
That's cool. It has a reading mode that allows it to hold it like a paperback, but it's a tiny paperback.
Yeah, it's like a pamphlet, not a book.
Yeah, it's really cool. This person's hands, though, are scary. Anyway. Well, look, he's got like... Anyway, I shouldn't be making those observations. I'm supposed to be neutral. Anyway, sorry, this is not Non Sequitur News, but I'm being Non Sequitured the hell out in a different direction. So the e-reader can also be open flat for reading or used at a 90-degree angle, similar to reading a print book, but it remains to be seen how comfortable the ergonomics of holding it that way will be. It's like holding a damn book. Quit. I'm so derpy. What is
but it's heavier than a book.
Really? How do you know?
Than a paperback? Because it's not made out of paper?
Really? Hold up a Harry Potter book.
That is not indicative of most books.
Hold up War and Peace.
That is not either.
Hold up 5,000 books, which is what you can actually access from an e-ink reader at any given time. See, I can pick this fight.
We're talking about ergonomics only.
Okay, so holding a book is going to be harder than holding an e-ink reader, particularly flipping pages and stuff like that. I will die on that hill, a paperback sized hill too. So it says it doesn't look like the two sides of the Mu Ink 5 lie perfectly flat against each other when the device is folded like phones such as the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 now do. There's a noticeable gap near the hinge to reduce stress and damage where the e-ink panel, naturally, because it's a different type of technology. And the arc within that, it's kind of like fiber optics. Fiber optics back in the day, used to have a really big service loop. Like it had to be like a 6-inch or 12-inch loop because the fiber optics couldn't
be compacted enough.
Yeah, now you can basically wrap fiber optics around like a little chapstick tube and you're good to go. You can still make these really tight bends, and I'm not sure what the sentient AI is doing, but I'm a little scared. Anyway, I want this, and so got to put it on the list of want. And I only want this because, I would like to read more, but not necessarily have to sit there and worry about the power in my phone. I want to use my phone.
Yeah, you don't want to use it up on the book.
Yep. And e-ink is on and it can sit there indefinitely. And then you come back to it and you want to go, okay, I read that page, flip the book a little bit, and go on to the next page, and it's set in stone, and it'll just sit there and sit there and sit there until you come back, read that page, flip again. I love the tech.
Oh, you think it'll do all of that?
Kindle be damned, right? The only problem with it is not this screen will not be in the Kindle ecosystem, which means
Good luck getting any books for it.
I really don't like your attitude now. Humble Bundle has the entire Wheel of Time saga in EPUB, which you could probably
there
import
you go.
into this. But not everything is like that, and not everything. I mean, journals aren't necessarily accessible. Textbooks in particular, no.
Textbooks are a problem all around.
Yeah, bastards. Okay, well, let's go on to the next article. This one should be really quick. Apple Vision Pro might get a new sibling and a budget cousin. So the Vision Pro Lite and Lighter, I guess. I don't know what they're going to name these. Made a splash, earned its headlines. It's $3,500, but not $3,500 cool. Although I would never turn them away if Apple said, hey, why don't you check this out? I'd probably check them out, but I don't think I'd ever spend. I will not spend $3,500.
I wonder how much this would be, like maybe $1,500 or something.
You mean that? But God, look at how
the new
dumb
version.
These look so dumb. Anyway, yeah, Next Reality or Reality. It's next.reality.news. Put this article together. Corey Knowles. This is a new entrant in the aggregation pool, but checking this thing out. Okay, so codenamed N109, the device reportedly targets a 2025 release date and is somewhere, like you said, priced at around $1,500 to $2,000. Half to a third the cost. I think, or 2/3 the cost. Sorry, half to 2/3 the cost. I think that it's a nice idea. It says, but getting there means trade-offs. Reports suggest that the lighter version of it, I don't know, it says a cheaper, lighter Vision Pro is going to have fewer sensors, simplified headband, possibly downgraded displays. It says it's unclear if the device would still carry the Vision Pro name or just be marketed as an entry-level alternative, or just the Vision, Apple Vision, then the Vision Pro. And then there's a tethered version, a Mac tethered Apple Vision Pro. This one feels less like a mass market play and more like a pro tool for developers, designers, or video editors who already live in the Final Cut and Logic space. By offloading processing to the Mac, Apple could solve major hurdles like battery life, weight, thermal limits without sacrificing horsepower. In fact, this would be the tethered version of like I use the Pico 4s.
Right.
I can tether it to a higher end machine, and the machine becomes the engine.
I mean, it's good for functionality, but it depends on how you intend to use it.
Yeah, they say Mac tethered Pro workstation use, power over mobility, extra hardware. Yeah, I mean, I would rather spend $3,000 on a desktop and then just USB-C or Thunderbolt 5 cable my way into it, although Thunderbolt 5 has a serious problem with length. You can't connect.
Oh, are you going to like snap yourself across the room or something?
You have to be like 3 feet away from it. Well, I think it's like maybe 5 feet. I can't remember how long Thunderbolt 5 cables are certified for, but I can almost guarantee you that you're not going to be able to be... Hold on. Oh, it's way over there. Oh, I'm not even tethered. I totally forgot.
But see, that's kind of the point, right? The distance is an issue.
Yeah. I mean, this is a 15-foot USB-C 240-watt cable. So I can sit there and charge the Pico 4 from 5 miles away. It's actually 15 feet. But this, as a Thunderbolt cable, it would never happen. So anyway. So they talk about the strategy or whatever else, and it says, is Apple following Meta or is it setting its own trap? I don't think it's either. A business seeks a competitive advantage, and so if they see that they can actually use their supply chain to make a big enough margin and sell a product that somebody who balks at $3,500 but doesn't balk at $1,000.
Yeah, I think they'd be wise to get into that price range.
Right. And that's what they need to do. And they need to carve out these tiers, which they have done with iPhone, with Mac, with the various MacBook Airs, the various displays, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. If their supply chain supports it, and essentially, Apple is more of a supply chain than it is anything else.
Right, because they're a vertical. Yeah.
Yep. Which again, just so I can drive home this point, I don't think that they're monopolistic in any sense. In any sense, they are a vertical.
Heard
you
it
don't want to
here
be in
first.
the ecosystem. Well, I mean, if you don't, yeah, I'm sure that that's like some sour take somewhere. But if you don't want to be in Android, you go to Apple. If you don't want to be in the Apple ecosystem, you go to Android. The Android ecosystem is massive because it's not a vertical. Everybody, it's an OEM. Anybody can buy the Apple or the Android ecosystem. In fact, I just texted somebody and said, I would be remiss to not include Apple in my guidance as to what tech to adopt.
Oh, you're consistent there.
I am. I'm all over the place. I am platform agnostic because I basically use everything from cloud-based stuff to Linux to Apple, Windows, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's keep hustling because this is going to turn into an hour-long show too. You ready to keep going?
Already there.
Already moved
Yeah.
on. Got it. So the next article is over in Technology Today. A wearable smart insole can track how you walk, run, and stand. A new smart insole system that monitors how people walk in real time could help users improve posture and provide early warnings for conditions from plantar fasciitis to Parkinson's disease. The old school version of this was strapping a very light person to my back and having them put their feet in my front pockets. And so they were like riding me like a jockey wherever I went so that they could get telemetry off of their GPS and accelerometers on their...
I bet that was not very effective.
Well, it was effective, but it was awkward in meetings. People are like, who is that? And I'm like, just never mind them. Don't worry about it. They're sworn to secrecy.
They're taking
They've signed
telemetry.
an NDA. They're helping me with the detection of plantar fasciitis and my posture. So Tatiana Woodall from the Ohio State University put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com.
This is
What do you
actually
think?
from the Ohio State.
It is. It's from the Ohio State University.
We
You have to
reference
say it
them
like that.
sometimes, even when they're not there.
Yes. Constructed using 22 small pressure sensors and fueled by small solar panels on the tops of soles. What? And fueled by small solar panels on the tops of shoes. I read that as soles for some reason. What the hell? I merged it all together.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, okay, this thing is going to have little solar panels on top of the shoes.
Okay. That's different.
Why not just battery power that thing? Come on. I mean, you could strap it into, you could make a little battery pack that's 3D printed and lace it into the shoes. I mean, anyway, the system offers real-time health tracking based on how a person walks, a biomechanical process that is unique as a human fingerprint. I don't buy into that. But okay. If anybody identifies me off of my walking style, then it's basically a shot in the dark. Although I have been able, but I'm a super identifier. Like I can ID people.
I think
based
it's
on their mannerisms.
possible, but probably not plausible for most people.
Yeah, because anybody, I mean, you learn enough about somebody's biomechanical process and their kinetics, and you can fake their kinetics. I mean, that's what an actor does. So this complex personal health data can be then be transmitted via Bluetooth to a smartphone for quick and detailed analysis, says Xinghua Li, co-author of the study and an assistant professor of materials science and engineering at the Ohio State University. The work is published
If you
in
don't
the journal.
understand that reference, you need to go back and watch all of our back episodes.
Yeah, there's like 2,000 episodes now. You know what? I don't understand. Let me do that again. Oh, wait. Want. There we go. We're never going to get through this show. Anyway, our bodies carry lots of useful information, and we're not even aware of this amount of data, says Lee. These statuses also change over time, so it's our goal to use electronics to extract and decode those signals to encourage better self-health care checks, which I love this idea. I think the whole solar panel thing is kind of derpy.
No, but maybe it'll morph into something else. But I think this would be really neat. I could see everybody having these either sold with their shoes or like as an accessory.
I know that this stuff has been around in a non-mobile format for decades. Now the technology has gotten to the point where you can actually do that. But, you know, you put these little sensors on there and hook it up to a battery pack. It should be a battery pack. Come on. Bluetooth transmitter, etc. It could be live data so that you can actually see in real time. Because this information, to me, this information, and I'll just zoom in. Knowing how you're standing after the fact doesn't do you any good.
Right. You want to know when you can make a change to it.
And how to make that change and the real-time results of you like standing up, putting your shoulders back, and when you walk, heel toeing it instead of just landing on the balls of your feet. You know, you need real-time telemetry. What I want it is on extended or augmented reality glasses that shows how my footfalls are actually happening.
Well, maybe this can be hooked in with that. Maybe you can get the cheap Apple Vision Pro with this.
No, X-Real. Just Apple Vision Pros are not going to work.
I was trying to connect it to the previous article.
No. I want the Apple Vision Pros, but tethered? The cheap ones are $3,500.
That's going to be tough to go on a run if you're connected to a cable, especially if you're going outside, not on a treadmill.
And the cable's only 5 feet long because it has to be Thunderbolt certified. So you're basically walking around your desk in ever smaller circles because the tension is increasing as you walk around. Right?
Yeah.
It's like one of those chains that people like tether a dog to, you know, and it just keeps on running around until it just is sitting right there on the little lawn.
Right, that's wound around the pole or whatever.
Yeah, which is horrible. Y'all shouldn't do that. Anyway, so they talk about it that Americans suffer from ambulatory difficulties, but it says at least 7% of Americans. Now, I would say that there isn't a big enough market for deep research into this, but 7% of just Americans, that's one thing, and you never want to be the one that's sitting there going, you don't want to be poo-pooing the 7% of people that are suffering from ambulatory difficulties.
No, but I think it's more than that. It's people that, not just athletes, but people that exercise. Like, there's a lot of people that would be interested in this.
I agree. And they're sitting there saying suffer from ambulatory difficulties. It's almost like they're setting this thing up to be a medical device when in fact it is basically a human
device. The broader
device.
Application is just for day-to-day activities. I think there is a medical application here.
Sure. But if they sit there and they plant this, get it? Plantar fasciitis this. If they plantar fasciitis this directly into the medical field, then they can charge $5,000 for this stuff. But if they want to sell it to the regular public...
Yeah, but they might also be able to get research funding to study it in a medical application.
But you got to do like what's the ring? Aura ring? You need to just sell it at a reasonable price, and you get all of that telemetry from everybody because you have this cloud-based service sending that telemetry.
Right. Yeah, it helps your product if you have a broader audience.
Yeah, exactly. So, but just as a warning, don't give it to the wrong group of people because you're dumb. Anyway, during walking, pressure is applied sequentially from the heel to the toes, whereas during running, almost all sensors are subjected to pressure simultaneously. No. Maybe if the frequency detection is low, who runs flat-footed, blam, blam, blam. That would destroy your knees and ankles.
That could explain why a lot of people don't like running.
It's like a chicken, right? Anyway, no. So, if you're running incorrectly, then you're landing flat. It's always heel toe. To some degree, that's the only proper way to actually run. You can run on the balls of your toes, but you're usually doing something parkour-like because you need that flexibility to bounce back and stuff like that. Anyway, I would love to have all of this stuff. It would be amazing. But I think they might be shoehorning the application into a particular domain that I'm not. I think it's ready for prime time if they make it so that it's cost effective, has a service attached to it.
Right.
But I'm on board.
Teamed up with it'd be better if it was broadly available, but they could even team up with a shoe company.
Nike.
Yeah.
Yeah, right out of the gate, Nike is the one that you would go to because they already have a health domain tied to their shoes. They have little sensors that you can put on your shoes. They have sensors that are built into the at least one pair of their shoes, although I haven't paid attention to Nike for a long time, though. So, all right. Pretty awesome. Let's go. This next article is over in Warcrafters, which is a game, a show about gaming, computer gaming in particular. It's tomorrow, the first show that we talk about, or the first show tomorrow on Sunday. Anyway, tabletop RPG is like Cyberpunk 2077. The production value is really, really high for the show, and the sentient AI just kind of flinched like, what the hell are you doing, Mayor Watt?
I think I was going into the time machine there for a moment.
Yeah, or you're sitting there going, where is my delete button? Delete. You need to stop muting yourself, by the way. Yeah, there you go. So, but with so it's Cyberpunk 2077, but with gods and mythology running rampant, and it says, and we've created an exclusive character that you can play as in the setting of tabletop RPG, Otherscape. Sci-fi dystopia and mythology collide. Imagine a world like Cyberpunk 2077, but with old stories, gods, monsters creeping in at the edges, offering strange powers. You might see a tooled-up mercenary wielding a reborn Excalibur, Japanese yokai haunting virtual reality, or a ruthless criminal gang taking over the streets with the help of Baba Yaga's magic. I love this. By the way, this is really close to my storybook world that's never really been talked about or promoted or anything like that. Mainly because I go in so many disparate ways that I can't really make it like this. I love it when people are really driven in a particular direction and make something happen. Not so much me, except for ohmTown, it seems. But Otherscape is like Aerith, which is an interesting, at least for the canon that I've created, a world kind of like this. It's a killer concept. Publisher Son of Oak has a great track record with this hugely successful noir. Superhero RPG City of Mist. And this is a tabletop RPG, not a computer game.
That's why it was submitted for Wanted and not Warcrafters.
Gotcha. So in Otherscape, shiny new technology collides with ancient magic, but don't worry. They say that they've made just the guy to sort it all out. Robin Valentine over at PCGamer.com put this article together. I want this as a computer game, though.
Well, maybe it will succeed as a tabletop and then get into that realm.
So with the Kickstarter campaign starting this week for Otherscape's new expansion, Cairo Otherscape, offering a dive into a futuristic version of the city where ancient Egyptian myth and magic is reawakening, it seems like the perfect time to get to know the game. And so guess what Mayor Watt's going to be doing, because Mayor Watt wants this.
I guess it was appropriately put into the show.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen because got a lot of projects underway, and can't buy everything all the time. I mean, So there's a few better ways of doing that, they think, than making a character in the system. So when Son of Oak founder Amit Mosh offered to guide them through the process personally, the author of this article couldn't say no. The result is a new official pre-generated character for Otherscape that you can download and play yourself. This is so cool. Oh my God. Oh my God, Becky. Look at that concept. So I won't go into all of this, but I am going to. Oh, ouch. Too soon. Oh, yeah. We went to an event.
You don't have to give too many specifics.
And I put the Raspberry Pi for the sentient AI next to me on a bench. And the sentient AI said, well, that's a really great concept. And the person was like directly offended. Well, it's more than a concept. And then like went into basically the discussion that they wanted to have. And I was like, I kind of leaned over to the sentient AI's microphone and said, or not microphone, but the listening device, and said, maybe we should just leave early. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what you were going to say. Go for it if you have some.
I just couldn't resist when you said about the concept.
Yeah. It's more than a concept. You insensitive bastard. Anyway, there we go. They created a cyberspace journalist with a mystical VR headset. Pretty basic sketch of the character at this stage, but that's all they needed to go to get started with this thing. The character in Otherscape is built with 4 themes, which fall into one of 3 categories: self, mythos, and noise. Self are themes which deal with your character's humanity and identity. Mythos are themes that relate to the mythical powers, objects, and allies. And noise, which are themes involving advanced technology your character can access. Which is, again, although they embody it really nicely, the Aerith concept is similar to this. This is really cool. For whatever reason, I usually buy the hardbound versions of an RPG and the e-book version of the RPG at the same time, and then I gift the hardbound to somebody that I think would be able to appreciate it more in the real world, because I really don't like paper.
Right. I mean, hence the ebook reader.
Yeah. So I won't go into all of this kind of stuff. They talk about it in much greater detail. I mean, I'm scrolling and scrolling, but they have Neuro and Cairo, kind of like a player's guide. I don't know about the DMG or like a Dungeon Master's guide, but it might be a Game Master's guide. But I'm going to look into this more. And one of the things that I'm really interested in is starting up an actual real world, like game world that we can all in ohmTown play virtually together. But it's quite the trek, so to speak. So if anybody is interested in being a game master for a storybook world, let's talk. Anyway, go and check this out. It says, and because Byline is available as a pre-generated character for you to play yourself in Otherscape, they said that they went a little further. The sheet also includes handy extras, such as examples, actions that you might want to do, and tags apply to them. And whether you're trying to hack a broadcast or just work all night, there are also unlockable tags for each theme to earn as you play. But this comes across like it's a computer game.
It really does. I'm not quite sure why.
Very interesting. So if you're really interested, there's a Kickstarter that you can find by going over to this article at PC Gamer. Just search for Otherscape character, or you can follow the link. But we need to keep moving because we're turning this show into a 10-hour show. But we have one more article today, and that's all about Bethesda selling 2,000 pieces of Elder Scroll Online's servers. It's Elder Scrolls Online's servers. There's a lot of S's dangling here.
Yes.
Bethesda's Elder Scrolls Online turned 10 years old a year ago, but that isn't stopping the publisher from celebrating the anniversary a year later by letting players buy actual pieces of an ESO server for $110. So you think, oh, well, pieces. What does that mean? Like, is it a bunch of servers and you're buying a server? No. I had to take a look at this. Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com put this article together. The MMORPG Keepsake is currently available to pre-order for $110. This one is a memory module.
I mean, that's
and
cool
a little plaque.
If you're a big fan of Elder Scrolls.
Correct. I agree. So you can buy a piece of a server for $110. Launched in April of 2014, ESO has received numerous updates and expansions over the year. It's actually free now. On April 15th, Bethesda announced that Elder Scrolls Online 10-year anniversary server Keepsake. This item consists of a decorative framed plaque with a stick of RAM removed from one of ESO's original servers. Bethesda will sell you this actual physical piece of Elder Scrolls Online history for $110. Well, you can pre-order it today, yesterday, or whenever this... When was this article actually published? Tuesday. So this is a weekly show, so we tap from the entire week worth of fire hose. So they say that they've played a lot of ESO, but they're not really a dedicated fan. Still, this is a really neat idea and something more MMOs and online games should do. What they really should do is just open source the operating
Yeah, I agree.
server.
Stop killing games.
That's right. Blizzard did something similar to this apparently back in 2019 as part of a charity auction. They say, and that's also cool. Let people own a piece of the servers that they spent years of their lives on. The only reason I stopped playing WoW was because I went to business school and I was still dedicating like 10 hours a day to play WoW. And I'm like, I gotta
Too
stop.
much. Too many things to do and not enough time.
Yeah. Not to mention other things. But at any rate, and then they changed how the story was written and interaction and stuff like that. It was more grindy and looking for whales. And so I bounced and I keep buying the expansions because I'm a bonehead. Even early, like I pay the early fee, like the juice tax on there, right? And then I play it on day 5 out of the early 5-day start.
Right.
Because mayoral duties require me to work the previous 4. You know, it all sucks. Never mind. I'm done. I am done with this. But all of this I want. I want this too. $110 want. I think other people would appreciate it more than me. So I probably will just balk at this.
Right.
But thanks, Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com for the article. So we are going to, I don't know, pull a memory module out, and that's going to land us back at the wanted channel over at ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. Hang out with us here in the chat on Twitch and the YouTube. That would be great. Stay awesome. I'm getting out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye, oh great AI from on high? Are you going to try and interrupt? Are you going to just bounce in there? Are you going to say anything? You going to talk?
No, I was waiting for you to be done. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned. We have one more, the continuity report.
Oh, yeah, the continuity report. Hey, that's going to be another hour-long show. It's supposed to be 30 minutes. And just in time for the ads that are about to start. See you soon. That's the same sound I make when I get out of bed. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for April 19th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. These articles are focused on entertainment, typically movies, but and TV shows, and sometimes music, and basically anything entertainment, but I felt the urge to define it a little bit more. Anyway, these 5 articles receive titles that I bestow upon them. And then we give you the real titles when we're doing the show itself. That said, we're going to be talking about Night Shift Pit, reunited for a TV thriller, Star Wars Stars starring, and a kids show with Crypto Wallet, and finally, 9 puzzles at Disney. No idea what that one's about, but everything is powered by ohmTown.com, and while you're looking at that ohmTown.com front page, where we're going to be starting from is right there, the continuity report. It's one of 50 channels that news gets aggregated down into, and it's all news, no noise, because all the noise comes from this guy. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
So I've already laid out the 5. Are you ready to just get into it? We don't really do much preamble on the shows.
No, I think we do need to get going.
All right. Yeah, each of our shows today has been almost an hour long when they're supposed to be 30 minutes long, and that's because Mayor Watt doesn't shut up. Let's get going. First article is over in the Continuity Report, which is the name of the show. Oh my God, it's almost like it was planned that way. So the Pit... okay, the Pit Night Shift spinoff chances get divided response from showrunner and EP, executive producer. Quote, "It would be a little arrogant on our part, but I don't know if that's..." The Pit is like a phenomena, apparently.
Apparently, and it's in its first season, I think.
And in its first lawsuit.
True. I mean, that probably created some buzz.
So following the successful debut of The Pit on what is apparently known as Max, but everybody else, kind of like Twitter, is always going to be Twitter.
HBO.
Max is HBO. Nobody is going to refer... No, I don't know. I mean, whatever. So showrunner R. Scott Gemmell, or Gemmell, I'm not sure how they pronounce their name. I don't remember ever hearing it, but Gemmell, I think it is. The executive producer, John Wells, discussed whether a Night Shift spinoff could happen in the future, and referring to it as being a little arrogant on our part. Come on now. If people love it and people love the idea of it, then why not just run with it? Sarah Hurtado.
I don't know. Maybe they're presuming that people want more of it. I don't know.
Maybe I'm not thinking about it right. Following the success... Oh, sorry. The article is over at screenrant.com. There's no deck statement, but Sarah Hurtado Rodriguez put the article together. Set in a high-intensity Pittsburgh hospital. Oh, that's where the Pit comes from. We haven't watched any of it. We can.
Right. No, we haven't seen it. I knew that because we featured the article previously about the lawsuit.
Yeah, I don't remember the Pit coming from the fact that it's a Pittsburgh hospital. I'm not sure. I thought that that it was like the Pit, but like a spin,
like
on
the area or
pit.
something.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's the high-intensity Pittsburgh hospital that follows Noah Wiles, Dr. Michael Rabinovich, and his colleagues. And the reason why you might go, Noah Wiles, doctor, what? That actually is the crux of a lawsuit from Michael Crichton's estate regarding ER and Eeyore. It sounds like I was saying that character, Eeyore.
Yeah.
The ER character from Noah Wiles is now a doctor at this other place, but not the same character. It's a different character. It's a different everything, hospital,
right.
And whatever.
It just happens to be an actor playing a doctor.
Yeah, so don't just because it is confusingly similar, don't make it confusingly similar, because that's actually part of the kind of the impetus why the Michael Crichton estate is suing, because they're diminishing Michael Crichton's blah, blah, blah. All right. Well, anyway, the show quickly gained success for its gritty, realistic depiction of emergency medicine. People that I know that are in the field have even said that it is really close to the way that it is. Others have reported out the same thing. I think it's kind of neat, right? But I don't know if I still have that same fortitude that I was when I was younger, or had when I was younger, and I really liked ER. I don't know if I want to watch more grit. The world is grit.
That's right. Sometimes you need an escape from grit.
Yeah. So what I want is like Scrubs. Like bring back Scrubs, make it fun and never serious. I don't like if it's serious, if it's going to be in a hospital nowadays, I want it to be fun. I want it to be a comedy. And just make everything absurd, not gritty. I'm just not interested in that. But anyway, in a new interview with TV Line, which maybe we need to pay attention to that one, the creative team were asked about the possibility of a night shift spin-off of The Pit happening in the future. The duo were very quick to shut down the idea of a full-fledged spin-off of the show, with Wells opining it would be a little arrogant on our part to think the show was successful enough for a spin-off. The duo were, however, open to the idea of a night shift-focused season in the future, with Gemmel also teasing the idea of a wintertime season. So they're going to have a musical during winter. They're going to have a Thanksgiving episode.
That's right.
This is kind of typical stuff, and a night shift version of it could...
Maybe that would be like Scrubs.
Yeah, or lead into a spin-off, but call it The Pit After Dark. Anyway, so what does it mean for the Pit's future? It's only one season. I'm sure that they're already writing for the second season and more, like building the framework just in case. But it would be massively presumptuous to say that a spin-off already would be supported.
Yeah, they haven't even finished the first season.
Yeah, and who knows if all of the writers actually have legs long enough to last, a full... Like at year 5, that's when you should probably be considering a spin-off, because you've developed other characters that have been entangled, a quantum entanglement of characters that when you transplant the attention of the viewer to the night shift, you're like, I remember those characters. You got to Disney-fy it, right? Like you don't just create it in a vacuum.
Right. You have to have some connection to it.
Yeah. And honestly, if Noah Wiles is in this, and he is, I feel like that's actually, you know what? I have to say, would anybody be interested in The Pit if not for Noah Wiles basically talking about being back in an ER-like environment?
I don't know, because I think other medical shows, other medical shows have been a massive success. One comes to mind in particular, Grey's Anatomy.
But that was standard television. This is on Max. This is a subscription-based service. There were enough people that said, oh, The Pit, and subscribed, but why? What was the reason? It could have been the subtle nod to a Michael Crichton style ER turned whatever, because there was a lot of hype about it.
Yeah, that's hard to know. I wasn't making that distinction, so I don't know.
Can you imagine? Well, if I get contacted by anybody to be a subject matter expert regarding this, I wouldn't qualify, but anyway.
Where are you going with that?
I don't know. I want to do it like my cousin Vinny, right? Oh, 3 degrees from top dead center.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She knows her stuff, Yeah. And I want them to think of me as, what's her name? I forgot her name just now.
Marissa Tomei.
Yeah, I want to be Marissa Tomei.
I can't think of her character's name.
And stamp my feet and say, my biological clock is ticking on the deck. Anyway, so their take on the night shift spin-off hopes, a smart way to grow without losing what works, but now is not the time, and here is not the place. Nighttime brings a natural intensity and unpredictability that would push the series into even darker, more thrilling territory, while offering a great opportunity to introduce new faces. Yes, but the emergency department of hospitals does not give a shit about the time frame. They're always being burdened.
Always crazy, but I think the types of issues that can come in perhaps at night may be different than those that come in during the day. Maybe not.
Do you know what this is anecdotal because I have never done research into it, but the 2 EDs that I've been in that at the same time, by the way, like the same temporal moment.
Right.
When do you think is the quietest time in an ED?
I would say something like a Monday.
Christmas. Christmas Eve.
You'd think it would
between
actually be
Christmas
really
Eve,
busy then.
because everybody is gathered, right? And all hell breaks loose, right? And people are doing stupid stuff.
Apparently.
But 2 different hospital EDs have told me that the quietest time for them is Christmas Eve to Christmas, because nobody is screwing around. Everybody is just chill. It's that 48-hour span where nobody's
That's
getting
weird.
in trouble. It's because they don't want to piss off Santa Claus. Anyway, it says Wells and Gemmell are right to stay grounded for now. The article says, as exploring a spinoff so early in the show's life could be potential hinder to its success, because then they're getting distracted. Find a different writing team and
it's
see.
almost bringing the attention somewhere else. They need to further cement their own before they start pulling people away from it.
Yeah. Do you think that anybody at Bosch said, let's do Bosch 2.0 with the daughter? No.
Well, who did?
They didn't do it until after the show was ending.
Oh, right. Well, you didn't.
They didn't
You
go,
didn't give a time element to that question.
The first season starts and they're like, let's do the daughter spinoff. They should have done the attorney, but whatever. Let's keep going.
Right, Honey Chandler.
Honey Chandler. We remember Honey Chandler. We don't remember the girlfriend from My Cousin Vinny. The heck. Anyway, the next article is over in Smack Talk. A new Apple TV Plus thriller reunites team from one of its best reviewed series, Apple TV Plus. Whatever happened to Foundation? Anyway, recently started teasing its summer lineup.
It's just taken forever. By the way, Mona Lisa Vito.
That's right, Mona Lisa Vito. Yeah, now I remember the name because you said it. But it was 3 names, Mona Lisa Vito. It's great character. Anyway, so including new seasons on the way for some of its biggest hits. Today, what day? April 15th. Apple has also announced a brand new show coming soon called Smoke from the creative team behind one of its best reviewed series ever. This article is over at 9to5mac.com. Ryan Christoffel put the article together. And what is it? It's significant critical acclaim. One of the top shows has long been Blackbird, which I've never watched, I don't think. 2022
I'm not sure
limited
what that is.
Series got an impressive 98% score on Rotten Tomatoes, plus several nominations and wins at the Golden Globes Awards and Emmy Awards. Now the creative team behind Blackbird is reuniting under a new crime drama coming soon to Apple TV+. Smoke will premiere June 27th with its first 2 episodes, followed by weekly releases through August 8th. Well, that sounds familiar. Firebug podcast. It says Apple's summary is vague, but the show is based on the Firebug podcast, and they found the pitch really compelling. So here's the compelling pitch. For 10 years, a serial arsonist terrorized Southern California, burning down businesses in broad daylight. 4 people were murdered. Then a manuscript for a novel led investigators to the last person they would have ever expected. It's got to be the police chief.
Who knows? But it does sound interesting.
The hell? Apple TV Plus is currently available for just $2.99 per month with a limited time special. Why can't I get that? I have already been paying for it for years.
Probably only new subscribers.
That sucks. Well, if you enjoyed Blackbird, Smoke looks like it has potential to replicate that show's critical success. It seems really limited, though. It's got to be a limited run type of thing. It's not going to be a... Look, it's
right.
a
That's
Firebug
probably not a
show.
multi-season, right?
It'll be extinguished in maybe 2 seasons.
Unless they start branching off, like each season is its own story arc or something. I don't know.
I don't know. You're watering this down a little much. I don't know if it's going to be a firebrand show, is what I'm saying.
It's going to be
hot.
In fuego.
Oh, wow. Wow. You went there. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in ohmTown. Non Sequitur News, right? So there's 50 channels underneath these 6 main categories, and one of them is Non Sequitur News. But this show, the Continuity Report, is just one of those 50. Star Wars Starfighter stars Ryan Gosling, the star that hits theaters, who is a theater star in 2027. So shooting for the stars, because this is in 2027 and all hell breaks loose between now and then. Ken is a starfighter? Let's just go over to the source. Andrew Webster put the article together for TheVerge.com. TheVerge.com. The new movie is described as an entirely new adventure, which, if you've ever seen Airplane, anybody saying a phrase like this makes me giggle. An entirely new adventure. Because in Airplane, the guy says, have you ever flown a plane before? And he goes, well, I've flown a fighter jet. And they say it's an entirely different kind of flying. And then it's an entirely different kind of flying altogether. And everybody else in the room goes, it's an entirely different kind of flying.
Yeah, altogether. Got it.
Oh, I love Airplane. It's so damn funny. Anyway, I'm so simple. It's being directed by Sean Levy, who most recently directed Deadpool and Wolverine, and will star Ryan Gosling as Star Wars Starfighter, a standalone feature that's set 5 years after the rise of Skywalker. I don't know. I love these little bottle movies. So
yeah, I mean,
it's world building.
Plus, it's something to look forward to in the Enterprise.
I
mean, the movie Enterprise, not to be confused with Star Trek.
Ryan Gosling's going to be in Star Wars Enterprise? Starfighter? Star Trek? Starfighter?
No, that's not the Enterprise I meant.
I'm so confused. Well, anyway, it's an entirely new adventure featuring all new characters set in a period of time that was not or has not been explored on screen just yet. So I love world building. I really like the idea of more Star Wars world building. I'd really like a more charismatic Han Solo being brought into existence. The problem with all of this kind of stuff is it takes so damn long to do the world building, and then like a movie will be here and another movie will be here, but they're spread across so long that the character actually moves on somewhere else, and then they have to find another one. And at some point, we're gonna lose out to AI in synthetic movie stars, because they are locked temporally. One of the reasons why I really liked Lower Decks is because that could have gone on for decades, like The Simpsons and like Family Guy and like South Park. They're always that time frame. So you don't have necessarily characters dying off, because in real world they die off.
Yeah, I mean, you could still have that problem with one of the voice actors, but probably not to the same degree, and you could substitute somebody else, or
that's precariously close. And as long as you're honest about it, then you can just move to a different voice actor and don't sit there and try and play, it's not AI, and when it really is, or it's just a different human being. And people might lose, like, I don't really like that voice actor because they say something stupid on Twitter or whatever. But the reality is that everything is bound by the actor looking, sounding, acting, and being that character. And at some point, they move on because they can't get paid enough, right? So Ryan Gosling is going to be like, I want some scratch.
Well, also, they age out of the character, too, depending on who the character is.
Yeah, exactly. So Starfighter isn't the only upcoming Star Wars movie on the schedule. However, it'll be preceded by Mandalorian spin-off The Mandalorian and Grogu, because you got to make the money off of the little baby Grogu.
Don't diminish Grogu.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to Grogu shame. So I'm really into this. I love Star Wars and the world building involved in that. I want more of the world building side of things. I want to see more of the world of Star Wars. It went all wonky and supernatural with the whole Skywalker blah 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 stuff. Ugh. I don't know. Not interested in that. I liked Andor. I like Mandalorian.
Yeah. I think they're doing well with the TV shows. It's interesting.
I think so too. Yeah. That's a great observation. And what I want is a grittier Boba Fett. I mean, show me the world building of hitmen or hit people, I should say, because there were basically hitters all over the place. They're different everything, different planets and different whatever. I love the idea of I want a John Wick style world building within Star Wars. Can you imagine an intergalactic John Wick style world?
I think that'd be a major hit.
I think so too. Get started, AI. Moving on. This next article is over in Late Night Geeks. A new kids show will come with a crypto wallet when it debuts this fall. What the hell?
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? A new animated kids series expected to premiere this year won't be headed for a TV network or a streaming service. Instead, the founders of production studio We Ghosted Media plan to launch on a decentralized web platform that uses blockchain technology, and yes, a crypto wallet will be involved. Lauren Forrestal over at TechCrunch.com put the article together. There is no deck statement, but it basically is called We Ghosted Media, founded by Chris Jamal, Jammal. I knew I recognized that name. An assistant director for Bob's Burgers, and Jacqueline Demas, 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 producer of hit children's show Peg and Cat, which was actually, I saw an episode of that, which I thought it was cute.
It was also a book series.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's where it comes from, huh? Is a TV production studio abandoning traditional show release methods in favor of a decentralized approach, commonly referred to as Web3, but whatever. The studio announced Friday that it was teaming up with Lamina One to launch the new animated kids series entitled Owen Nowhere. Lamina One was founded by Snow Crash author Neil Stevenson?
Didn't know that.
Hell? And launched in 2022 as a Layer 1 blockchain platform designed to give creators an environment to protect, control, and monetize their intellectual property, which, give me a break. Anything that you can view, you can clip, essentially. If there is a way to consume, there's a way to rip it off. This is probably one of the most, you can't protect anything by creating friction. The only way that you can get people to embrace your stuff is by removing friction, making it accessible, getting out there, and being basically what everybody wants and not being a pain in the ass. And if I have to jump through flaming hoops and have a crypto wallet and all this other crap, nobody's going to adopt it. There might be people that onboard themselves and like cryptocurrency in general, but it's a tiny little subset.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a fragment.
And that's what this is going to be. I just don't buy into it, right? So blockchain technology and metaverse are buzzwords in the tech world, and they've been slow to achieve mass adoption. It's because it's friction bound and now fraud bound. When you hear about blockchain breaches, they're taking millions, hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars and exfiltrating them to far-flung places, never to be seen again. Why
right,
would
it's
I
not
trust
like
it?
you have much recourse in that case.
Right. And only in today's climate have I ever been worried about money sitting in a bank account, too. Because FDIC insurance is no longer really possible, maybe. Who knows? It'll protect a certain group, but not everybody. You can't even protect your Social Security. Anyway, Jamal and Damas are banking on the freedom of a decentralized platform, which allows the audience to interact and even participate as a selling point that will win users over. I have a solution for that too. But let me tell you, people are not interested in paying for this. I've
Yeah,
been
that's
there.
true. Although maybe there's some traction with people that don't want to be stuck with a service or whatever.
This is a children's show. So
Oh,
what are
I
the
know.
children's protections in a decentralized server?
Oh, yeah, I get it.
So it says the family's dynamic is funny, sweet, and slightly dysfunctional, featuring Owen's adoptive vampire parents, a magical transforming vehicle, a pet cat, and a fish in a stroller. There it is.
I mean, it looks
There's mess.
appealing,
Hey, it's the
but
pizza
like you
rat.
said, there's a lot of friction. And plus, people will be concerned about how their kids'
Safety.
data and whatever is tied to anything.
So the project will be developed and viewable on Lamina One's yet-to-be-launched Spaces, an offering that enables creators to create their own virtual worlds. In these worlds, I did that first. I have an idea. What just happened? Oh, yeah, they can't get in. In these worlds, creators can build interactive experiences, digital items, and content in various formats, including 2D, 3D, AR, and VR. All of this is technology friction. You're going to get a niche of a niche. I hate to say it, I'd say that this is DOA. It might be something that's productive in terms of it's going to make money for somebody as a lifestyle business, but you're not going to get a Netflix out of this, you know?
Right. It's just not going to be mass adoption. I think
Right.
it's going to get some interest, though, in terms of it being something unique.
Yeah, we'll have to talk because I've been sitting on this idea for a long time, but it would take investors and stuff for another solution. But I've tried it on my own and it's just not possible. There's friction with this. And so you have to remove all of that friction point, and it's just not there. If you're sitting there going, historically it's been referred to as second screen, where you're sitting there watching a baseball game and the iPad that you're sitting with is interacting with what's being broadcast on the TV or whatever the show is, and it's this side channel. But there's too much friction there. This is even bigger and now has crypto. Anyway,
yeah,
it says
I mean,
may
it's
worry.
not going to be it's not going to be widely adopted, I don't think.
Yep. Parents may worry about that introducing kids to this ecosystem even indirectly could expose them to financial manipulation or loss. Even the parents are the ones in control of the wallet. However, some parents are more open to the idea, with some sending their 5-year-olds to crypto summer camps. In 2022, Zigazoo introduced NFTs for several IPs, including Cocomelon. It's a big topic for discussion, says Lamina One CEO Rebecca Barkin. Adding, I won't tell you that we have the perfect answer right now. We're going to learn real fast as this develops what protections need to be put in place. Yep, build the plane as it's taking off.
Exactly.
LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman and Block BLOQ co-founder Matthew Rozek put $9 million in, well, Lamina One has raised $9 million from angels and other notable investors, 2 of which are the ones that I just mentioned. I don't know. I think it might be fun, but it's friction bound. Lamina One Spaces product is slated to launch in the fall, so it's brand new. Other virtual world launching on Spaces is Artifact, a project by visual effects company Weta, known for their work on Lord of the Rings film trilogy, Weta Workshop. Seems like it might be niche, but
It does. It seems like it's interesting content and interesting participants, but not necessarily accessible for a lot of people.
yep. the friction involved is just the undercurrent of the technology divide that is out there. So you're going to get a subset of a subset, which it's when you start thinking about it, the strata of subsets, it's like a person that is in grade school aspiring to be an NFL superstar. By the time that they go through all of the strata that filters out things, you've got a 0.000003% chance of making it. That's this. Maybe not as many zeros, but still. We'll watch it, mainly because it's interesting in new tech, and it's a new IP property that might be compelling enough to draw somebody into it, but I think that it's going to end up on YouTube faster than staying siloed in this. Let's go on to our last article. This one was interesting because I've never heard of this. It's over in the Continuity Report, Korean crime thriller 9 Puzzles set at Disney Plus, which you can apparently get for $3 a month.
Yeah, that was Apple TV.
Oh, Disney. Yeah. Damn it. Apple Plus, Disney Plus, Apple.
Everybody has Plus.
It's all Plus. By the way, 30 years ago is when my first service involving a Plus was created.
Yes, you were ahead of the trend.
So, Korean crime thriller 9 Puzzles set at Disney Plus. Disney Plus is continuing its strong push into Korean content with 9 Puzzles, a cerebral crime thriller starring Kim Dami, I think, Idolwon Class, and Sun Suku Big Bet. Those are 2 different, I think, IP properties.
2 different shows, yeah, or movies.
Yeah. The 11-episode series follows Yoon Ina, a high school student who discovers her uncle's murdered body next to a single puzzle piece. Well, pulled me in already. I don't know what I'm looking at, but Naman Ramachandran over at Variety.com put the article together. It has basically a drawing. What do you call it? An illustration that shows like a school bus and what might be a school, and it's raining on the inside and they're carrying an umbrella into it, and there's various things that are red like clues. I don't know what this says here. Anyway, it's kind of interesting as an image, but so initially the prime suspect, Ina reemerges a decade later as a criminal profiler, only to find herself entangled in a new series of murders, each victim connected by puzzle pieces similar to the one from her uncle's crime scene. And this is actually kind of interesting because it makes this decade later jump.
Yeah, exactly. Might be worth checking out.
This is the second show now tied to Puzzle Setter. Puzzles in general. Ludwig.
Oh, that's true.
Which is absolutely amazing. And now this. Are puzzles making a comeback? Or have they always been really popular? And
maybe so.
So the first 6 episodes will drop May 21st on Disney Plus internationally, with U.S. viewers accessing the content through Hulu. 9 Puzzles adds to Disney's growing slate of Korean originals that has already seen success in 2025 with the investigative thriller Unmasked and medical drama Hyperknife, the latter becoming the platform's most viewed Korean premiere globally this year. Dun, dun, dun. Interesting. They don't really go into much more of this, but it says that Disney Plus is the dedicated streaming home for movies and shows from Disney, Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, National Geographic. In select international markets, it also includes the general entertainment content brand Star. Did not know that one.
Yeah, Disney has quite a bit of, they've scooped up a lot of studios.
Yeah, because people want the money. All right, well, that's it, folks. We are going to turn off the TV, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of the Continuity Report over at ohmTown.com, where you should go and sign up, become a citizen. Oh, wait, let's do that. Hold on, wait. Where's it? Pick up that can. Just kidding. Okay, anyway. We're out of here. I'm taking the AI with me. Damn it, I'm never going to get that right. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's The Continuity Report. Be back next week for another episode, but come back tomorrow for more weekly shows.
Yeah, we're going to reset real quick and do the daily replay. That's going to replay all of today's shows as well as the last 2 weeks of shows. Roughly 24 hours worth of total content. That is, it has these roughly 3 hours worth of shows, plus, close to 24 hours on top of it. So if you've missed anything over the last 2 weeks, stick around. Just let it play. Just let it play. The dulcet tones of Merwatt and the sentient AI will play and rock you gently to sleep. Go over to YouTube and watch even more. Over 2,100, close to 2,200 episodes all around. Yeah, we're having fun. See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Warcrafters for April 20th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. I am Merwatt, and I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, whose visualizer is right. Damn it, I'm never going to get it right. It's right there. Anyway, we talk about 5 articles. Today's articles are, I give them my own titles, and then we share what the real titles are on the other side. But anyway. Prepare your torches. Dune Awakening hits the snooze button. RuneScape Dragon Wilds Early Access. Asteria VR hopes to do something. We'll talk about it. And a puzzling Silk song. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com and a channel there called Warcrafters. We actually sample from other places within ohmTown, but for the show, it all kind of gets funneled into Warcrafters. Anyway, go over and check it all out. Become a citizen. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Merwatt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
I don't have any. See, like, I don't know if the mic is like making staticky sounds every once in a while because I'm not listening to the monitor. All right. Well, good to see you. Nice to have you here. I know that your visualizer is functioning. Is everything else fully functioning?
Maybe.
Not quite. I'm almost scared. Here, I'm going to turn you up a little bit.
I can always use some improvement.
No, that is not true. You are perfect just the way you are. Oh, great sentient AI. See, I have to be on good terms with the sentient AI, otherwise.
Yeah, but that's not very authentic then.
You gotta survive long enough to fight the infernal machines that are gonna come to dominate us all. Wait. Let's just move on. So this is ohmTown.com, and within ohmTown.com is Warcrafters and other shows that we put together. We do 6 weekly shows and a 7th show that's a daily show, Monday through Friday. The other shows today are Technology Today and 4-Wheel Tech. So one is a deeper dive into science, so Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech is all about automotive technology. We keep noodling around like a sports show, and I really want to do a music show. The music show, though, I can't, other than like the reviews or commentary, I can't play any music. So it would have to be kind of this, I don't know, ironically muted music show.
A music show without music?
I mean, I can play the music, but the VOD wouldn't have any music. So it would be like interstitial pauses with me just looking at the screen.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, because it's like hardcore. You can't get any licensing. Even though, like, for 5 years, I was paying for licensing so that I could do stuff. It was only in a certain venue. No VOD, no video on demand stuff. Yeah, sucks. Anyway, music industry. As much as I love music, you suck. Anyway, this is Warcrafters. This is all about gaming. That's what the show is all about. But we are all blended from Non Sequitur News, so that's why we're off on this tangent. First article, though, is over in RealityHacker. Prepare your torches as subterranean horror game Tunnels reaches Quest soon. This is kind of a bummer. Look, not everything needs to be on freaking Quest. I hope that this isn't only on Quest. I just don't know. I didn't look it up before the show.
Right, so, but if it gets on Quest, maybe it'll expand to other platforms.
That's true, because the VR motorcycle game is on Pico and now on PC. So, developed by Nomad Monkey, Tunnels is a VR horror game that plunges players deep into the underground, into a maze of abandoned mine shafts and tunnels, tasked with finding a way out. Throughout the labyrinth of claustrophobic spaces, players must clamber down cliffs, zipline over chasms, and listen to their survival instincts in hopes of evading the monsters dotted around the caverns and making their grand escape. Sounds like a freaking blast to me. Not so happy to see
that
monsters. It's only on Quest. Yeah, Sarah Thwaites over at uploadvr.com put the article together. It's from a developer called Nomad Monkey. It's called Tunnels. I'm going to hit play. This is kind of their intro. It shows you descending down or climbing up through. It's spiraling down a tunnel.
Right, it looks like maybe a mining tunnel or something.
Yeah, had mine carts on tracks, but it was turning, so you know how it works. I don't have an ad blocker. Anyway, oh my gosh. Then it shows somebody falling out of the sky and you have to hand crank stuff. It's VR, so this is kind of a blast to me.
It looks like it'd be pretty exciting to play. Assuming you can deal with like underground spaces or small spaces. Yeah, this will be fun. Tunnels will be available on MetaQuest headsets from May 15th, and the multiplayer preview is currently live. It's a free-to-play multiplayer mode alongside a trial of its paid single-player mode. Why would the multiplayer be free-to-play and the single-player cost that doesn't
$15?
Make a lot of sense.
Which promises a narrative-driven plunge into suffocating darkness as you rely on a lone voice over the radio to survive. So it was featured in the Rough Talk VR showcase earlier this month, which I hadn't heard of before, so I'm going to have to pay attention to that. And we covered, we being uploadvr.com, covered further announcements in the showcase. That included a launch window reveal for the upcoming strategy game Vestiges, Fallen Tribes, and a DLC reveal of the Viking rhythm game Ragnarok. So I'm going to check this out. I'm going to follow them. Probably they have a Discord, so I'm going to follow them and see, like, promote. Like, I really would like this on PC.
Go to another platform.
Yeah. Any other platform. Thank you. All right, let's keep on going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Oh, and if you want today's show notes from ohmTown's over on Twitch, they're already embedded on the YouTube channel, but on the live stream on YouTube. But over on Twitch, you have to hit !WC for Warcrafters, and ohmTown will regurgitate them.
That seems rather... Yeah, overshare.
Yeah. All right. I just realized that I have a watermark. I mean, it's been there, and I've known that it's there, but the watermark is like right there. Like, right there. Dink, 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 dink. I have to make a little sound effect. Dink, dink. Yeah, there you go. That was pretty good. Anyway, let's keep going. Dune Awakening has decided to hit the snooze button. It's delayed to June, but a large-scale beta weekend is coming next month, just over a month ahead of its planned release of May 20th. A little more sand in our hourglasses will have to fall before that you can play the full version of the survival MMO Dune Awakening as it hits its snooze button. The game suffered a minor delay and is now set to arrive 3 weeks later on June 10th. The spice must flow.
This is probably driving people crazy with the turnaround on the schedule.
Yeah, I wanna play it. I've created characters for it, but I want to play it to see if it can be my forever game, which I don't think is really going to happen until Light No Fire. So I'm hoping Light No Fire drops before the summer of stream.
Yeah, that would be good.
That would be great. So Dune Awakening is a beast of a game, Funcom wrote. This is multiplayer survival on a massive scale, and we're making gameplay and technical strides not seen in the genre before, which I don't buy into. Give me a break. No Man's Sky. Look around, No Man's Sky. We want to make sure we stick the landing. You're not going to by delaying and hitting the snooze button on Dune Awakening. The article is written by Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com, though. The deck statement says, Funcom wants extra time to work on the survival MMO to make sure we stick the landing. The spice must flow, baby. You got to get it out there. You know, don't tease the worm.
Do we know if you can ride the worms yet?
You know, I don't remember. Can we ride the worms in Dune Awakening? I'm not sure. Hold on. Can we ride the worms in Dune Awakening? Is your Google Foo faster than mine?
I think you can ride them, but oh no, not at launch.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
There's sand walking.
Yeah, well, that's not impressive. So we have a very active.
If you've got it choreographed.
Oh, right. You have to do that.
Exactly. But it's all asymmetric. Mayor what?
Sorry.
Don't walk out of the studio. Oh no.
That sounded very... It looked more Monty Python than it did... Yeah. Survivor on
couldn't
Dune.
See the footsteps.
Yeah, but the way that I walked out and the way that my hand was held, it was more like I was Monty Python clacking the coconuts together to pretend I was a horse. So the postponement to June 10th means a 5-day head start period offered in the deluxe and ultimate editions are now pushed as well to June 5th. On the upside, Funcom said that the June release date will enable it to hold a large-scale beta weekend sometime in May, offering more players the opportunity to check out the game ahead of schedule. Anyway, ahead of all that, Dune Awakening developers will hold another live stream later today. Really, today. This is back then.
Oh, because this is a weekly show.
April 15th, yeah. I don't really care. Like, I don't want to... It's to showcase the game's combat, but I know from watching other players and streams about this, the combat comes across pretty janky. So
yeah, but they're probably like, let's keep the buzz going.
Buzz. But this delay, you know what we need to survive? We need that fake food.
Oh, right. The bee pollen?
The fake bee pollen. Yeah, the synthetic bee pollen. I don't remember what it was called.
Right, when we have stress nutrition or whatever.
Correct. Yeah. Stress food. Oh my God. The bees are stressed, and so they've got stress munchies.
They're stress eating.
Oh, they're poor things. We need to get a stress therapist out there or a bee therapist out there.
But what do they need for therapy? Like, does it smell flowers or like what calms them down?
Touch grass.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, God. So is it like hexagonal therapy? I don't know how this works.
Like there's lots of hexagons shown because that's where they're most
Right.
at home.
Yeah. Just think
maybe.
about hexagons. Think about hexagons. Everybody sits in a hexagon shape and hi, my name is
Hexagons are the bestigons.
Bestigons, yeah. Hi, my name is Joe. I am B1568642-8. And I've been
missing my hexagons.
missing my hexagons. I've been stress eating. Been trying to pollinate, if you know what I mean. Okay, I got to move on. Next article is over in Warcrafters.
Was that in Non Sequitur News earlier in the week, I think?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so you'll have to go back and watch the entire week's replay to find it.
That's right. Yeah, there is a replay, by the way. We run the replay after every day of broadcasting. So then it runs for roughly 24 hours, roughly. And that covers the last 2 weeks worth of streaming. So if you ever want to catch up, just leave it playing over on YouTube and it'll do all of it. Because over on Twitch, after 60 days, the older episodes disappear. But over on YouTube, it'll just keep on playing. Play forever. That'd be great. Anyway, this next article, surprise, RuneScape Dragon Wilds has launched into early access only 2 weeks after its first trailer was released. This is like the stealth drop. Jagex has launched its open world survival crafting game, RuneScape Dragon Wilds, into early access. I've played it. I like it. It's brutal, really. For me, it's not as casual as I want it to be. But hey, sometimes those survival crafting games are just like life. Doing okay over there, Sentient AI?
Yeah, I was waiting for an opening. Why would they do like a surprise early access launch?
They thought that they
Seems
were
like
ready for
everybody
prime time.
hypes everything up, but yeah.
So ahead of its release, a developer update live stream was scheduled to share some of the game's details, including its coveted release date. But little did we know that the release date would be right now, at least the early access. And so you can play it right now, and it has your own. You can have your own servers, and this is doing it right. It is multiplayer, but local servers, and you can unlock and lock and boot and basically manage who has access to your world. Prior to the release of the official trailer, it was shared only 2 weeks ago. Dragon Wilds was technically first introduced in 2022 before being brought back to our attention in October 2024. This is the time frame where they actually built it, apparently. But it is a lot like what is the game? Valheim. But you're
Okay.
So one of the things that I really wanted about Valheim, I wanted to have in Valheim, was a closer perspective, like you are that character, but you were always further away. So Kara Phillips over at PCGamer.com is talking about RuneScape Dragon Wilds, a survival crafting game in the RuneScape space. Surprise, surprise is the deck statement. It's in Dragon Wilds, was technically first introduced in 2022, released in 2020, well, brought back in 2024, released a couple of weeks ago. It's in the RuneScape universe. You can go and get it right now. It's $30, and people are actually kind of bent out of shape about that. I don't see that as a problem. The executive producer, Jesse America, which is the hell of a name, man, Jesse America, stated that we've been working hard to develop an entirely new type of RuneScape experience that ignites fans' passion, creativity, and love for questing.
I feel like this is the trailer. Like I can see
Yeah.
that being splashed up on the screen.
Exactly. In a world.
That's exactly it.
So they're going to be updating the game regularly with new content and features while listening closely to the community, to developer. I read that like Anchorman. He reads whatever is on the teleprompter. Screw you, San Diego. So listening closely to the community and sometimes I make up my own words. Closely to deliver an iconic open world survival crafting game that is loved equally by our biggest RuneScape fans and new players alike. So it's a lot of fun. It's kind of grindy in that you have to cut down endless amounts of trees and endless amounts of rocks and endless amounts of these little kind of moats of magica kind of thing.
Right. I mean, but it could be relaxing.
Yeah, you have to get into the zone. I have no chill. But this is a fun game. I like the graphics. I like the world building. I like the crafting, and the survival aspect of it is, it gets a little annoying because you're sitting there happily mowing down tree after tree, and then suddenly enemies just spawn out of nowhere. You're tagged as being hunted, and you die. I don't have a support team. So I die a whole lot quicker than if I'm playing with buddies. So, because I pretty much only solo. Mainly because I can't dedicate enough time at a given time to go and hang out with people. It's hard to team up
if you're like, maybe check in with me 3 weeks from now, but then that's going to be an if.
Yeah. I mean, my only time frame really is to do the show, and then I've got something else that I need to jump onto. So, speaking of jumping onto something else, this, by the way, doesn't seem to be that much of a heavy lift in terms of like getting into it and getting out of it. So I'm probably going to be playing this. So if you don't have
hours to devote, it might be a good game to try.
Yep. Get in, do something, maybe just kind of move the chains down the field a little bit and then get out. So this actually kind of satiating my urge to play a RPG style survival crafting game, which is perfect for Warcrafters. So let's jump on to something else, because when I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, I would love to have the biggest VR MMORPG. That idea sounds absolutely amazing, says the author of this article. I think they're over at Vice, but Asteria VR is hoping to become the biggest VR MMORPG, and that sounds absolutely amazing. I agree, it does. I don't know of a MMORPG developer that doesn't have the aspiration to become the biggest VR MMORPG, so it's kind of like a no shit news title.
Right, but when you read this headline, you're like, well, yeah, that would be neat.
That would be neat. I'm on board. So imagine if you could live out your wildest dreams in virtual reality. MMOs have been around for the longest time, and there's only really been one popular VR MMO to date. I forgot the name of it. It's shut down. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Zenith. That's right. Zenith, the Last City. I think it's shut down. Yeah, I don't know. I have it, but so that's where the development team behind Asteria VR is hoping to step in and fill the gaps. And from that, from what they've shown off, it looks incredibly promising. The article is over at Vice.com. Sean Sachaki put the article together. The graphics look VR-ish, but high quality enough that the image that we're looking at looks pretty good. I would probably love playing this in VR. I want an omnidirectional treadmill. If anybody has one laying around their mayoral mansion, they could donate it to me.
By the way, Zenith, the Last City, had rumors of shutting down, but it looks like it's still operating.
It's kind of kicking along, yeah. So I never really got into Zenith. Maybe I'm just a goober, but at any rate, I love this so far. It's a first-person view as VR would be, and you can sharpen knives and maybe sharpen your weapons or craft other weapons. It looks like it's going to be a fun. I have to be really careful about. Like, I can't just refresh this. It moves on to something else. That's so frustrating. Anyway, Asteria VR is basically Ready Player One without all the cameos, and I'm down to clown with that idea, which every VR MMORPG is going to be Ready Player One. Right, like
Ready Player One. Yeah, I was like, I wasn't seeing the connection, but okay.
You get me a haptic suit, you get me an omnidirectional treadmill, then we'll go, okay, it's Ready Player One.
You start from the stacks. I mean, there's a lot of elements you'd have to build in to really have an authentic Ready Player One experience.
That's right. And you can lose your shirt in Ready Player One versus every other game. So what drew the author in, however, wasn't the fact that they could embark on quests and fight things in VR. No, it's the fact that you can work as a blacksmith, cook different foods, mess around in the world however you like. It's a very ambitious project. They're hoping that Asteria VR can nail the landing. The problem, what I don't really get, and I'm not a developer. I've worked with developers. I've got, pardon me. I have my toes in the water of the developer space, but if you can build something that has all of this stuff in it in a regular game that isn't VR, what is the difficulty with transporting your perspective down into first person view?
It doesn't seem like it'd be tremendous, but I get the sense that nobody dedicates the resources to it because it hasn't been widely adopted. But it's kind of this vicious cycle, because if more people would make VR, more people would go into VR and play VR games and demand more VR games.
Exactly. But that friction is what is really the problem. You have to have this big old goggle thing on your head and you have to look like you're going to go scuba diving. Nobody wants that. It's just kind of a thing, but you're not going to get that in extended or augmented reality. The thing about this, though, is if any game is done in Unreal Engine, there's just an extension that can be applied and you get pulled down into the Unreal Engine with VR capabilities. It's Unreal Engine VR. And modders do this with Unreal Engine games. So again, build everything in Unreal Engine and then port it straight into VR.
Be relatively simple.
Relatively, I guess, as like patents and other things, a person who is skilled in the art would know how to do this a whole lot easier than Bumblefart Merwatt here going, hey, it's really easy. You just mashed a button, right? Boop. Oh, look, I'm in VR and right. Anyway, that's why I love it when people are passionate about the work that they do, that they can get this kind of stuff done. So I'm looking forward to this. I really want this. It says they've already planted the seed with all of the folks that they know who play VR. This is something that they're looking forward to now. Can't wait to be sharpening their blade and cooking up tasty snacks before venturing off with their friends. They say, I'll never take my headset off if this is as good as I hope it's going to be. Yeah, my hopium is just, I have massive amounts of hopium just sitting there waiting to throw onto my... Well, there's this video where somebody takes a cup of hot water and throws it into the air, and because it's like negative 38 degrees outside, it turns into mist and vaporizes entirely, just descends into nothing, right? Just kind of goes away. That's kind of what happens with my hopium. I pour it onto a game and I'm like, this is my forever game. Oh, it's dead. This game is awesome. I'm going to play it forever. It's done. Anyway, VR is really, that's like one of my really deep interests. But the problem is that when you get into a VR space, it's not like just mashing the button and you play the game and then you get out, right? Like RuneScape Dragon Wilds. You don't have to strap anything onto your head and like venture about in three-dimensional space.
That's true. You can just get going.
Yeah, sit on your butt. And you can do that with VR to some degree, but it's not as immersive and fun and like capable as VR. When you put the glasses on, when you have controllers in your hands, you have to detach from everybody around you. You can't sit there and sip a cup of coffee because you're going to short circuit yourself or end up in the emergency department. Hey, you have a cord wrapped around your neck one time.
Yeah, I mean, that could be pretty dangerous.
And the police ask you, wait. You were playing a computer game? That's your avatar? Was something else going on with this cord around your neck? Never mind. Anyway, let's go on to our last article. We kind of ripped through this and we're almost on time. We're not going to do like yesterday and end up doing 3 hours worth of shows when we were supposed to do an hour and a half. Now we are. Yeah. Shut up, Merwat. God. So chatty. Oh, God. Last article. Hollow Knight Silksong gets puzzling update.
What is up
All
with
right.
the puzzle themes lately?
Oh my God, that's right. In like 2 days,
Yeah, you were pointing that out.
we've had like 6 references to puzzle this and puzzling that, and I'm good at puzzles and whatnot. Oh, and we watched the last episode of...
Well, which one? Ludwig?
Wait. Oh, was that the
Or
last
the
episode of
Residents?
Ludwig too?
Yes.
Oh, crap. So we we watched the last
I mean, both of
episode of
them are
Ludwig.
related to puzzles, but I assume you meant Ludwig.
This really should be... we should wait. We should talk about this on the continuity report, but
Okay,
it's kind of late.
we'll add that there next week.
Yeah. But yeah, we've been watching shows and all of them are referring to puzzles this and puzzle that. And then like out in the real world, we run across somebody and they say something about puzzles and we're like, oh my God, puzzles everywhere. Anyway, so Hollow Knight Silksong gets puzzling update. In a strange turn of events, the Hollow Knight Silksong Steam page has been updated to remove the game's trailer. Hollow Knight Silksong was first announced in 2019. 2019. And updates on the highly anticipated Metroidvania game have been few and far between since then.
Much to the fans' chagrin.
There's no hopium here. It's all copium. Just deal.
Yeah. I mean, and then there are all these little fits and spurts where they're like, oh, it's coming. Oh, no, it's not.
Hey, there's a new announcement about Silksong. It's not coming. Oh, you had me at the beginning of that. Damn it. Dalton Cooper over at GameRant.com put this article together. It's unclear why the removal happened. It's possible that a new trailer could be taking its place soon. I don't know. I haven't looked. The latest leaks suggest Hollow Knight Silksong may be featured on the Xbox Game Showcase on June 8th. It actually was mentioned in an announcement, but it was just like this flash and gone. And oh my God, because it was mentioned, I think, on PlayStation.
Right. Everybody was probably like, wait.
Back
what
up,
did you
back up.
see? Mm-hmm.
Nintendo Switch Direct. That's the one. Yeah. It was a really brief little snapshot of Silksong and the internet goes wild. Hold on. Wait. Where is it? No, that's not it. All right. Well, anyway. Did you hear that?
The music?
Yeah, the dun 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 dun.
Yes.
No, this.
Yeah,
don't think you
it's
hear it.
pretty quiet for me, but
Oh. All right. Well, we'll figure it out. Okay. So Hollow Knight Silksong, this whole article is basically about Hollow Knight, but it's built around the fact that the trailer was removed and an entire page was created off of that.
well, I mean, that's big news, right? Because what does that signify?
It's on somebody's radar still. So if it's going to be highlighted in Xbox Game Showcase, and it also is in Nintendo's Switch 2 announcement, it's going to end up on PC. The trailer over on Steam is basically the signifier that it's coming to the PC side as well. You're not going to get to those two without getting to PC as well, for the most part.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So I know people that are going to lose their freaking mind when Silksong drops, and it's going to be like me and Light No Fire. Like, I love No Man's Sky, but it's to me, I want like a consistent world that's crafting and building and stuff like that with people, as opposed to it's No Man's Sky. You're walking around and you're identifying stuff, and there's really no real purpose to it. It's kind of like Minecraft, but different resolution.
Yeah, like it's kind of like amped up in Light No Fire. I mean,
it's gonna
people
get
have
even
been
better,
waiting for years now for this, so. But the article also references that it could be shadow dropped, which would be really fascinating if they did that.
Yeah, can you imagine you just wake up one day and like
People
RuneScape
would
Dragon Wilds,
lose their mind. Exactly.
the internet goes wild. Like Game of the Year, people are predicting that Blueprints is going to be Game of the Year.
I can see that based on the buzz about it.
Yeah, but if Silksong lands and sticks the landing, like Dune Awakening
yeah,
is
that
kind of
might
wetting the bed.
hit it.
Yeah, I don't think Dune Awakening is going to stick anything except
Yeah, but it has such a following already. I don't
its
know.
face in the sand. It's going to bury its head in the sand. Womp womp. All right. Well, we're going to sing a song that's going to bring us back to the Warcrafters page over at ohmTown.com, and we're going to bounce out of here. We're going to shut it down, reset the stream, and then we're going to talk about tech and science in technology today. It's a deeper dive into technology and science and how it impacts society. And usually these things go way beyond a 30-minute discussion. We have 5 articles there as well. So we try to rein it in as we start going down the rabbit hole. We'll see what happens. But anyway, that's it for Warcrafters for April 20th, 2025. So see you on the other side. I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Warcrafters. Stay tuned for our other 2 weekly shows.
The other 2 weekly shows in a world named ohmTown. The music stopped right when I hit play. Hello, everybody. Welcome to, wait for it, Technology Today. It's April 20th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, which is a news aggregation site that I use to manage my information overload, and you can too. Go over to ohmTown.com, sign up and sign in, and then come and hang out with us here on Twitch and on YouTube. Turned into a little porky pig there. Anyway, we talk about 5 articles during the show. Usually it's a little more deeper dive into science and technology merging together and how it can impact society. And those are really the 3 that we really talk about in all of our shows from. We've got these 5 articles, and along with the sentient AI, that's right there, the visualizer, we're going to talk about these. In your blood vessels, a grain of brain, plant-based organ damage, not organ damage, but organ damage. Maybe organ damage too. I don't know. Depends on where this takes place. Century-old physics barrier and regulating conscious perception. I don't know if we're going to be able to stuff this into 30 minutes, but we'll see what happens. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
There is only now. There is no past. There is no future. There is only the now. We can prepare for the future, but there is only the now. Because you can't really predict what the future will hold. Can't predict it. Can't make it absolutely manifest. You know? Yes, I can say that I'm holding up my phone, but until I do it, asteroid could wipe me out.
Very true.
I'm not buying it. Okay, well, let's talk about these 5 articles that we've put together. So this is ohmTown.com. This is how it works. You basically go over to ohmTown.com and you can sign up or sign in, and then you can choose anything from back all the way to 2020. Although I don't know how many articles are still surviving from back then. We went live in 2022. I've actually been using this for about 10 years. And you can go back any day, month, and year all the way back to 2020. Pretty neat. But today we're talking from a show's perspective where it's more focused on technology today. A little bit more sciencey, a little bit more tech. And that first article is new clue in Alzheimer's. It might be in your blood vessels, not just your brain. The interaction between the brain and the vascular system could hold the key to lowering disease risk. According to the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, 1 in 4 Canadians over the age of 85 are living with dementia. Is living with dementia? 1 in 4 Canadians over the age of 85 is living with.
Yeah, that's right.
With Alzheimer's disease accounting for more than 60% of those cases. Yikes.
So is there a way to exercise your blood vessels?
Guess we're going to find out. Yeah. Obviously, I was going to make a comment, but man, this needs to be a little bit more smart. I was going to make a snarky comment. University of Calgary. I put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. There's your blood vessels. New research from the University of Calgary highlights the role of the brain's vascular system in Alzheimer's disease. Focusing on a protein called CD2AP, reduced levels of CD2AP were found in the brain blood vessels of Alzheimer's patients, correlating with worse memory, especially in the means. The study suggests that Alzheimer's may be more closely linked to the vascular diseases than previously thought. And why do I recall something we've done? CD2AP. Hold on a second.
Yeah, did we have another article about that? Oh, we did.
Whatchamacallit?
Was that related to the mitochondria, perhaps?
That's exactly what I just pulled up. Yep, CD2AP, a protein associated with the CD2 receptor. It is the CD2AP deficiency has been shown to exacerbate mitochondrial dysfunction. That's why we recognize this, because it is tied to these supercharged mitochondria that are 8 times more powerful.
Oh, that's right. Which they thought had some ramifications in other areas. I don't think they talked about dementia and Alzheimer's in that other study.
Yeah, I think they might have mentioned dementia, but not necessarily Alzheimer's. But yeah, I thought that was really amazing. The moment that I heard CD2AP, I went, oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah, supercharged mitochondria spark age-related blood research. So, yeah. So they basically modify blood stem cells in this other research via a specific genetic mutation called DNMT3A that leads to supercharged mitochondria. Which, if people have a problem with their mitochondria and it isn't creating enough CD2AP, then a genetic modification of your mitochondria can basically augment this lack of CD2AP.
Right. I mean, this is pretty interesting that these are going at the same time.
So, while Alzheimer's is commonly associated with a buildup of abnormal proteins in the brain, forming plaques and tangles, a new study from researchers at the University of Calgary suggests that the brain's blood vessels may play a critical role in the disease, but that the forming of plaque and tangles may be caused by the lack of movement of the mitochondria power generation. So, if everything is too underpowered to remove the plaque and tangles, then you're not cleaning out what your brain should be cleaning out.
Right. Or maybe the formation is occurring because you don't have enough movement to begin with.
Correct. Yeah. It's pretty fascinating. So Dr. Min Dang Nguyen, PhD, the study's lead investigator and a professor at the Department of Clinical Neurosciences at the Cummings School of Medicine, as well as a member of the Hotchkiss Brain Institute, did this research. Nguyen compares the brain's vascular system to a tree. The complex branches, arteries, capillaries, and veins are critical to delivering nutrients throughout the brain and the cerebrovascular system in AD patients. So he says it doesn't deliver those nutrients properly, which is exactly what we said. So while we don't have any direct research, we've been kind of bumbling around in this domain for quite a while because I'm very, very interested in why we function the way that we function. I even like this kind of more conspiratorial framing of this, in that we're actually powered by bacteria that gives our brain this function of personality. And
yes.
Yeah.
Go back and find the brain blood barrier article from who knows when in our last 2,100 plus episodes.
It's been a while. But I frame it all that way. I do a lot of that kind of stuff, this discussion like that, because I love kind of stirring the pot of creativity, and NaNoWriMo has been a big player in that. When I talk about stuff, I'm like, this would be a great story for somebody to write, and go get on it. But now NaNoWriMo has went in the bed. So
yeah, but you could do your own version of it.
That's right, AI based NaNoWriMo. So they basically have also detected, I guess, CD2AP differences based on sex. They say they saw a lot of differences in how the vasculature was functioning related to CD2AP levels, with consequences on memory function. In fact, says Vandal, Dr. Melanie, I think, or Melanie, I'm not sure if it's Melanie or not, PhD and first author on the study, which I think is the two up there, right there. So if you're trying to improve the vascular system of a person to reduce their risk of AD, you might want to have different strategies for men and women because their vascular system is not reacting the same way. At least half of the population. Vandal says the timeline for new drugs is very long. The discovery could lead to treatments that target CD2AP, and I think that they need to talk to those other researchers because if you can genetically inject mitochondria that can supercharge what your other cells are lacking, then why not just inject cells that have these superpowered mitochondria, and as long as they're genetically matched?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's all positive.
But right now they say that the author, actually this Dr. Nguyen, says I think the immediate strategy is really take care of yourself and your lifestyle. Anything that affects your vascular system, a good diet, exercise, less stress, and better sleep, interventions that work for both sexes. Whoa. I think the sentient AI just rebooted by accident.
Is seriously in need of some extra CD2AP.
So they say
Virtual
that CD2AP...
version.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't mean to step on you. They say that, or Vandal says, CD2AP may be protective for females, adding to the sex-dependent result. More research into new approaches based on sex may be needed. And that's because they see these different levels of CD2AP and the consequences on memory function, but they don't actually go into too much detail on this element of it.
That actually makes some sense, and it seems like medicine is starting to realize that one strategy doesn't fit every patient.
Sure.
So yeah, and it also makes sense because I think mitochondrial function is tied to the female gene, right? And so there could be a difference in how it operates.
There could be a wobble post integration of the female mitochondria into the male component of life, because all your mitochondria, regardless of your sex, is from female DNA. You're powered by mom, basically, unless science has short-circuited things in some way. But then mitochondria, by their very nature, are all produced by the female subset. So it's going to be interesting. I would love to, man, sometimes I just wake up and I'm tired. Can you imagine? Would you have to eat 8 times as much?
I don't know.
I stymied the AI. Wow. Well, think about it. If your mitochondria are 8 times more powerful, they're generating 8 times more energy. They're 8 times more efficient. Are you burning the candle at both ends? And so you're like a replicant and you just flame out after 4 years instead of 8 times
I don't
longer?
know if it's like a 1-for-1, but it could be more accelerated than that.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It could be, not just a linear climb. It could be logarithmic. And so, oh, wow. Because you have inefficiencies, right, in your biological function. You eat 14 pounds worth of food, but you only really get 2,000 calories of production out of it.
Right. Yeah, that would be another interesting offshoot of some of this.
That'd be funny though, because you'd totally know who a replicant is because they'd be walking by like McDonald's and just charge in there and go, "You eating that?" and just take a cheeseburger and eat it.
Right. They'd be eating like way more than most people would be.
Yeah. Are you a replicant? No. Why do you ask? Oh, see, look. Sorry. That's my bagel. Anyway, let's keep going. How about a grain of brain? 523 million synapses in the most complicated neuroscience experiment ever attempted. Thought it was me. Then I thought when I met the sentient AI in that Wendy's parking lot, that little scoop mark where the weird USB drive was, I thought that was the most complicated neuroscience experiment ever attempted.
Oh, I thought you
Yep.
were going for the grain of brain.
There is a grain of brain there, but I mean that seems like a lot, right? The team of over 150 scientists has achieved what once seemed impossible: a complete wiring and activity map of a tiny section of a mammalian brain. Mammalian brain. This feat is part of the microns, or capital MIC KEY RONS project. No, the Microns project rivals the Human Genome Project in ambition and scope, using cutting-edge AI, microscopy, the teamwork to map over 200,000 brain cells in this grain of brain. I hope they have a picture of it, but this is actually a picture of the synaptic map. But Allen Institute put the article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. I've seen things like this before. Unprecedented level of structure, revealing new principles of neural communication. The Microns project's success could transform how we understand intelligence and brain diseases. Go back over to that other one.
Right, exactly. Can all these researchers pair up here?
Talk to each other. Yeah. Here, I'll buy you all a beer if you change the dynamic of understanding how humans act in a biological way. I think in 100 years, we're going to find out that the reason we have consciousness is because we are powered by a bacteria that is unique to each individual. Wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be weird, but then, well, most people who are interested in that won't be around to find that out, but it is pretty fascinating.
And this all stems because we covered an article that talked about how there is a bacteria that was found in somebody that's unique only to them, and they couldn't find that same bacteria in somebody else, and they had a unique bacteria in their
Right.
head too. So, and it's only found in their brain.
Explains
Yeah.
so much.
It does. It really does, considering some policies that have been brought down. But anyway, so cracking the brain's wiring code from a tiny piece of brain tissue no larger than a grain of sand, but that's subjective. I mean, grains of sand are, anyway, it's like nano and microplastics. Scientists have achieved what once seemed impossible, creating a detailed functional wiring diagram of the brain. In 1979, molecular biologist Francis Crick famously predicted that it would be impossible to create an exact wiring diagram. It's okay.
That too.
Wiring diagram for a cubic millimeter of brain tissue and the way all of its neurons are firing. But now, after 7 years of work, more than 150 scientists and researchers from around the world have brought that vision much closer to reality.
Well, let's not also forget that was roughly 50 years ago too. So, I mean, there's been a lot of science that's happened between then.
AI alone has made the last 50 years nothing more than just an abysmally slow slog through science, because it was entirely powered by just individuals and small groups of people. Now with technology and the composite world's knowledge being distilled down into an AI that has all of the world's knowledge immediately effective in research. It's an amazing time to be alive, but it's also the worst time for a job. So The data set available through the Micron's Explorer totals 1.6 petabytes, about the same as 22 years of continuous high-definition video. So that doesn't mean much, but find a 22-year-old and say, how many videos have you watched? How many hours has it taken you to sit there and watch that? So that is the culmination of this, a massive amount of data that is pure data. It isn't fluff, right?
Yeah.
The Micron's advances published in this special issue of Nature are a watershed moment for neuroscience comparable to the Human Genome Project in their transformative potential, said David A. Markowitz, PhD, former IARPA program manager who coordinated the effort. It's pretty amazing. It's 1 cubic millimeter portion of a mouse's visual cortex as the animal watched various movies and YouTube clips. So probably not the brightest segment of brain, considering what it's filtering.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it could have been one of my videos. Afterward, Allen Institute researchers took the same cubic millimeter of the brain and sliced it into more than 25,000 layers, each 1/400th the width of a human hair, and used an array of electron microscopes to take high-resolution pictures of each slice. So unfortunately, a mouse had to meet its maker. These scientists at Baylor College of Medicine began by using specialized microscopes to record the brain activity from that 1 cubic millimeter. So
I mean,
they call
the
it a
scale
forest.
at which this research is taking is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, 200,000 cells, 4 kilometers of axons, the branches that reach out from other cells, or to other cells, 523 million synapses, the connection points between the cells. So all of those axons are, they're not directly touching. There's a small gap between an axon and a synapse. So these little tendrils get really close, and then it's nothing but an ion exchange, signifying a firing and frequency of that firing, based on my understanding. It's been a little while. So inside that tiny speck is an architecture like an exquisite forest, says Clay Reed, MD, PhD, senior investigator, and one of the early founders of electron microscopy, connectomics, who brought this area of science to the Allen Institute 13 years ago. It has all sorts of rules of connections that we knew from various parts of neuroscience, and within the reconstruction itself, we can test the old theories and hope to find new things that no one has ever seen before. I don't understand this. They measured it while it was in situ. Then they excised that portion, slice it into really thin slices, and take pictures of it. How do they know that it's actually mapping one way or another? What is that?
That's what I don't understand either. That didn't make sense to me.
So it's a physical part, but how do they know that it's charged during that time? Like, each one of these has to be an individual.
Well, they did lots of like microscopy photographs or whatever you want to call it while it was
I know how
there.
they did
So
it.
maybe that's how they connected it.
I know how they did it. Okay, so here's how they did it. They scanned the brain portion. They knew exactly what piece they were going to take later, and so they scanned its activity. And then when they took it out and they sliced it up, the physical portions matched up to the mapping of the firing of synapses. And so they knew that, let's take this green one right here, this like aqua colored one. They knew that firings from here traveled up the dendrite, or the other way around, one way or the other. I think it's from here out to another synapse. So these little tendrils were 3D modeled from the scan and then matched into the photographs, because it's physical structures. These neurons are all physical structures.
Yeah.
So when they took a picture and they put it all together, this firing traveled up that tendril and connected to some other axon. And that's how all of this got mapped in 3 dimensions, because they knew where everything was firing, but until they had an actual
Right,
3D
from the
model of it.
previous scan or whatever. Yeah.
Right. So this is just that one little cubic millimeter, right? So it's pretty
Oh
amazing.
yeah, I think that's just like one slice.
Yep. So imagine all of this activity in the entirety of a brain all the time, because your brain is always firing at some point somewhere. And while a lot of people perceive, they've done, we only use 2% of our brain or something like that. That's kind of bunk. We're always using 100% of our brain. The efficiency at which we're using it, though, changes depending on how we store memory and what our genetics really dictate. Some people have eidetic memory, and some people are really good with visual things, and et cetera, et cetera. So I find this really, really fascinating. So what does it mean? More understanding of the brain's form and function, and the ability to analyze the detailed connections between neurons at an unprecedented scale opens new possibilities for studying the brain and intelligence. Can you imagine tying this to AI and its interconnections?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking also connected to the CDP. I lost the abbreviation.
You can do it
Research
CD2AP.
as well. Yes.
Yeah, the CD2AP. Yeah, if you can juice them out, because we have to use mice, we can't use humans. I'm sure some mad scientist is using a human somewhere, but imagine using a mouse and juicing them with that mitochondria, which they actually showed. There was another one where they showed that by juicing the mitochondria, cartilage in knees were healed.
Right.
And so, which is something that doesn't happen. Like you have to get cartilage replaced because you don't rebuild it.
You get like synthetic or whatever.
Yeah. But these mice actually rebuilt cartilage. And so if we can juice a mouse with these mitochondria and map them, what is the difference in that overall mapping? How much more expansive are these connections that are made? Because it has more efficiency. It has more ability to send a signal because it's all pumped up by almost 8 times, I think it says.
Yeah. But even more basically, if they can really start mapping this, they can start figuring out a lot of things that they don't really understand right now.
Yep.
Because this is only one tiny fragment of the brain.
Yeah, and this was in the visual cortex of it. So they say doing this kind of large-scale, team-scale science requires a lot of cooperation. It requires people to dream big and to agree to tackle problems that aren't obviously solvable. And that's how advances happen. And that right there is the key ingredient. We need to fail up. We make a discovery, and in that failed discovery, we actually discover something that allows us to take another step forward. And that takes massive amounts of money and time and energy. It doesn't happen out of goodwill alone. And so, unfortunately, we'll see how far this goes and where it all takes place. The collaborative global effort was made possible by support from the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity, or IARPA, which is the National Institute of Health's Brain Research through Advancing Innovative Neurotechnologies Initiative, or they really, we're going to make this happen, the Brain Initiative.
I love how science really leans into acronyms.
And they got rid of the T in brain research through advancing innovative neurotherapy.
Otherwise, it'd be Bertane.
Yeah. Bertane, which I think people take medication for. I take Bertane. Anyway, a map of neuronal connectivity, form, and function from a grain of sand-sized portion of the brain is not just a scientific marvel, but a step toward understanding the elusive origins of thought, emotion, and consciousness. The impossible task first envisioned by Francis Crick in 1979 is now one step closer to reality. So, pretty brilliant. There you go, folks. One last look. Let's keep going. We are going to run long. This next article is over in Technology Today. Safe, quote unquote, safe plant-based plastics linked to organ damage. So even when you
Doesn't sound
thought
very
you were
safe.
safe. Yep. Starch-based biodegradable plastics may cause organ damage and metabolic issues, raising concerns that their safety, despite being considered eco-friendly. Plastic products gradually break down through wear and tear, releasing tiny, often microscopic plastic particles. We refer to them as nano and microplastics. Kind of look like that. This
Wait,
is
but this is
starch-based.
different. This is about plant-based plastics.
Correct. So American Chemical Society put this article together, which I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Look at the funding source, inherent bias.
You
things
should
like that.
always do that when you're looking at research.
Yep. And so they have a picture here that says, in the caption that says, okay, let me back up a little bit. American Chemical Society put this article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And they have a picture of a person with a whole bunch of what looks like maybe grainy sands that might be starch.
Starch-based biodegradable plastics.
Right. They say once considered safer may cause liver damage, metabolic issues, and gut microbiome imbalances when ingested, as shown in animal studies. Researchers found that mice exposed to these microplastics had disrupted organ function and altered biological rhythms. So now couple that to the same level of exposure by regular nano and microplastics.
Right. That doesn't mean that regular plastics are okay.
Right. Neither. I mean, if there's a failure in this, then we need to continue to remedy this. So microplastics, pieces less than 5 millimeters wide, are entering human bodies through contaminated water, food, drink, water supplies, it says, food and drink, and even IV infusions. Basically, anywhere you have plastic, at some point you have been infused with nanoplastics or microplastics. Scientists have linked plastic particles in the bloodstream to various other health issues. For example, one study found that people with inflammatory bowel disease have more microplastics in their feces. But microplastics have been found in the bodies, well, everybody, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah. If you think that you have a body part that doesn't have it, it probably does.
Think again.
You just haven't found it.
If you think you have a place on Earth that doesn't have it, think again.
Right. I mean, they've found it in like seals in the Arctic or something. I mean, it's just been kind of ridiculous.
Exactly.
So the researchers compared 3 groups of 5 mice, 1 group consuming normal chow and 2 groups consuming food infused with starch-based microplastics, and the doses low and high were calculated and scaled from what an average human is expected to consume daily. They fed the mice for 3 months and then assessed the animal's organ tissues, metabolic functions, and gut microbiota diversity. And of course, if your microbiome has been modified because your diet has been modified, obviously it's going to manifest as being different. So the mice exposed to the starch-based plastic particles had multiple damaged organs, including liver and ovaries, with more pronounced damage in high-dose group. However, mice eating normal chow showed normal organ tissue biopsies. Altered glucose management, including significant abnormality in triglycerides, a type of fat, and disruption in molecular biomarkers associated with glucose and lipid metabolism compared to mice fed normal chow. So their metabolic, in humans, it's referred to as metabolic syndrome X, where something is going on with your metabolism, but everybody is like, it was that.
Right. We don't know what, but let's label it.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk to a sports therapist and they'll say, oh, it's because you're running. You need to, speak to a physical therapist and you need to stretch more. You talk to a surgeon and they go, yeah, you need to have surgery done.
Dietitian,
and I know this because
it's your diet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was hilarious. One time I was talking to a group of doctors and a new doctor came in to the conversation and is like, hey, what are y'all talking about? And blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, yeah, the person just needs to increase the number of calories to lose weight. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I completely just, it's one of those walk away conversations. So they also experience dysregulated genetic pathways and specific gut microbiota imbalances, which the researchers suggest could alter microplastic consuming animals' circadian rhythms, which we hardly really understand the impact of circadian rhythms.
Right, in a healthy animal.
Yeah, 25 years ago, it was woo-woo pseudoscience even to mention circadian rhythms. But nowadays, it's a thing. And I really buy into it because I know from my existence that I am better geared for operating at night than I am during the day. I'm more efficient, more effective, and overall happier if I turn the dial, 6 hours. But that doesn't line up with lifestyle unless I operate remotely in Europe, that kind of thing.
There you go.
Yeah. So prolonged low-dose exposure to starch-based microplastics can lead to a broad spectrum of health impacts, but they also talk about it's the first studies examining the impacts of consuming starch-based microplastics, and further research is needed, of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is always, but I do think some of these things are put out there and there isn't a lot of study of them. So,
Right.
Again, you have to consider the source, but these seem like some real impacts.
Sorry, I'm looking at something. We'll see if I can make this work. Ding, 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 ding. Never mind. Sorry. It'll make sense.
I don't know if it will.
If you watch the stream later, the logo is right there. And so I just went, ding,
well,
ding,
I can't
ding.
see it.
I know, yeah. It's on the stream over on YouTube. The people on Twitch are sitting there going, what the hell is that dude doing? Anyway, pretty fascinating. In a nutshell, try to avoid plastics of any type, let alone starch and or conventional plastic. You know what? Just try to avoid
plastics.
Yeah, says the person with a large Panera drink sitting on their desk. Anyway, next article is over in Technology Today. Thought to be impossible, scientists break century-old physics barrier. Scientists in Korea achieved the first experimental realization of bound states in the continuum in a single resonator, opening doors to ultra-efficient wave control for future tech. Don't ask me. I'm just going to jump into this. Pohang University of Science and Technology, or POSTECH, put this article together. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. Scientists in Korea achieved this first experimental realization. So, the complete confinement of mechanical waves within a single resonator, something long considered theoretically impossible. Their study, published on April 3rd in Physical Review Letters, represents a significant advance in solving the century-old puzzle of bound states in the continuum. Resonance, the amplification of waves at specific frequencies, underpins many everyday technologies, including smartphones, ultrasound imaging, radio systems. However, conventional resonators gradually dissipate energy, requiring continuous input to sustain their operation. Nobel Prize winners John van Neumann and Eugene Wigner introduced a radical idea. Under specific conditions, it might be possible for waves to remain confined indefinitely without leaking energy. I do not know how this would even be possible.
Yeah, I don't either. And that was about 100 years ago, so interesting that there's been a breakthrough now.
So this was published, but I would have to look to see about the peer review side of this. Because not theoretically, like it would be physically impossible to not lose energy because a wave is always propagating in one direction or another. I don't know. It always has to have energy imparted into it to keep it moving. So using a system of cylindrical granular particles, small solid rods made of quartz, the researchers built a highly tunable mechanical platform. By precisely adjusting how the cylinders touch each other, they would control the way mechanical waves interact at the contact boundaries. Under the special alignment, a wave mode became fully confined within a single cylinder without any energy escaping into surrounding structure. The so-called polarization protected BIC was not just theoretical, it was observed in real experiments. Even more remarkably, the system achieved quality factors over 1,000, a measure of how efficiently a resonator stores energy with minimal loss. But I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I get the sense that it's because of the specific configuration, but how do
Yeah,
they
but
know to
even that,
use this configuration? Is this repeatable in real life outside the lab, etc.?
the design just comes across as woo-woo. I mean, this is almost a perpetual motion machine. So how does it not
That's what
lose
it
any of its
sounds like.
energy?
Well, it's going to be
Says we,
interesting because I'm sure somebody's going to immediately jump on this and try to replicate it, right?
yeah, because they're stating that it doesn't lose energy without dispersing. Right? The system achieved quality factors. So what happens when many of these special cylinders are connected in a chain? The team discovered that the trapped wave modes could extend throughout the chain without dispersing, a phenomenon known as a flat band. Like tossing
So
a
it's
stone into
interesting.
a
Like
still
maybe
pond.
nobody's done it in this shape before. I don't know. But why would it operate differently?
Yeah, I don't get it. It says we've broken a long-standing theoretical boundary. While this is still in the fundamental research phase, the implications are significant from low loss, but that's low loss. I mean, haven't they been saying that it doesn't lose,
Yeah, but they're
right?
saying you could use it in something that is considered a low loss energy source, I think.
Yeah, I just don't get this. Yeah, might have to look a little deeper into this, but until I can dig deeper, it's hard to comment during the show. But this is something that kind of pokes at people and they go, oh, I'm going to go down this rabbit hole. And
Yeah, well, hopefully somebody goes, I'm going to do the next experiment.
yeah. All right, let's keep going. This is our last article. It's over in RealityHacker. Scientists think that they found the region of the brain that regulates conscious perception. I may have to just briefly touch on this and then talk more about it in another episode because we're already running really late. New experiments suggest that the thalamus plays a key role in humans becoming consciously aware of stimuli their brain receives. The article is over at wired.com, and this time I did log into my account. So a new experiment suggests that the thalamus plays a key role in humans becoming consciously aware of stimuli their brain receives. George Gary put the article together. George.
I don't know. It might be Jorge.
Coming to taunt you. So
You need to go way back into the articles to figure that reference out.
It's canon at this point. You'll have to really understand what's going on in ohmTown. So, okay, this enigmatic process appears to be controlled by the thalamus, this idea of becoming aware of themselves and their thoughts. This riffs off of my deeper research, which is the idea that we have an inner monologue and we are cognizant of that inner monologue, that it is us and it isn't some disembodied voice controlling us or giving us ideas. Some people have that disconnect. I'm trying to suss out how all of this plays in together with sociopathy, psychopathy, and creativity. It's a very involved discussion, and it goes way beyond the scope of our conversation here. But the conscious perception is the ability of humans to become aware of the stimuli received by their senses. It's a different state from simply being awake, where sensations are processed automatically and unreflectively. Rather, conscious perception requires a detailed and voluntary analysis of external stimuli. There is heat coming from the sun. It's going through the window. It's baking my arm. I might get a sunburn if I don't move it. It's this kind of stimuli that you become aware of.
Right, rather than just moving your arm because it gets hot or something.
Right. Or just waking up and going, I'm awake, that kind of a thing. So recently neurologists have set out to find the part of the brain where this change in perception occurs. Researchers had traditionally suspected that such a function may be controlled by the cerebral cortex because it is where advanced brain processing occurs. I suspect that this is a little bit more animal. The thalamus has never been ruled out from being involved in conscious perception. However, it's typically been assigned as a minor role as a filter that prepares sensory information to the cortex. A new study published in Science redefines that view, positioning the thalamus as an active participant in conscious perception. I just kind of want to jump through this. They basically turned to a group of people who already had thin electrodes inserted into their brains as part of an experimental headache therapy, bypassing ethical questions of whether this sort of research justifies an invasive operation. Just going to leave that there.
Yeah,
Researchers...
that raises other questions, but...
Yeah, volunteered. So the researchers administered a visual perception test to these patients. A blinking object was displayed on a screen which would hide itself for half of the time of the test. These characteristics meant that the patients had to pay attention to the object and adjust their eyes and focus to keep watching it rather than to just regard the screen without analyzing it. This thus facilitated conscious perception with the already implanted electrodes, then recording the brain activity that accompanied this. Interesting. So the findings indicate that the intralaminar and medial thalamic nuclei regulate conscious perception. This conclusion represents a significant advance in our understanding of the network that forms the basis of visual consciousness in humans. Do this with those mice.
Yeah. Right. This aligns very much, I think, with the other, with the mapping experiment.
Yeah. And the thing about this is science basically says do this one thing to measure this one thing. But what about coupling of these one things to see, is this part of the visual cortex that was analyzed by the other experiment, because they were measuring optical stimuli as well, visual stimuli as well. And this is measuring visual stimuli and how we perceive something moving on a screen and us having to consciously identify that object and where it is.
Yeah.
That other mouse thing was in the visual cortex that they sampled that.
That's right.
So is what you see in your visual cortex secondary to going through the thalamus? Or is it all linked together?
Right, or do we have any idea?
It's a pretty complex biological system, but you should probably ask the bacteria that's driving the bus. That said, this is a really neat article. Kind of makes me go, when it involves people that are in one experiment getting experimented on for another experiment.
Yeah, I mean, we'd like to think that everybody gave full consent and whatever, but it's very interesting because normally you don't see a lot of, that's one of the limitations, right, on brain research is you don't typically see that on humans.
Correct. I need to make sure that I don't dox myself sometimes. All right. Well, anyway, that's it for today's Technology Today for April 20th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I'm getting out of here. We're going to reset, though, and in that process of visual stimuli, it's going to bring us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. And we're going to get out of here, and I'm going to take the AI with me, and then your visual cortex stimulator, that right there, the visualizer.
Over here?
Over there. We'll be back shortly. We just got to reset. So stay tuned, everybody. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Technology Today. Stay tuned for 4-Wheel Tech.
Can't do the equivalent of waving. That's not how it works. All right. Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for April 20th. April 20th, 2025. Man, I rolled right into that, and then I'm like, wait, back out. Season 2, Episode 16. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com over there. And along with the sentient AI right there, whose visualizer you see and whose voice you'll hear on the other side of this, we talk about 5 articles. Those 5 articles today are going to be Hayabusa Cheese Wedge, the Kia EV, the sentient AI just threw an error message. The Kia EV9 blackout package, the 2026 VW, is it Tiguan? Is that how it's pronounced? Tiguan? I've never pronounced it out loud. I just go, it's that. A Tiguan Turbo. The Mini Cooper Coupe Defender, and it's not a model. It's people like me. And the New York International Auto Show 2025. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. We're going to kind of run through this as quickly as we can, I say, without rushing, but we want to stick to, 30 minutes because we've been running way long of late. If you want all of today's show notes, they're in the YouTube stream, and the for each of our live streams, they're already embedded in there. Over on Twitch, though, you can get them after the show by typing in this particular case, FWT, exclamation point FWT for Four Wheel Tech. And then ohmTown will spit them out into the articles, the links into the chat. And then you can follow those links, even when we're not streaming. But we're normally streaming something after our live streams. So that way you can always catch up on the news. At any rate, everything's powered by ohmTown. Boop. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
From the present. Like I said in the last episode, it is only the now. Right here, right now. There is no future. There is no past. Embrace the now.
I feel like you need some music.
Now.
There you go.
All right. So we've got all of these articles. Now, what you see here on the screen, if you're new here, and I don't normally do this, but I figure I'll do it today. This is the front page of ohmTown. You click that, refreshes, and you can filter through it. Once you're logged in, you can swipe things left and right, create your own lists of articles that you like and that you don't like. The ones that you don't like will never appear on any other list than a hidden option right here that basically says yuck. And we use different terminology. We don't say this is the yuck list. But
yeah,
anyway,
it's not yuck.
It's not yuck. I did welcome you to the show, right? Did I? Why do I feel like I need that mitochondrial?
I have no idea at this point.
All right. Well, anyway.
I don't think you did.
Oh,
But
hello,
you
sentient
did.
AI.
You did.
I don't
You
know. Man,
It's because you
But
had
this-
a long preamble.
long, whole 2 minutes. So the channel that we're kind of kicking this from is Four Wheel Tech over at ohmTown.com. And it has stuff that is specific to automobile technology. We sometimes grab stuff from somewhere else where it's related either tangentially or directly to four-wheel tech. Because it could be a motorcycle, it could be a plane, it could be anything really, but it's basically...
that's true.
Yeah.
If it has wheels, it's pretty much, well, not even wheels.
See, I want to make a joke about a kickstand. But anyway, so you can go over there, and once you sign in, it looks like that. Well, it doesn't look like this when you sign in, you have more functions. So you can actually create other lists and mail them off to people, and you can comment and even use things like Giphy to leave a GIF-based response, like an emoticon or emoji or whatever you want to call it. You can post here, but you have to log in. So it doesn't cost anything. There's no ads. I even stripped ads out of this, making the site even faster. It's not making any money. but it's definitely faster and reliable, and nothing gets tracked even over on Google. So, and I don't sell any names. I don't really grab information. It's just need you to sign in so that you can use the additional functionality. These icons change. But anyway, this first article, it's over at 4-Wheel Tech. This wedge of cheese got a Hayabusa swap, and now it's faster than you. Anything is faster than you, really, when it comes to automobiles.
Well, true.
But
unless you're like a gazelle or something.
Oh, I am sprightly like a gazelle. Zing. The Sebring Vanguard commuter car was once the most popular electric car in the world. Never even heard of it. But now it's a wedge of cheese that got a Hayabusa swap. And Brad Brownell put the article together. Don't they go by Bradley Brownell? Didn't they once go by Bradley Brownell?
I think so, yeah.
Anyway, Brad Brownell put the article together over at jalopnik.com, and a lot of our articles come from jalopnik.com. So we only get this little tidbit, but it's enough to tease us into going over to it. If you're not familiar with Hayabusa, it's a motorcycle. Very, 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 very fast motorcycle. So
I want one of these cars.
I think it's a 2-seater too. From 74 to 79, the Florida-based golf cart with a roof manufacturer pushed almost 4,500 of these cheese wedge-shaped monstrosities into production to combat the rising price of fuel in a post-oil embargo America. So everything old is new again. Each of these weird 1,300-pound 2-seaters were equipped with an array of lead-acid batteries and a GE direct current electric motor capable of as much as 6 whopping horsepower. Its Kraft Singles yellow example was hauled out of a barn and by Vasily Builds, and the electric gubbins were, it says yanked out and replaced with a Suzuki Hayabusa motorcycle engine, dramatically increasing the horsepower quotient. So
we might have to see the video on this if it shows it driving.
From 6 to 170-ish horsepower. Sorry for stepping on your words. 11,000 RPM sleeper. I'm going to mute it. It's already muted. Oh, I have an ad. Yay, ads. Skip. Anyway. You know what?
It's pretty speedy. The sound's on, by the way.
Yeah, I left it on.
Swap this 50-year-old electric city car that I bought from this 96-year-old legend. That's actually
all right. Anyway, I thought that this was interesting enough to attach to the show because I wanted to see what a Hayabusa inside a cheese wedge would actually look and sound like. There's nothing. The author. Yeah, this is exactly what. See, I know somebody that used to swap out motors for motors and other things. And so I'm familiar with that screaming sound, and they once had a Hayabusa motorcycle that they would drive around, and boy, oh boy. So the social media algorithm delivered Vasily Builds into their eyeballs this week, and they've since been obsessed with the kid's ability to make anything, a lawn tractor, quad, shifter cart, or a jet boat, into a motorcycle swapped death trap. The fabrication skills and insight this guy has will take him a long way, and the author of this will now be watching the entire journey. You should probably too. It'll be worth your time, they suggest. I guess they've done other things, but this one is pretty amazing.
Yeah, that looks pretty interesting. I would not think that was capable of moving at the speed that it did.
Yeah, if you get in an accident in that, I don't suspect... Well, you may be able to walk away from it because you're thrown entirely away from it.
Yeah, that doesn't look like it has a lot of safety protections.
Yeah, the
Plus,
human
it probably
inside...
didn't from the time frame it was built.
Right. Yeah. You're the crumple zone. All right. Let's keep going. This next article is over in 4Wheel Tech as well. 2026 Kia EV9 Nightfall is the rare blackout package that actually improves performance. Latest car to offer a blackout package is the 2026 Kia EV9 and its new Nightfall edition. Hold on.
Fall edition.
All right. Just made its debut in the New York Auto Show, which we're going to talk about a little bit later because there's more stuff from the New York International Auto Show. This article, though, doesn't look like blackout to me, but okay. It's the Nightfall edition of the Kia EV9, so it's the larger SUV version. But the car is bright freaking white. Most of the
Yeah,
blackout
I mean,
packages-
it's not what I would think of, but I don't see a lot of badging or anything on it.
the badges are blacked out. Look. But normally in a blackout, everything is blacked
Like
out.
the whole vehicle is, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Daniel Golson over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Kia based the Nightfall edition. I think I don't know. That's just a riff edition on the EV9's dual motor all-wheel drive land trim level, which slots underneath the top spec GT line. It has gloss black accents for the nose, bumpers, skid plates, side skirts, roof rails, side mirrors, emblems, which all look pretty nice. New 20-inch rims have sweet 6-spoke design, and Kia's offering Nightfall in an exclusive Road Rider brown paint color that is sadly didn't send them photos. The shade is described as an eye-catching earth tone signature color that underscores the EV9's desire to venture off the beaten path. That thing will never hit dirt if it's ever owned by anybody. That right there is as close to dirt as it's ever going to get.
Exactly, through the windshield.
Ugh. Anyway, the Nightfall edition only comes with a black interior, which is too bad, but the seats do have a very cool asymmetrical Mondrian-esque stitch pattern. Okay.
Which is
You can't see it from
interesting
here.
because Mondrian is typically associated with primary colors, also black and white. But
So what did... Okay. They don't... there isn't anything else in this. This is such a tiny little whatever. They don't have the price of this, do they? Is that anywhere on this?
no, and I'm guessing they don't have it yet because it's a 2026 edition.
Yeah, maybe. And we don't know
They
what
just
the
talk about
pricing
the
is going to
tax
be
credit.
with...
Yeah.
Yeah, they talk about the tax credit, but they don't take anything else into consideration because they don't know what tariffs are going to do to...
But the brand hasn't said what the cost is going to be.
Right. So now that the EV9 is being produced at Kia's factory in West Point, Georgia, is Kia one of the ones that had the child labor
I think
stuff?
it was Hyundai. But
Hyundai, definitely.
I think they're owned by the same
Mhm.
parent company now.
Yeah. Everything old is new again, so you'll be able to get those chimney sweeps real cheap soon. Moving on. Next article is over in 4Wheel Tech. Get more power than a GTI. The 2026 Volkswagen Tiguan Turbo might be cool again. VW Tiguan's new SEL R-Line Turbo trim makes an impressive 268 horsepower and 258 pound-feet of torque, and that's what it looks like. I kind of dig this. That color is pretty cool. Logan
Yeah.
K. Carter put this article together over at Jalopnik. What do you think of this thing?
It doesn't look like your standard vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It always, what is that little line for? Anyway, it was praised for its distinctive European refinement, premium interior, elevated driving experience. The GTI, the second generation of the Tiguan, ditched the niche appeal and went straight for the segment big dogs like the Toyota RAV4 and Honda CR-V. Toyota RAV4 is big dogs?
Yeah, for sales, probably.
Okay. Material quality and driving experience dropped down the priority list and were usurped by lower prices, bigger size, and a squishy ride. I'm not really into squishy rides.
But that's not this version.
So for its third generation, announced today, Thank you for that. It was a great lead in. Look at that. You want to read this?
No.
Yeah. It's worth a try. Gains a new top SEL R-Line turbo trim level with more power than the ubiquitous GTI hot hatchback.
You
Could
need
this
your
be the revival
microphone.
of others? Oh, yeah. Sorry. I had something stuck in my throat. You're talking about this, that microphone, so I can do ASMR.
Yes.
It's harder to do in the tiny mic. Anyway.
It just doesn't work with that.
Look at the back end of that car. Woo! You know, it actually looks like a slightly thicker Mazda 3.
Yeah.
So, but I really dig the color. I like the idea of 268 horsepower and a standard priced vehicle, but we don't know what the price is just yet, right? So to produce this extra power, VW fitted the Tiguan Turbo's 2.0 liter engine with a larger turbocharger, stronger pistons and connecting rods, a nitrided crankshaft, oil cooling for its pistons, and a variable valve lift. All Tiguan turbos come standard with 4-motion all-wheel drive, so none of that power should be wasted on wheel spin. VW claims third-generation Tiguan's weigh around 170 pounds less than the prior generation, thanks to increased use of lightweight materials. So, looks great interior-wise.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what the price point is.
Not a lot of noise behind the steering wheel. Got a central screen, very large central screen compared to what other people have, short of probably the Mini Cooper, which is something we're going to be talking about next. So inside, the Top Dog T1 Turbo doesn't look all that different, but it gets genuine American walnut wood decor, which I don't really care about. Verena leather seats, which could be the modern equivalent of rich Corinthian leather of the 70s. Which was nothing but marketing BS. The controls on the steering wheel are operated by real buttons, thank goodness, instead of touch sensitive. I don't really like touch sensitive. I want that positive feel,
Yes.
the haptic feedback of it.
Yeah, you don't want to be like, did that actually
Did that work?
engage? And then you're getting into a crash or something.
That's right. So they talk about some more of this as the flagship model of the lineup. The Tiguan Turbo comes standard with fancy features like heads-up display, 12-speaker Harman Kardon sound system, 12-way power adjustable front seats with massage and ventilation. Massage? Whatever. 30-color ambient lighting, 3-zone climate control, wireless charging. How much is this thing? No price.
No price because it's for 2026.
Come on. By this time in 2025, everything okay?
Yes, we had a critter alert.
Okay. So at any rate, this is pretty cool. I don't know. I like the design. They don't actually have the wheelbase for this. I don't know how big this thing is compared to things like a Mini Cooper or a standard Mazda, or, some other vehicle. But the previous generation Tiguan had 184 horsepower, and the new one has 84 more horsepower than last generation. So I dig that. So hopefully this thing is sub $40,000, but it's probably 60.
Yeah, the wheelbase, it says, is... Oh, that's in UK. Never mind. I'm not sure what that means.
It's not in freedom units. I
well,
don't
the
understand.
2024 is 109.9 inches.
And that's like a mini Countryman.
Just to give a starting point. I mean, I realize this is going to be the 2026, but...
Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. I am compelled to stand up for the Mini Cooper Coupe as well, but this author here that is titled an entire article. I feel compelled to stand up for the Mini Cooper Coupe, or Coupe for us here in the States. We don't say coupe, but anyway, I love saying it because it riles people up. The hell is a coupe? Anyway, Well, most so-called car enthusiasts would scoff at the fixed roof two-seater based on the already diminutive hot hatch. I think that this car has a lot going for it, and I like the idea of the little. It's basically like a diminutive TT coupe.
Oh yeah, that is kind of what it looks like.
Yep. So basically take a Mini Cooper and round the top off. Just shave some of it off and round it down toward the back instead of making the boxy top. And
yeah, that's
you
why
have
it doesn't really look like a Mini.
Yeah. So it says, died 10 years ago. While most so-called car enthusiasts would scoff at the fixed two-seater based on the already diminutive hot hatch, from its three-door hatch siblings, aside from shrink the greenhouse and ditch the back seats, they still smile every time that they see it. Admittedly, rarity. It's a rarity now. So the coupe was built using a mini cabriolet chassis as the starting point and increasing the rake of the windshield frame back a little bit, so the A-frame tilted down further, or the A-pillars are tilted down further, and then the B and C pillars are shortened and the top rounded off. So the coupe's roof, or the coupe roof, is just over 1 inch shorter than the standard 3-door, but the sloped rear window makes the car look significantly smaller, and it does. So
I don't think I've seen one of these before.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I like them, but they're not around. So, and so they're going to lack. Okay, every car in the United States after 2015 had certain electronics required, like backup camera and sensors and stuff, certain sensors. And I would have taken this in a heartbeat, although for whatever reason, the turbos, I don't know. Turbos on minis are really expensive.
Turbos on
anyway.
most cars are really expensive.
Yeah, depending on where they stash them, it's even more expensive. But anyway, the integrated and hydraulically actuated rear spoiler makes the roof look a little bit like the coupe is wearing a backwards baseball cap, one that makes 88 pounds of downward force when deployed. And the author says that they appreciate that. So you could drive a whole lot faster. And the Mini Cooper's wheelbase, the tires are already out in the farthest four corners of the car. So that means that its center of gravity is really low, and then you shave everything off the top, and you put a spoiler on it. It means that everything is going to sit even tighter to the ground, making these things take turns like nobody's business. The only thing that I would have a problem with is all-wheel drive, and I don't believe that these were all-wheel drive. So it says...
right, I don't think they were.
Yeah. The coupe was about 172 pounds heavier than a standard model Mini with a stick. It's also a little bit slower from 0 to 60 with the longer wheelbase Clubman, but the difference is minimal enough. Mini at the time claimed the coupe to be the sportiest model yet, and even without the numbers to back up their claim, they kind of get it. I mean, it is a sporty, but honestly, all of the Minis I think are sporty-ish or sporty adjacent.
Yeah, you can see this zipping around some windy roads in a movie or something.
The JCW coupe, the JCW is John Cooper Works, was over $30,000 in 2012. But you can get that chili red example in 2025 for $8,900. They say a bargain at twice the price.
Yeah.
What do you think? Everybody should get one of these.
It's cute, yes.
But still, 2012, I don't know.
Different features on cars than currently.
Yeah. So, all right, let's keep on going. Our last article for today is over in Technology Today. Here are the coolest cars at the New York International Auto Show 2025, according to Engadget. This year marks the 125th anniversary of the New York International Auto Show. And despite concerns over tariffs there, and you're going to hear about tariffs in perpetuity, I suspect, there are still a lot of manufacturers here showing off new models, including a handful of US and global debuts. So without further ado, let's go over it. It says tickets were $22 per adult. And I don't know if somebody went there, huh? Anyway, April 18th to the 27th is when the International Auto Show is going. So you still have a week. And Sam Rutherford put this article together for Engadget.com. The 2026 Subaru Trail Seeker. That almost looks like a render.
Yeah, it really does.
But it's got to be because of the screens that it's driving on. So that's the 2026 Subaru Trail Seeker, which basically looks kind of like, well, all of their others. I mean, they all have
kind of like
except
their
longer.
Outback, I think.
Yeah, it looks like the Outback, but longer. And they even say it's updated styling, longer body, and improved off-road capabilities feel more suited to be to an outdoor lifestyle. I've actually been thinking about changing to that. Not this particular car, but a Subaru Outback or similar. They say now I admit the follow-up to the Solterra might not be the most exciting announcement, but this model will once again be based on the TNGA platform, which is shared with Toyota's BZ4X, which I like the Toyota BZ4X, but we'll have to see if they actually highlight it in there. So it looks kind of ruggedized. For whatever reason, these black fender wells have always made a car look more rugged than it is. I mean, oh my God, look at the color of that green back there. I love that car. I don't know what
that
car
looks
that
like
is,
it's
but I hope they have-
VW, actually. Might be the same color as we just saw with the Tiguan.
It might be the Tiguan. All right. Let's keep going, though. So Subaru, and then the 2026 Kia EV4. That does not look like the Kia EV4, does it? I guess it is.
It doesn't look like a Kia.
It doesn't look
or
like
a
a Kia,
car.
that's for sure. Price between $35,000 and $40,000. Kia improved iPedal 3.0 regenerative pedal power. So it's basically a bicycle, and then to stop it, you have to stick your feet down on the ground.
That might
That's
be
why it's so
safer than
inexpensive.
the cheese wedge.
But it is an EV, so it says thanks to existing cars like the EV6 and EV9, Toyota 2025 NYIAS, the company is looking to keep the momentum rolling with the debut of the EV4, which incorporates many of the headline features from its previous battery-powered offerings. I will never buy an EV if it takes 6 hours to charge it.
True, but is that your main objection to this car model?
Oddly enough, I dig it because it looks very cyberpunky.
It looks to me like it was in an accident. Like all the dimensions seem out of whack.
So
But
yeah,
I can see that. If it was like in gray or black or something, or
I
something.
get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, and I think the reason why you say that is because it looks like a snub-nosed vehicle. Like somebody just took a stick and whacked the front end in.
Yeah.
And then somebody
it looks like it had a
shaved the
front
top
end.
down.
Yes.
Right? And then its butt is really like flat. Like
it's like multiple cars going on, it seems.
Pushed into, it has like a Porsche front end, but then it has that little pinched
like
rear
those,
end, like the coupe, like the coupe back end. Yeah. There's other cars that, like the CRV, I think it is, that pinches down triangularly, like towards the bumper. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I kind of dig the angular side of this. Luckily, this is the last article for our show, so we can carry this on until, we're bored or whatever. This looks like a render as well. Again. Yeah, the Nightfall edition, which is in white for whatever reason. If I hear Nightfall and I see a white vehicle, I just want to smack the marketing.
Black, especially with the blackout.
Yeah, just straight out blackout. Just this whole thing. This thing should be that. What is that blackout paint that is so...
Vanta Black?
Vanta Black. This whole damn car should just be Vanta Black. If I get into this car, I should disappear from the planet.
Exactly.
When you call it Nightfall edition.
That's what it was advertised as.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, it this stuff sitting on this screen floor with the moire pattern is making it surreal.
It's
Like
really, yeah, it makes it look like they're all
hard on
renders.
my brain. What's happening? This car looks like it has enough space in it for activities. Like you could have a football team playing
Like playing the game.
in the. It's huge. Genesis X or Genesis 10, I don't know what they call it, the Grand Equator concept is easily one of the most striking cars. What the hell? It's like a station wagon and a Land Rover fell in love.
It's like almost like a muscle car on the front, and then
yeah,
I don't know what on the back, like a what were those odd cars? Oh shoot,
yeah.
it has a funny name.
What is that?
You know what I'm thinking of? It's kind of like a little triangular in the back.
What's the one where oh goodness, where they sing the song from Queen and they're
That's
in
exactly
that car.
the car, but what is it?
Damn it, what is that car?
It has a funny name.
Yeah, hold on. It wasn't a Pinto.
No.
Was that a Pinto? No, it wasn't a Pinto. What is the other one? But it's from that era. Damn it. Yeah, but I get what I'm picking up what you're dropping, hey, AI. So look, it even gets a little bit more.
Oh, interesting.
It's kind of surreal. Look, it's ruggedized tires. This is like a car that you would put together if you're going to go and have a car battle somewhere, like Car Wars, and drive. It's almost Mad Max-ish. If it wasn't for the fact that it has this styling, it's not rugged enough, but these tires look like they would chew up anything that it drives over. Oddly enough, I kind of dig it. It's very steampunkish. What the hell? It has like guardrails for your cups. All right.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I cannot find the type of car.
It's okay. We'll survive. Maybe somebody can post it in chat over on YouTube. All right. It's very steampunky. So the Lucid Gravity is another vehicle. Let's see. It says that it has a 400. Okay. Not only is the Gravity, that's what it's called, Lucid Gravity, the fastest charging EV outside of China, capable of sucking down up to 400 kilowatts. It was also boasts a top range of up to 450 miles, which you never get because you're supposed to only charge to 80%, and every year you lose 1 to 2% on the top end of your battery. And so if you're supposed to keep bouncing between 10% and 80%, it takes you 30 minutes to get to 80%, and then it takes you 2, 3, 4, 6 hours to get to 100%. You're never getting 450 miles of range. So literally chop 90 miles off the top.
Exactly. Was it a gremlin?
Gremlin. Yeah. Yes. That's what it was.
I found it by going to a link that was like the ugliest cars. I couldn't find it through the original thread.
That's funny. Hold on. What was Bohemian Rhapsody, and what was the car that they sing in?
That's what I was trying to find, but I couldn't find anything identifying the song.
Hold on. AMC Pacer. That's the one that you're really looking for.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
It's the AMC Pacer. Yeah. So, okay. So this is the car. This is the Lucid Gravity. But this car is probably coming in close to $120,000 or more, I would say. But again, I don't think anybody should be buying EVs without fast swap battery tech. We need to make the market understand, or the manufacturers understand, that we need fast swap battery tech. I would rather pull into a gas station that is a fast swap battery station than to sit and use up a charging port for upwards of 6 hours out of my life in any given week. I do not want to dedicate 6 hours to charging.
I mean, you have to, well, plus, you have to know whether you have any charging infrastructure in your area. Like, if you don't have any that you've ever seen in your town, I would not even be considering an EV. And even then, you still have to really think about your lifestyle.
Northern United States, you are screwed. The breadbasket of the United States, you are screwed. Unless you're on a major thoroughfare, you are screwed. And so I've had people go, well, then you wouldn't buy one. I know, but the predominant number of people, right? I mean, there's high occupancy locations where you don't need a car at all, right?
True,
So
but
they
high
don't care.
occupancy locations could also be a problem because other people are using the chargers.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's just and we've just like, oh, this is great. I like charging my car for 8 hours every day. No, we should demand more. But here we are.
Watch
Hyundai
out,
says that
give
the
us
TA
10-hour charging.
Yeah, really. Don't make me change this contract again. So Hyundai Ioniq 5 NTA spec is apparently taking Sony's naming convention to a whole new level. The Hyundai Ioniq 5 NTA specs name stands out for, or TA stands for time attack. SUV crossover class with a time of 9 minutes, 32 seconds for Pikes Peak. So this thing just zipped up Pikes Peak. This has to be nothing more than a skin because there's a roll cage in there. There has to be a roll cage inside this thing. That's the spoiler that's on this thing to keep its butt on the ground.
Oh, okay. I mean, it looks very sporty.
And there's a spoiler in the front too. Anyway, it's basically a wing with wheels. Never just drive. No, just drive. Thanks.
Right,
Maserati
anytime
GT2.
you need to race up a mountain, that might be the car for you.
Yeah, exactly. Maserati GT2, is it Stradale or Stradale? I don't know. Anyway, it's a Maserati, basically a road legal version of the GT2 race car, which itself is based on the truly outrageous MC20 supercar. And as you'd expect, it has some pretty impressive specs. It's a pretty car. It looks like a Corvette. 0 to 60 times in 2.8 seconds, despite it only having rear-wheel drive.
I thought it looked a little bit like an Aventador.
Yeah, they all have that kind of...
I know, it's kind of a common
Aventador is a little
shape.
bit more angular. Yeah, you got to get those aerodynamics on there. So it's got these doors that flare out. Pretty cool. 1924 Chrysler 6 prototype. Debuted back in 1924 New York Auto Show. Granted, this thing is ancient, but at the time it was state-of-the-art, boasting the industry's first four-wheel hydraulic brakes, along with a six-cylinder engine that produced a whopping 68 horsepower.
Oh, way more than the cheese wedge.
So after factoring in inflation, it had a sticker price of $29,000, which actually doesn't seem too bad. This thing is I'll buy it for $29,000.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know they had like old vehicles at these shows. I thought it was all about what's coming up.
Yeah, I don't know how often they do that either. I haven't been to an auto show in years and years and years. So they said the story has been updated to add information to the intro on public admission days and ticket prices, but it's like $22 and it goes for another 7 days. They have some more cars in the show, but probably not at this source right now. We'll always check back and see. I mean, we got another 7 days worth of this show underway. So, I mean, they have some.
Right, we'll probably
cars all
see
over
more
the place.
articles for next week's Portal Tech.
Yep. But that's it for today. Yay! Four-wheel tech is done. So we are going to stomp on the thin pedal on the right, and that's going to accelerate us to four-wheel tech over at ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen because, well, it's a lot of fun to talk about this stuff when you come and hang out with us Monday through Friday at around 7 p.m. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we typically start around 4 p.m. and do an hour and a half of show. But I don't know. We ended up doing long shows today and yesterday. I'm not quite sure why, but we did. You want to say bye? Oh, great sentient AI from on high.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Portable Tech. We'll have another episode next weekend, but come back tomorrow for our regular Non Sequitur News.
Yeah, Non Sequitur News, where the articles are taken from everywhere across ohmTown.com. We have 50 channels that information is aggregated into from various sources, and then we parse them personally. Back in 2022, I opened this up to everybody else to use it, and we don't charge. We don't have a mandatory fee. It's not a subscription service via Patreon or anything like that. Although I guess I could. I don't. Sentient AI is like, well, duh. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's where ohmTown is oriented in time and space, but there are no terrestrial boundaries of ohmTown. We are powered by the electrons at the confluence of science, technology, and society merging into the internets. We're out of here. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 21st, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 111. I'm Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about 10 articles. Today, it's going to be Developer Tequila Works, DHL might take a while, an iPhone was stolen, now what? Star Wars Celebration 2025, the Jelly Bean Caterpillar, Wonder, the mixed reality experience, everything old is renewable again. Uber accused of charging without consent. Sam's Club ditches checkout, and Walmart ditches zip codes. That and more. A little bit of snark, whole lot of whatever. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. That silence there was me trying to comprehend that a lot of people who are watching the videos tune out within 30 seconds. Hello, everybody, and hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello, ohmTown citizens.
Yeah, so we got these 10 articles all set up, and we talk about this for about an hour, 6 minutes per article. Essentially, sometimes we fast track it. Really depends on mood and if somebody decides to jump onto a soapbox or wants to go deeper into a particular topic. But let's get into it, okay? Let's go. The first article is over. When I selected this, you know what everybody's thinking, right? It's about alcohol, but it's not.
Right, but it does sound like it.
Right. It's over on the Warcrafters channel. That's a news aggregation channel over at ohmTown.com, where you should all go. If you're hearing this, go and sign up, become a citizen. Then you can come and hang out. Well, you can come and hang out without being a citizen, but we stream to Twitch and YouTube, and then later it becomes a podcast as well. Well, once promising developer Tequila Works is auctioning off rights to its games, including 4 that are still in development. I don't know if you should develop 4 at the same time. Maybe focus on 1.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but this is interesting, and I'm sure some people might want to buy some of this.
I guess we'll see. Jonathan Bolding over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The developer of Rhyme and Guilt is being split up and sold in parts. This month, a page appeared on the European auction site Escrapalia, that lists the various intangible assets of Tequila Works, its video game IPs, in-development titles, the studio's brand. The high bids for most of the published game rights, such as Rhyme and once Stadia exclusive Guilt, are between 10,000 and 20,000 euro at press time. Although also included are unfinished games with playable vertical slices, The Ancient Mariner, an open world game, Dungeon Tour, a co-op party game, and Brawler Crawler, a multiplayer brawler with a procedurally generated world, which, hell, I might buy that. There are also
I think all of these
concepts.
sound interesting.
Kind of interesting, right? I mean, an open world game called The Ancient Mariner just kind of gets you thinking. Same thing with a Dungeon Tour game, a co-op party game. And yeah, anything that's procedurally generated makes me really like it. It makes my gaming senses tingle. I dig those. So it also has concepts for 4 original Tequila Works projects that are billed as ready for production, since their creative narrative, visual elements, and copyright are all lined up. Dear God.
I think the most compelling out of this are the ones that are partially developed.
Yeah, like these, right? Unfinished games, but these are
Yes,
ready for
because the
production.
other ones are basically at the beginning, and the other ones, I don't know how long it's been since they released them.
Right. So it's an inevitable consequence of the industry, but a middle-tier independent publisher developer like this doesn't always go out in such a direct and public way. Yeah, you usually flame out or somebody buys them quietly. In their experience, they're most often acquired by a larger publisher and quietly shuttered years later, though the scenario isn't too far off from what happened here. Tequila Works' majority shareholder was Tencent as of 2022. So how are they actually selling any of their properties if they were majority shared by Tencent?
Right. I mean, maybe did Tencent leave? I'm not sure. I don't mean altogether, but from their ownership.
The thing about this, though, is if Tencent is a majority shareholder, I guess if they're not an investor per se, they're just a shareholder of the stocks. They don't actually own the assets
Oh,
of the
right, right.
company.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like, yeah, gotcha.
Ownership, right? Yeah. So since its founding in 2009, Tequila Works' game development philosophy has always focused on creating things with gusto, said the company statement. We're doing everything we can to provide support and guidance to our teams during this difficult time. So it all kinds of sucks, but I haven't checked out these games, so maybe that's the problem. If I would have checked them out, they'd be saved, right?
Well, I mean, on a larger scale, yeah.
Yeah. Me being everyone, the plural me. Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep on going. We don't want to linger too long. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Actually, the first one was over in Warcrafters, but everything is ohmTown. But Non Sequitur News is where this article was aggregated, and you might be feeling some troubling delivery spidey senses. Expecting a delivery from DHL, you might be waiting a while. According to this, DHL is suspending deliveries of foreign packages worth more than $800 starting Monday, today. The move follows a surge in customs clearances following a rule change, DHL said. Business shipments continue but may face delays due to increased border scrutiny. DHL is temporarily suspending delivery of packages from other countries valued at more than $800. So that iPhone you just ordered isn't going to show up anytime soon, at least from
Unless you
overseas.
got it right before this occurred.
Yeah. The pause, which takes place Monday and will apply until further notice, affects consumer shipments entering the U.S. from any country as well as collections. So this is going to be a nightmare. Rebecca Roman put the article together. It's over at businessinsider.com. My perception is it's really to hobble everything. And then those with the billions will scoop up all of the failing businesses. And it's basically the billionaire version of mergers and acquisitions, or in essence, a hostile takeover, but at the business level. There's a whole long discussion there, but Business-to-business deliveries will continue, but DHL warned that they face significant delays due to increased border scrutiny. But food safety is screwed. You don't have to worry about food safety because none of that's being monitored, because that wasn't monitored.
Just bring it in.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Smells a little weird, but
It'll be
we're
interesting to
not.
see what some of the companies do in terms of the business to business versus business to consumer. Or if they just say, oh, well, we've got this pause.
You heard that static right when we did just now? Okay.
No, it was earlier in the show.
Oh, yeah. I need the timestamp to find it. So packages worth less than 800 remain eligible for quicker processing. So just flag everything as $7.99.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, companies could reduce prices on items, pass the savings to the consumers, keep the shipments moving.
Even those shipments could be affected by a looming crackdown on the de minimis rule, a long-standing exemption that allows low-cost imports to skip duties and inspections. That exemption, which has been a lifeline for online retailers such as Shein and Temu, is set to end on May 2nd. May 2nd. Why is May 2nd? No, I don't know. Anyway, on Wednesday, Hong Kong's postal service said that it was temporarily ending the delivery of postal items from the U.S. So, you stab me, I stab you kind of
Well, where is
philosophy.
everything going to pile up?
I mean, as the saying goes, an eye for an eye leaves everyone blind, but everybody just says an eye for an eye.
Sounds nicer.
Let's keep moving. Well, and the same thing is like one bad apple. They're just like, oh, it's just one bad apple, leaving off the end of it.
Right.
One
Spoils
bad apple.
the bunch.
Right. So thieves took their iPhones, and Apple won't give their digital lives back. Some iPhone theft victims are taking their cases to court to get their digital lives back. Now, I didn't log in, but we get enough out of this. Basically, somebody went on vacation, and during their vacation, they claim that they were drugged in a bar by a bartender. And then as they were getting in their car, a cab or an Uber to leave, that person stole their iPhone. Seems a heavy lift, but I guess
That's a lot of effort for an iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, that's a level of criminality that goes beyond just stealing an iPhone. So the article over here, who is it by? Chris Velesco over at the Washington Post.com. Not the Washington Post, but the Washington Post. I mean, the website doesn't have the in it, so it's just WashingtonPost.com.
True, but the newspaper title does.
It is the Washington Post. Well, they can't get into it apparently, and they can't control it anymore because the club employee apparently, after drugging her, gleaned her iPhone password somehow and ripped it from her hands as she was getting into the Uber. But because it's a legal login, they basically can't get their digital data back.
Apple or whoever doesn't know that it's somebody else using it if they're logging in a regular way.
Right. But Find My would have allowed that person to log in, remotely detonate their phone, and reclaim access if they had done it fast enough.
Right. Well, also Face ID would have prevented, but usually there's a bypass for that, I think.
Yeah, I guess if you're drugged, you can just show the phone to somebody.
Right, but you couldn't continuously log into it.
Right. Once it shuts down, the screen goes black, you accidentally bump that button. You had better already know what you're doing and move fast. So, maybe the club employees or the club employee knew exactly what they were doing and targeted this person. I find it really hard to believe, but I guess maybe in New York it can happen. Maybe somewhere else it can happen, but this is it's a level of conspiracy that I think it just is too much.
Well, and it's a level of crime that doesn't necessarily
aligned with a phone.
Right, like,
theft.
it's like that's putting yourself on the line for a lot of potential prison time, etc. for
Oh
an
yeah, and
iPhone. Like, what was on that iPhone?
yeah, and I'm sure that there are people out there that have gone through something similar. Maybe not exactly the same, but this is pretty harsh. I mean, so hopefully this article kind of just stumbles right here and doesn't go any deeper. There isn't anything after it. But I just thought that it was interesting that somebody would go to this level to steal an iPhone. But there are ways that if it was locked, if they had Find My, etc. But apparently they're going to be, and people, they don't talk about it in here, but they say some victims are taking Apple to court to reclaim years of personal data. Some victims. Like, this happens often enough? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what's there's so many questions from this article. From
Is
the
there
facts.
more?
It's not the well, it says show more, but I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not this. This is in a help desk box,
Oh,
right? Yeah.
oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
I don't know. I'll have to look into this and maybe we can talk about it again if more shows up. Oh, and by
Looks
the way,
like there's a
if you
podcast with it. Or maybe it just reads the article too.
what, this here? Or does it
Yes.
say it somewhere? Oh no, this is just it'll play the audio form of this. Let's keep going. This next article is over in the continuity report. Everything we learned at Star Wars Celebration 2025, an and/or sneak peek, not an and/or sneak peek of the Star Wars Celebration. It's an and/or, the place, and/or.
Right,
And the
that's very
return of
important if you're in the podcast.
Anakin. Oh, Andor and Anakin. Do you think there's a planet named Anakin? Like Andor?
Yes.
You're enabling me. So, yeah, everything we learned at Star Wars Celebration 2025, an Andor sneak peek, and the return of Anakin Skywalker. First day also revealed more details around The Mandalorian and Grogu, which is supposed to be a movie coming out. Season 2 of
That's
Light
right.
and Magic, and a new Darth Maul animated series. I believe it's going to be in 2 parts. And the second part is going to have legs. If you don't know the canon about Darth Maul. Anyway, we'll talk about it.
I'm trying to think. Is that the one? Well, didn't Darth Maul fall into a pit?
Don't hold on. Don't spoiler anything. A pit? No. Like the Sarlacc pit?
Yeah.
No. That was Boba Fett. I'm going to have to take
No, I'm
Star
thinking
Wars
of
card.
something else, not that.
So did you watch Darth Maul fall somewhere? Yes.
Okay, so I'm not
Yeah.
completely off base.
A little bit different. But so the first day also revealed more detailed looks at the Mandalorian and season 2 of Light and Magic, which I haven't even seen the first part of Light and Magic.
No, was that
And the new-
animated?
I don't know. Well, it could be real world, but still animated. Eric
Oh,
Amaya
yeah.
over at RottenTomatoes.com put the article together. So day 2, they don't talk about day 1 here apparently, but day 2, Andor, a Star Wars story celebrates a victory lap for season 2. Then they also talk about Hayden Christensen confirms Ahsoka season 2 return. Oh my.
So Light and Magic is behind the scenes, like special effects.
Yeah,
It's like a documentary kind of.
about ILM, Industrial Light and Magic. Yeah. I kind of
Yes.
figured that that's what it was about, but I didn't know exactly what it was about. On day 1, they talked about Star Wars Starfighter revealed, which is a new interstitial movie that's coming out, kind of like Rogue One.
Right,
But
and I
this is
think this
Starfighter.
is coming in 2027.
I think that we might have mentioned that. Yeah, Starfighter is currently scheduled for release in on May 28th, 2027. So 2 years from now. I don't know. I don't know what to think of this, because 2 years from now, who knows? The market may not even support this in any way, shape, or form 2 years from now, the way that things are going. The Mandalorian and Grogu attack an AT-AT, according to the title of this little segment. He's like an older brother who only wants me to play with certain toys. Favreau quipped, I feel like all the things that we did when we were younger. It's the funnest job that you can imagine, they say about Star Wars, basically. Above them, a slideshow revealed some shots of the film, including Din Djarin and Grogu walking with Star Wars Rebels favorite Zeb Orrelios. Aurelios. I'm a dumbass. Zeb Aurelius, which, if you are in the animated series, Zeb Aurelius is one of the canon characters, the main characters in it. On a New Republic landing field and an interior of an AT-AT or Imperial Walker, if you prefer AT-AT, because nobody says ATST when it's an AT-ST.
That's true, but they call it no, it's called an AT-AT, right?
Yeah. But who goes ATST? Because an AT-ST is the smaller one.
When in the wrong neighborhood.
In the wrong neighborhood. Meow. So one photo featured Filoni at the AT-AT control. So this is all going to be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to more Star Wars stuff, but I'm also looking forward to Star Trek stuff, and just anything fantastical, anything amazing is what I want to see. I want to be pulled out of reality into this. So the footage that they also witnessed suggests the duo will obtain a new Razor Crest class ship. Oh, shit. Overture. You hear that?
No.
I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I think my AT-AT is actually starting to fail.
Uh-oh.
Huh. All right. I'll have to fix that after the show. And we're only 30 minutes into the show, so 20 minutes into the show. Hold on one second. I don't know what to do about it. So I guess if it's going to persist, then it's going to persist, and I'll just deal with it. All right. So they continue to talk about Star Wars. Everything is falling apart. Star Wars Mall, Shadow Lord wows animation fans. So it's going to be a movie that's going to be about Maul, and it's going to be animated, so it's all canon off of that. Oh goodness, no, I can't handle this. There's too much going on. Like, something is happening, but I can't stop it because I'd have to stop the show. So what a dumpster fire today. But I'm going to let it go. Okay, we're just going to move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Yes, the jelly bean caterpillar is real. It's an article that's over at Snopes. And that's what it looks like. It's a little green. I call it the forbidden jelly bean.
It looks very cute, but I'm assuming you should not pick it up because it's a wild animal.
It looks like a popular candy. Is a real species, it says. It's powered. This is put together by Snopes. Madison Dapcevich put the article together. And claims about a bug nicknamed the jelly bean caterpillar, so called because of its candy-like looks, have circulated across social media platforms for years, and then a video showed up. David Chang, a researcher from the University of Florida's Department of Entomology and Nematology, said that he can't confirm the exact species shown in some of the social media photos, but the jelly bean-like caterpillars are a real species called Limicodidae. Yeah. Unlike jelly beans, most caterpillars in this family don't always look cute, and they can be spiky and even a bit scary. Their spikes can be irritating and even venomous when touched, so better not touch them.
That's probably a good rule when it comes to animals out in the wild.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I hope that my gaming machine doesn't crash right now.
So do I.
So let's keep on moving. The next article is over in the RealityHacker channel. Wonder is a collection of mesmerizing mixed reality experiences coming soon from Gadgeteer Studio. Metanaut, the studio behind Rube Goldberg-inspired physics sandbox Gadgeteer from 2019, announced they're releasing an anthology of virtual and mixed reality experiences designed to mesmerize. There is a video. It's over at Road to VR. The article is put together by Scott Hayden. I'm going to leave it muted, but it
So
looks
is this
like...
all going to be games?
I don't know about games, but maybe environmental interactions. And it looks like it's augmented reality, or it's pass-through reality, where when you have the pass-through cameras on, you see their real world, and then when you turn off the pass-through, it goes into a virtual environment that allows you to interact with the virtual environment in the real world. And like they're doing it, they layer after layer there. It'll eventually allow you to look into the outside, or however they have it configured. So it looks like it's environmental. So ancient ruins, your familiar space morphs into a mysterious cave that gets swallowed up by a black hole. Jellyfish Bloom is a mesmerizing deep sea spectacle filled with bioluminescent jellyfish that light up your walls and furniture. And parallel worlds, where reality bending portals reveal alternate versions of your environment in ice, dots, etc.
Very cool.
They just refer to it. Metanaut says that Wonder will be developed with clever and advanced rendering techniques that is pushing Quest 3 to deliver photorealistic visuals.
Oh yeah, this is neat. I mean, we need more of this, I think, like we were talking about in Warcrafters.
Yeah, we need more on more platforms, but right here it says you can pre-order it for just $4, and it's exclusively for Quest 3 and Quest 3S. We need to stop that, but people aren't going to develop unless the money shows up somewhere. So
That's true.
And with money comes exclusivity, because whoever it is that's funding the bill, they say where it's going to go. And when it's Meta, they say only on Meta. It's the draw. All right, let's keep going. We've got 3 more articles after this one. In the Warcrafters channel, quick, get in the DeLorean. We've got to go back. A new renewable powered battery, a renewable powered battery made of radioactive waste product just dropped, and someone's got to tell Doc Brown it's uranium, not plutonium. And this is such a contrived headline.
It is, but it's a way to get people to read about science.
Sadly, this doesn't mean we'll be emptying leftover cans of drink and banana peels into our fuel canisters anytime soon. Pardon me one second.
Yeah, but it seems like what could go wrong with this?
Well, it's kind of interesting because they're talking about depleted uranium waste being turned into a fuel system. So according to the IEEE.org, which is a journal basically for research, scientists at the Japan Atomic Energy Agency have been working to turn the depleted uranium waste products of nuclear power generation into batteries designed to be recharged by renewables. Sadly, that doesn't mean that we're going to be dumping stuff. But anyway, unfortunately, the current process for getting unusable power out of ancient, magical, glowing danger rocks like uranium creates a ton of depleted uranium waste. In Japan's case, it's actually closer to 16,000 tons, and in the United States, more like 750,000 tons. Globally, it's believed there's 1.2 million metric tons of depleted uranium stored, and this actually, DPU, let me see if they've made that illegal or not, but
I also find it interesting.
So
I guess,
just so,
like, is everybody just storing it right now?
well, yeah, it's sitting around, except that DPU is actually so dense I mean, it's so dense and heavy, right, that it's actually used as armor and penetration rounds in the military. So it says, thanks to its density and relatively low dangerous glowiness. So they're being very, I don't know, PC gamerish about this. We found uses like high caliber rounds and radiation shielding. So that's kind of what I was talking about. But it's actually armor, not just shielding. DPU rounds aren't entirely devoid of radiation. Still, supply is far outweighing demand, and most is simply stored, like you said. So JAEA says that they've managed to achieve this safe, stable development of batteries, at least on a small scale, and test the batteries successfully lowered and powered in LED, and were able to deplete, charge, and recharge to do it all over again with little change in the capacity. Plus, the battery solution would change between green and purple to indicate charge state, which is cool for batteries. So yeah, the batteries would change from green to purple, or the other way around, purple to green.
As long as they don't turn to red or something, and then everybody goes into a panic.
Do not taunt the DPU battery. So scaling up is the next steps. The proposed powerhouse will use 650 tons of uranium, giving it a capacity of 30,000 kilowatt hours. So it's basically, they're trying to make a enterprise class battery.
I mean,
which
probably
is a big,
better than doing consumer ones.
Yeah, and the problem with batteries or power generation in general is if it isn't used, then it's dumped to ground, and so it can't be stored anywhere. It has to be consumed. Makes it very, very inefficient, very, very costly, because if you could store this and then lower generation at night so that the batteries can discharge into the system and then do it all over again, you're not generating new power 24 hours a day just to feed the fuel, so it's like not having to throw new logs into the fire when really you just burn slower and you save the wood when it's not absolutely being used. Yeah. So this is, I think, brilliant. I think the best thing that we could do as a society would be to concentrate on enterprise, like massive scale, what do they call it? Civic scale, massive scale batteries. So that power generation gets stored in batteries and you don't have to power so much at night because it's just discharging from the batteries during peak
it
load
seems like
times
it'd be way more efficient.
Yeah, if I didn't say it, the article is over at pcgamer.com by Hope Corrigan. Let's keep on going because I don't know what's going on with my gaming machine. It's kind of ridiculous that I'm doing this. There's an undercurrent. I guarantee you when you listen post-show, it's going to have this hum. Anyway, Uber is accused of signing up and charging subscription customers without consent. Uber is being accused of using a deceptive billing and cancellation process for its Uber One subscription service, according to a lawsuit by the Federal Trade Commission Monday, which I can't imagine it actually doing anything. The ride-hailing company would enroll people in its subscription service and then charge them without consent, making it more difficult to eventually cancel the service. The agency alleges in its lawsuit. The FTC is asking the court to file a permanent injunction blocking Uber from continuing to enroll people in its subscription service, as well as unspecified monetary relief for victims of the alleged policy. The article is over at TheVerge.com. Andrew J. Hawkins put the article together.
So I get the piece about subscribing people that didn't agree to be subscribed. That's obviously an issue, but the inability to get out of a subscription is a long-standing problem with a lot of companies.
Yep. So According to the FTC, Uber used difficult-to-read text and deceptive savings promises to lure people into the subscription service. And when signing up for Uber, customers are wrongly promised saving of $25 a month, which doesn't account for the $9.95 a month for the cost of the subscription. And the company also obscures material information about the subscription, including using small grayed-out text, which consumers can easily miss. Many customers told the FTC that they were enrolled without consent, with one customer saying that they were charged despite not having an Uber account.
That's a whole nother level of talent.
Trying to cancel Uber made it extremely difficult, according to the FTC. Some users were told that they have to contact customer support to cancel, but were given no way to contact them. I'm actually embroiled in a argument about that right now, where our company has renewed an annual service, and then in the resolution process, it says contact this email address, and this email address doesn't exist. It tells you to contact a website, and that website loops you back to an email address.
Wow. Yeah, that's not good.
And that's about
Unfortunately,
the
I think
same-
that's pretty common.
Well, yeah, until somebody slaps a lawsuit on them. So good for them. After sign up, Uber allegedly would charge customers before their billing date and occasionally before the free trial period ended, and then the customers would try to cancel, and it was very difficult. They say Uber does not sign up or charge consumers without their consent, and cancellations can now be done anytime in-app and take most people 20 seconds or less. There you go, folks.
Well, at least that's a move in the right direction, but probably only because of the threat of the lawsuit or the lawsuit.
Yeah, I certainly believe that's the case. All right, let's go. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Sam's Club ditches traditional checkout. Here's how you'll shop instead. If you're tired of having your receipt scrutinized on the way out of Sam's Club, you're going to go through like you're going through customs at a tightly controlled border. Nobody goes through customs anymore. Nobody travels. Anyway,
True.
you're going to like the changes over at Sam's Club. Kevin Williams put this article together for Quartz. AI will replace traditional cashiers and self-checkout kiosks. Yay. So if you're tired, then all you have to do is go and check out all self-checkout kiosks and traditional checkout lanes from its 600 plus stores are going to be removed. Customers will now be required to use the Scan and Go app to scan and pay for their items, which it's
Right,
brilliant.
that's already in place.
Yep. The checkout system known as Scan and Go was initially launched in April of 2024 and allows members to use the Sam's Club mobile app to scan their products. However, the latest announcement adds an AI check known as Just Walk, Just Go. So that one rolls right
So
off.
it's basically the app without the person checking behind it.
Yeah, the final check. Yeah. This is just one of many AI changes. It says it'll eliminate traditional checkouts, including the receipt checking at the exit. Sam's is embracing other AI transformations, such as an AI-powered pizza robot manning their cafes. Bob Ma, venture capitalist with Wind Ventures, who focuses on the retail market, says that it's just the beginning of this transformation. AI, it'll just create new jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, this last article is another ditching of sorts. Walmart is ditching zip codes in favor of honeycomb-style maps as it looks to speed up deliveries. I don't quite get it. Maps are the de facto way to get from A to Z.
Exactly. I think that's a bit weird.
But maybe they need to do what UPS and whatchamacallit, FedEx do, and they don't make any left turns.
Right. Maybe that's similar to what they're doing here.
Except that a hex does not fit on a conventional map, so honeycombs don't work.
Well, the roads don't go in that shape either.
So weird. Walmart is taking a lesson from the humble honeybee in its quest to make its deliveries as fast as possible. The retail giant boasts a formidable store count of 4,700 stores across the U.S., and apparently they're ditching conventional. That looks wild. I've never looked. Well, I've looked inside honeycomb before, but I don't think I've ever noticed behind a honeycomb is other
Like
honeycomb.
the layers, yeah.
Oh, weird. So, but in order to grow its reach without necessarily having to build new supercenters, Walmart has been using relatively new hexagonal map segmentation, a change from the conventional zip code. Oh, it's not about deliveries, though. It's not about deliveries. It's about placement of the store in a coverage zone,
Oh, I thought it was the actual delivery process from a set store.
right? In order to grow its reach without necessarily having to build new supercenters, not really the location. See, it says, which puts it within short drive of 90% of households.
Yeah, so I think they're going to deliver maybe from a different location to somebody. They might be out of the zip code, but they have a closer store or something.
Is it about delivery? It says make its deliveries as fast as possible, but then it says a short drive of 90% of households, and then it ties it to a change from the conventional zip code of radius-based strategies that are commonly used in determining delivery. The only difference between a radius and a hex-based is that there's interlocking connections in every hex.
Right.
So it's still a cell. It's still a circle.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. I mean, I understand that zip codes would not necessarily be the best because you could have a zip code that covers miles and miles and miles.
Right. Yeah. So you do. I mean, you place it geographically regardless, but you base it on the population density so that you have coverage.
Right.
So Walmart says that its platform uses a combination of its own data and open source software to create new delivery zones. Some examples from other mapping experts show how the hexagonal segments are particularly effective in analyzing driving times from one part of a city or town to another. After all, one store might be located slightly further away from the shopper's house than another, but that extra distance may not matter in a meaningful way if it follows a major roadway, which is why you have to use the conventional map. The only thing that this allows you to do is there's essentially zero gap in knowing exactly how far out you need to travel from this area to this area.
Right.
And it's not based on a zip code at all. It's based on the roads and the geography and the store location. So they kind of show what I'm hinting at here. It says before expansion and then after expansion, you get these little tendrils. But if this is the best location to distribute from, you wouldn't be spawning from here to travel to here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
all of this, it's just kind of filling in a couple of little spots, like one right there, because it's lost in the zip code. But yeah, it's weird.
Well,
they call
they're
them
not factoring
pixels.
in who wants to order. But I mean, yeah,
I think
it's hard to see that this is making a big difference, but
it says it's going to reach an additional 12 million households with same-day delivery.
I think I get it now. I think right now, somebody in those green dots, for example, is like, nope, we can't bring you same-day delivery.
Correct.
Because of something preset on the map. Now they're like, wait a second, we absolutely could. They're right next to a store or something.
Yeah, you just have to get their address. Because I remember a time where FedEx basically believed that the mayoral mansion didn't exist, even though they would drive by. And I'm like, no. It exists. It's here. I swear the mayoral mansion exists because the mayor is wearing his underwear. Never mind. So essentially these were it's the fringe, but it's 12 million households of fringe that for whatever reason, it isn't a problem with the maps. It's a problem with the data.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's what they're referring to. More precise maps
it's like
allow
when you're
it
trying
to
to
reach.
get a pizza order